Parkway, people in another car that pulled up beside them started shooting at them.
Slide through the 12, I don't see nobody outside. Pussy boy, you don't get no rep off doing drive-bys. Ace from the west, how he clicked up with the east side. He ain't been the same since he seen them other three die. Damn, I'm 2-3 high, bitch, say your goodbye. Gave that boy the business like a suit in a bow tie. Like them boys block up like the 4th of July. They got caught lacking, the whole world wanna know why. Went out to eat on his birthday. 4 shot, 3 dead in the worst way. Damn, he kept dissing on me. What happened? Now we smoking 23. You always on my mind. Always on my mind. When I ride through the east side, I wanna see you. When I see you. When I. You always on my mind. You always on my mind. Riding down Melvin with that iron, I don't see you. I don't see you. Get dead like 232. Happy birthday. We made them boy click up. Call Keith seeing me bitched up. Rand's graduation, man, that man had his chain tucked. Papa boy, you been a bitch, and I slapped you in your shit. I made you pick up a stick, and I made you drop a disc. Blue telling in that jam, can't so many been a fan. Don't wish jail on nobody, I swear they need to free that man, so he could catch a headshot. Police had red dot. I smoked so much, but I fell in love with dead eye. Rolling meat in the wood, take a nigga bite like I'm sure. You better not get out of line. Catch a face shot like goddamn. Rolling meat in this wood. Shoot a nigga off his bike like shoot. When I see you, let a whole world see you. When I. I'm smoking Rollo all the time. I got the dead ass on my mind. When I see you, get dead like 232. When I. Something now is taking over me. What is it? Meaty and leaky. Goddamn. Quan in 2-3. Fuck the whole back street. Rollo died with his heat. For speaking on Big B. Rest up, baby. You always on my mind. When I ride through the east side, I wanna see you. When I see you. When I. You always on my mind. Riding down Melvin with that iron, I don't see you. Get dead like 2-3. 23. Happy birthday 23. Blow your counters out. Dead bitch.
Wait. That was shot by Oz?
You niggas ain't get shit back in the blood. Last time I recall, your boy died in your hands and you was crying.
I know, man. I was muted because of the call. I know when I'm muted.
Okay, singing ass niggas. Just got to drop through, start to call us, hit the 12 and put in work. Y'all the ones that hit the stand when we put on the shirt. Y'all the knock it, Jonathan Thomas, how the fuck y'all smoking dirt? No, why the fuck your ass ain't meant to, we shot your brother like a nurse. We the ones who popping glass and popping arches like a perk. We the ones shot up the funeral, they can't grieve beside that church. Drop that bag on Sunday night and that boy dead on Monday 1st. 22 inside my Glock, I'm shooting shit like Ken Levert. Bitch ass nigga, no cap. You ain't do shit.
22 inside my Glock, I'm shooting shit like Ken Levert.
June fit the whole scene like Ken Levert. Run down with the sundown. Twin shoulda had his gun, was talking on that PS4. Same pistol traded great, they put his ass inside the floor. Who died was on that lean, we pulled his ass inside the fold. Bitch free Mr. Potter, calm, talking about Lafayette and Choke. Got shot 6 times in his ass, shit, bad him like a bitch. Who can't shoot a video on the arts block? Bitch, this my shit. Police had a night of indictments, can't even post up on the scene. I was mad about the Lord, I wasn't mad about been slack. Your dog died, he ain't spit yet. No, he ain't hell up. Set block, we up next. 50K out up that. We killed your dog, nigga spin back. Just got to drop 3, start the call. Let's hit the 12 and put in work. Y'all the ones who hit the stand when we put on the shirt.
Y'all did not get time to time. It's how the fuck y'all smoking dirt.
Why the fuck your ass ain't mention we shot your brother like a nurse? We the ones with popping gloss and popping arches like a purse. We the ones shot up the funeral, they can't grieve inside that church. Drop that bag on Sunday night and that boy dead on Monday 1st. 22 inside my Glock, I'm shooting shit like Killer Vert. Hey, bitch ass nigga. You ain't do shit but cry about that shit.
I'm shooting shit like Killer Vert.
June 5th, the whole scene. Run down with a sundown.
We don't want to put the
Pay me in full, or don't pay me at all.
in the dirt, nigga. In the hearse, nigga. Fuck that. I do myself. You know.
Look, I'm killing for sex, he killing for me. A lot of you niggas got put on the T. Nigga, a lot of you niggas got put on the T. I'm killing for sex, he killing for me. A lot of you niggas got put on the T. Nigga.
How many people gon' die for niggas to know not to play with this shit? Just got the drop, we at a spot, we finna lay on this shit. Brand new arts, out of nowhere, these niggas created and shit. Slide through Bofa, when I'm on 10, ready to face my bitch. I don't wanna talk, so many hats, I could've worked that lid. My brothers just crashed, belt the ass, all these niggas my kids. I'm thinking about Jake, ride my Drake, and where I'm be killing for wigs. All us standing on bids, yelling out murder, we getting it in.
Nigga. In the jungle, I'm watching for snakes. Fully wanna eat him a face. Free Jack, he caught him a cake. Lil' Wiz, see that was my age. Go broke and they gon' have fun. See, I don't need shit with some money. No mouth, take press to the face. Little mask, got a switch on his
What you
face.
gon' do? What's the name under my shoe? I got my gun in the booth, ain't got the roof. Nigga, I'm shooting like 8. Nigga, I'm drilling for noon. It ain't no question. When I say killing for me, my nigga, I'm killing for you. So many bodies got me popping these rocks. My brain don't know what to do. Niggas be snitching, niggas be fool. No mask on, haul out the roof. This my 3rd shootout this week. My mama say, son, I'm praying for you. None of them niggas don't drill how I drill. None of them niggas can't do what I do. Sent 50 shots all in my car and I ain't get touched. I'm playing with Woo.
Rico been drilling for days. He need to go take him a break. Got too many souls on his plate. 300 got hit in his face. And fully in love with them Drakes. Nigga, trippin'. Fully in love with them Drakes. 300 got hit in his face. Rico been drilling for days. He need to go take him a break. Got too many souls on his plate. 300 got hit in his face.
Fatty been drilling for years. He need to just take him a chill.
Oh, let's go.
Company pills. These niggas be clubhouse gangsters. Fuck nigga come get in the field.
Yeah.
Nigga come get you a kill. Call him and put him out, we on his heels.
I don't even know what the business is.
Let's go. Fucking go, nigga.
We straight shit, dirt shit.
Kill one of you good rapping ass niggas.
Fuck that cat is so
Hey, when all they do, don't let Wiz rest up bippin', nigga.
I would like to win so white body. Nigga, I do a nigga bad, all that. Yeah.
I do a nigga bad, beat a nigga ass, put belt the ass, all that shit, nigga. Play your ass gon' lay. I put that on Jake. Yeah, nigga. Get out later, nigga. Get out, nigga. Fuck nigga taking med kit. How the fuck you bitch ass nigga keep surviving?
Hey, Lord,
med kit taking ass nigga. Fuck on to self-revive, Call of Duty. Bitch ass, whole ass, soft ass, pussy ass, green ass.
man, don't let Drake, all that. Don't let Wiz, don't let Baby, nigga know what the fuck the
That shit on my
That nigga Justin Jefferson just scored. I got bro on my parlay. I'm trying to hit up. On my soul, I'm trying to hit up. Oh shit. Hey bro, why they promoting me to me? That's me, nigga. Why they promoting me to me? Them niggas retarded.
Shit, nigga talking about beef shit. We get shit cooking right now, nigga. On phone grave, nigga, right now, nigga. We get shit cooking right now, nigga.
What you waiting for?
Damn, expensive.
All that faking like a nigga won't beef, we can get shit cookin'. All these niggas supposed to be on they block, tell they how we look. Capping that nigga ain't slangin' no iron, these niggas be pussin'. Soon as I catch fuck boys on sight, if you love your life, better keep shit pushin'. I don't need help, just me and my scrap, all black in the hood. I ain't shootin' out shit, I'ma swing my dough, nigga, I ain't no rookie. Most of these niggas ain't hitting on shit, niggas try to play hooky. All you gotta do is try to creep up slow, turn his ass to a ghost, nigga, this shit cookin'. 2019, I call him a body, these niggas be late. 2015, I was hitting that shit, nigga, asking the cake. Army and Miss came through in the club with a black 38. Fell all right then, I was trying to go Spain. I said about a week, had to call me a case. 20 cents a month, had to go at that road, boy, I had a little weight. Couldn't get no bar face, juvenile life, cause nigga went Goof ass nigga try to take my thing, hit his ass in the waist. Pussy ass nigga try to take my shit, only held by 6, try to give his ass 8. Probably a late, I done missed a lifetime, but a young nigga back. When they killed Lil Bib, I run through the city trying to catch me a hat. Wasn't nobody else, just me and John Wall was trying to get back. I catch a double old nigga or 1200 nigga, I'ma turn the bitch down to a pack. I'm in your right now, kickin' shit, me then 2-4. Come to your block, we could be too deep, make a shit get low. I don't wanna hear about you smoking on 8 4 niggas. I ain't seen the niggas outside since the murder rate rise, and the niggas out flipping the O. Ain't never been no cap in my rap, fuck nigga, this fat. Tellin' I swear if he was, till the nigga got hit in his back. Niggas be in that thug, I pull up with one in his hat. Somebody please tell Will stop dropping them trap, cause the pussy ass this be wet. I hate a cap ass rapping that nigga like Ben keep shootin'. Pussy ass hoes tryna wreck that shit, dirty ass be boosted. Why the fuck nigga tryna cap for the net, hollin' about we losing? Knowing that way he get caught anywhere, we could be at the field, fuck nigga, we shootin'. All that faking like a nigga won't beef, we can get shit cookin'. All these niggas supposed to be on they block, tell they how we look. Capping that nigga ain't slangin' no iron, these niggas be pushin'. Soon as I catch fuck boys on sight, if you love your life, better keep shit pushin'. I don't need help, just me and my scrap, all black in the hoodie. I ain't shootin' out shit, I'ma swing my dough, nigga, I ain't no rookie. Most of these niggas ain't hitting on shit, niggas try to play hooky. All you gotta do is try to creep up slow, turn his ass to a ghost, nigga, this shit cookin'.
I'm trying to hit up, nigga. Come on, Rogers. Sling that hoe. Let's go. Sling that hoe.
No way, Jose.
It's like 12 o'clock in the morning right now, nigga. I'm in the shit, my niggas on the block right now, though.
Turn that shit up.
You ain't gotta keep no beef on the low, nigga, tell me it's static. Nigga, let's do it. I ain't tryna go back and forth on no net, nigga, meet me in traffic. We can get to it. I ain't finna turn rest none of these niggas be capping. Tell me it's smoke, nigga, soon as you do, I'ma go ahead, folks them deliver your casket. We ain't gotta be having no trip, fuck nigga, I'm packing. Nigga, I'm told. I got a freak bitch watching they low, these niggas be lacking. These niggas be bold. Let a nigga still be there when I come, I'ma let niggas have it. I just put a 33 under that switch while one of these niggas disappear like magic. I'm on the block right now, tell the ops come make some shake. Tell them make some shake. I just had a brand new Mac, called the Art, then I bought me a Drake. We can get it to it right now, fuck nigga, I ain't even tryna wait. Kirk calling my phone like, niggas better be safe. They wanna know about them bodies I touched, I say about 4. Shit so crazy cause I hit plenty niggas and it could've been more, boy, could've been more. Terrorizer all my ups, fuck 1200 and double O, nigga, fuck double O. Boy, I be tryna catch me about the last time I hit me a throat. He was tryna get low. John Wall pop out that coat with that switch, nigga, where you gon' go? Nigga, where you gon' hide? 2 of your niggas got flipped in the O, nigga, we ain't gon' scope. Nigga, we ain't gon' slide. I be on the block posted up every day, heard it tryna scope, tell a nigga come try. Goofy that all that wolfing by baby 2 or 3 months later, you ain't gotta keep no beef on the low, nigga, tell me it's static. Nigga, let's do it. I ain't tryna go back and forth on no net, nigga, meet me in traffic. We can get to it. I ain't finna turn rest none of these niggas be capping. Tell me it's smoke, nigga, soon as you do, I'ma go ahead, folks them deliver your casket. You ain't gotta keep no beef on the low, nigga, tell me it's static. Nigga, let's do it. I ain't tryna go back and forth on no net, nigga, meet me in traffic. We can get to it. I ain't finna turn rest none of these niggas be capping. Tell me it's smoke, nigga, soon as you do, I'ma go ahead, folks them deliver your casket. Folks them deliver your casket. Know what the fuck it is, man. Gang shit, no lame shit, nigga. WAWG shit, nigga. FOCK shit. 20K shit, nigga. K shit, nigga. Gang. Gang shit. You know how you rock, nigga. 23K shit, ATKK shit, FOCK shit, Cool K shit, nigga. Gang, nigga. Let's get it. Free walk. I just spent the bag on that hoe, she bout to drop your low. That boy gon' get smashed, bout to spaz, and I hope he know. Make her drop that mask, that's your ass, better duck your throat. You can't get no pass, get that low, bitch, you better go. Anyway, hit that gas, speakers blast while I'm smoking smoke. I shot in his ass, lost these brothers, now that's how you smoke. He was talking bad, now he sad, cause he lost his bro. You done got him gas, that's your bad, you know he a hoe. Real shit, K-Spaz never kill shit. They gon' keep on boosting up his head until we kill it. Oh, he think he's safer than his brothers, watch I still blitz. Niggas out here pointing out no murders on that wheel shit. Heard you told him everything he said, oh you a real snitch. Tell him free looking out, that seller bro ain't did shit. When we lost 2 brothers back to back, oh they was real lit. Then they lost 2 OGs in one day, they still ain't kill shit. Dead niggas, how about let that lead hit them? I ain't got no op, them niggas costin' they some lead hitters. Boy, I know the real you let you two get your head bigger. If I called y'all wall, he ain't gon' start, that boy a head hitter. Solo, hop out red niggas, we not out them head niggas. I remember Leak had dropped his nuts, now he a dead nigga. Right before he died, I told Lil Duce, watch that leg hit him. Now he tucked up nice in that tuxedo, plus his head bigger. All these full of dead niggas. I'm at that same trap. I can't be trusted, you get back though by that same doubt. He spoke on 8, that boy gon' die behind that same route. They say we still down on that score, you know that's plain count. Big Mitchell got here about 4 times, we call him James Tout. Hey, gang shit, no lame shit, you know what the fuck it is, nigga. Dead niggas. YBs, you ain't no killer neither. I don't tell them murders. Dead niggas.
Luke, shut up.
Man, fuck Leak, beat down on fire. Y'all ain't gonna slide. Dead niggas, man. Dead niggas, man. Dead
Y'all know how we rock, man.
Dead
Nigga know who that, man. Get that shit out of all platforms. Try to shoot right now, nigga.
Show the views, show the views. Show the views on that bitch.
Rule number 1. Rule number 1, don't stop at red lights.
Hey, listen,
We don't stop at those.
sweat, nigga don't care, but I still got
I'll put the bitch to your mama face.
long as we
He talking about no homicide. None of my niggas ain't do it.
Rest up 5 too, you know. Hey, rest up, Lito. You know I drink her every day. Cuckoo case shit, you know I rock.
These niggas be picking and choosing. Drop my low.
Hey, cut that shit up, man. We finna turn up. I'm gonna say.
She gonna drop my low. That nigga need to be foolish. He loving life, he ain't gonna do it because every day he losing. Nigga, I don't do introductions, bro. Nigga, cause I really don't be going nowhere. Y'all niggas like, you feel me? I do intros, nigga. I don't do introductions on this bitch. You feel me? Cause nigga, I don't be going nowhere. Nigga, I be here all the motherfucking time. Y'all shouldn't even need no introduction. Like, y'all already know how this shit go. Like, nigga be here every day. Y'all already know what the fuck going on. Like, nigga.
Go.
Damn, Spancy.
Go. Go.
Nigga, we do intro.
Go.
Fuck that.
Go. Go. I'm on that shit. I'm on that go shit. Tired of dying. Well, I don't get tired of shooting. If he ain't talk about no homicide, then none of my niggas ain't do it. Rapping that nigga want smoke with me? With me? Fuck nigga must be stupid. I just bought a brand new Mac today. I already can't wait. What they gonna do if they kill Coach Jack today? Talk shit, gonna make some music. That's it. I ain't entertaining no raps today. These niggas they picking and choosing. Heard a nigga say he gonna drop my low. Damn, these niggas be foolish. He love his life, then he ain't gonna do it. Cause every day he losing. Hope he don't think about being in this block. Cause every day he die. He gonna be a dead nigga for that leg. This ain't even fuck nigga try. I'ma do life and nigga shoot my mama. A nigga ain't hit with that fire. I don't wanna hear about nothing else gangsters than one of them fuck niggas die. Rapping about you doing all that swinging. Tellin' you rapping a lie. Tellin' that Spazzy Rock K got killed and you ain't do nothing but cry. I don't believe shit that Fulio say. That nigga goofy and pie. I ain't gon' never stop smoking my art, cause shit be boosting my high. Niggas must not be tired of dying. Well, I don't get tired of shooting. If he ain't talk about no homicide, then none of my niggas ain't do it. Rapping that nigga won't smoke with me? Fuck nigga must be stupid. I just bought a brand new Mac today, I already can't wait to use it. What they gon' do if they kill Kojak today? Talk shit, they gon' make some music. I ain't entertaining no raps today, these niggas they picking and choosing. Heard a nigga say he gon' drop my low. Damn, these niggas be foolish. He love his life, then he ain't gon' do it, cause that be the day he losing. He love his life, but he ain't gon' do it, cause that be the day he losing. Yeah.
Damn, Spancy.
If you love his life, then he ain't gon' do it, cause that be the day he losing. Every nigga kill my mans, I'm sliding the ray, I ain't dropping no music. All these choppers got 100 in scopes. Plus my Glock got it cool. And all this bitch ain't just for sure, you run up on me, I'ma use it. How the fuck your nigga kill himself? Damn, these niggas be stupid. Heard your nigga had died off perk. Damn, that nigga was booty. Fuck all bitch, and she give me the low. Damn, these bitch be groupie. Damn, these bitch be choosy. And these niggas be loopy. I heard these niggas really be some hoes. You caught your RB and shoot it. Heard your big homie was running with the chopper, he ain't even get to use it. So you gon' do something to me when you see me, little nigga, you gotta prove it. All pack got me booty. Know the whole gang gon' shoot it. Niggas must not be tired of dying. Well, I don't get tired of shooting. If he ain't talk about no homicide, then none of my niggas ain't do it. Rapping that nigga won't smoke with me? Fuck nigga must be stupid. I just bought a brand new Mac today, I already can't wait to use it. What they gon' do if they kill Kojak today? Talk shit, they gon' make some music. I ain't entertaining no raps today, these niggas they picking and choosing. Heard a nigga say he gon' drop my low. Damn, these niggas be foolish. He love his life, then he ain't gon' do it, cause every day he lose.
He love his life and he ain't gonna do it, cause that'll be the day he lose it.
Go.
Damn, Spancy.
Go. 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 Go.
We want nigga back. I don't even give a damn.
Go.
We want that bitch back.
I'm on that shit. I'm on that go shit. Niggas must not be tired of dying. Well, I don't get tired of shooting. If he ain't talk about no homicide, then none of my niggas ain't do it. Rapping that nigga won't smoke with me? Fuck nigga must be stupid. I just bought a brand new Mac today, I already can't wait to use it. What they gon' do if they kill Kojak today? Talk shit, they gon' make some music. I ain't entertaining no raps today, these niggas they picking and choosing. Heard a nigga say he gon' drop my low. Damn, these niggas be foolish. He love his life, then he ain't gon' do it, cause that be the day he losing. Hope gon' think about being in this block, cause that be the day he die. He gon' be a dead nigga for that leg, the same nigga fuck nigga try. I'ma do life a nigga shoot my mama. A nigga ain't hit with that fire. I don't wanna hear about nothing else gangsters than one of them fuck niggas die. Rapping about you doing all that swinging. Tellin' you rapping a lot. Tellin' that Spider Rock K got killed and you ain't do nothing but cry. I don't believe shit that Fulio say. That nigga goofy and pie. I ain't gon' never stop smoking my art, cause shit be boosting my high. Niggas must not be tired of dying. Well, I don't get tired of shooting. If he ain't talk about no homicide, then none of my niggas ain't do it. Rapping that nigga won't smoke with me? Fuck nigga must be stupid. I just bought a brand new Mac today, I already can't wait to use it. What they gon' do if they kill Kojak today? Talk shit, they gon' make some music. I ain't entertaining no raps today, these niggas they picking and choosing. Heard a nigga say he gon' drop my low. Damn, these niggas be foolish. He love his life, then he ain't gon' do it, cause that be the day he losing. He love his life, but he ain't gon' do it, cause that be the day he losing. Yeah.
Damn, Spancy.
If you love his life, then he ain't gon' do it, cause that be the day he losing. Every nigga kill my mans, I'm sliding the ray, I ain't dropping no music. All these choppers got 100 in scopes. Plus my Glock got it cool. And all this bitch ain't just for sure, you run up on me, I'ma use it. How the fuck your nigga kill himself? Damn, these niggas be stupid. Heard your nigga had died off perk. Damn, that nigga was booty. Fuck all bitch, and she give me the low. Damn, these bitch be groupie. Damn, these bitch be choosy. Damn, these niggas be loopy. I heard these niggas really be some hoes. You caught your RB and shoot it. Heard your big homie was running with the chopper, he ain't even get to use it. So you gon' do something to me when you see me, little nigga, you gotta prove it. All pack got me booty. Know the whole gang gon' shoot it. Niggas must not be tired of dying. Well, I don't get tired of shooting. If he ain't talk about no homicide, then none of my niggas ain't do it. Rapping that nigga won't smoke with me? Fuck nigga must be stupid. I just bought a brand new Mac today, I already can't wait to use it. What they gon' do if they kill Kojak today? Talk shit, they gon' make some music. I ain't entertaining no raps today, these niggas they picking and choosing. Heard a nigga say he gon' drop my low. Damn, these niggas be foolish. He love his life, then he ain't gon' do it, cause that be the day he lose.
Nigga, that shit hard as hell. I'm not even gonna lie. I'm not gonna lie. That shit hard. It turned me up. Turn me up.
Boom! Boom! Free wall.
Damn, Spancy.
This my brother, they think it's a game, huh? What? This shit gotta stop. Miss a little bills and that thing, you know he blaze. We split a nigga lock. Got 4 Ks, 2 or 3 glocks. Niggas spent wrong, got shit stopped. What's one slide? Ain't shit dry, no time will tell. That's why I'm on the clock. Scan to get on, tryna make it to the top. 4 pockets full, devil them knots. Ain't chasing no hoe, cause the bitch be thoughts. Run the game on me, that's something she not. Try to run from the gun, and the nigga got shot. Chopper flying around the hood. You got the block hot, done let off a missile. Sounding like SWAT, don't hang with niggas. They be tryna plot, have my shoulder wipe nose. I ain't talking about snot. Talking about don't go, that's something they not. Free hoe on go, put a gun to a toy, and I been on drip, tryna split a nigga now. Side of C50K just chillin' in the spot. Ran up my own back, now my pockets full of knots. Need this, no brother, put his ass on spot. When the time get cold, shit his ass make it hot. This my brother, they think it's a game, huh? This shit gotta stop. Miss a little bills and that thing, you know he blaze. We split a nigga lock. Got 4 Ks, 2 or 3 glocks. Niggas spent wrong, got shit stopped. What's one slide? Ain't shit dry, no time will tell. That's why I'm on the clock. They make a song like 2 of they mans ain't dead. They rappers, them niggas ain't ops. I was on Melbourne with Tit like the day before last. Them niggas don't be on they block. I hear the on Travis, she shaking that ass. These bitches ain't getting my drop. I see a nigga out these ball dropping my mans. I'm swinging that door in my Glock. Leaky got hit in his top. Boy, this a switch, ain't getting too far. Ride 4D under 2% tint, so you know how I went. You can't see in this car. Hot on feet, try to get to that fence. I heard he got hit with that Glock. Smoking on me, saying leaky, they speaking on TK. I rollin' 2-3 in my car.
Niggas gon' die if they bring up spaz. Got 100 round mans, boy, you won't get far. Been in your block, I'ma be on feet. Boy, I'm serious, I'm tryna put 3 in the golf. They keep on speaking on PD like we don't smoke leaky. That nigga got caught in the car. Bullets, they hit you and they leave you leaning. We passing our shots, you can call us a ball. You know we be sliding, got 200 shots. Fill her up, leave his body to rot. Used to be broke, now I keep me a knot. Blowing through this shit, get it back cause I got it. Always be high and they know we got rockets. Deep 308, bullets ripped through his body. On wheels, jail on none of my arts. Tell him cross feet, face, go and free Scotty. All my brothers don't go, we blow no heads. Every one of us done be the homie. Cautious lap, don't lean down, he did his that bird, heard it route, jet up like a mommy. Switch on the back of my Glock, hit them all in the top. I was aiming that bitch at his tummy. Get on the ground when you hear this talk, don't have no vest, ain't no sense in running. 2 Glocks, 2 Mods, 3, 7, 6, 2 tips, green, we don't fuck with cools. Dogs, they scared, they don't be out, man, them pussy ass niggas some fools. Time for weight, face, go, case closed, got your mama ain't dead, crying on the news. You can call us hard, we be chasing down odds, almost every damn day like we chasing blues.
Pull up at the old rich nigga. Hey, get what? Free the Kurt, man. Free Kurt, man. G shit. Kurt calling my phone like, niggas better be safe. Free Kurt, man. Free Fifi, man. You know how we rock, nigga.
Yeah, niggas. How about let that leg hit him?
Damn, Spancy.
When I wake up, gotta grab my fight. These niggas be wait. What I look like getting killed by art, these niggas be fake. Pussy that next to me going up top, these niggas be hating. Till I hop out on the Zan, hit them all black, turn it up, hockey mask like Jason, nigga. What nigga at trying to get it right now, I done ran out of pace. Me and 2-4 been lurking too long, I ain't doing no weight. Run your shit, fuck sitting outside, leave nigga shit vacant. Police that nigga trying to figure out beef, better stay with your heat, better worry about safety, nigga. Every damn day they play my song, they praying I make it, nigga. I got it feeling soon as a nigga do, what the price gon' take it, nigga. I don't give a damn how fast money run, just know I'ma chase it. Never forget you sleeping in yo, me crack 2-4, make songs in the basement, nigga. We can talk streets all the way to a beat, niggas know I'ma blow. Tryna pump fake like you really want beat, boy, you know you a hoe. 1 phone call, Kenny came on the way, hit his ass for the low. Niggas get hit and they still wanna diss season when they tough, hit his ass with some more. Nigga had 9, ain't wasting my time back and forth on the net. Speaking on 8, we out these with a Drake, watch that get wet. I ain't gotta bite my tongue for a nigga, fuck your set. Say what you want, we miss 2-4, but a fuck nigga know he gon' get him a check, nigga. When I wake up, gotta grab my fight, these niggas be wait. What I look like getting killed by art, these niggas be fake. Pussy that nigga see me going on top, these niggas be hating. Till I hop out on the Zan, hit them all black, turn it up, hockey mask like Jason, nigga. What nigga at trying to get it right now, I done ran out of pace. Me and 2-4 been lurking too long, I ain't doing no weight. Run your shit, fuck sitting outside, leave nigga shit vacant. Police that nigga trying to figure out beef, better stay with your heat, better worry about safety, nigga. We in the city, I'm double OK, tellin' nigga get back. Goof ass nigga put my name in the song, fuck boy, you a rat. Soon as we dead, that nigga don't know, fuck boy, you a pack. One gon' smash on his ass that first till he made that verse, fuck nigga is that. Every rapper spoken, little baby gon' die, fuck nigga, let's bet. Pussy that nigga know we fit this dog, tell the free John Wall, send his ass to the vet, nigga. I'm on the way to his house right now, tell his ass he next, nigga. He don't even know I been ready to slide. What the switches on deck, nigga. don't give a damn how good a nigga rap, I don't feel no nigga. It's a girl out tryna whoop that shit, I ain't hearing that nigga. Tryna play games with a nigga like me, he ain't pulling that trick. I'ma clap heat on internet beat, and her like bit me, I ain't spraying that nigga. When I wake up, gotta grab my 5, these niggas be wait. What I don't like getting killed by all these niggas fake. Pussy that nigga see me going on top, these I hit them all black, turn it up, hockey man's like Jason. Get it right now, I done ran out of pace. Lurk too long, I ain't doing no weight. Run your shit, fuck sitting outside, leave nigga shit vacant. Police that nigga tryna figure out beat, better stay with your heat, better worry about sanctions, nigga.
All right, we done with this. And I'm watching football. Y'all want to know what I'm looking at? I'm looking at football. Nigga, it's Sunday. What y'all thought I was going to be doing? What y'all thought I was going to be doing? Nigga, I'm looking at football, nigga. I'm really missing basketball, dude. Low key, like. I'm really missing basketball, but you feel me? We ain't going to trip about that.
Leaf Wood, a rising rapper hailing from the streets of West Philly.
I'm a real mob member, nigga, this shit too in me. I don't think Allah gon' forgive us, we got too many.
Who survived the streets of Philly.
I've been shot once, one time in my hand. I was driving like this, my hand went right there. Shit would've smacked me in my face.
Is now on his way to federal prison. What's up, everybody? Welcome back to another episode of EOS. It's 1090 Jake, man. I'm rocking with y'all and y'all rocking with me. And for this video, we're gonna be speaking on Leaf Wood going on a date with his girlfriend that may have cost him his rap career. Back in 2023, mass rapper Millies would drop Risk Takers, reaching over 16 million views, featuring Jersey's own Albial and Philly's own Leaf Wood. This was Leaf's biggest feature in his career, next to Power by OT7 Kwani that hit 6.6 million. Leaf would drop a few songs of his own, gaining millions of views, and decline an offer to sign to ESTG, who he apparently saw as on the same level as himself. But one simple mistake would turn a rapper on the rise into a man in a cell. August 16, 2023, Leaf would visit the King of Prussia Mall, roughly a half hour away from Philly. Known for its luxury stores, the mall was no stranger to theft and crime.
At 5 tonight, investigators have released new details about the gun battle that erupted outside of the King of Prussia Mall. Andrew Wiley is now facing attempted murder charges after investigators say he fired at police. Chaos and confusion at the King of Prussia Mall when a gun accidentally discharged. It happened near the food court, sending shoppers running for cover.
Officials ruled the use of force. Officers displayed inside a King of Prussia parking lot during an October shooting of a suspect as lawful. Police officers were physically threatened by Kalen Jackson. Jackson was armed and used a stolen car to ram police vehicles before officers opened fire.
Regardless, Leaf would take his girlfriend to eat at Bahama Breeze. While inside, officers were on proactive detail in the parking lot, running vehicle registrations to see who they could fuck with. It just so happened Leaf hit the proactive lottery, as officers ran the registration on a black Dodge Challenger that came back as being stolen out of Philly. Further investigation would reveal the vehicle was a rental that hadn't been returned. While in the process of towing the vehicle, 26-year-old Khalif Wood, aka Leaf, exited the restaurant with his girlfriend. Leaf began running towards the vehicle until he saw uniformed police officers and the mock police vehicle. That's when he turned around, sprinting back into the restaurant. Officers chased after him as Leaf made his way into the kitchen, where an employee witnessed him toss a handgun into a trash can. With tasers drawn, Leaf would be placed into custody while officers dug through the trash, locating a .40 caliber Glock with a switch. The employee would provide police with a statement and identify Leaf as the one he saw throw the gun away. Leaf would be held in a county jail over the next 4 months while the feds looked into his criminal record. Back in 2019, Leaf was convicted of felony possession of a firearm and sentenced to 11.5 to 24 months. Because of his record, the feds would indict Leaf Ward for possession of a machine gun and possession of a firearm by a convicted felon. It would take 9 months of fighting his case before reaching a plea deal. Leaf Ward would agree that the courts may impose a maximum sentence for possession of a machine gun, which is 10 years, and possession of a firearm by a convicted felon, which is 15 years, totaling to 25 years, followed by 3 years of supervised release and a $500,000 fine. Leaf would further agree that if he violates his supervised release, the original term of imprisonment may be increased by up to 2 years on each count, to where he would not only have to serve the original sentence, the time would increase, and he'd receive no credit for time spent on supervised release. Now, Leaf Ward and the government came to an agreement that he'd receive 46 months in prison, or just under 4 years, followed by 3 years of supervised release. With that being said, it's up to a judge to make a final decision, but 46 months is expected to be the end result. Sentencing has been set for January 23rd, 2025. So essentially, with his girlfriend, driving a stolen rental with a switch on his side could potentially cost Leaf Ward his career. Now 27 years old, he'll be over 30 by the time he's released, and statistically speaking, not many rappers blow over 30 years old, and not many rappers can make a comeback after prison. Now this is an example of the lifestyle you live being your downfall. He was caught with a gun previously, so he can never possess guns again at any point in his life. He's a drill rapper, living in one of the deadliest cities in America, where rappers literally, they're just going. You know, everybody, maybe not everybody, but Philly is very much Chicago, New Orleans, Jacksonville. Philly is very much active. All you gotta do is just jump on Google. Maybe it's not rappers you're aware of, but the streets in Philly are very much active. And if you're gonna be rapping about certain things, you gotta be part of the program and you're gonna get taken off the fucking map. So for Leaf Ward, while he, traveled to a restaurant outside of Philly, which is definitely smart, you know what I'm saying? Nobody's trying to get recognized and killed. He was in a vehicle that was reported stolen, which he may not have known. And also apparently had a Glock with a switch, which there's no beating that. You know what I mean? Like, you could have taken an extra step and got your girlfriend, had her get a gun license, she keeps the gun in her purse, but you can't have a switch on that motherfucker regardless. She could have just had a regular Glock. A switch in Bahama Breeze is crazy. But this is a part of living that lifestyle, you know what I'm saying? He has to be ready at all times for the worst thing to happen, so he gotta have it on him. And all it takes is a bored-ass police officer in the parking lot to run a registration, see the shit stolen. And I mean, bro, it was just his reaction. Had he saw what was happening and didn't make a move, they probably would have found his fingerprints inside of the stolen vehicle, whatever. But that would have happened at a later time. He would have been able to Uber home from the restaurant. But just out of reaction, he runs up thinking he's about to check the fucking tow truck driver, and then he sees all these cops, and the cops see him. He takes off, they go after him, and they get him. So looking back on the situation, there's 100% ways you could have did this better, but if you want to just avoid all of the fuck shit, avoid the lifestyle in its entirety, and that's what's hard to do, especially when you want to be a rapper. So for y'all young motherfuckers that's watching this shit, take note, because he was on the fucking rise. His music is fire. Who he's collabing with is fire. I didn't know shit about Leaf Ward until Millie's put me on. Millie's invited me to one of his shows in Boston. I met Albial in the club after the fact, but Leaf Ward was supposed to be there, and he wasn't there. Mind you, this is his biggest feature. Leaf was supposed to be performing that motherfucker everywhere, but he wasn't there for whatever reason. And just because you're on the rise and you're willing to reject deals, that doesn't mean a stupid decision can't cost you every fucking thing. And that's the message of this video. Not that another rapper got time for a switch, but the simplest fucking decision can knock you off a path to greatness. Now his sentence is average for what it is. 4 years really ain't that bad, or just under 4 years for getting hit with a firearm and a switch as a felon. It's a major setback. If I took 1 year off of YouTube, my channel would be done. Never mind 4. And that's what I want y'all to take away from this video. Don't make a decision to where you gotta think, how am I gonna be able to come back? Think of it now as I have the opportunity to do fucking whatever. And hopefully, when that stupid thought comes into your fucking head, you're mature enough to avoid it. Or maybe you'll remember this video and make a better decision. But hey, it's 1090 Jake. I'm rocking with y'all and y'all rocking with me. Till next time.
Saquon! Saquon! Let's go! Saquon! Nigga Saquon. I need that nigga to go crazy on my parlay. On my. Come on, mama.
Leaf Wood, a rising rap.
trying to find some turn shit. Let's go. Come here. Fuck. Oh shit, bro, I'm tripping. I'm tripping. I'm tripping. I'm tripping. I'm tripping, bro. I'm tripping. That's how y'all know this shit real, though. I'm tripping, bro. I'm fucking tripping. I'm tripping.
Ecstasy was in very high demand. We couldn't get enough to sell. It started out with me just hawking them myself in the parties. And now I'm in $1 million house on the side of a mountain in Tucson. And it just completely drastically changes. The gangbangers, the Russian mafia, Mexican mafia, multiple houses blown up. Just endless mayhem. Non-stop every day.
Sean Atwood is a former drug kingpin who grew up in England. As a boy, he dreamed about coming to America and getting rich. After college, he relocated to Phoenix, Arizona, where he got a job working as a stockbroker. But soon he found himself rubbing shoulders with cartel players in the Phoenix underworld, and he began moving ecstasy imported from Amsterdam. By the time he was 30 years old, he was overseeing a multi-million $1 a month ecstasy distribution ring that spanned the American Southwest. His crew even went toe-to-toe with Sammy the Bull Gravano, who was attempting to muscle in on their ecstasy market in Phoenix at the time. Sean spent nearly a decade in maximum security prisons in Arizona, some of the worst in the country. He started documenting his time in the system, and today he's not only England's most popular true crime podcaster, but he's a prolific author. He's published 17 books, all of which you can find online. And for an amazing bonus episode with Sean, you know what to do. Hit that Patreon, baby. Patreon.com/TheConnectShow. Without further ado, this is a long time coming. It was a pleasure to sit down with my good friend, Sean Atwood, right here in The Connect with Johnny Mitchell.
So I walk into this room, and there's a naked, hog-tied man, and he just looks terrified. And I'm thinking, who are these guys? You know, stepping on our toes. He told me, one call to Sammy the Bull and we can have you taken out to the desert. So that was the point then where I realized something heavy is going on. And we all just strapped up and masked up and just kicked the door in and just stormed into the house and took everything.
That's when I see the lights behind me start to flash. And I didn't even think, I just hit it. And he goes, here, it's a lie. That's where you did your dirt.
Yeah.
You came back. You've been home for almost 20 years.
Yeah.
And you've talked to every manner of criminal, ex-criminal gangster from Britain that there is. So amongst the thieves, putting aside the intelligence agencies, right? Let's be mainstream and call MI6 and CIA. We'll call them legitimate because even though they're not elected, technically we elect the people that fund them. And
yeah.
Who of the underworld, who has a bigger, more important underworld? Who are the biggest gangsters, Americans or Brits?
In terms of the mafia, it's America.
Still?
Yes.
You think?
Definitely.
The Italian mafia?
No. I'm looking at it historically right now. If you're looking at it present, then it's the cartels.
But I think drug traffickers make more money in Britain. I really do.
That's just a tentacle of the cartel.
Sure. Okay, so who are those guys now? The Albanians?
What guys?
The people in Britain that are the cartel, that would be the equivalent of like what the Sinaloa cartel is to the United States.
We only have one area of the UK that was classified as a cartel, and that's part of Nottingham and it's the area called Bestwood, the Bestwood Cartel. And one of the founders of the Bestwood Cartel is a guy called Dave Gunn, who I've interviewed. His brother, Colin Gunn, a co-founder of the Bestwood Cartel, is doing life for murder.
Wow. These are white boys?
Yes.
Wow. And were they connected with South American suppliers?
Product was being brought in from foreign suppliers, yes.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, it definitely seems like Brits are crazier. I'm talking about, America's kind of an anomaly because the cartels are Mexicans who are not American nationals. They don't even live in America now, mostly. They have people who they distribute to and they go to prison, but the guys don't set foot in the U.S. for good reason. In Britain, I think people born here are just less afraid of the law because you do less time in prison.
You do less time in prison. There's not the guns like there is in America, which carries more serious consequences. But from my experience, I think the British are more reserved. From what I saw in America with my dealings with like the New Mexican Mafia, the things I walked in on or experienced with them just like out of Rambo movies kind of things.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow. We're going to get to that. The New Mexican Mafia. I've never even heard of them.
La M.A.
I've heard of La M.A. That's the Mexican Mafia. I've heard of the new branch at.
So you've got the old school Mexican Mafia.
Right.
And La M.A., the New Mexican Mafia was formed out of the California prison system.
Okay, so what is the distinction? Because La M.A.
There was a division with the old vying for control and power. They've got big long wiki pages where I've read all this.
Yeah.
But the New Mexican Mafia, it's like Chicanos.
Sure.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, I'm going to look that up because the Mexican Mafia are Chicanos, and they formed in the California prison system.
But there was
this is the Arizona
there was a division.
branch.
No, there was a division in the Mexican Mafia, which created a New Mexican Mafia. The younger generation went against the old.
Yeah. As they do.
Yeah.
As they do.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know. This just seems like a much better place to be a gangster in Britain because, as you say, there's less a chance you're going to get shot. I mean, getting knifed sucks, right? That's an awful way to die. But you do less time, less gun violence, and there's more money in drugs. There's no money in drugs in the United States anymore. Not really.
So I disagree with all that.
Wow, really?
Yeah. I think that America is the biggest drug consumption country in the entire world. It always has been, and it gets worse every year. And in this country, we don't consume nowhere near as much as America. For example, being in Arizona on the border with Mexico, I could get a kilo of coke for like, $12,000, $50,000. This is back in the 90s. Yeah. And it was proper pure stuff. When I got deported back to the UK in December 2007, people were trying to shove coke up my nose, and I was looking at it and the price of it and how cut it was. I didn't do it, but I just, by the time it was getting here, it's far more organized in the States than it is here.
You think so?
Definitely.
I mean, I know the consumer suffers here. The consumer is getting product, right?
Yeah.
And it's selling for a lot more. So that's good for the supplier because you are so far away and you have less competition. It seems like, in my theory is, and it's fine to disagree, my theory is because there's so much less competition, it is more controlled here. There are groups that you have to know, and it's so much further away from South America that it's proprietary. These contacts in the ports and the other ways that it get in is much more hierarchical, and therefore the money is much greater. This is my theory, because if you can get a key for $12,000, that means the guy down the street, your professor of archaeology at Arizona State, is also getting a key for $12,000. So it's just going to be a lot, just like everything in America. Yes, it's an enormous country. There's a huge market, but there's so much competition, and it's not good for a drug dealer when the price of coke is that low. It's not good for anyone.
So the profit
except for the consumer.
you're saying is the profit margin is high to get it here.
Here, yeah,
Correct,
absolutely.
Yeah, but we've only got 60 million people.
So you have a limited consumer base.
Yeah.
I don't know. As an American, I'm like, if everybody's cutting their Coke to 5%, why don't I just cut mine at 10 and take all the competition? But you know, look, you lived it over there, so
Yeah.
I'll take your word for it.
Yeah.
You remind me of me a little bit because you come from a middle class home, don't you?
So my mum was a stay-at-home mum in the beginning, and my dad was a door-to-door insurance salesman.
All right.
We grew up in a terraced house, or row of houses just joined together, in a chemical manufacturing town called Widnes, which is almost equidistant between Liverpool and Manchester, slightly closer to Liverpool.
Okay, so not nearly the childhood I had. I grew up much more affluent than that. So would you call yourself like, I don't know, working class, lower middle class?
Widnes would be classified as a working class town.
But by the time you're 14, you're just a bright guy. So does money you're driving, did you feel poor? Is that why you, at an early age, you're trying to get into the stock market and, you know, jockeying to make money?
I don't think as a kid I had much of a concept. But when I watched that movie, Wall Street, everything changed in my brain. And I'm watching Gordon Gekko give his speech. Greed is God! And then my aunt, who became my mentor, she lived in America and I used to visit her. She was like, Sean, it's probably in the business world. You get out here. You're from England. You can slit these Americans' throats. Just like programming.
Wow. Aunt. Your auntie.
My aunt. This is the aunt that when I was 16, she changed my date of birth in my passport in America when I was Arizona visiting her, took me out night clubbing, and was introducing me to all these beautiful American women as Paul McCartney's nephew.
Wow.
My parents weren't happy with
your aunt's a gangster.
Yeah, my parents were not happy about the passport thing.
What did your aunt do out there?
She's not out there anymore, and she doesn't want to have any revealing details revealed about her.
Okay. She was running ecstasy for the cartels.
Let's say she was in fraud.
Oh, wow.
Not committing it, busting it. So she knew every trick in the book.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow. Yeah, that's why she was able to change the date of birth on your passport, I assume. Wow.
Because I arrived with a visitor's visa, 6-month visitor's visa. And she said, if they ask you for a visa, we'll just go to the printing shop and print H1B1 work visa into your passport.
Yeah.
But all they do is arrest Mexicans in Arizona, so they probably won't bust you. And that was true. Every day I was seeing on the news the Mexican migrants getting arrested.
Yeah.
I'm working on the top floor of this stock brokerage business with all these New York Italian feisty people. No deportation officers came there.
So you saw immediately, you were like, oh, this racism is pretty good.
Well, it was working in my favor, let's say.
Yeah,
Yeah.
of course. It's all about taking advantage in America. Wow.
Yeah.
So most people are influenced by like Scarface, paid in full. You were influenced by Wall Street. Wow.
Yeah.
Wow. Yeah, it's a great movie. Greed is good. So 15 years old, you go to visit her on a 6-month work visa and you didn't return for a lot of years.
No, the visit was just a visit. I finished university. I did business studies degree.
Yeah.
So I was like 2021 when I moved to America. So, yeah.
Okay. And you're taking ecstasy, right? Like
1991.
You were raving.
So the rave scene started in this country while I was at university. And it just, prior to that, you had to line up at a nightclub and wear a shirt and a tie. And the bouncers would only let the pretty women in. And they.
Yeah, I'm a crap. I'm low-key, nigga. Low. Crap. Crap, nigga. Crap. I'm cripping, nigga. I'm cripping. No, I'm not no crip, bro. I'm a streamer, bro. I don't gangbang.
They look down on everyone. But then all of a sudden, the young people just smashing warehouses open, smashing airplane hangars open, putting the speakers in there, dressing in whatever the hell they wanted, and taking this new drug. And I'm seeing it on the TV every weekend. It's like all these wide-eyed young people just like grinning, and the cops like don't know what to do. I'm like, I want a bit of that.
Yeah, right.
Yeah,
right. When were you 19 when you first took it? 20?
Around then, yeah.
It was good. Good X.
So, a fellow out of my economics class at university said, "Come and check this out in Manchester." So I'm in my mum's little red car, just passed my driver's license test, and we go out there. And when we're in this room, all the people are just stood around. Like, there's this music. Boop, 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 boop. I'm thinking, this is crap, you know. All these people are stood like looking at dance floor as if expecting an elephant to materialize. This music sounds like signals from outer space. What the hell am I getting into? And then my mate, he scored some pills and some wraps of speed. English speed is a lot different from crystal meth, and we can get to that later on. Because I left my friends in America who just arrived from England at my house and said, just help yourself to whatever's in the safe. And that ended in a crazy story. Yeah. Anyway, a gram of Billy Whiz speed, you neck it, just drink it with your drink, and your ecstasy pill. So I do all this. And then my mate, about 30 minutes in, he's like getting up and dancing. He's like, come on, dance. I had social anxiety. I would never dance. I was afraid, you know, to talk to people and make friends and stuff like that. And I'm like, no, where am I dancing? No, where am I dancing? And then about 10 minutes later, I just felt my knees buckle. And I had to sit down. And I'm just sat there. And I feel all my tension melting out of my shoulders. And my back and everything just going like on fire, just like a lovely warmth. And I'm looking up. People are just walking past me in the baggy jeans and smiling down at me, and I'm smiling up. And then I see my mate, and he's like, and then we just went and danced, and I just never stopped after that. It became my religion.
Did you ever imagine that you would get into like selling it?
No, my goal was just to make $1 million in the stock market by the time I was 30 and fly my mates over from the UK, including Wildman.
Tell us who Wildman is. So
Wildman was a maniac who grew really big in his high school, and he had red dots in his head telling him to hurt people. He was picking school teachers up and putting them in rubbish bins. So they were so afraid of him, they had him outside raking leaves with the caretaker. Now, there was a little gang we called the Sweats. We watched that movie, The Warriors and the Wanderers. Called ourselves the Sweats. But we were quite harmless in comparison.
Sure.
But Wildman's oldest brother was the leader of our gang. And Wildman...
Hey, bro, that was you? I remember that shit happening. Oh, that was you, though? I thought that was somebody else.
want to join because he was the youngest. He was 2 years younger than me. And he'd say to him, well, if you eat dog shit, we'll let you join. And he'd eat the dog shit, and then he'd beat the shit out of him and say, f off home, you're not joining. In the end, I splintered off from the Sweats, and me, Wildman, and Wildman's cousin Hammy became a little clique. And there's a quarry at the top of my town called Peck's Hill, and it's got a quarry. And there's a tree overlooking it. And we'd sit on the tree, and it was like, what are you going to do when you grow up kind of conversation. Hammy would ask us. And he'd say, you know, Peter Wildman, what are you going to do when you grow up? And he says, well, I've got red dots in my head telling me to hurt people. I'm going to go to prison. Wow. And Hammy would say to me, what are you going to do? I'm going to go to America, make $1 million, fly you guys over. And you're not going to go to prison, Peter. I'm going to get you a job as a wrestler, and you're going to fight Hulk Hogan and Andre the Giant and the British Bulldog, and you'll be all right. But everything that we predicted on that tree came true. He went off to prison, and I went off and made the money in the stock market in America.
Wow.
And then eventually flew them over.
Wow.
Yeah.
That is profound for such a young man to like have those aspirations. That's like an immigrant story, you know?
Yeah, I was an immigrant. Yeah.
That is real. Yeah. Like you really saw America as the land of milk and honey that it is, you know?
Yeah.
Wow. How are you going to make this money from the stock market?
In the beginning, I wanted to be an investment analyst, but when I arrived in Arizona, I realized it was predominantly stockbrokers because of some very wealthy areas, Sun City, Paradise Valley, etc. And it was a lot of cold calling in the beginning. It was commission only in the beginning. I was living off cheese on toast and bananas and my student credit cards, worried I was going to have to come home. But 5 years in, I was the top guy in the office, grossing $500,000 a year, had my own secretary, cold callers. But that's when Wildman got out of prison and I flew him over and everything changed.
Wow. Yeah, that sucks at first. I could never be a cold caller in a boiler room.
Have you watched Wolf of Wall Street?
Of course.
It was just like that.
So everybody's doing coke too.
They had biker gangs dropping off meth. We'd get limos full of meth and strippers, and that was my indoctrination into the work world. So they'd have these power sales meetings in the morning, 6 o'clock in the morning sales meeting, because the stock market different hours from New York. And they'd have like these high producing brokers chewing eyes popping out their heads like they were on coke. And our boss, Ronnie, looked like a mafia don. And they were like, "You're only as big as your numbers on this board for the month. Smiling brokers make the most money." We had to have mirrors to smile in. Pacing brokers make the most money. We had 24-foot curly cords, so everyone was pacing all the time. Wow. If you're calling your wives, if you're calling your girlfriends, other brokers are calling your clients, and they'd pound the board. Look at these numbers on the board. How big are you on the board for the month? Almost knocking the board off the wall. And we were like fresh in the workforce.
Yeah.
Young people. Like, this was like military style, Marine style indoctrination.
Crystal meth is for closers, they would tell you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I wasn't on the meth in the beginning, but towards the end of the 5 years, when I was introduced to meth, that made my sales go through the roof because my aggression, instead of asking for $10,000 on the phone, I asked for $100,000 on the phone.
And that works. That kind of audacity works in sales, I think.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
So are you sniffing it and then going to work, or are you smoking it by this point?
Primarily, I was sniffing it and eating it.
And eating it?
Yeah.
What do you consume? How do you eat meth?
Just throw it in your mouth, chew it, and swallow it. It doesn't taste very nice.
Yeah, I can't imagine.
And I ended up with like, I think I've probably had stomach ulcers or something at one point.
Is this biker dope? Is it speed, or is this now like the they get from Mexico?
All right. So we're going back to my introduction to meth was about 96, 97. So yeah, there was still biker dope then. There was bathtub crank. There was pink champagne.
Bro, why would I stop? Nothing came up. Where you got in there?
It is stuff that I gave you. I gave you what you wanted. You don't give me what I wanted.
But it's stuff to eat and you're gonna stab me over some pizza? Are you serious? Well, you're gonna kill me over some pizza?
Yes.
Like, are you dead ass right now? You're gonna kill me over some pizza?
I gave you pizza! How can you... It's not fair. I gave you pizza. That's just deep, bro. That's deep.
Alright, bro, but it's alright. I don't want to share that pizza. It's other stuff here. You really gonna kill me over some pizza, my nigga? You gonna pull out a knife on me over some fucking pizza?
Yes. I gave you pizza.
Alright. That's because your fucking dad bought that for you because it was nothing to eat in here. It's stuff to eat in here. That's my fucking pizza.
You wanna die?
Do you want to die? Go put the fucking knife down if I slap the shit out of you. Go put it the fuck down. Go put it down. You stupid fat bitch.
Why can't you share? I'm sharing.
Bro, that shit wasn't even funny. No, I'm playing. I mean, I guess it was a little bit funny. I guess. I'm not gonna be a party poop. That what you be doing? That what you be doing, your fat ass?
There was yellow lemon drop, and then we started to get it from the Mexicans later on, from California eventually. Yeah.
Were you doing coke before meth though? Like
I was
as a
never
young
a fan
man?
of coke. Too mild.
Sure.
Yeah.
Go balls, go big or go home, dude. Yeah. Yeah. Sure. Okay.
I was never a drinker. I went straight to chemicals, but that was ecstasy and speed. And with the coke, when it came to coke versus meth, you're just doing lines and lines of coke.
Man, nigga, this what your granddad look like. Nigga, your granddad look like this nigga.
Meth, just one rail.
Yeah.
You're superhuman for the I've got to add a disclaimer here. I now work in drugs education in schools and scared the living daylights out of kids with the horrors of the jail, our Powers jail, so they won't get involved in drugs and crime. I'm not trying to
What your
glamorize
uncle look like, nigga?
what I did.
Your uncle look just like this.
That's okay. We'll put a disclaimer.
Thanks.
We're gonna take that part out.
You bastard.
Wow. So you're 26 years old, rich for a 26-year-old, $500,000 a year.
Yeah.
Do you feel like you've made it? I mean, this is incredible.
I've got a twin turbo Mazda RX-7, like a Fast and Furious one with the Bose surround system and this blue metallic paint that changes color. I'm at traffic lights and I'm on meth and I'm blasting like Commander Tom German techno, and everyone's like looking at the motor saying, yeah, show us what it could do, show us what it could do. As soon as the light changes, it's like a spaceship. That was the meaning of life to me at that age.
And God, you must have loved America. Look at what it's done for me.
And the English accent, the women.
You get laid now.
The English accent.
Yeah, that's what it is.
Yeah.
You fool a lot of women. I know a lot of women that complained about the STDs they got from these British blokes with these kind accents.
Oh dear.
So, and there's nothing, it's all material. It's perfect. It's the perfect American immigrant success story because it's completely vacuous. It's all based on materialism and drugs and the high.
Until Wildman arrives and it just completely drastically changes.
It gets worse.
It goes to the next level and there's nothing yet till he arrives.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you brought Wildman over.
Yeah.
What about your other friend?
Hammy comes later on.
Okay.
And he's the one who I leave with the safe. And he's supposed to stay for a month, but that trip ends abruptly.
Yeah. Did you expect to live out your life in America? Did you expect to become a citizen?
Yeah.
Did you get your citizenship?
All my marriages never lasted long enough.
You were marrying for the green card.
No, but incidentally, they never lasted long enough.
Yeah. How could they? How could they?
They couldn't. We were unstable.
Yeah, I'll say. So Wildman comes over. What is the plan with him?
So I want to get him a job as a wrestler. I'm still idealistically thinking this. I get him a shared house near the Georgian Dragon British pub in central Phoenix, thinking he'll just have a peaceful drink with the expats while I focus on getting him employment. What happens is, me and my girlfriend go over there one night and a bunch of Mexicans open the door and I say, where's Peter? And they're looking at us like, no Peter. I'm like, yeah, Peter lives here. Where's Peter? No Peter, no Peter. And we can see they got guns. So me and my girlfriend start backtracking across the road. And Wildman just bounces across the road, all happy. I'm like, Peter, what's happened to your place? We could have got shot there. What's going on? And he said, they're the local crack dealers. They like to move around a lot. They're buzzing because I can do $100 crack rock in one breath. It goes sizzle, 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 tingle, tingle, and it calms down my red dots. So they're giving me as much free crack as I want while they stay in my place and I'm over here in their place. And the one at the back, he's from Colombia. He's running them and he wants to invest in the stock market.
So not only is Wildman better for society when he's high on crack, he's not thinking about killing people. He's just found you a client. Well, this is
like the Cali cartel.
This is a good friend. Wow. Okay.
A client I can do without.
So this guy ends up being part. You find out this guy is part of the
No,
Cully
I have no clue
organization.
because they don't volunteer that information.
No, of course not.
But I've written a series of books about Escobar and the Cali cartel, and it was the Cali cartel dominated the export of the white around that period of time. So I assume there might have been some.
Right, because by 1995, 96, Medellin is basically disbanded as an organization. Pablo Escobar's dead.
Yeah.
Right. And now Cali is the juggernaut.
Yeah,
They're the biggest cartel on earth. So this makes sense.
Yeah.
Wow. Okay. So what becomes of this?
So a month later, my aunt calls me at the office and says, Peter's place is headline news. Wow. Someone's been shot dead. There's yellow tape around it. You need to get your ass up there. It might be him. He might be dead. So I sped up there in my RX-7. Boom, 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 boom. See all the people, police tape, cops, media. I got sketched out and went back to work. And I waited until later in the day when that had all calmed down. So there was blood on the doorstep. I go into the living room and there's a homicide detective talking to Peter. And we had a conversation with the homicide detective. The homicide detective told me one of the most horrific stories I've ever heard in my life. Don't know if you wanted me to give you that as an aside or...
No.
Okay. Once that is all finished, I say, and the homicide detective's gone, I say to Peter, what happened? And he said, a couple came over to buy crack from the Mexicans, but the Mexicans are back over the street. So the female went over the street to buy the crack, leaving the male with me. And the male had a gun on him. And I said to him, I'm from England. I don't know how guns work. Can you show me how guns work? And he said, yeah, the safety's on, and pulled the trigger and shot himself in the head.
Yeah. There you go. This is America, folks.
And just died right in front of him on the step.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, I mean, look, it was going to happen one way or the other if you're that stupid. Interesting.
Yeah.
Okay. No problem. No harm, no foul. It's just a crackhead. How do you eventually, how the f do you go from drug addict, but legitimate businessman to, you know, what later becomes
download. Well, you got me fucked up. Boy, you got me. Bro, that's like, bro, cuz that's like them niggas like a couple months ago telling me to download Roblox. Like, bro, we not doing that, bro. We not doing that. Not playing no Minecraft, bro. I ain't even played Minecraft when I was in middle school. And that shit had first came out. And all the geeks that's playing that shit. Nigga. What the fuck?
You know, heavily involved in drug trafficking.
So that took 4 years.
Was it progressive? Would you say, like, you looking back on it, it was a slippery slope?
All right. So Wildman's first visit, the mayhem just escalates from the last story I told you until he's living in Rancho Murrieta, which is in Tempe, and we've took over this apartment.
What the fuck? What the fuck, bro? Porn mods? That is out of pocket. That is out of pocket. Do your homework. Do your fucking research on the fucking porn wise. Motherfucking. What's so funny about Roblox? What's so funny about that, nigga? That's the same thing as Fortnite. Y'all niggas box characters, nigga. Y'all niggas might as well play Boxhead. Hey, do your research on Boxhead. If you know about Boxhead, you know that bitch was a W game. Boxhead. That bitch a W.
How's he making a living?
Boxhead.
He doesn't make a living.
Okay.
Any amount of money you put in front of him, he spends it right away. And any amount of drugs you put in front of him, he consumes right away. He isn't even safe to drive. I've told people don't let him drive, and one of my bouncers let him drive, and he just tried to drive it into oncoming traffic right away. Yeah. So anyway, at this apartment complex, Rancho Marietta, Wild Man invites in all the homeless people, the petite girls, the Native American, transgender, street walking, prostitute, the Russian mafia, Mexican mafia. Everyone's in there, and that is where I meet the connections for my criminal enterprise. He gets deported for being a menace to society and banned from America for life.
As he should.
And he's gone then for a couple of years while I'm building.
So were you relieved that he had left? This guy that's bringing chaos into your life? Or did you not think like that? Like, was your life chaotic enough to where, like, it was just kind of natural to have such a psychopath around you?
Because I bonded with him at such a young age, it was like, if someone walked in the room, me and Wildman could read each other's minds, and we would know what was going to happen next. Like if he was going to knock this person out, or if he was going to like this person, I could just tell. When he was about to do something, his eyebrow would go up. His face would stay completely calm, but one eyebrow would just go up, and that meant he was going to do something insane. So to answer your question then, it ran much deeper than it just him being an irritant with his crazy behavior. It was like we were almost one mind. He would say to me, I am you and you are me. And I'd say it back to him. And when he died, it was strange because it was like part of me was gone. But that was a part of me that understood me and everything I've been through. And when he died, that was gone. It was really intense for me to lose him.
Hey everyone, if you're a fan of the show, you know Mando by now. Mando is my favorite deodorant. It's the only deodorant I use.
Ain't no free promo. No free promo. No free promo.
Realize that or on the bottom are vegan. No, you're number one.
Bro, god damn, this shit long as fuck.
I have.
This is crazy.
No.
This is crazy. This is outrageous.
Yeah.
Yeah, because drug dealing.
Yeah.
How before that $5 lineup. Prize your life, he gets deported, your life continues.
Yeah.
How did you start dabbling in drug dealing as you were still working as a stockbroker?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, because I don't know, stockbroking is not always this consistent pile of money. It's got vagaries and it ebbs and flows. But why did you choose to sell drugs? Were you not was the money drying up in stocks?
There's a thing called Bob's burnt out broker syndrome. So when you're going full tilt on meth and you're in the office all day and you're making all that money, it gets to a point where you just feel completely burnt out. And then Wildman came over, which opened the release valve for me to go full on partying. And I made a decision. Do I want to stay in a rat race and work these long hours? Actually, we've tried to test the ecstasy market while Wildman was there. And that experiment turned out to be very fruitful. I thought there's an arbitrage opportunity here. I can go full on in that direction. And that's what I did. But there was I was still a stockbroker when I met the New Mexican Mafia guys. And there was like a turning point in my life at that point because I saw some horrific things that happened with them.
You saw murders?
I'll give you an example then. So I was at the office one day and I had a guy dealing ecstasy for me called Fish in Rancho Murieta. By now, we've got multiple apartments in that complex we're utilizing. So partying in one, selling out of another, stash house another. So Fish calls me and he says, can you grab Wildman and Seth? We've got a situation. Seth was another broker, really big guy, started hanging out with Wildman, got on the meth and threw a computer at our boss and got fired. So then he was full-time hanging out with Wildman after that. So I said, right, I'll try and get him and I'll come right over. By the time I got over there, Fish and his girlfriend answered the door. She's crying and I think someone's done something to her and they want Wildman to beat the guy up. And then I hear this
I don't know
noise.
what them is. I never see them. You gotta watch the gameplay. We're gonna watch the gameplay.
And I'm like, what's that coming from the other room? They're like, you best go look. So I walk into this room and there's a guy I've met through Wildman's apartment parties. We'll call him Alex. He's got stately silver swept back hair, older Mexican-American looking guy. Bunch of Mexican guys. He's giving them orders in Spanish. They've all got cattle prods. And there's a naked, hog-tied man with a rockabilly quiff on the floor. And when he gives the instruction in Spanish, they electrocute him. Piss shoots out of his eyes almost shoot out of his head. He's gagged, so he can't like make too much noise. And he just looks terrified. So seeing that in Scarface, that kind of thing, but then walking into it, it's a bit different. It's visceral, isn't it? I was crapping myself. I've never, ever claimed to be a gangster. I'm a business studies graduate, a stockbroker gone wild. I had gangsteritis. I've watched too much Scarface type stuff. And I'm seeing this now, and it's the real world, and I'm crapping myself. So I'm thinking, if they see I'm crapping myself, I'm a liability. I've got to put on a brave face here. So I'm looking at Alex, and he's just giving me this welcome to the family smile. So I say, looks like you've got the situation under control. I'll tell Wildman he doesn't need to come, or if you need any help, let us know. And I've got to get back to work. And he was cool with that. And I just walked out of that room, heart going like crazy. Fish and his girlfriend are there. And I'm like, what's going on, man? What's going on? And he said, the guy on the floor was one of my customers. As you know, I'm selling your product. I'm also selling product for them. The guy came, broke in, he stole your product, he stole their product. I called you, I called them, and they got here first. So I'm driving back to work thinking that guy's probably going to get killed or something. Wow. Yeah, but what happened was, I later found out, they contacted his roommates and said, 10 grand, or he's getting taken out to the desert, and they paid up.
Yeah, I mean, you must have felt like you're getting in over your head.
I did, but I still didn't decide not to go down that road. I parked the car in the car park at the stock brokerage, and the boss's secretary, she's getting in her car, and I'm counting ecstasy cash on my lap. And the next day, the boss calls me into the office, and he says, Sean, you're on a crossroads of your life right now. You can keep doing the hard work and build on your success and go up here, have a nice house in Paradise Valley like you've always dreamed of. Or you can go down here, and his eyes widen like you're going to go to hell, basically. He knew, yeah.
Wow. He could just see it in your, I mean, I'm sure you look like, people on drugs that think they're getting away with it are like, I'm fooling everyone. And people are like, what are you talking about? There's a bird nest in your hair.
I've looked at pictures from then. I do look a bit like Moby on crack.
Yeah. Yeah. Were you bald back then?
Yeah.
That's hilarious.
Yeah.
So, God damn. So does that affect your performance then? Being on drugs and then spending part-time dabbling in, well, not really dabbling, but really like selling ecstasy. Does that up your stockbroking? And when do you eventually have to leave that?
My heart was gone from the stockbroking.
Yeah.
So I just let it all crumble and walked away from it. In one day, I left my house, my girlfriend, and my job, and moved into a secure high-rise in downtown Phoenix. and didn't let anyone I worked with know what had happened. It got to the point where one of them called my parents and said that my car had been found burnt out in Mexico, and my parents were really panicked, and they didn't have a way to get hold of me because I was going off the grid, you know, into this underworld, and they thought I was dead.
But why did you do that?
Because of my criminality. I wanted to sever all ties and go into the underworld without anyone being able to trace me.
But as a challenge?
Because I didn't want to get arrested.
Okay, but why even go down that road in the first place if you've made a lot of money as a stockbroker? Why not just quit and then, you know, figure out the next best thing in the legal world?
Pablo Escobar was worth billions, and his brother Roberto said, why don't we just buy our own island and kick back and retire, and we won't get killed, and we won't spend the rest of our lives in prison? And Pablo Escobar said, I put the president of Colombia in power. I've got thousands of people working for me. I'm running it, and you want me to just kick back on some island? It's ego. The answer is ego. I didn't need the money. I had a lot of money in the stock market. I thought I was living in a movie. I'd say to my mates, we're like living in a movie now, like Pulp Fiction, something like that. We thought we were characters. And the more drugs we did, the more our egos inflated. And I surrounded myself with people doing equally insane behavior. Yeah. And we all reinforced that delusion.
Yeah, that's right. Delusion is what it is.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. I find these stories incredible because I never did drugs while I was a drug dealer. It's probably what made me really good at it. And, you know, even though I was good at getting away, I was really conscious of what I was doing, you know. But if you look at successful drug traffickers, drug addiction almost always accompanies it. Wouldn't you agree? I don't talk to one person.
Definitely.
I mean, Chapo Guzman was I think he was pretty sure he was
The grenade mechanics are so fun when you learn them. Type shit. Shout out to whatever game you're talking about.
cokehead. You know, up to the highest drug lords. It almost always, maybe not those guys from Cali. They were like the shrewdest criminals you can get, but you know, who knows? Underneath that veneer, it's probably some dark behavior. That makes sense. You're living in a delusion. That's perfectly said. You're 27 or 28 when you walk away. When you go away from stockbroking. When you go
96, 97. I was born in 68.
Okay, so you're 28 years old.
Yeah.
Mint Mobile. Guys, I don't even need to read the copy they sent me in. They have phone plans for $15 a month. $15 you don't take that
equivalent to $15 taxes, fees, and
I'm a clean and the drug person.
See
details.
All right, so ecstasy was the plan, or did you see coke as a good opportunity?
No, because my thing was I'm a club drug person.
Mm-hmm.
The big boys have got the green and the white lockdown.
Mm-hmm.
I don't go stepping on their toes, because when I did form an alliance with the New Mexican Mafia, we were getting things off them for our people, and they were getting things off me for their people, and it worked out perfectly because we were all the stuff we were getting was opposites.
Right. Okay. So what were you getting for them?
So for them, I was getting the E. The first time. So when I walked into the house the first time, the guy who answered the door looked at me and he's like, basically, we'd helped this guy's brother escape from the cops one night. He'd pulled a gun on a cop in a party place that we had. The cop had smelt weed from outside and said, no one move. And he was about to call cops. And this guy just puts a gun to the cop's face and says, the only one who's not leaving is you. Everybody run. So we all ran off into the night. This is that same complex Rancho Marietta.
Mm-hmm.
I ran to Fish's apartment, the guy who from the earlier story. Fish is dealing for me. So the cops are going to come here. We need to flush out himself. Next thing, bam, bam, bam on the French window. And it's G-Dog, the guy who pulled the gun. And he schooled us. He's like, turn the lights off. They can't get a warrant that fast. If they knock on the door, just don't answer. Turn the TV off. And that's what we did. And the cops came. They went, And I said to him, I've got a house in Phoenix. You're too hot here. Let's go and do some meth and shoot some pool. And we did, and we bonded. And at the end of it, he said, because you and your friends helped me and my brothers have got your back. And then it was so many months later, I went to the house with the lowriders outside of it. The brother answers the door, mean face. Here's my English accent and lightens up a bit because they're very suspicious. Takes me through to the living room. They got a rocket-propelled grenade launcher on the TV. There's all kinds of scales and all kinds of weapons and slabs of this, slabs of that. They were doing the coke, the crystal meth, and the hydroponic weed, which were things that we utilized, but we didn't mass market. I was mass marketing mostly the ecstasy, but I could also get ketamine, acid, mushrooms and things like that.
Wow.
So the first time these guys were all in the wife beater vest, big tattooed Mexican-American guys with chains on, looking at me like they wanted to eat me.
Yeah.
And it was always so lethal in there. I always wanted to get out fast.
Yeah.
But the night they did ecstasy for the first time, they ran out and they said, come back and bring more. So I go in there while they're all blazed on ecstasy. And they were all smiling and picking me up like big sweaty teddy bears.
Hey,
trying
man,
to tell,
we love the French, yo.
Trying to tell me their life stories and everything.
Yeah. Dude, when Cholos like you, they really like you.
That was the only night they liked me. It went back to lethal every time I went over there.
Okay, so it sounds like you were supplying them. They would supply you if you had like a coke deal or a weed deal or whatever. But you wanted to focus on ecstasy. This is going to be your $1 million racket.
Yes.
Who are you getting it from at this time?
All right. So there was a guy called Acid Joey, who was another friend of mine, dear friend who's dead. Stocky Navajo guy, but he was the best dancer. The reason I clicked up with him, I saw a circle of people around him watching him dance. It was like his body was fluid. He should have been in music videos. I waited until he went outside and I said, I want whatever you're on. And he could get like 50 to 100 max of ecstasy pills from local dealers. He found out where they were getting from out of LA.
Okay.
So 2 carloads of us went to LA to test a bigger deal, like 500 to 1,000.
Yeah.
There was Seth, there was Acid Joey in one car, and me and Wildman in the other. All those guys are dead now. And we get to this guy's house, and he's not there. Wildman's like, I'm just going to smash his door in and take his. Who the does he think he is leaving us out here? I'm like, keep the wild man under control, guys. Come on now. And the guy showed up. Have you seen that movie Point Break?
Oh my God. Of course. That's like every American kid's bar mitzvah watching that movie.
He was with a bunch of surfer gangster dudes. I'd already been pre-instructed to go in on my own. So I say to Wild Man, look, if I'm not out in like 15 minutes, then kick the door in. Because I didn't know what I was getting into. So I go in and I said, can I try a pill? Because I always chew my stuff without a drink so I can taste it. Because I know what ecstasy tastes like. He's like, do you want a drink? I'm like, no, I don't want to chase it. I'm just going to chew it. And I chewed it and it tasted right. And he brings out the biggest bag of pills I've ever seen so far in my career. And I hand over the bills. And I remember the pill hitting me on the drive home. This was before I had any smarts about smuggling. I'm in my twin turbo with the first seat. We've got Renaissance, Sasha and Digweed playing on the surround sound. And the ecstasy kicks in. And I just feel the fur tickling the back of my head.
Sure.
Next thing, my eyes are rolling. I'm going at like 120 miles an hour in this twin turbo driving home with no. If I'd have got pulled over then, it would have all ended right then.
Yeah, it would have saved you.
Would have saved me.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Wow. So now you've got an LA connection. What do you pay? What does a pill cost if you buy like 1,000 ecstasy pills? A boat of ecstasy, as they call it. What did that cost you?
Yeah,
back then
the
in
boat
LA?
terminology was introduced into Arizona through the Gravano enterprise.
Oh, really?
Yeah. So back then, we called them flyers before the boats.
Flyers?
Yeah, like rave flyers.
Okay.
Yeah. So a flyer in the clubs was going for 25 to 30. If I'm buying 1,000 out of LA, depending upon how well I know the person, because I ended up with a few LA connects, like anywhere from like 8 to 12, it varied around there, I would say.
That's your price.
This was back in the 90s, middle 90s.
Okay, so that's a middleman price. That's not a very That's not a great price for what I know the real top dogs were paying.
Yeah.
We're getting them for like $2 a pill.
Well, that's why I started to go to Holland.
Right. So how long did that take you?
That took me
figure that out.
That took me a year or so.
Okay.
Yeah.
And what kind of bankroll did you have to go over there with? Like, did you have a?
I couldn't leave the country because I was an illegal alien.
Right. So you can't leave America.
No.
So how did that connection get going? Well, first of all, how did you build up? You've got a connection in LA now. How do you build up the business in a world like ecstasy where it's all depends? Your profit margin really comes from the sales directly to those people at the rave that are paying $25 or $30 a pill. So how do you level up? Because you certainly have workers now. You're not.
You're on about at the peak of it.
No. How do you build it up to where you're now? How do you expand?
So, ecstasy was in very high demand. We couldn't get enough to sell.
Okay.
So we had to go through Holland for that reason as well. Instead of getting 1,000 to 5,000, now I can get tens of thousands. Wow. And then at the peak of it, it's costing me not like, $2 now.
Yeah.
$2, $3 with the costs of smugglers and legal costs, that kind of things. So let's just say I'm with all my costs of smugglers and everything. Let's say it's $3 it's costing me.
Yeah.
I've divided it like a corporation. I'm drawing on my business studies degree now. So I've got the heads of all the different factions of the corporation. So a head of a faction might get 5,000 on tick for 10, and I'm paying 3. So 7 is my profit times 5. But if I'm bringing in tens of thousands per shipment and I've got a dozen factions, for example, the largest amount we ever brought in was 40,000 in computer towers through Mexico. My profit on that was in the hundreds of thousands.
Yeah, because over 12 people, 35,000 a shot. It's 450,000 to you right there.
They had a lawyer to do this documentary with the Gravanos that's coming out in January in America. They had a lawyer go over my paperwork and ask me questions to ascertain my profit. I'd never done that before. And they calculated it was at least 5 million, and the street value of the drug sold was in the tens of millions.
Sure.
Because I had quite a long run. The Gravanos didn't have a very long run. They were in and out and arrested.
Really?
But my run went from 96, 97 to May 16, 2002.
Right.
So even though the deals weren't massive, over time it added up.
It added up.
Yeah.
So how long does it take to turn for your bosses in the corporation to turn over 40,000 ecstasy pills?
It would depend on the amount of raves that were going on at the time, the demand from the clubs, the strip clubs, the gay bars. We had all that locked down.
Wow.
Yeah. So
did they? And so it was
within weeks.
It was their responsibilities to give it to workers in those places that would pass them out.
Exactly.
Okay. Gotcha.
Yeah.
So you were out of there. You were invisible at this point.
It started out with me just hawking them myself in the parties.
Yeah.
And now I'm in $1 million house on the side of a mountain in Tucson. Down the mountain range is Paul McCartney, incidentally, now. It's back in my life.
Wow. Yeah. Right. Yeah.
And I'm
Liverpool
one of my neighbors, what was it? Bonanno Senior was one of my neighbors as well.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow. And you're a 30-year-old
around
kid?
There. Yeah.
Was that your first million? Was that in the ecstasy, or did you actually become a millionaire off stockbroking?
I invested in 30,000 shares of a company called Pacific Satellite Non-Satra, around $5 a share. And during the dot-com bubble, it went up to over 50. And that was just one of my holdings.
And you were putting ecstasy money behind it, or this is before the X?
I would fly people from the UK, and I had like a spider's web of bank accounts, credit accounts, car loans, house rentals, stock market accounts. We had investments in clothing, rave clothing, music stores. So there was this spider's web that was just like a money go around to launder.
Yeah. But you really got your money into those stocks, and you hit that arbitrage.
Yes.
Wow. Do you think you made more money doing that than actually in the sale of the ecstasy?
I think during the dot-com bubble, me and my wife would wake up and we'd look at where the stock market was, and I'd be up like 6 figures on the day from the previous day. But that all collapsed as well.
That collapsed almost as soon as the drugs did.
It all collapsed together, and my psychology collapsed as well.
Right.
Yes.
Wow.
Yes.
Wow. Yeah. So, did you cash out, or were you holding the bag in terms of stocks when the bubble collapsed in I think 2001 or something?
So not only a lot of it was spent, and I'm glad because the cops would have took everything anyway, but I was cranking it on margin and trading options, so it was geared. So when the market fell, my stuff got wiped.
Wow.
Yeah.
How you made your connection in Holland.
Yeah.
Why is Holland just the rudimentary American that knows something about drugs and crime knows that the Netherlands is the spot where they make the X, right? I don't know about today. I think it's a little different because it's kind of MDMA, but why was Holland specifically in the 80s, 90s, 2000 the spot for global ecstasy manufacturing?
I don't know.
Okay.
I just grew up. I just grew up with the pills were always from Holland. That's what they told us. White Doves, Euro dollars, Mitsubishis. I don't know what caused Holland to become the hub, but it was the hub.
How did you make your first connection there?
So because I couldn't leave the country, I sent people from my enterprise to Holland to get samples. We bought testing kits from a website called Dance Safe. And when you test the pill, it turns this like blue-purple color, and you know a good pill should be 100, 125 milligrams of MDMA and clay. Wow. Yeah, so that's how we ascertained what was pure.
That simple. Just something you ordered on the internet.
Yeah.
And I'm sure it wasn't hard to find a purveyor over there.
No, they just went out to the clubs and met the dealers. It was really easy.
Yeah.
And then we brought the samples back, and we experimented with smuggling methods.
Okay, tell us about that.
So we had stock market annual reports hollowed out and pills glued into the stock market annual reports. That was one of the methods we used.
How many pills can you get over doing that, though?
We're not at the big...
Sure.
We're just testing and...
Sure.
Like hundreds and hundreds, low thousands.
Okay.
Yeah. We had people with them strapped to the bodies, coming through customs, strapped for the bodies. In the end, we lost a few people at airports, and that's when we got advised to bring them through Mexico.
Okay, tell us about Mexico. How did the operation work? How did you get it from Holland to port in Mexico?
All right, so we had to pave the way in Mexico first because I realized there was danger down there. And I know now, from researching my books that all of Mexico is divided into plazas, and you've got to be good with the locals to smuggle through it. So I sent Wild Man and Wild Woman down there to pave the way. My friend said if they behave like they behaved in America, the Mexicans will kill them. And there were some situations, but they did pave the way.
Who's Wild Woman?
So Wild Woman's done 2 interviews on my channel, and she stopped because she doesn't want to relive it. But she is from Liverpool, a Scouser, extremely tough. In fact, the cops have got surveillance footage of her chasing Wild Man down the street with like fans trying to smash his head in. They were both extremely violent people.
Were they in a relationship?
Yeah.
Okay.
Collectively called the Wild Ones.
Yeah, this all makes sense. They're perfect for each other, quite literally.
When they weren't trying to kill each other or kill other people.
So romantic, though. Now, you sent them down there just blind?
Yeah.
To get the blessing to move product through? Was that the idea?
Well, they were hot as well in Arizona, so there was multiple reasons. So I send them down there with a guy who finds them a place to stay. There's no telephone communication for us either with them. We've just got pages and things like that. And I send him back with supplies a week later, and he says, the house has been blown up. The Mexicans have killed them. And I think, oh my God, he's terrified. He said, I got the hell out of there. I don't want to die, blah, blah, blah. So I had a guy working for me. We can call him Frankie Flowers or something. He was an ex-US military sniper, Chicano guy, spoke Spanish, knew what was up. And he went down there and he talked to the locals and ascertained that the Wildmans on, they just moved in. They'd had a fight, and they stopped for a cigarette break. And the gas pipes aren't as strong as in England and America. So during the fight, a gas pipe had cracked. And when they stopped for the smoke break, a carpet of blue flame just emerged. And he grabbed her. And as they're leaving the front door, it's just like out the movies, just the windows all. And then they said just like this prehistoric, like pump fire engine came.
Wow.
Ages later, which didn't.
They're passing buckets of water like a movie from the 1950s.
Yes.
Hilarious.
Yes.
Wow.
Yeah.
Okay. So how did this resolve? How did you figure out, who to talk to? Because those are drug routes that are controlled by whatever cartel is operating in that plaza.
Yeah.
So, and we found out just through the course of doing the show that drug routes mean they come in, they kill a bunch of people, they pay off the military and the cops. Now they own that route. And then guys like you are paying them a tax to move products safely through. Is that accurate
at the peak
in your
of
experience?
At the peak of it, they were running Wildman around in military jeeps, calling him El Oso de Burr because of his fighting style. And he paid everyone off with ecstasy and acid.
He was paying off military?
Everyone down there that was local, he was paying off with ecstasy and acid, and the military didn't come in. I mean, these were like cartel, like guys who wanted to do business with us. They wanted me to start collaborating with them with coke, which wasn't my thing. I was just like playing along just to get the ecstasy through there.
Wow.
But they were in awe of Wildman because he had no fear of anybody.
Wow. Yeah.
We had a big shipment coming in. And I was telling everyone to lay low and just behave themselves. And Wildman comes storming into the condo with a crack rock, and he opens it. I've just been ripped off. I said, Peter, calm down. It's a $10 crack rock. I don't care if it's a $10 crack rock or 10,000 ecstasy pills. Nobody rips me off. And his eyebrows up here, and his veins are popping out of his head. And he's a big guy, 29.5 stone. 1 stone is 14 pounds. And he was 6'2" when he died, 29 stone, like this big, not a bodybuilder big, just like he was shaped like a burr.
Yeah.
Shaped like a burr. And he's like, well, take me back to this guy. And I'm like, Pete, if I take you back, promise you won't do anything. Driving down the main street, there's cops on that side of the road, there's cops on the other side of the road, there's the dealers ripped him off. I'm like, Pete, there's cops everywhere. If you do anything, I'm out of here. I'm not going to do anything. Vehicle comes in slowly to this bus stop. He uses the motion of the vehicle to smash the crack dealer's head into the bus stop pole and knocks him out and jumps out and just starts mauling him like he's like doing this burr thing. And I just took off. So I get back to Wild Woman and another one of my guys, Cody Bates, who's also dead. And we're going to have to bail him out of jail now. The cops surely are going to have him for this. He did it right in front of them. And we're just getting ready to send Cody up to the jailhouse. And Wildman just walks in. Why did you drive off, you bastard? I'm like, Pete, you just did that in front of all of the police. They're all mates of mine. I'm giving them ecstasy and trips. And
yeah.
So he had it like that.
Wow, he had it like that.
Towards the end of it, he didn't have it like that. There was a local guy whose mum was with the mayor.
The what?
The mayor, M-A-Y, mayor. The guy who runs things, the local mayor.
Oh, the mayor. Gotcha.
Mayor. Yeah. And her son.
Did you ever lose that accent when you were over there?
I tried to maintain it. But my original accent was fish, chips, and peas, love, salt and vinegar. I had to change.
Yeah.
So hired the son of this woman who was dating the mayor to go on a trip to Holland. He was tweaked out and getting high on the supply, and he was dropping pills. I don't know the full story, but this is what Wildman told me. But he got busted, and then it turned for them down there. They ended up living on the beach, and they just snuck back over the border before 9/11.
How did you get the ecstasy to Mexico. How did they all that side handle it? Did you have any involvement or any input?
No, we handled everything.
Wow.
Yeah.
Okay, tell me about it.
So when we had a few people busted internationally, bringing it into America, we consulted a lawyer, and the lawyer's like, here's what you got to do. And he was the one who explained to us about, spring break and flights and routes and Hermosillo Airport and all that kind of thing.
Wow.
So I rented a beachfront property on the Sea of Cortez, which the wild man's demolished, and the owner of that became a witness against me in my grand jury indictment. But that's later in the story. Got this beachfront condo down there where now I can go and party. And we've got flights going from Hermosillo to Mexico City. From Mexico City, it's Air France to Paris, and then the train to Holland. Because flying out of Holland is just a red flag for ecstasy.
Right.
So if you're coming from Paris or London, it's more secure.
They're not looking at you as hard.
Exactly. So then they come back from Paris, Mexico City.
Hang on. How do they load the ecstasy? They're just checking it in their luggage?
Before 9/11.
Right.
We had people who just put them in pillowcases in their luggage. But if you want it to be more secure, like some computer towers.
Right.
Yeah.
Literally, that's it. And then they just check their bag and they put it under the plane.
Yeah, but after 9/11, everything changed. You couldn't do that anymore.
Of course.
So they'd fly then, Air France, Mexico City, Hermosillo. Hermosillo, then we would switch a room. So we've got this property in Puerto Penasco, Rocky Point. The pills would be brought down there, especially if it's spring break. That was ideal,
Totally. There's so many gringos around.
We've got these SUVs, University of Arizona stickers, diving tanks.
Get the whole backstory. Yeah.
Student-looking people, clean cut. And if it's backed up, they're getting through. They're getting through. We never lost anyone bringing it in.
Who did you send to drive it over the border? Are these also white Arizonans?
They had to people? They had to be the most clean cut. Cody Bates, who became my right-hand guy, who's dead now, he just looked like some preppy, clean cut. He was getting pulled over all the time with loads. And he just talked to the cops.
Yeah.
Get out of it. Yeah.
Sounds a lot like my story, man.
And remember, I'm not supposed to leave the country because I'm an illegal alien.
Yeah.
But I was going into Mexico because I knew I'm a white person. And when I got to the border, are you a US citizen? Yeah. And I'd flash my driver's license. Have a nice day.
Yeah, you didn't need a passport back then.
Didn't need jack.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow. How much would you pay these mules?
So it would depend upon their circumstances. Some of them were in debt to me, so it would cancel debts.
Yeah.
Some would be paid thousands, and they were buzzing just to get a trip to Holland. They were competing to go.
Wow.
Yeah.
So you really are running a continuing criminal enterprise.
I was charged with that.
Yeah, I bet you were.
There was over 200 people involved. Wow. Over 100 arrested in separate groups eventually.
Wow.
Yeah.
So how many you think you're bringing in, one run from Holland every month?
It's sporadic. It depends.
Depending
how fast they go.
Yeah.
Whether there's any dramas, whether there's, situations, because situations did arise, like when the Gravanos entered the market.
Okay, so tell us about that. Tell us about, for people that don't know or not aware, that can't remember the history of Sammy Gravano. Most people don't know that after he turned state's evidence against John Gotti, famously in 1991 or 92, whenever it was, Gotti goes to prison for life. The mafia is never the same. He goes into witness protection, but gets shipped to Arizona. But I think a couple years later, this is maybe 7-8 years later, he decides to get into the ecstasy game.
So we've got the locals locked down, and that's by virtue of there was a lot of competing cliques in the Arizona rave scene. I'd pull up in my twin turbo and they'd be asking me questions, and they started calling me the Bank of England. So I started to invest in their projects, or if they had beefs, then we'd call them in. Me and Wildman would adjudicate and settle their beefs. But through these relations, that's how I had a couple of hundred local people working for me. So any information, even when I was not hawking the pills myself, any information, any dramas, any outsiders trying to come in, all information flows to the top very rapidly when you've got that many local people working for you. So what happened was, a new kind of ecstasy dealer appeared, just like these steroid head jock type characters that didn't look like us.
Italians, guineas.
Yes, yeah.
Gindaloons.
In the leopard print polyester shirts and the tight pants and the buzzed haircuts. That's right. And this was late 90s.
The gold chains and the perfume. You smell the cologne, that's where you know.
This was
They're from Bensonhurst, Brooklyn.
This is late 90s now. Mm-hmm. And I'm thinking, who are these guys, stepping on our toes?
Right.
And I was married to a woman who was bisexual. She was doing lesbian internet porn when I met her. She joined a strip club just so she could seduce this stripper that she fancied. But anyway, she was in a lesbian relationship with a female who was in a heterosexual relationship with one of these steroid head jock dealers.
Right.
So through the females, a meeting was arranged at a bar called Heart 5 in Tucson. And then I meet these guys, and one's amicable. They're playing nice and nasty. There's a Spaniard and this big 6.5-foot blonde-haired jock. And the bottom line is they want me to start collaborating with them. And I'm saying, I've got a good reputation for my presses from Holland. Why would I want to be peddling your coloured pills? The big guy jumps up. Who the do you think you are disrespecting our pills? One call to Sammy the Bull and we can have you taken out to the desert.
Did you know who Sammy the Bull was?
Yeah, from the news, but I thought he was blowharding because people just throw names out all the time, don't they? I'm Russian mafia, I'm Mexican mafia, I know the cartel, I know the Italian mafia.
Did you know that Sammy was like the most famous rat in the world and that he shouldn't be doing anything?
All I knew, this is the 90s, I don't know if all that was out at that point about him. I think that all get exposed later on.
No, that was all common knowledge. Oh yeah, they had pictures of him on the stand in the front of Time magazine. Yeah,
because I was dealing with him while he was in witness protection. That's right. Yeah, I wasn't paying attention to the news anymore once I went into the underworld.
Right.
So,
but you knew that he was a mobster.
Yeah, I knew about Gotti. And the murders and the takeover and all that stuff. So I've got a security guy there with me who's my bodyguard, and I've previously said to him, if these guys try to kidnap me, open up on the mother. And he's saying to me as we're walking out, who are they? What are they about? And I'm like, they're claiming Sammy the Bull. And he said, wow, that's big time
mental
mafia murder, multiple murder stuff. And I said, well, the Spaniard was actually quite nice, diplomatic. And I said to them, it's not each other we want to worry about because we can sell as much as we get. That's the demand is so high. It's the feds. Since you guys have been running around, your runners are in the raves, bragging you're the biggest ecstasy barons in the world, all loud and flash. The cops are coming in, pretending to be people from out of state trying to set up a bus. You've got cop cars filming license plates.
Right.
You've lit the scene up.
Yeah.
It's not each other we need to worry about. It's the feds. Yeah. And that's how that meeting ended. But then my top sales guy, Skinner, his real name, his nickname was Schoolie, which he uses in the documentary. That's going to come out in January. His real name, anyway. He gets lured to a nightclub in Scottsdale by a
I gotta go to the bathroom.
We assumed of their organization. We weren't 100% sure at the time. And they take him into the men's room and take his product and knock his teeth out, and take his money, take his gun, everything. So that was the point then where I realized something heavy is going on.
Wow.
So I moved then from Scottsdale to Sinvacus in the Catalina foothills in a gated guard. You can't even get up the street without security calling your house because of that threat.
Yeah.
But the history of the Gravanos getting involved in the ecstasy ring is, now bear in mind, I'm operating out of the shadows and they're trying to operate out of the shadows. So it's not like we're all volunteering who we are. So I didn't understand the dynamics at that time of what was going on. All I knew is this name had been thrown out.
Yeah.
But now I know the dynamics of it is the guy running the ecstasy ring before the Gravanos came on the scene was a guy called Mike Papa, one of the steroid head jocks, who later turns state witness against the Gravanos and goes into witness protection himself. He brings Gerard Gravano in and Karen Gravano in.
Those are the kids?
Yeah.
Okay.
Sammy's not in.
Right.
Sammy is upset with the kids for being in, but he's saying to them, I'll let you do so many deals and I'll help you, but you got to get out of it. And the cops catch him saying, oh, man, I think they're asking for money for gas. And yeah, I'll give you 60 for gas or whatever, 60,000. But he's putting money into the ecstasy. I mean,
wow. Yeah. Is there a difference between the quality of ecstasy that you had and what Sammy's crew had?
We call them.
Okay, I love it.
And they were trying to arrange meetings with me and tax me. And I'm like, who do they think they are coming to Arizona when we're with all the locals? And I've got the New Mexico Mafia back in me.
But were their pills worse than yours?
What does worse mean?
The quality, worse.
Yeah, that's why we call them a wanker. Is that?
Oh, right.
It's a British term.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I thought you called your pills that. I'm sorry. Okay.
No, our pills were tested with dance safe equipment and all that.
Right. And so you tested their pills too? You must have.
Yes.
Okay.
They were on the website, all over the website. Dance Safe had all the new pills. Every week they were updating the pills.
Wow.
Putting what's in them.
That's fascinating. So it's at one end, it's a very federally hot business. Like this is real Fed time if you get caught selling it on the distribution side.
Yeah.
But on the consumption side, ecstasy was like the way that pot is now. Like, to put it on websites and to be able to freely test it means people aren't worried about getting caught doing it, right? Like there's like a community of ecstasy users.
Well, the purpose of Dance Safe was to save people from taking toxic substances so they wouldn't die.
Would people take toxic ecstasy and die back then?
People have died from people putting things in ecstasy from the beginning of ecstasy.
Wow. What would people put in it?
So there's...
I know meth.
What was it? DX something was one of them, the substances. Everything from speed to rat poison.
Oh.
Yeah.
Speed wouldn't kill you necessarily, but rat poison would. Wow.
It's rare that people do die off ecstasy, but
I mean, perhaps now with fentanyl in the US, maybe that's a little more prevalent, but it's a love drug. So it seems like it would be, at least on the lower ends of the distribution, the consumption ladder, much more of a cooperative, peaceful kind of community.
We had a health minister in the UK who got fired because he publicly announced that taking ecstasy was safer than horse riding.
And it probably is.
Statistically, yeah.
Yeah, of course. Okay, so yeah, really they're selling product compared to yours. Wankers, as you say.
Well,
wankas.
Ego comes into it again back then. Whether it was or not, we would have said it was because they were our rivals.
Right. Okay, so, but it's America. Nobody can tell you where to sell. Like I said, the only people you have to worry about in America are the cops.
Yes.
And I stand by that. That's why I promise you they're bigger gangsters in Britain.
They said, Rod, do you take the Drake to the bathroom? Of course I do. Let's start there.
Because you try that gangster shit in America, we're going to come get you and we're never going to let you out. So is there ever any other confrontations? Do you have dealers from your crew and dealers from his crew at the same raves at the same time?
So we brokered an agreement whereby they had the clubs like Access Radius in Scottsdale and we had the raves, but if their people came, we wouldn't jack them. And if we went to their clubs, they wouldn't jack us.
Okay.
But there was so many different factions of them. So we might be dealing with this faction that's running Access Radius and have that agreement with them. But on the other extreme, another faction's knocked my mate's teeth out.
Yeah, right.
So you're never sure what's happening.
Of course.
But it got to the point where, because Gerard Gravano himself told me this story when we were incarcerated. He said they had a bounty on me and a striptease girl had called it in. I was at the Crow Bar, a gay bar in Central Phoenix. We were just chilling, dancing. I had Wild Man with me, Wild Woman, G-Dog, whose brother was the New Mexico Mafia. He was like one of my bodyguards. We had Cody Bates, who was the sensible one. And they all said, look, it's getting a bit moody here. Something's not right and we need to leave. And as they were arriving, we just left. But he told me that they were going to take me out to the desert and ransom me. And if the ransom wasn't paid, eliminate the competition.
Wow.
And partially that was motivated because he was living in the shadow of his dad. If you're a mafia kid, you got something to prove, haven't you?
You got big shoes to fill.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
So you had that kind of ego and bullshit. Did you ever meet Sammy while you were?
I've never ever met Sammy or claimed to have met Sammy.
Wow.
Yeah.
But did you meet Gerard later? Or the daughter?
We found out where they lived while we were still active. I had striptease girls infiltrate their house, and we were ready to react if we were attacked.
But you're, as you say, you're like me. You're a businessman, so you were going to have other people do the dirty work.
Of course.
Yeah.
I tried it once. I didn't want to try it after that. After he got his teeth knocked out, we located a house that was linked to that. And we all just strapped up and masked up and just kicked the door in and just stormed into the house and took everything. Charging down the hall with a gun into an unknown situation. It took a lot of crystal meth and GHB for me to get my bravery up.
I bet.
But I realized I shouldn't be doing this.
Yeah. Right.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's scary. Yeah. Doing violence is scary.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Like,
remember I'm not a violent person.
You know how scared you are just to get in a fight? Like when you're a teenager, think about like going to like rough somebody up for some money. Like you're a mob enforcer. Like most people can't do that. That's why that kind of violence, that shock really works because most people can't fathom doing that to another human being. You know, this is why it takes major indoctrination to get people to go fight wars overseas and kill people. It's real anti-human.
Which makes it even weirder as to why I was attracted to Wildman, because he was like that from the get-go. And I think looking back, and I've had therapy and stuff, I was obsessed with Marvel comics, with like the Fantastic Four and Thing. And he was like the personification of that.
Right. Okay, so it's starting to get, it's bubbling. The feud between you and the Gravanos are bubbling.
Yeah. They've got a bounty out on me. I hear there's a bounty, but I don't know what's going on. And someone tells me that they're offering 10,000 to have my head on a silver platter. That's how it was put to me back then.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow. What year is this now? 2000?
This is about 99, I think.
Right.
Around then.
Okay, so they took a fall pretty quickly. I think 99 is when he got popped.
Oh, was it?
Yeah.
Okay.
So how long did that last? Did that end with the feds busting their crew, or did you guys just kind of like work it out?
No, if there was an uneasy, like, for example, we were in Rocky Point, and I've got my route through Rocky Point, and it was a spring break, and they sold out, and they came to me to re-up.
Right.
So there was times when we were working together, and then, but other times when it just turned nasty.
Right. Yeah. Did they have where were they getting their stuff from, I wonder?
I don't know.
I wonder where, maybe LA, right? That weaker ecstasy stuff, Canadian ecstasy, whatever.
There was a lot of wanker pills coming out of LA as well. Yeah.
All right.
Maybe.
Right. Gosh. So, but things moved pretty steady for you for 5 or 6 years. That's a long run to be operating at such a high level.
Yeah. The cops said the Gravanos was like a flash in the pan.
Mm-hmm.
They did a lot in a short period of time, but I was like slow and steady.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Did you have an out plan? Did you see with all this?
I thought if I fly people over from the UK and put money in their names, if I get popped, my mates can bail me out. My parents will never find out. I can off out the country. And the cops put a virus in my computer called a NetBus Trojan horse, which showed them the web of accounts. So they seized everything the day I was popped, and they popped all my mates as well. So I had no one to turn to, and I got to contact my parents then for money to get a lawyer.
Wow. How did they first get all these warrants, though? How did they start building the case?
There was a grand jury indictment of 10 witness statements. So there was the guy who owned the beachfront condo that the Wild Ones destroyed. There was a couple of Wild Ones related situations. There was some people who worked for the Gravano enterprise who were trying to get their sentences reduced by giving information about me, even though they didn't know what they were talking about. But the main witness was Skinner, my top ecstasy sales guy who had his teeth knocked out. Because we were little brother and big brother, and Wildman wasn't there. When I brought Wildman over, it was bigger brother, and I was hanging out with Wildman more. And these are the things that can bring entire organizations down.
Petty, like jealousy over friendship, like chick stuff. That's like girl stuff, dude.
So he got so upset about Wildman that he schemed against me, and he had a firebomb launched at Wild Woman's apartment in Tempe while Wildman was in one of his federal deportation prisons. Come through the window, just missed her head. And then these Southside gangsters showed up and said, "We're with English Sean, we'll take you to safety. You know, come in here, bring your product in here." They were going to rip her off. They didn't know who they were messing with. She's like, "I'm from Liverpool. I don't know you from Adam. You think I just got off the banana boat, do you? I ain't getting no car." And they just had to off.
Wow.
So Wildman then asked me to expedite his release from deportation.
Now, why is he getting deported? You never told us why.
There's so many Wildman stories, it would take 10 hours.
Sure.
Multiple houses blown up. People just getting annihilated by him. Him just robbing everything he can get his hands on. Just endless mayhem.
Okay.
Non-stop, every day.
Right.
Every day he did something.
Wow.
He become unhousable. Houses set on fire. Not even like threatening people, setting them on fire. Just tweaking. And I picked him up on the sides of roads, covered in soot with his eyebrows incinerated, saying, "Sean, I fell asleep, saw all this smoke. I thought it was in a Pink Floyd video." And then I realized the house was on fire. Wow. He was unhousable. He was banned from all the hotels. He had to live in Tempe Beach Park under a tree with a Rambo knife and a baseball bat at one point before one of his final deportations. So that was just his lifestyle.
So the answer is crack.
He would smoke crack and meth, mostly meth, more so than crack, for 2 or 3 weeks without any sleep.
Yeah.
He would go walk about and we wouldn't see him for days. He'd come back with his feet all busted up, his shoes all busted up. He'd go to the south side on one of these walkabouts, just walk into someone's house. And they'd just find him in a room in the house.
Yeah.
And he'd get arrested. They said if he went into the projects, they would kill him. And there was a period where when Wildman wasn't here, he met this black chick at a house party. Wildman's party trick was he'd sit there and say, "Does anyone want to hit me in the face as hard as they can?" Or taser me. He had a taser. And the people would line up to hit him and taser him. And he would be laughing like his toes were getting tickled. This black chick walks up to him and says, "That's nothing. I taser my." And she grabs the taser. And she's got a boyfriend there who's a big guy. And she sends him off to go and get food, the boyfriend. And then she tasers a.
Wow.
And it was love at first sight for them.
It's hot.
That was, and
So got together?
When the boyfriend came back, he said, "She's moving in with me and we're coming over to get all the stuff from yours later on." And there was a standoff and he could see in Wildman's eyes and he backed down and he left. And that was Wildman's first visit. They were like Bonnie and Clyde on the run together. Yeah.
Wow. So it's like he doesn't have any concept of like anything but the moment.
He has no concept of anything but the moment, and things that we avoid, he attracts to. So if there's something violent, he goes to it.
Wow.
If there's danger, he goes to it.
I wish he was here today. I would love to talk to him.
Oh man, we've got about 200 videos of him on the channel. If the stories,
there you go.
Yeah,
go check out Wildman because
he lives on.
Does he explain why he became this way or what he blames?
He does give a bit of it, but he's not a blamer.
Yeah.
He takes full responsibility and has no regrets, he says.
Well, I'm sure he doesn't. Did he ever get sober?
No. Well, he was down to alcohol and weed. But like when I met him at the airport when he got deported, his request was like these big multiple liter bottles of cider, the apple beer, and some smokes. And he just glug, 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 the whole thing. He looked like a sumo. He arrived in the airport. He had long hair from prison and this white thing all over him. He just looked like this crazy sumo.
You know what? They don't make characters anymore. And he's a character. That's what the internet's done. It's done a lot of great things for society, but it's made everybody kind of the same. I think it's making young kids a little stale because everybody needs to act a certain way and put on their best, face for, the internet. but it removes character from people. And this mother is a character.
That's why they loved him on YouTube, because he just say anything.
So he's about to get deported. Unbeknownst to you, you've got all these people coming out of the woodwork talking to the feds.
The grand jury indictment.
The grand jury indictment. Tell us about, so Skinner is his name?
So Skinner
was jealous of your friendship with him.
Yeah, with the Wild Ones.
Did he ever was that it though? That's the reason he started ratting?
Because Wild Woman was moving up the ranks and selling a lot of pills. And so there was competition with him there as well. So what he did was he firebombed her. I expedited Wildman's deportation, smuggled him back into the country. We had like Mission Impossible style teams of people bringing him in multiple times through Canada and Mexico. They got him in. And then his one-track mind is then, I am going to murder Skinner. That's all he can think about. He's doing the meth. He's doing the crack. He's going to murder Skinner. Skinner's rightfully terrified. But unbeknownst to us, he's so scared for his life, he goes to the cops and gives them the inside scoop and leaves the state. Now, I learned from a guy later on who became my cellmate called Joey Crack, who was one of my workers. This is when the Italian mafia took over our building in Towers Jail. And they asked me who I wanted to have as my cellmate, and they put Joey Crack in with me. Joey Crack's telling us wild man stories every night. And he said that during that period of time I'm referring to, he was looking for Skinner, and he showed up at Skinner's, and Wildman was in there, and Wildman just grabbed his neck and started squeezing it, and his eyes were like popping out, and he's like, Wildman, it's me, Crack, don't kill me. Wow. And he said Wildman's sweat was just dripping off his ears and down his face, and his eyes were like the devil, and he looked around, and Wildman had every weapon known to humanity laid out, like baseball bat, knives, hammers, pincers, golf clubs, everything.
It's shocking he never got murdered, you know?
Skinner.
Wildman. Yeah. You know?
It's a strange thing, isn't it? Because he never used guns. Yeah. He said he didn't need a gun. So the Colombian guy that he wanted to invest in the stock market, the day Fish called me and asked me to come over with Wildman and Seth, Wildman and Seth were collecting crack debts in Central Phoenix for the Colombian.
Yeah.
And they were going in places where people had guns. And Seth told me the boss, the Colombian, said, give us your money. And they're like, you know, we've got guns. Why should we give us your money? And Wildman's like, I don't need guns. You want to shoot me? Shoot me right now. There was a situation where he was bodyguarding, freelancing a dealer, and they went to a casino, and the dealer fell asleep in the car, and the wild man took his money and just gambled it all away right away, because money would just be gone the same day, wild man, no matter how much you could get. The dealer got the surveillance footage from the casino and saw Wildman do that and sent a car to collect him in Tempe. And the car came and they all had guns on Wildman. They're all saying, get in the car. And he's like, why? Why should I get in the car? You're going to shoot me. I don't give a Go on, just shoot me.
Yeah.
How can you rationalize?
I don't know. I guess when you're that crazy, it's kind of like when you're supposed to act crazy on your first day in prison, because there's nothing scarier than crazy. And maybe that's even when somebody has a weapon, you know, they'd rather just run away.
Nothing.
So
we were in a strip club, and the Dirty Dozen came in, and there was me, Wildman, and G-Dog, and his eyebrow went up like he was going to kick off with them. We had to drag him out of there. There was tons of them. They looked like Vietnam vets, scars down their faces. Right. They would have killed us. Wow. And he wanted to fight them. There was a giant came into a pool hall, looked like Andre, but like a cracked out version. Tall guy, skinny, giant teeth and everything. Eyebrow goes up. I'm like, Peter, don't do anything. Like he's going to listen to me. Walks over to the giant, holds his arm out. I'm Peter, what's your name? My name's this. Peter does not let go of his hand. He's squeezing it. He's looking at the guy, goes, if I were you, I'd be in the circus, you freak. And the giant looks down and goes, what did you just say? You heard me, I'd be in the circus, you freak. And Wildman's been up for weeks. Again, his eyes are like the devil. And the giant's looking into these devil eyes. And there's like this standoff. And the giant backed down. Took us outside, showed us his car, which was specially made. He was sitting in the back because of the length of his legs, gave us his number, I said he wanted to come kick it with us and come debt collecting.
It's wild.
That's nothing I could ever do.
Do you have any grudge against Wildman, or do you blame him for anything that happened to you?
No.
Okay.
On the contrary.
Because I would say you're a little crazy for allowing yourself to be around that for so long. Like, I don't care. Maybe I'm a little bit of a sociopath, or I'm just an American and I have less loyalty than like British guys do. And I admire that about your culture. You're a very loyal culture. I just would turn my back on somebody like that because I'm all about my bread, and I just can't be around that kind of, no offense, stupidity.
When you're on drugs, you don't see it as stupidity. It's exciting. He's like a character in a movie, like an enforcer.
Right.
Yeah.
Sure.
Yeah.
Literally a character in a movie.
And it kept people paying.
Of course. Of course.
They didn't have to, Wildman didn't have to go and beat him up. He would just move in with them. Because he was so unhousable all the time, and it cost so much to house him.
Right.
I was grateful if someone owed me money and he could move in with them. If he moved in with you, all your furniture was getting taken out by the Mexicans to a place where furniture never comes back from. There'll be pimps and hookers cooking up crack in your kitchen. There'll be the homeless people, the gangbangers, the mafias, 24/7, just going round the clock. That was your house. Wow. Every single person he moved in with moved out, except for one woman who was very tough, this tough New Yorker, and was trained Wildman up to walk her dogs and everything.
Wow. That's crazy. So Skinner tells the tale. You know, he goes to the FBI, did he? Or the DEA? Or
Tempe Police.
The Tempe Police. And then he skips town.
Yeah.
How long after that did they put the whole case together and the arrests come?
They had been investigating me since 96, 97.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Was that wild? What did you know they were, or was that only after you got arrested?
Didn't know anything. So I saw the paperwork.
Wow.
So the witness statements on the grand jury indictment, there was 10. They spanned many years. And they said that I moved around a lot. I changed my name. I used aliases. And just when they thought they were about to figure out where I was and what I was doing, I disappeared. Like a wiretap authorized in the end.
Okay. How? And they had you tapped?
No, not me. So the wild woman's phone was the main one, and it just 10,000 calls plus from that. People dropping my name.
Yeah.
English Sean's ecstasy. English Sean's this.
Yeah. Yeah. And there you have it. That's all they need.
Yeah.
So was it a Fed case or a state case?
So the Gravano case was a multi-agency investigation.
Right.
There was a multi-agency investigation looking at me, but when they saw Gravano, that Sammy was involved, they paused me and went on him. But when they put him away, they went back to me.
Yeah.
But the feds dropped it and just let the state charge me in the end.
Yeah, that's fascinating. That's what happened with my case, but this isn't nearly as organized as what you had. Why do you think they ended up dropping? The feds didn't want the case.
I think that the state had, my lawyer told me that the state had missed the boat. So a year before the SWAT team raids came, I'd been advised to get out of the business, and I met a woman, fall in love, and she was terrified of me, my friends. And I got out of the business. There was no more importation. The wiretap happened after that, primarily on Wild Woman's phone. And Wild Woman was sourcing meth and other stuff from other people. So they recorded this 10,000 calls, and the deals totaled $5,700. And I think the feds probably saw that and thought,
$5,000?
$5,700.
What does that mean? That's not anything.
Exactly. I'd stopped importing.
So you weren't selling any drugs when you got arrested?
Correct.
Wow.
Doesn't matter. Statute of limitation.
No, of course.
Yeah, 7 years.
So, but this is big because it shows, at least if I'm a judge with a little bit of like empathy, I would say, oh, you made a decision to at least try to do the right thing. What were you doing in that year? Did you get off drugs? What was your plan moving forward?
No, I couldn't get off drugs because I hadn't addressed my demons. So I was sneaking out on the weekends and getting high with Wildman and G-Dog.
And your girlfriend didn't know?
Didn't know. Well, she knew. She suspected, yeah.
What was your plan for money? Did you have enough? Were you just trading stocks?
Stock market had collapsed.
Yeah.
I'd stopped importing. So resources would dwindle rapidly, and we were planning to move to California because my name was so hot. I was in Scottsdale Community College. I was doing kickbox classes and going to gym, getting fit again. And then May 16th, 2002, there was a knock at my door.
By the way, what did your parents, certainly you didn't go all this time without talking to your parents. What did they think you were doing?
They flew to the house in Tucson in the mountains and saw the swimming pool and saw me stock market trading, day trading, and knew I was investing in raves, throwing raves, but not the pills.
Yeah.
And just thought everything was hunky-dory.
Wow.
But there was a situation. So I was at one house during one of their visits, and I mentioned earlier about Acid Joey, who was dancing, who hooked me up. Some grungy people came to the door that I didn't recognize, and I think I was in the living room with my parents watching like Bruce Willis Die Hard. And I see these people, and I've got a shotgun for home protection. So I say to my parents, keep watching the movie. And I thought they wouldn't see me get the gun and go to the door. And I go to the door with a shotgun and say, what do you guys want? We're looking for Acid Joey. He doesn't live here. He owes us money. He owes me money. Well, do you know where he is? Yeah, he's in San Fran trying to score. I'll tell him you guys came here and asked for him, but you shouldn't be coming here. This is where I live, and I'd appreciate if you didn't. And I was like brandishing the gun, and they backed off and left. When I turned around, my parents saw me with the gun, and my mom said she was suspicious after that.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow, but that was the first time.
Yeah, but I said to them, this is Arizona, this is America, everyone's got guns.
Yeah, sure.
You have shotgun for home protection, people have guns in their cars, it's normal.
Yeah. I imagine your parents, I picture like the scene in Blow, because he's from like a real working class family, and he's got this mansion in Miami, and Ray Liotta, his dad, is there, and he's like, well, I hope it makes you happy, George. Like, was your dad, you come from relatively humble beginnings, even by England standards. Were your parents proud of you?
Yeah, for achieving so much in the stock market, yes.
Wow. What about your aunt? Where was she?
The one who mentored me.
Yeah, the one who, who taught you how to lie.
She eventually had to leave the country in a hurry.
Oh, and you can't talk about it?
No, she doesn't want me to.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Wow.
Yeah.
Interesting. Intriguing.
She has a straight life now, so yeah.
Okay. She was investigating fraud back in the day. How is that illegal?
She was employed by a company to bust fraud.
Right.
Yeah.
It doesn't mean she didn't herself.
Who's the best fraudsters? People busting the fraudsters?
Yeah. Fraudsters themselves.
The fraudsters who are busting the fraudsters are the best fraudsters.
Yeah, that's right. Oh, jeez. God, now my head's spinning. Yeah. Fraudsters who bust the fraudsters are themselves the best fraudsters.
Yeah.
And vice versa. The fraudsters who get busted. Yeah, exactly. Wow.
They know every trick.
But she got out of the country.
Yes.
Did she know during this time your run? Did she know what was happening?
None of my family members knew about anything.
Oh, she'd already left or something?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Wow. And she's the one who brought you over and is responsible.
I used to stay with, and she used to mentor me when I was starting out in the stock market.
Okay. Yeah. So did you think if you would move back to California, seeing as how your money was dwindling and you were bringing some of your members of your crew out there, you were probably going to gear up to do something again?
Who knows what would have happened? Because I hadn't addressed my issues. That took incarceration and sobriety and therapy and reading philosophy and psychology.
Yeah. Okay. Let's talk about that. First of all, you get arrested as the leader of this conspiracy. You're facing 200 years.
Not initially. Initially, I've got a dozen charges, and they classify me as serious drug offender status, which is 25 to life.
Right. Okay.
So they're saying 100 plus 25 to life. It's the second year they bump it up to 200 because I get a new indictment.
Oh, okay. So you're in jail fighting the case,
for 26
right?
months.
Because you're an illegal immigrant. There's no bail. You got a no bail hold.
My bail was $750,000 cash only.
Oh, I'm shocked they even gave you that.
They probably wouldn't in this day and age.
Yeah.
And then later on, when I asked for bail reduction, they doubled it to 1.5 million cash only.
So you didn't make it? Not then.
No.
Yeah. Okay. So what was the second indictment? They surprised you
Just
with?
another dozen charges, similar. They also indicted my girlfriend to stop her from visiting me, and they indicted my wife. So my girlfriend was my lifeline. She was visiting me 3 times a week. They charged her for having a prescription pill without a written prescription right next to it, which is a classic felony. And co-defendants can't visit co-defendants. So it was all about breaking me down psychologically. In Gravano's case, there was 57 people arrested, and they all rolled over quite quickly. In my case, we were all fighting it. We had a lawyer from the New Mexican Mafia as our united front, and over the 26 months, only 4 people cooperated.
Wow.
Which is really impressive, because we were so loyal and bonded.
Because there were how many people in your indictment?
First indictment in the first group, I think, was about a dozen, 12 or 13.
Okay.
But there was multiple groups.
Right.
Yeah.
And those dozen or so, those were the distributors giving it out to those groups, right?
They said these were the heads of the continuous criminal enterprise.
Right.
But they weren't. They weren't. Some of them were. They had me number 1, Wild Woman number 2, and Wild Man number 3.
Wow. And but Wild Man's already out. No, he's back because you got him back in.
We were all arrested on the same day.
Yeah.
He was a good man to get arrested with, because when we arrived at the jail, we're in a van, 12 of us, half men, half women, and it's a subterranean entrance where all the new arrestees are lined up. So you got like gangbangers, homeless, people who've been fighting the cops, people drunk, and you got like, I think they were like, looked like sex workers, and the drunks were heckling the sex workers and stuff. And they see our female co-defendants get off the van, and they all start heckling the females. And Wild Man's watching this on the van. And I see the eyebrow go up. His face just remains completely calm. So by the time he's getting off the van, the redneck cop's telling him to get down, and he's not getting down. And he looks at all of the, the men in the queue heckling the women, because Wild Woman's getting heckled, and she's not happy. She usually would say something, but she was just having a bad day. So he's looking at the men off this top step. He's like, "You lot disrespecting our women. I'm going to be in there with you all in a minute, and I'll f***ing have any of you." And then just to emphasize the fact, he raises his chin right up and he goes, "You think I won't?" And the veins are popping out of his head. Wow. And they all just shut the f*** up.
You just channeled him. Do you do that with every podcast?
No.
Wow.
I think I've just brought my larynx.
Wow. That's when you say, like, you said something very deep and very earlier. You said you felt like you were him and he was you.
Like our minds were thinking as one.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. That's amazing.
Like we knew if there was a situation unfolding, what was about to happen. I knew what he was about to do, and he knew what I was thinking.
Just because you'd known him your whole life.
Yeah, and we were in so many situations like that.
Did you think you were going to get a plea deal, or did you expect to, by the end, when all the evidence came out, the second indictment, did you think you may get 25 to life in an awful Arizona state prison, which I can't even imagine?
All of the above. You go through cycles of worry and hope.
Yeah.
The lawyer came about because when I was getting stuff from the guy, the lowrider, probably grenade launcher, he schooled me. Remember, prior to that, I was speeding along in the RX. He said, if you ever get pulled over in our house, tell the cops when they ask no, because you're in a hurry. You've got stuff to do.
Yeah.
They don't have the right to search your vehicle. If they don't have probable cause, it's the fruit from the forbidden tree, and they can't hold it against you. But if you're really getting deep, you need to call this guy. He's a loophole lawyer. He's expensive.
Right.
And I'd put money at the side for this guy if it came to that, but they took it. So my parents remortgaged the house.
Oh, they must have been devastating.
It was devastating, yeah. To pay this guy. I'd still be in prison if it wasn't for him, this lawyer.
Wow. Okay, what was the loophole? This is fascinating. That's why I love the legal system, especially in America.
So every month I'm going to court. I never get to speak. The prosecutors portray me to be the Antichrist, and my lawyers portray me to be this child protege, stock market genius kid thing. None of it's true.
Right.
It's just theater. The truth's somewhere in the middle.
That's right.
Every month this is going on, and all emotions are going against me completely. And in the end, I think it got a bit stale because the detective was really pushing hard, and there was a dispute at my final sentencing. He found a loophole for foreign, non-violent offenders. It was called a half-time release, which would apply to the balance of my sentence after I was sentenced. So I've done 26 months on remand.
Yeah.
If I get sentenced, I was sentenced 9.5 eventually. I would only have to do 5 3/4. But when the detective heard that at the sentencing hearing, when all these people had flown all over the world to speak on my behalf, when we've gone through the fighting this for 26 months and we think it's over, when the detective heard that, he freaked out.
Lost his mind, yeah.
And the judge took my lawyer and the prosecutor away for a discussion. And we're all, oh my God, what's going to happen now? And when he came back, he said the plea bargain stands. And that was that.
That's the law.
Yeah.
That is amazing. That's like, it's like so many people we've talked to have been locked up, drug mules in South America.
Yeah.
This is kind of the U.S.'s version of that, but they have something in the law saying, yeah, if you're foreign and you get caught, we're going to give you a relatively light sentence and just kick you out of our country. We'd rather have you not using our resources or be in our great nation, if I dare say so myself, at all.
Thank God for that.
Thank God for the USA. The USA both ruined and saved your life.
Totally.
How was that? Oh my God.
Yeah.
Were you singing Zippity Doodah out of your asshole?
When you go from facing 200 years to getting sentenced to 9.5, it's the happiest day of your life.
Yeah.
I was floating on the ceiling of the
A new
courtroom.
lease on life.
Yeah. I could see when I was going to get out.
Okay. So 9.5, you've been in there 2.5, right?
26 months.
Yeah. Oh, so 2. And you ended up doing what, an extra
5 3/4 total.
Okay, so you did an extra 3.
Yeah.
We'll talk about that on the Patreon. I'm not as interested in the prison stuff from you as I am in you. It just doesn't make any sense. Talk to me, baby. Talk to me. What was the trauma? What were the issues? What from your rainy little town south of Liverpool, what did it to you? There's so much trauma in this country.
Yeah.
What is it about you? Like you had the world by the balls, And I know drug addiction played a huge part in that, but where does drug addiction come from? It comes from all these, what you've been masking your whole life. So can you explain what you were able to work out later?
I don't think I can ever explain it fully because it's too complex, the psychodynamics. I can distill it down to some simple theories from the therapist, but I also want to say that the world hates a whiner and you can't blame these things on your behavior. I take full responsibility for what I've done.
Of course.
So what the therapist said was I had social anxiety as a teenager. There was a situation where I just passed my driver's license test, went to fill up my mum's little red car with petrol. 4 drunks started to behave abusively towards me. That movie Rambo had just come out and I thought it was brave to stand up to them. Big mistake. These are like 20-something-year-olds, rugby player-sized guys.
Yeah.
I'm encircled. They got me on the floor, kicking my head in. One's got an iron bar, smashes me in the face. You see these lovely veneers here?
Yeah.
They knocked the bottoms of my teeth out with this iron bar.
Wow.
And
an Englishman, those teeth are way too straight for an Englishman.
American dentistry.
Yeah.
So I'm laying there in a fetal position and I can't feel them hitting me anymore. So I think they stopped. So I open my eyes and they're still pulverizing me. And I'm thinking, they just beat me up. I feel like I'm about to die. I thought they were trying to murder me.
Yeah.
So I went unconscious and I woke up in this pool of blood and they smashed my car windows. I went to hospital. All that was broken was my teeth. I was fine, and ribs and stuff was hurt. But after that, then I wouldn't dance. I wouldn't talk to people. I was really social anxiety was increased. And then when ecstasy started, I wouldn't stop dancing. I wouldn't stop talking to people and making friends with strangers all night long. So I was self-medicating to become social for over 10 years. But I didn't understand that at the time.
Yeah. And you were taking your power back, by you're so powerless being assaulted like that by adults when you're only 15. I think, my amateur opinion, you being this ecstasy kingpin, controlling all these people, it's perhaps the reason it's kind of you asserting power again.
The power, the thrill.
Yeah.
You've got Wildman next to you. You walk in the club. The bouncers are looking at you like, who the fuck are these guys?
Yeah.
Kind of thing.
You get the Mexican mafia helping out this English immigrant. What?
You're in a movie.
Yeah. You're in a movie. That's what it was.
Yeah.
That's what it was. And you had these just wild, kind of circumstances of luck that, ecstasy was popping at the time and you could make money out of it and your aunt bringing you over.
When I sobered up in the jail and the cloud lifted out of my head that I didn't know was there, and I looked back, I could not understand how I was alive and how I'd put myself in these environments and in these dangerous situations and got away with it. It made me shiver from a sober perspective that I'd done that. The house of the New Mexican Mafia, the grenade launcher. It came on the news when they all got busted, all the murders they'd done.
Yeah.
It was serious, like murder machine stuff.
Wow.
Going down to Mexico, where there's the cartel,
and
I've just got the wild ones running amok just to pave the way. It's just all insane, but somehow it worked and I got through it.
Yeah. Yeah. You're just an innocent guy. You're just a guy having some fun.
Boy next door.
Yeah, you're just a boy next door made good, dude. Made good. And you're a cool guy. You like to have fun back then.
Yeah, totally.
I would have liked to party with you,
Yeah,
Sometimes it's as simple as that.
Yeah.
Wow. That's so thank you for saving that for the end. That makes more sense now. So you've been back for almost 20. That's amazing.
So it got released December 2007, but my blog, my internet presence started in 2004. My writing was smuggled out of the maximum security Madison Street jail run by Sheriff Joe Arpaio, who was world famous for being America's toughest sheriff.
Infamous.
Yeah, so writing about the cockroaches, the dead rats in the food, the guards murdering prisoners, the gangs murdering prisoners, all that stuff, my aunt smuggling it out. It got picked up by the was it the Independent? No, the Guardian newspaper and the BBC.
Yeah. 2004,
that was my first internet presence.
Wow.
Yeah.
And you loved it. It seemed like, because you still, 20 years later, it seemed like you love to create.
Well, the channel we created in 2007, I was released December 2007. And we started to do videos like how to survive Sheriff Joe Arpaio's jail.
Yeah.
I wasn't posting very often, but that's when it's began.
Have you since met Sammy the Bull? You must have.
No, I've never met him.
You've never had him on your show?
We were banned from collaborating by the documentary makers until the documentary comes out. And it's been pushed back twice. It's now January. We have got a podcast scheduled and advertised on my channel that keeps getting pushed back, which will be our first.
Wow.
I've communicated with the son over the years, but not the dad.
I got his info. You want it?
Who?
Sammy's.
Yeah, I've got it, but I'm not allowed to collaborate with him. Yeah.
So you're about to meet him in January after almost.
Not meet him because I can't go there and he can't come here.
Well, you'll talk over the the airwaves.
Yeah.
Wow.
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
People think he was running that ring. He wasn't.
Yeah.
He was a big name. They could get a medal off by putting him away, and
he just got
by
by his name.
He did. Yeah.
I mean, look, he shouldn't have. If you dodge what was certainly going to be life without parole in a maximum security federal prison, you better just not talk about ever talk on a phone again.
Don't behave like OJ.
Yeah, exactly. That was his OJ moment.
Yeah.
They got OJ on some for retribution, payback.
Yeah.
For and they gave him 10 years. And I think they gave Sammy that too, right? They gave him
on the ecstasy.
Yeah.
I think he got 15 at least.
Yeah. It's brutal. Yeah, both the systems. I tend to talk a lot of about the British system after doing now 10 podcasts this week and just hearing how corrupt it is. But America's the same way. Like, they have enough law that's run by human beings that who have grudges, who have egos, who want to make headlines. They have enough to where they can basically is corruption. You know what I mean?
It's human nature, corruption.
Yeah. So, and cruelty. You've really, man, you've built a life for yourself, dude.
Thank you.
That is unreal, man. How long did it take you to maintain your sobriety, get to this super this place of higher consciousness, and you meditate all the time and do yoga, and you've got a beautiful family and a newborn son. How long did that take after coming home back to
First
England?
year, I'm at my parents' house. I'm on the dole, which means you're an employment benefit.
That's welfare.
Yeah, they're telling me that I need to go on meds because I did do some meds while I was incarcerated because it's insane, isn't it? And it makes you insane.
Yeah.
And I told them that I'm out of prison now. I don't need to do the meds. They said, that's grandiosity. We need to double your meds.
Jesus Christ.
Wild man gets out and tells them he needs the meds. And he's got red dots in his head telling him to hurt people. They tell him, you're making that up so you can just have better benefits. And there's nothing wrong with you, completely normal. Remember that my mum was like, I'm normal. They said I was normal. So I'm on the dole at my parents' house the first year. Now, one of my ecstasy suppliers out of LA was a DJ called Mike Hot Wheels. It became one of my closest friends. He got busted by the feds. So he got deported a few years before me. He ended up with a nice house in Surrey. And I moved from my parents to his house. And I lived in his bedroom for 10 years, building my socials and writing my books.
Are you serious?
Yeah.
It's like self-imposed prison almost.
It was. Well, I was discussing this with Jen the other night because we were describing how I went from that space to the same space.
Yeah.
Because that's all I needed was that kind of a space.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
So coming from living lavish, right? Big houses and fast cars and this big open, hot expanse of the Arizona landscape, right? To this rainy rock that is England and a tiny little bedroom with nothing. When you didn't have to, you could have tried to get a job on whatever Britain's Wall Street is. You could have taken something more traditional, but you were able to just leave that all behind.
Yeah.
Like you seem like you mentally got over it, losing all that lifestyle pretty quickly. Am I right about
the first year I was incarcerated, I was craving the lifestyle back. When they told me I was facing 200 years, there came a crunch point. I was in max security, living with the cockroaches, skin infections, bed sores, dead rats in the food.
Mexicans.
Hundreds of degrees, what's the heat out there? 120, 130. There's no air coming in. It got to the point where I was thinking, I've got to spend the rest of my life like this. I might as well just kill myself. And I planned to after I guarded the security wall and just bleed out with the cockroaches. But before I was going to do it, I wanted to say goodbye to my family and friends. And I remember I was allowed 7 photos. So I've got the photos of my mom, dad, girlfriend, sister. And I started crying. There's tears coming, thinking my mom's going to get a call saying your son's in this foreign jail. I couldn't bear the thought of putting her through that. And then a prisoner limps into my cell the next day, steel rod in his leg, pins. He's got hepatitis C. He's got syphilis. He's got stomach cancer. And he's going to die now in a couple of years. And he's telling me his story. And I was thinking, I was feeling so sorry for myself last night. I was going to kill myself. Listen to him. And what it meant, what I'm getting at is the $1 million house on the mountain and the plasma screen TV didn't matter anymore. The swimming pool, the jacuzzi didn't matter anymore. I went from being this narcissistic, hedonistic party person, the wolves are howling for me to go back and do it, to thinking, I just want my life back and I want to start helping these people who are around me, who are suffering. A third of them couldn't even read or write. I want to start articulating their situation. And the blog began then from that drive to expose what was going on in Sheriff Joe Powell's jail. My mum didn't want me to do it. There were so many people murdered in that jail. It had, Nat Geo researched it, 57 people died over 5 years around the time I was there. Wow. Guards murdered a blind prisoner. They murdered a mentally ill prisoner. People can Google Brian Crenshaw, Scott Norberg. So my mum didn't want me to do the blogging.
Right.
But we decided to do it. And like,
you know, if you got your gun right and shot it out the window once, would police come?
It depends on if somebody called the police.
Yeah, would you just shoot them though?
Yeah, somebody might call the police, somebody might not.
Oh, if I still had my little revolver, bro, I'd be blasting it out my window. I don't give a fuck.
You said if you had your revolver, you'll be doing what?
Shooting it out my window, because people don't really like nobody really has guns down here, bro. Like, you know what I'm saying? They'll just think, oh yeah, it's a firework, bro.
where you gonna get where y'all be getting bullets from? Was bullets easy to get?
Yeah, bullets. But the fucking bro, it's just hard, bro. It's hard.
Wait, that bitch was a 22. What that bitch was? A 38?
Yeah.
What kind of revolver was it?
Fuck knows. I bought it off some random kid in it. This is time ago.
Was it a long jump or it was a small jump?
Nah, the small one.
Oh, snub nose little jump.
Yeah, no, you could just stick in your pants.
Okay. Put me on to some underground artists.
Underground artist? Me.
Yeah.
Nah, no, Tyler, TK, this kid has guns, bro. And my mum's life is sick. Nah, but yo, underground artist, me.
You?
Yeah, me.
Hey, spit something then, nigga.
Spit something.
Spit something then, nigga.
I'm just at 10. Like, yo.
He said me.
Yeah, me, bro. I'm sick at rapping.
Okay, what you Central C Junior?
Nah, fuck Central C, bro.
Fuck Central C. What the fuck?
Bro, us Mancunians from Manchester, bro, we do it so much better than them, bro.
You said what?
I said Manchester people, bro, do it way better than London people on anything.
Oh, y'all do it better? Oh, I shit. Let me. I'm ready to find out then. That little on the radar with Drake was hard.
With Drake?
You seen that on the radar? Central C and Drake?
Yeah, Drake's a little pedophile.
Oh, bro. Chill, bro. That nigga never did that.
Yeah, but I swear he went to a Diddy party, so there was something going on there, wasn't it?
Man, Drake innocent, bro.
Nah, he's like
Free Diddy. Free Diddy, too. Diddy innocent, too, bro.
What do you...
Free Diddy, man.
No.
Y'all fuck with football? Y'all not watching you ain't watching no football?
Oh, no.
Fuck with the football. Get lit.
You ready?
Yeah, turn me up, man. Oh, you know what's going on.
Why is it not working, this, bro?
Man, fuck it, I don't even need no beat. I get on the beat and that's 30 ski. Hold on. Slide down your block and you know I got the Drake. Tie a nigga body up and put him in the lead.
Oh, yeah.
Slide down the block and you know I got the Glock. And you know I ain't sending nothing less than 50 shots. Cause I got the drum on my shit. Y'all niggas walking around with crumbs in y'all
Right,
shit.
ready?
Crumbs in y'all shit. Crumbs in y'all pocket. Hold on, I'm ready to pull the plug. I'm ready to pull the fucking socket. Hold on.
Can you hear it?
Hold on.
Bro, I've just stood on my cable for my PC. You just turned it off. Wait. Oh, bro, I've just turned my PC off by accident. Oh, fuck. I don't cap when a rapper really trying to shoot the stars. See me on the covers, man. They're trying to get me locked in the can. I said I ain't going back to no phone cards. You see me whipping in the bitch. I put the flowers in the vase. Oh, bro, I need to beat me, bro. You know, that's fucking going crazy on the beat. Oh, yeah, you don't know about these ones, do you? You don't know about these ones. You don't know about these ones.
Bro, you on fucking house arrest, bro.
You know that ones.
Bro, free this nigga off the box.
Nah, free us.
Hey, bro, this nigga on the box, bro. Chill out. This nigga on the box, bro. Free this nigga leg. Free his leg.
Free my leg. Look, I'll be out on the block because I'll be serving. Oh, fucking hell, bro. This fucking speaker, bro.
Nigga, you gonna rap or what?
Yeah, I was just sorting the speaker out. Look, I'm in the field with some shooters, no jokers. If you want, bro, I can hand you my revolvers. If you want smoke, and I'm the type. Listen, look, I never cap when a rapper really step up on the trap. If you really want, I can leave bullets in your cup, and I'ma spit no facts because I'm steady in the trap, and I'ma turn this world to the max. And if the feds come round, then the pedal have to shift. I got bitches in the cap and I got bitches in the strip. If you bitches want smoke, tell her yo, come to my crib. And if she really bend the sheets, and I'ma do it so quick. What? And you know I got them bars. I'm just heavy weighting, I'm heavy shifting.
Why have
from
you
the
got
pedal
my
gates.
beanie?
What?
Why have you got the same beanie as me?
My beanie this.
Bro, don't even try.
My
Bro,
beanie.
I've had
My
that beanie.
beanie.
I've
I was
had it
here
from
first.
mum.
I was here first, so it's my fucking beanie.
What you want about you was here first, bro? Who was alive first, you little muppet?
Shut up, bro.
Anyway, yo, check it, bro. I got robbed for $6.5 grand.
Why?
Bro, guess who robbed me for it?
Yeah.
Hey, bro, them bars is hard, bro. You hard as fuck. Keep going.
Guess who robbed me for the money, bro?
Hey.
Fucking Leah, bro. She robbed me, yeah. Listen, she got everything she needed, bro, and got off.
That's mad. Listen to this, bro. You ready?
Shit, rapid.
Look. Don't think you're ready for this. Look, I'll be stepping to the strip with a big shank on my hip, and if you want to fucking slip it up, really can get dipped. I can't talk about my patience when I got the Cali spliff. I get it up with my lighter. I'm trying to get so blitzed, and if you talk about my patience, I don't really have any. Talk about my patience, and you know I really envy. If the bitch really love me, what is that question to me? I really like the bitch, was trap is meant for me. I'm really stuck up in the trap, like my fucking double bands. Wrap it up in double bands. The money's too big for the bands. I like the bitches, like the bitch that really shake on her hands, like the bitch on my. I like smoking all the weed to get my feelings away. You can't talk about my patience because it's dream in the face. Can't talk about my money because it's leaving astray. If you look at me one way, I'll leave it out the other way. Out in the air, out of the other. Can't talk about me when you talk about my brother. I can't talk about no patience when you know you never stutter. I've been jailed once and I ain't ever going back to that gutter. If you really want the bitches, I can show you my tag. I don't have nothing bitches, I can let my Glock bang. And if you talk about beanies, I can show you my stack. I could show you about a bally when I rob the gaff. I don't really like no bitch that really know how to shake it. I like a big girl, big ass, big curvy. But she knows she never bougie. I like big bitches. If you want it, I don't really fuck with no snitches. Fuck a hesitation to get a hot wig. I can't talk about my patience if I really spit. I never spit up in the roof, you know I'm spitting spliffs. I can't talk about my patience when I'm spitting wigs. What? I'm on the block with my chopper. Tell you broski, I don't ever let it bother me. I'm on the block doing raps, that's another scene. But you can tell me that I got done for robberies. armed robberies. You never see me on the covers when I show these scenes. I shut it down like I'm motion on the motorway. I'm on the block going 70 or 130 on an M-wave. You see me traffic, I don't ever do no traffication. If I go America, bro, the interrogations. You never see me on the covers trying to catch me on the late nights. I'm really on the struggling. I don't ever let my pay rise. It pay rises as I fucking walk. My money glows every time I fucking talk. You can't talk about my patience when you never fucking walk. If I walk with...
Show me 20
and if I ride
pound.
with...
Show
What?
me 20 pound.
What?
Show me 20 pound.
Show you 20 pound?
Come on.
Bro, show me a PS5, a gaming monitor,
Listen,
a gaming PC.
listen.
Go on, show me
We're
all
not
that.
going
Show
into
me that.
we're not
Show me
gonna
that.
go
Pussy.
we're not
Bro, stop hating, bro.
bro, worth more than all of it there, bro.
Whoa, whoa, whoa! Hold on, stop it!
Worth more than the PS5, worth more than the PC, worth more than the TV, worth more than it all, pussy clack.
Stop
Don't
that,
think you can
bro. We
outdo
on
your older
live,
brother.
gang. You getting federal. You was getting federal, gang.
What?
You was getting real federal. Stop that, bro.
Nah, man.
Holy. What's up, Brianna? What's up,
And about
Brianna?
PS5s and all this, bro. Listen, I just showed you product and what
Right,
you're on
yo.
about, bro.
Cause you federal, though. You showing drugs on live, bro.
Right,
Like,
listen,
bro, who comes on
that's
here?
you know real
right here,
Oh,
drug
bro,
deal-
yo, Harry,
he
bro.
dropped his
Rolex
man.
right
Yo,
there.
yo, come on,
Show me it.
come off here and FaceTime, bro.
Show me all of this, bro. Bro, you fucking...
Bro, I got jewelry, bro. Hop onto the FaceTime, G.
Bro, that's just gay.
You know what's
That's just
here,
gay.
bro. You
Niggas
know what's
flexing.
here, fam.
I gotta flex.
You know what's
Niggas
here,
flexing. I
fam.
gotta
Yo,
flex.
You know what's
Yo,
here, fam.
Levi.
Niggas flexing. I gotta
What?
flex, nigga.
No. Bring the guns out.
I gotta flex, nigga.
Nah, yo, bring the guns out. Bring the
Yo,
guns out.
chill out, bro.
Fuck
And
them
about
guns,
that.
nigga.
Yo, chill out
Fuck
and
them
about
guns,
that.
nigga. Niggas flex. I gotta flex.
Bro, why
For the one time.
you on about them, bro?
Shut up, nigga.
Bro, shut up, you sausage. You got 2s, bro, and 5s, you sausage.
Yeah, them 2s, nigga.
Yeah, bro, you ain't flexing no 100s, though, are you, bro? Like,
You said I'm not
Americans,
flexing on
bro.
100s. It's 100s
The
right there.
actual Americans, bro, are flexing
Shut up,
100s,
nigga.
bro. Relax.
Shut up, nigga.
Relax,
Shut up,
bro.
nigga.
Relax.
Shut up, nigga.
Oh, we finally
Shut up,
got...
nigga.
there was only
Shut up,
about
nigga.
fucking... There was only about 8 100s. What? About 800s there, bro. Chill.
You right. It's only 8.
You know what I mean, bro? I literally showed you more product than
You
all
right.
that put together,
It's only
man.
8. It's only 8.
You can never caught like that.
You done? Did you come on here to hate?
On here, but don't be showing
Did
no
you come on here to
straps
hate?
Cause that
Yo,
will
hate, bro.
Don't show no straps on here, though, because that will get us all banned.
Yeah. I ain't even showing up. Bro, you just showed drugs. You telling me not to show
Yeah, bro, that's minor, bro. You won't get banned for that.
That's minor.
Yeah, you don't get banned for that, bro. You don't get banned for that.
Man, because I know what I'm doing, bro. I ain't never got banned for showing no guns.
Bro.
Yo, get the Draco out.
Nah, yo, get banned, bro.
I ain't ready up no guns. Y'all know I got guns. I don't even got to do that.
Bro, you're in America, of course you got straps.
Man.
It's America, bro. What?
I
think every single person
add one more person there. Add somebody else on here that got more tools than me. If you know so many people who like this in America, add somebody else.
What you want about you? What you want about 2s?
Niggas do not got posed like this. Niggas know that. Niggas in America
What you
know
want
that.
about, bro?
Niggas in America know that.
What you want about? What? Harry, did you understand anything then?
Yo, I'm on this side. I ain't on your side.
Bro, I don't understand nothing you saying for real,
bro. You see why family
I don't really understand nothing you saying.
Bro, we don't understand you, bro.
But you just responded to me.
Bro, I can understand this. The normal English that we talk in the normal English.
Bro, you always
showing
drugs on live, bro. Your
the
ass
normal
is retarded, bro.
You
not no real drug
that you're on about.
You showing drugs on live, bro. Go sell them bitches. Why you still got them?
Why
a real plug getting that shit going quick, bro. Go sell that shit, nigga. Why you on live?
Oh, shut up, bro. I'm not talking.
Get out the
to you.
house. Go on the block, nigga. Go sell
But
your
why
drugs.
do you get out the house,
Hey,
bro?
hey,
You
hey,
silly
I can't get
bastard.
out the house. I can't
Streaming.
get out the
You
house.
telling me to get out the house? I'm streaming though, gang.
What you on about, bro? It's what time is it for you there?
Bro, I'm sitting in the house streaming, gang. You in the
Exactly,
house
bro.
with
So you know what
drugs.
I
Go
mean? It's
sell them
nighttime
bitches.
for us, bro.
Where
We're
is
in
your
bed,
plays
bro.
at, bro?
We're in bed,
Your
bro.
shit
Chilling.
dry as hell.
We're in
Your
bed,
phone
chilling,
not
bro.
ringing at all.
Yo, we're in bed,
Cause you on live
chilling,
with
bro.
us.
You absolute nugget.
Your
It's
shit
daytime for
dead,
you, bro, and
bro.
you're sat in
Go make
your
some
gaff. It's
plays.
daytime for you, bro, and you're sat in your gaff for us, bro.
Bro,
It's
go make
night.
some plays, bro.
Don't. Know what I mean, bro? You were trying to flex some twos, bro, you sausage. You're a fool.
Did you just call me a sausage?
Yeah, bro, you a sausage. Bro,
Bro, y'all
absolute
niggas, you lame as hell, bro.
Oh, you are.
You flexing drugs on live. You lame.
Bro, but that product there was worth more than what you just whipped out cash. So how are you trying to
Go
own
sell
that, when you can't even show
Go
more
sell
cash?
it then, nigga. Your phone dry though. You
Oh,
not
I
selling
said
shit.
my phone was dry, bro. Do you know how much product my family owns?
Your phone dry, bro.
Do you know how? Yo,
Your
ask
phone
Harry,
dry.
bro. Harry's my family, bro. That's my little brother. Ask him how much product my family owns.
Nigga, fuck your family.
Oh, bro, yeah. You're talking on the... Bro, you're talking about
nigga.
my
Tell
money,
him,
bro. You're
yeah,
talking
nigga,
about
fuck your
Harry too,
family,
bro.
nigga.
You're talking about YK2, bro. You're talking about YK2, bro.
Fuck that.
Bro, bro, Harry, bro, I don't think he understands, does it? Bro, the host of this live, bro, is my little brother.
Oh, all right. Shout out to the host of this.
Bro, is this guy retarded? What?
My dog, my
Bro,
fucking
you
dog,
need
my
to get
killer,
your head on a swivel, you, bro.
fucking killer, my killer
Get
right
your head
there.
on a
You
swivel.
know what the fuck going on.
Swivel. Bro, yo, Harry is head on a
My
swivel.
dog, my dog.
Did he know what I just said or no? That came out of my mouth, mate. I don't think he does it?
But I'm on his side.
Yeah, I don't give a fuck, bro. If you're gonna pick this guy that's in America over blood, bro, and you scruffy.
Listen, we're playing GTA 6 when it comes out, so watch.
Chill out, bro.
Watch. We'll have
Chill
you.
out.
Swear down, we'll have you.
Bro, oh my god, bro, we're going back to the time when I was on the
come
road.
spin the block with the Drake. Oh, now what?
What you say?
I'll come spin the block with the Drake.
Oh, chill out.
Put GTA now.
Bro, this kid in the comments, bro, I hate this kid, bro. He talks way too much. This user gone.
Oh, fuck the old team,
This
bro.
bitch
Fuck
beat.
open army. Who the fuck?
Bro, fuck no, who the kid is, bro. It's just some little bag.
Fuck open shot. Big man thing. Fuck open shot, bro.
Bro, it's not even about the area, bro. All that shit's boring. If you beef over areas, bro, you're just sad. Bro, you died. I think I was on the run, bro. I was actually getting G5 tracked. I had to get off to another... Bro, you alright, bro? I actually got off to the other side of the country and everything. And to be fair, bro, it's not even like I tried to dye it pink, bro. I tried dyeing it a different colour and it went pink. And it's not like it was some proper mad pink. It was like a... What would you call it? Like a pinkish...
Right. Listen, why would you dye your hair pink anyway? That's just fucking corny, that, bro.
It wasn't...
Hold on, you dyed
pink,
your
man.
hair pink, bro.
It wasn't meant to be pink, you melt. It turned pink. It wasn't meant to be pink.
Bro. Oh,
It turned like a proper, proper strawberry blonde. Oh, bro, who you saying that to, bro? You won't poke no one, you donut. Some sad guy, bro. You talk too much.
Man, my nigga the best rapper in the UK.
Yo, chill out, bro. You're giving him a bit too much of an ego boost there.
My nigga the best rapper in the world, nigga. Fuck the UK.
Yo,
Yeah, fuck the UK.
Nah,
my nigga global with it.
Yo, I swear down, as soon as this tag comes off my leg, I'm
Yo,
moving to America.
Why did he change the tags, bro? I swear he was circle. Why is that one rectangle? Yeah, they changed them, weren't they?
Yeah, they used to be like round, like innit?
Yeah.
Free my nigga leg.
Bro, you got that loose as fuck, you.
What?
You got that well loose.
I know, I could slide it off in it.
Bro, mum's life, yeah, you you put a bag underneath, yeah, put a few bags underneath with oil in it, put your leg like straight in it, you'll slip it straight off.
I might do it. I might just snap it off now.
Nah, don't even snap it, bro, because it's wiring inside your melt.
That's what I did last time, and that's what I did like a month ago. Nah, free my leg though. Free my leg.
So
what's
going on with Liam and Teague? They get banned. So,
that's my.
Yo, if he gets banned now, I'm actually gonna be fuming. But go on. You covered your mic.
Right. Tyler, said he was going to his granddad's to
y'all
do.
Real quick.
He said he was going to do his housing application, right? And we saw his bird, and Liam said, "Oh yeah, you're definitely meeting Tyler." She goes, "Yeah." So Tyler's just a fucking snake for leaving us. My hair's fucking curly, innit? Fucking. Gonna jump in the shower soon, though. I wanna fucking.
So were they not on the run, or are they?
No. They thought it was. But they just bought a hotel far ways, innit? And just got away with it.
What? So they're not on the.
No. Tyler got kicked out of his gas, so Tyler's basically on the run, innit? Oh, he's hella faded in. You're too high, innit? You're lagging. It's gonna overheat that.
God, my phone's bugging out. Nah, no, my phone's wired, bro. It's nearly dead.
Alright, y'all. I'm ready to get back to my stream, bro. Y'all take your time. Lay y'all niggas, bro.
Go on, my G.
Alright, I'm back. My fault. Alright, this bitch muted. My Instagram should be easy. My Instagram should be too easy. That's why I became a streamer. If you know, you know. The Instagram should be too easy.
Have to do.
Again, the officer said, had to do.
You were a man that day to do what you had to do.
Continuing this theme of self-defense and employment.
Is this Mr. Lloyd, Markeith Lloyd?
All right, thank you. Let's go ahead and begin these first appearances.
To me, bro, you don't.
Sir, you're here for the charge of murder of a...
There ain't no Marquise Lloyd. Who are you?
All right, you're here for murder of a law enforcement officer, attempted murder of a law enforcement officer, carjacking with a firearm, aggravated assault.
May I have your name, please?
With
The following interrogation has been analyzed by a qualified team consisting of 2 licensed attorneys, one being a former criminal prosecutor and an individual with a Master of Science in Clinical Psychology.
Look, you ain't learned yet? It's raining. What? Take me home. This man's still trying to speed. It's raining outside, y'all. He's still trying to speed. Look.
Take me home.
For real, you not about to kill me and the baby. This man, he has to be stopped.
See, they just stopped.
No, but no, you need a greater force than that. I'm not going to live past 25. I'm not going to make it. Not like this. I don't know what I was getting myself into. I don't know what I signed up for.
When Sade Dixon spoke these words on a Facebook Live, she was simply making some lighthearted jokes. What she couldn't have known was that her dark prediction would ring true very, very soon, and in the most tragic way. This is Marquise Lloyd. He's 41 years old in this footage from 2017. He's just been apprehended by Orlando police after a massive manhunt that ended in officers finding him outside an abandoned house. While he waits about 25 minutes for detectives to arrive, he keeps asking for his handcuffs to be loosened, but nobody is in a hurry to help him. Multiple officers hover outside, clearly intimidating the suspect.
Hey, can y'all straighten these cuffs out for me?
Just 1 second, okay, go. They coming out to do that.
They're real tight, bro.
No, they're
real tight. They numb my wrist like the cuffs.
Marquise expects his complaints to be met with sympathy and proper treatment, in spite of the extreme circumstances that have led to this interrogation.
What? The cuff, they numb my wrist. They real tight, they're crushing.
Don't worry about that. I'll get the key right now. No, I left mine in the car. So keys in the car. Yeah.
Marquise's body language indicates physical discomfort. The longer he remains in physical discomfort, the more his mental state will be worn down.
Brother, can y'all straighten these cuffs out for me, please?
We getting the key. We getting the key. Right now.
Excuse me, sir. Can y'all straighten this cuff out for me?
Yeah, we're gonna. Anybody got that now? You still got it? No. Okay. Just make sure y'all look for it. We need to.
Marquise has his head down towards the table. This looks to be the result of physical pain or exhaustion. The longer they keep him waiting, the more his anticipation will build. It will also allow adrenaline to wear off and take some fight out of the suspect.
Excuse me, bro. You loosen up this right cuff for me?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Listen, yes, sir. We're gonna take care of it. All right? We have the fire department coming to check you out and look at your injuries right now. Okay, and then we'll be able to manipulate the cuffs for you. Okay, sir?
At this point, Marquise has remained relatively respectful, and the officer is reciprocating by calling him sir repeatedly. This, plus his assurances that medical help is coming, are a simple technique to earn trust from the suspect.
Man, could you loosen the cuff up on me, please, bro?
Sir, we have a fire department that's gonna come take care of it. Where's that guy? All right. So just found his head on the ground.
As Marquise continues to wait, the door is left open and various officers and deputies come by to look at the suspect. However, treating him as an object of curiosity or scorn is likely counterproductive at this point. The animal at the zoo effect is a dehumanizing tactic, which may work counter to the purposes of the interrogation later.
One more important question.
Shoot.
Yes.
Do you loosen up this right cuff?
We're still looking for that key, man.
Man, this shit killing me, bro, for real.
Help you out if you can.
A lot of people have commented on this footage that the officers probably could have loosened the cuffs, but chose not to deliberately. For one, this could serve to establish physical and psychological dominance, but there's another, far more personal reason. You'll soon see what that is.
Good job, guys. Good job. It's awesome work. Awesome work. It's a good day.
Yep, it's a great day. And Deborah's handcuffs are on him?
Yep.
Very nice. Very nice. I gotta bite my lip.
Yeah.
This is highly unusual behavior for officers to display before questioning a suspect. Generally, they try to build rapport and create a false sense of helpfulness to the suspect to get them to be more apt to cooperate. Here it appears they have no desire to do so with him and are intentionally trying to make this experience as unpleasant as possible for him. After a while, Markeith gets fed up with the handcuffs.
Man, I know y'all got a key to this shit, man. This shit killing me, bro. My hand's swelling up. Come on, man.
Sit down. Sit down.
I'm ready to kill me. Y'all on some bullshit, bro.
Sit down.
Sit down.
Sit down. Sit. Sit down. And do not get back up.
Could you do this cuff, bro?
No.
This right cuff?
I ain't got no handcuffs. It's fine.
Markeith is obviously agitated enough to act out defiantly, refusing to listen to orders. This return to a confrontational aspect is once again altering the state for the interrogation to come. This is a fascinating change in the dynamic between prisoner and keeper.
The right cuff fucked up, the left cuff right.
They're fine.
Cuff, bro.
Do you have gloves? Do you guys have a...
It's cut off from circulation.
That's gonna be easier. Bring us a cup. Bring a box. Yeah. You don't have any.
Bro, it's cut off my circulation. I feel my hand swelling up, my whole hand swelling up, bro.
Tensions are high, and after waiting a few minutes in silence, Markeith starts asking who is in charge here, which is an attempt to regain control of the situation by going to the top. This method almost always fails in detention conditions such as this one. Soon, two men walk in the room.
Markeith, I'm Detective Cadis with Orlando Police. We'll talk about that here in a second. Okay. Can you sit up and tell me your name?
This is the start of the baseline process, wherein the interrogator starts to get an idea of the suspect's demeanor and reactions when answering simple questions. This will later be used to help discern untruthful answers.
No, it's killing me. Tell me because I'm with blood circulation. I can't.
Okay. We can work on that. Let me see the handcuffs.
Tell me that for a moment.
The detectives finally address the suspect's handcuffs, as it seems obvious that his focus will remain on the pain he is in until it is dealt with, making the interrogation more difficult for them. They appear to loosen the handcuffs, but still don't remove them.
I can see space in the handcuff. I can see space between the skin there.
I'm going to open up, listen, I'm going to open up just a little bit. Okay? Just a little bit, you understand me?
Yes, sir.
This time, when Markeith brings up the cuffs, one interrogator is attentive and helpful, sending the message that he cares about Markeith's well-being. This is magnified when the cuffs are finally loosened a bit. There are upwards of 4 officers in the interrogation room. The door is open and more officers are standing in view in the hallway, which is also unusual. Generally, only 1 to 2 officers are in the room for an interrogation. Leaving an interrogation door open is also rarely seen.
You gotta get to it, man. You gotta get to it.
Oh,
You're a pretty bulky guy, so. Come on, man. It ain't nothing, bro. Nothing but a 10. What's wrong with you? I'm going to do it. Right there, man. That's all you get right there, okay? If you move it, it's going to tighten up.
You didn't even feel, they didn't even move that motherfucker. This shit killing me, bro.
Alright, this is what I'm going to do real quick, man. Face me. Face me. Face me, Markeith. I'm going to go ahead and wipe a little bit of your face, alright? I don't think that's going to do much, but... I'm only going to do, look up a little bit.
Loosening Markeith's cuffs and wiping his face is done with the purpose to get him to focus on the case, instead of the handcuffs and injuries and blood on his face. These actions could also be a way to exert control and dominance over him, as he is unable to wipe his own face and needs to rely on them to do so.
That hurt? Alright, you good? Okay, I'm good too. I did a little bit, man. We'll get the rest in a little bit, okay?
Markeith is in bad shape, with blood all over his face. He'll explain the reason for this shortly. But first, the interrogation begins.
This is Detective Cadis 12277, reference case number 2017-11345. Date today is January 17th, 2017. Time is 19:54 hours. We're in CID interview room number 5. Markeith, give me your name and date of birth again.
I am Lord 10875.
Okay, Markeith, listen up real quick. Right now you're under arrest, okay?
Markeith has read his Miranda rights, and the interrogators confirm that he understands them before proceeding.
Anyone threaten you or promise you anything right now to get you to talk to us?
No, sir.
Okay. Also in the room.
The door is still open when the officers Mirandize him, with officers still standing watching from the hall. Generally, the door is closed to give the suspect a feeling of privacy, and so there are less distractions from the interrogation.
This is Detective Danny Garcia-Fagan with the Orange County Sheriff's Office Homicide Unit.
Okay.
The technique that will primarily be used here is the Reed interrogation method, though there are some hints of the UK-originated peace method early on as well.
Markeith, you know why you're here tonight, right?
Yes.
Okay. Can you tell us why you think you're here tonight?
Detectives begin with the Reed technique of positive confrontation by saying, "You know why you are here tonight." This statement isn't aggressively delivered, but is presented as an assumption of guilt toward the suspect. They speak to him in a neutral, almost friendly tone, so as not to discourage him from speaking at first. If this method doesn't work, the officers will likely move on to a more confrontational demeanor.
You've obviously been hiding for quite a while. You've been running from place to place. You're in custody tonight for obviously a pretty serious offense. Can you tell us why you're in custody tonight?
What am I in custody for?
You're in custody for homicide, okay? All right. Can you tell us where you were all day today?
What homicide?
We'll talk about that in a second. Can you tell us where you've been today? Were you at the house all day today?
The officers ask him next where he was today in order to begin to establish a timeline and get him talking. Once they get a suspect talking, it's easier to keep them talking.
You don't know?
I'm up right now.
Markeith. Okay, Markeith, just talk to us. Sit up a little bit. You're not that fucked up. You can talk. Okay? Sit up and talk to us a little bit. This is in reference to a homicide that occurred about a week ago. And you know the one we're talking about. You've been running for a reason. You've been all over the news. You're well aware of why we've been looking for you.
I'm running because the news because y'all making up stories.
While positive confrontation can often make suspects feel backed into a corner, Markeith is deflecting this by acting oblivious, engaging in denial and claiming fabrication of stories against him.
Tell us what story we're making up and tell us why it shouldn't be believed.
I just came to the house, started shooting Sade, which that's a complete lie.
You just what?
Which that's a complete lie.
What is?
That I just came to the house and shot Sade. That's a complete lie.
Okay.
Sade is 24-year-old Sade Dixon, a mother of 2 and Markeith's former girlfriend. They met on Facebook sometime after he was released from prison in 2014. Despite their 17-year age difference, the pair got along well for a while and were happily looking forward to a future together. But then they got into a fight. You see, Sade was pregnant. In fact, just a few days before their argument, she and Markeith had laughed and smiled with one another at a sonogram appointment. Markeith seemed excited to raise this child and support his girlfriend as they started a family together. But underneath the surface, there were a few things he wasn't happy about. Rest assured, we're going to dive way deeper into the bizarre thoughts and behavior Markeith started to exhibit. But for now, what you need to know is that the relationship started to crumble primarily because of one big thing: trust. The pair's romance would reach its breaking point in December of 2016. At this time, Sade was about 12 weeks pregnant. On the 10th, Sade moved back into her parents' home, not saying much about the falling out with Markeith, but she did reveal that he had bitten her during a fight. Her family had to take her to the doctor for a tetanus shot. 3 days later, on the 13th, Sade is at the home around 9 p.m. when Markeith shows up, and she goes outside to talk with him. An argument ensues, with Sade's brother Ronald coming outside at some point to intervene. But things quickly spiraled out of control. Sade's family heard gunshots and came outside to find Sade and Ronald lying on the ground and Markeith running towards his car. Sade received wounds that were fatal. She was shot 8 times, losing not only her life, but the life of the unborn child that she was carrying. Miraculously, Ronald survived, which meant he lived to tell the tale of that horrific shooting. And you'll see when we get to the trial that the only two surviving witnesses to see what occurred that night, Markeith and Ronald, tell very different versions. As Markeith went on the run, the news was spreading the story of the shooting, which brings us back to him sitting in the interrogation room, insisting to officers that the narrative the media has been circulating is a complete lie.
Listen to me, man. It's been a long freaking month. We've been running around doing a lot of different things. Understand that I'm here just as tired as you are, man. You know what I'm saying? I've been racking my brains, man. You've been doing pretty good for a month. You got me for a month. We're right here sitting now. Dude, we're gonna go ahead and clarify some things. If I'm wrong about something, I'll be the first one to admit that I'm wrong. But it's up to you to clarify what's been going on. Sit up, man. I'm trying to give you some respect, man. See, in the street, it goes like this. In the street, Markeith wants respect, and he wants everybody to give it to him. And guess what? I'm going to give it to you whether you deserve it or not.
The interrogator takes a clarification approach. This is suggestive of the account part of the peace interrogation method. The peace interrogation method is a less confrontational interview and interrogation method than the Reed technique. The method stands for preparation and planning, engage and explain, account, closure, and evaluate. Peace. Under the peace method, investigators allow a suspect to tell his or her story without interruption before presenting the suspect with any inconsistencies or contradictions between the story and other evidence.
But right now, you know what I need? I need you to give me a little bit, because I deserve it. Okay? I'm here giving you all the respect in the world.
How is respect?
Okay, well, all I want to do is talk to you and figure something.
It's police brutality, and I ain't dead.
But you know what happened to Sade? That was bad too.
Markeith's body language during the interrogation is very closed off. Not only is he hunched over, but he is also avoiding eye contact by keeping his gaze on the table or the wall. He's in a defensive position, almost as if he's trying to protect himself.
So if you can explain to me what happened, maybe I can understand it. Because I'm looking at you like you did something wrong, and if you didn't do something wrong, then you gotta explain it to me.
Yeah, y'all know what happened. Sade put a gun on me. Y'all know what happened. Y'all got it.
Well, who's gonna tell me that if it ain't you? You're the only one that was there. You, Sade, Ronald, all the people. But I wasn't there. And right now, how we're gonna clarify these things is you telling me what happened. Because I don't want to guess anymore.
The officer is trying to get Markeith to talk by presenting the conversation as an opportunity for him to simply explain the real story or clarify the facts to clear up any lies in the media.
I want to be right. And I want to write the story that you tell me is your story. You control that.
He shifts back to the Reed technique here. Step 3, trying to minimize suspect denials.
Because you're the one that was there. But a lot of things have happened since December 13th, man. And only you can clarify that. See, I'm not sitting here. He's not sitting here. We're not playing with you. All we want to know is the truth. We're here already, man. This part of the story is already written.
Reed step 1, positive confrontation, involves advising the suspect that evidence has led the police to them and offering an opportunity to explain why the offense took place. That's what we're seeing here.
We're going to move forward from here. You write the rest. But what I don't want is for me to give you respect and for you to treat me like I'm a pup. You can't even sit up and look at me.
Peace steps 2 and 3 are engage and explain, establishing rapport, and account, which again is obtaining a full account of events from the subject before asking questions. For step 2, interviewers should use active listening to establish a rapport with the suspect, taking the time to explain the background, goals, and expectations of the interrogation, while encouraging the individual to speak up with any of their own relevant comments. The officer is trying to build rapport with Markeith by speaking slang to him and offering the idea of mutual respect, which is often a big deal on the streets. The officer is trying to be relatable to the suspect to gain his trust.
Bro, y'all just beat my ass. I don't want to hear that shit.
Keith, ain't nobody in this room beat your ass. This is your opportunity. This is the opportunity you have right now.
Just beat my ass. I ain't coming here like this.
This is your opportunity right now to tell us the story, what happened, and tell us what happened.
The detectives tell him this is his opportunity to speak, making it seem like it's in his best interest to do so. This is almost never the case. Suspects are always better off not saying anything and getting an attorney, even when innocent of any crimes. Some people think asking for an attorney makes them look guilty. This may be how it appears, but it's always the smartest decision.
Okay, so right now I want to give you what you deserve. So why don't you talk to me and tell me what's up, man? You've been running for a little while. We've been talking to a lot of people, and you know it, man. Your face has been all over the TV.
We're going to stay out. We're not fucking with nobody.
So what happened with Sade? I know she got in your face. I know she said some things to you that you didn't like.
The officers now use both minimizing techniques and offer him theories of justification for his actions. This is another implementation of the Reed technique and makes it seem like they understand why he reacted the way he did.
I broke up with Sade.
Because why?
Because she was lying about smoking.
Because she was pregnant with your baby and you told her to stop smoking because that's bad for the baby.
She was lying about smoking.
Yeah, so I know that. But tell me what else happened. What got to the point that you had to do what you had to do? If you had to defend yourself, then you need to tell me, man.
The officer throws out the suggestion of self-defense to try to see if that will elicit a confession. This is the theme development step in the Reed method, where they begin formulating a defense or justification for the suspect, so they will more readily admit to a crime thinking they have a defense.
Y'all know Sade when he got a gun. Y'all got a gun.
What happened downstairs?
She when he got a gun, her brother ended up coming out and he jumped on me. That's how the shit happened.
Which one, the older brother or the younger brother? Because she's got two brothers.
The older brother and the younger brother got dropped out while man was outside talking, so all that about me just coming there and shooting up the place, that's what lie.
That's not what's been written.
That was been
No. I'm telling you, I wrote it.
I've seen it on news myself.
Markeith, forget the news. The news put in there whatever they want to put in there. I'm telling you, I'm the one who wrote it.
That's what they did. That's what they said.
No, that's what the news are saying. They're gonna fill in the blanks.
He came to the door, started shooting Sade. That's a fucking lie.
That's not what was written. Okay, I'm telling you, I wrote it, and that's not what was written.
That's what the news said.
I don't care about the news. I don't work for the news. What I said was this. I said that you went there.
The dude prosecuted me.
No, forget well, then tell the truth about what happened, and we can clear some of that stuff. If it didn't happen how they're saying it, then let's clear it. But you know what? The only person that can do that is you. Me and this detective right here, we cannot write the story for you. You can do that yourself.
The interrogator goes towards Reed step 4, trying to get the suspect to acknowledge the crime.
So this is the time to do it. Because I know where you've been all day. I know the answer to that. I can sit here and ask you 1,000 questions and know the answer to them. But I don't know exactly how you felt that day that you had to pull the trigger at Sade's house.
Notice how the officer says, had to pull the trigger, as if Markeith had no choice.
That day that you had to pull the trigger at Sade's house.
This is again going on the theme of self-defense or justification.
You did what you did. If you had to defend yourself, that's what it was. But you man up now and clarify for me. My challenge to you is be a man. You were a man that day to do what you had to do.
Again, the officer said, had to do.
You were a man that day to do what you had to do.
Continuing this theme of self-defense and implying his actions were justifiable.
I'm challenging you right now, be a man, okay? Be a man and tell me what happened. Because that's the only way we can clear this shit.
You'll see shortly that the authorities have already done their research on Markeith's personality, as displayed through his social media. One thing they know is that his identity and reputation is a source of pride for him, so they are now going to suggest that not cooperating undermines his manhood.
Forget the news. The news is not here. It's you, I, and him. That's who's here.
You can see the close proximity the officers are sitting to the suspect and how they have him essentially cornered in the room by the way they're seated surrounding him.
So you're going to do that? You're going to man up or what?
Yeah, I said no. I ain't.
Listen, bro. Who pulled the gun on you? Sade or her brother?
We're reverting back to piece step 3, reaffirming the details of the account of the criminal behavior.
Sade pulled the gun on me.
When?
What you mean when?
When the brother came out? When?
Before the brother even came out.
You guys were talking outside?
Yeah, we were talking outside when the younger brother got dropped off, so all that.
And he went inside?
Come up shooting, that's a fucking lie.
That's not how I wrote it.
Yeah, no, and I broke up with her. If you check the text message.
I did.
I wasn't tripping off her. She the one was tripping. So I'm lying to her saying I want to family with her, which I did, but we can't have what you lying. So other than that, I wasn't tripping about shit. That wasn't me.
Right, so she pulled the gun on you, you had to do, what did you do?
I disowned her.
You took it from her?
Yeah.
And what did you do with her gun?
I put it in my back pocket, but when her brother jumped me, I guess it had to fall out.
It fall out. And when did you take your gun out?
Well, me and him was cousin.
The older brother, Ronald, right?
Yeah.
You know who was Ronald?
The older brother, yeah.
Okay. Who did you shoot first, him or her?
The This is a very loaded question. It presumes that Markeith shot both Shade and her brother, and so he needs to be very careful answering it, as it would be easy to get trapped into affirming he committed the crime. Markeith seems to catch on to this, though.
Man.
Him? Because he was on you?
They know what's going on. I talked to my lawyer because y'all just beat me up to you, though.
The suspect has invoked his right to an attorney, and at this point the interview should have stopped until his lawyer arrived. Any statements he made after stating he wants an attorney would potentially be inadmissible. If he voluntarily begins speaking again, the best approach is to re-Mirandize him to clarify he is again waiving his rights after invoking them.
Markeith, I wasn't there. I'm here. I asked for somebody to find you.
They ain't had no business. I ain't got no problem talking. I ain't trying to hide shit I motherfucking did.
And I'm not disrespecting you either. I'm treating you with respect.
It was events that went along before that. I ain't just do no shit like that.
Okay, so fast forward, man. Fast forward. We go through all this stuff. You do what you do. Whatever happened.
I'm over here f***ed up. What you mean fast forward?
No, I'm fast forwarding to last week, 10 days ago.
Markeith, we got to know what happened, okay? We got a grieving family here for a police officer. They want to know what happened. They deserve to know what happened.
The interrogator refers to the grieving family in an attempt to play the morality and conscience cards on the suspect. The police officer that the detective mentioned is Lieutenant Deborah Clayton, 42. This brings us to the second half of Markeith's interrogation. If you were wondering why the tensions between Markeith and law enforcement have been especially high, well, it's all about to become crystal clear. After Markeith fled the scene of Shade and Ronald's shooting, police were working anxiously to track him down. But for a long time, they had no luck. Markeith had somehow managed to slip out of their grasp, and for all they knew, he could be anywhere at this point. Christmas comes and goes, the holiday only a reminder to Shade's loved ones of the happy times they were excited to spend with her, but now will never have the chance to. And then, on January 9th, 2017, at around 6:45 a.m., Markeith walks into a local Walmart. While inside, he approaches a plainclothes loss prevention officer and asks if the store has a restroom other than the one at the front of the store. This was a red flag for the officer, as he suspected Markeith might be trying to conceal something in the bathroom. More than that, he observed that Markeith seemed to be tiptoeing and acting secretive. For someone on the run from the law like Markeith, it seems pretty risky to show your face in such a public and busy store, but maybe he was just desperate and running out of supplies. Maybe he figured that such an early morning visit would be safe, that he could get in and get out without any trouble. What he didn't bet on, however, was Orlando Police Lieutenant Deborah Clayton entering the store just 15 minutes after he did. As both parties did their shopping, they actually crossed paths a few times. And then at 7:11 a.m., the fugitive and the law woman were actually in the same checkout line, separated only by 2 customers, before Markeith chose to leave this line and go to another to complete his transaction. Up to this point, nobody seemed to have any idea of Markeith's identity, although I'm sure he must have been nervous to be so close to an officer. Clayton finished paying for her groceries and walked out of the store, and I can imagine Markeith breathed a sigh of relief that she hadn't recognized him. But this was just the calm before the storm. Another woman in the store had noticed that there was no cashier working one of the lines, and so she went to customer service to get an employee. As the two return, she notices that a man has since started waiting in that very line, and so she walks up to politely explain that she had been there first. But as soon as she lays eyes on Markeith's face, her pulse begins to race. She recognizes his true identity. Coincidentally, her cousin had apparently been married to Markeith, and although she herself hadn't spoken to the man before, she knows exactly who he is. Not only did she have that personal connection with Markeith, having seen him through Facebook pictures and videos, but by this point he had also been publicly named as a suspect in Shade's murder, and a news release had listed him as armed and dangerous. Shade's parents had even hosted a press conference outside their home to beg the community for help in finding their daughter's killer. As the harrowing realization dawns upon the woman, she snaps her head back down, saying to herself, "Oh shit, that's him." The lady tried to keep calm while exiting the store, but as soon as she was out the door, she spotted Lieutenant Clayton and ran towards her where she was still putting her groceries into her car. The woman frantically alerted Deborah. "Ma'am, there's Markeith Lloyd in the store. Y'all are out looking for him for murdering his pregnant girlfriend." Totally caught off guard, but determined to spring into action, Clayton radioed in for backup as Markeith made his way out of the Walmart. Within the next about 10 seconds, other shoppers were running and ducking for cover. What we know about what happened here comes from multiple witness accounts. They say Clayton approached Markeith as he was leaving the store and told him to stop and to get on the ground. They claim that Markeith went like he was going to run and then turned around and pulled his gun out. Clayton made one final radio transmission. Foot pursuit, and then officers on the other end heard 3 gunshots followed by complete silence. About 1 minute later, they received a call that an officer was down. One Walmart employee claims to have witnessed the entire scene. She says she had just clocked out when she noticed the concerned shopper approaching Lieutenant Clayton about Markeith's presence. She could do nothing but watch as the situation intensified in the blink of an eye. She says she found herself sitting by Clayton's side and praying for her as she bled out on the ground from 4 gunshot wounds. This employee alleges that Markeith walked up to Clayton after she fell and shot her some more, even though she laments he could have fled after landing a bullet in her hip. This witness later lamented, "He wanted to finish her off. He just has hatred in his heart. I'm sorry." According to this woman, Markeith calmly turned around, walked to his car, started it up, and took off as Clayton lay taking her final breaths. Additional officers arrived within 28 seconds, but it was too late. Clayton was down, and Markeith was gone.
You know Sergeant Clayton was good people, okay?
I don't know her.
You know what she is.
Once it's revealed that Markeith shot and killed a fellow officer, the earlier behavior of the officers makes sense. Police form a brotherhood or sisterhood with each other, and when one of them is shot, the case is personal to them. Conversely, cop killers are often looked up to on the streets and in prison.
You guys went to the same school. You guys came from the same neighborhood. You know she was good people. Tell us what happened with her. Did she draw down on you first? What happened?
Y'all know she drew down on me first.
The interrogator returns to trying to get Markeith's account of events as per Peace Step 3.
No, we don't. You're the only one there. Tell us what happened.
Man, y'all know
she draw down, and did she fire the first shot at you?
The officers proposed that the sergeant drew down on him first to get him to discuss the shooting and give him a false sense of justification for his actions.
Y'all know she draw down on me first.
Why is she shooting at you?
In front of everybody. That wasn't professional. If I was a police officer, I'd have sat back and got, she started calling back up. I'd have waited down and followed the car, see what car he got in. That shit was dangerous for everybody.
Markeith is trying to shift blame from himself onto Lieutenant Clayton when he says that she should have waited for backup and that she wasn't being professional. He's failing to take responsibility for his actions.
So she came at you? I mean, we don't know this. This is why we need you to tell us.
She came at me.
For what? What'd she do when she came at you?
Pulled a gun on y'all know she came at me.
Okay, we didn't know that she pulled a gun first. This is what kind of stuff we need to know.
CPR was performed on the fallen officer, and she was quickly transported to the hospital. About 5 minutes later, the Orange County Sheriff's Office captain sees a vehicle matching the description of Markeith's and follows it into an apartment complex, where Markeith allegedly steps out of the dark car and fires 2 shots towards the officer's unmarked Ford Explorer. Nobody was harmed, but 3 minutes later, a man called 911 to report that a man believed to be Markeith had carjacked him at gunpoint and then driven his vehicle through a fence. 10 minutes after that call, Clayton was pronounced dead. After 17 years in service at the Orlando Police Department, her career came down to those pivotal few seconds where her life was tragically cut short far too soon. Unfortunately, before the Orlando PD had even had time to process their beloved comrade's passing, there would be yet another casualty in this hunt. When just before 10 a.m., a motorcycle deputy responding to the search for Markeith was fatally struck by a van. That morning, 17 schools in the county were placed on lockdown as the chaos unfolded. A news conference is held alerting the public of the deaths and the search for Markeith. One sheriff calls the day one of the worst in his career, and the award for information leading to Markeith's arrest is increased to $60,000. Authorities focus their search on an apartment complex called Brookside, employing a heavy force of police officers and even armed SWAT members. But eventually, they have to call it off and let residents back into their homes as Markeith is nowhere to be found. It turns out that Markeith was very active on his internet accounts, often sharing updates of his daily life, including a Facebook Live video in November with Sade, where the couple rubbed her pregnant belly and talked about the baby kicking. The pair posted lots of videos together, documenting trips to the mall, OBGYN,
Is that crack? Y'all be smoking. You be smoking that?
Sell it.
Or you just sell crack?
Sell that raw shit, man.
Oh my fucking god. Bruh. This nigga is gay. One of these UK niggas just called me and showed me his dick. These niggas is gay. But this nigga just called me. This nigga was on some gay shit off the rip. That's why I had to pause the video and let y'all hear this shit. Man, I'm ready to get back on the phone with this nigga. This nigga just showed me his dick. String. It is getting wicked. These niggas is weird.
Yo, homie, we got guns.
Bro, cuz why is you showing me your dick, bro?
We got guns. We shoot niggas back.
No, fuck that. Why did you just show me your dick, bro? Bro, why you just show me your dick?
It's small. We got guns.
You is crazy. Yo, huh? My internet fucking up.
What?
My internet fucking up.
Where are you?
You said what?
Where are you?
My internet fucking up. This nigga just showed me his dick. Oh my fucking god.
This girl, come on now, get a pussy on me. Clean pussy on me. This girl's gonna play with a pussy for that nigga. You know what I mean?
This.
Show me where you are.
No.
Are you in America?
No.
Show me some money, boss. Show me some tricks. Show me how you make money.
I'm broke, bro.
So you don't make money?
Nah.
Just smoke weed?
Nah. I don't smoke weed. I don't do nothing. I'm a saint.
You smoke weed. Why is your hair
Cuz, fuck all that. Why did you just show me your dick?
Because me and you are boys, and you're in a different country. Why is your hair like that?
Bro, y'all think that shit cool? Y'all just be showing each other y'all dick.
Obviously not, bro. You get what I mean?
What?
Obviously not, bro. Listen.
What you mean? Obviously not. So why did you just do it?
Because I can.
Cause you can. How many niggas you gonna show your dick to?
Bitch.
All the dudes that be following me and shit.
Listen, why is your hair like that?
What?
Why is your hair like that, bro?
Man, fuck my hair, bro. Your ass is gay. You gay. Man, I would do your ass dirty, boy. Bro, I'm gonna be in the UK this summer. I'm gonna beat your ass. I'm gonna beat your ass, bro. I ain't gonna lie, cuz I'm gonna beat your ass. You gay as a bitch. I can't believe he just did this shit. Nigga, you black too. Your ass look like fucking. Y'all remember this nigga, bro. When I come to the UK, I'm beating this nigga ass. This nigga look like I run you. You don't even got no guns, bro. Stop fucking lying. Ain't no guns in that bitch. Yeah. You say you gonna show me what? Are you gay? Just be real. Just be real, bro. Are you gay, bro? Are you gay? You not gay? So why did you just show me your dick? Bro, cause I swear to God, y'all, I know I did not. Listen, I'm gonna come there and beat your ass. Bro, you're not beating shit. I would do your ass dirty, bro. Y'all niggas don't do, man, cause I ain't even finna. I ain't gonna wolf back and forth with you. Cause when I come to the UK, bro, I'm really on that. So, like, you gonna see, like, I ain't gonna wolf back and forth with your bitch ass. Bro. Y'all. Shut the fuck up. Yo, Bubba. Yo, what, nigga? Oh my god. I don't know what he just did. I don't know what he just did. Bro, it's weird. Them UK niggas, this UK nigga is gay as a bitch. This nigga just showed me his dick. This nigga is calling me back. What is wrong with this nigga? I don't even know this nigga. I think he just tried to do it again. He really just tried to do it again. But I hung up. I think I hung up too fast, bro. You as gay as a bitch, bro. You think that shit funny? This nigga just out this bitch showing dicks. You think that shit funny? You gay as a bitch. Bruh, he did it again. He just sitting there with his pants down. I'm not saying it, but I can tell when he ready to do it. I'm not saying this nigga dick this many times. I only seen it that one time. You think that shit funny, bro? Bro, what is wrong with you? This nigga is weird as fuck. Bruh. This is crazy. Are you done, bro? Cuz, can you stop doing that, bro? We just want to see your face, bro. We just want to see your face, bro. Stop flashing shit. You is gay. Man, I can't even be on the phone with bro no more, bro. I can't. That's all that nigga got in the camera. I can't even be. I had to hang up on bro with. He keep calling me. Why did you keep calling me? Y'all go to this nigga Instagram, bro. He think this shit cool. Bro, this nigga is exposed for life. This nigga is fucked over. Why is this nigga showing me his dick? What the fuck? That's why you can't just get on live with anybody, bro. I get on live with this nigga. I don't think it was the nigga I was on live with. I think it was somebody watching that nigga. But like, imagine niggas just calling you. That is crazy, bro. What the fuck was that? That's why you can't just get on live with anybody. That is crazy. That was super gay, bro. That was super gay. That was super gay. I'm mind blown. I ain't gonna lie, bro. I can't believe this nigga just did this shit. And I think fuck. I'm still uploading this shit. I don't even care. That nigga fucked. That nigga is fucked. That nigga is fucked. He gonna grow up. He gonna regret this shit. I ain't gonna lie. He gonna grow up. He gonna regret this shit. I'm like, bro, you gay as a bitch. He gonna grow up and have kids and everything. I'm gonna tag his kids. I'm like, bro, y'all daddy a faggot. I don't even care. And this bitch getting uploaded. He think that shit funny. This nigga is gay. Damn, y'all probably could hear all that. This shit crazy. Y'all go to this nigga Instagram, bro. Tell this nigga he a faggot. We seen you being a faggot on stream. Faggot ass nigga. This nigga a faggot. I can't believe this shit. I ain't think no nigga from America never called me and showed me his dick. I'm starting to think the whole UK game now. I can't believe he just did that shit. He just ruined that shit for me. What the fuck? Bro, no nigga from America ain't never called me and think that shit funny. You just out this bitch up in your, like, that's crazy. That is crazy. Bro, that is crazy, bro. I am mind blown. That is fucking crazy.
In visits or home cooking sessions. But the inflammatory statuses that the detectives are most interested in include one from 2 weeks before Sade's death, when Markeith posted, goes to be America's Most Wanted. He also shared another update just a couple of days before Sade would die at his hands. This one read, Orlando, Florida, when you talk about street legends, mention me. The couple also broadcasted a Facebook live stream where Sade recorded as the two were pulled over in a traffic stop. Markeith was let go with a warning, but he and Sade went on to make jokes about killing the officer. Just an interesting side note, Markeith's then 19-year-old son was actually behind bars at this time, and during a visit with his mother, he found out about his dad's situation.
My daddy was on the news.
For what?
For killing that girl. One of his girlfriends.
The police too?
He killed the police too?
Yesterday.
Yesterday? I knew he was gonna start doing that. Where?
Where
man. He got away? Yes. Figured that too. He just can't kill people. He's in Walmart.
What's up, bro? Cuz why one of these niggas from the UK just show me his dick, bro? Bro, we ready to run this shit back. Let's start there. Let's start there. Why the fuck? Bro, cuz, nah, we running this shit back. We ready to watch this shit frame by frame. This nigga think this shit cool. He don't know I was streaming. This nigga gay as a bitch. I'm talking about this nigga just up this. Bro, right here. He right here. This nigga user gone 202. Bro, why this nigga just show me his dick like 5 times? You say you gonna follow him? Hey, bro, get on that nigga ass, bro. That nigga wild. I ain't gonna lie, bro. And we ready to run it back on stream. This nigga dumb as hell. Like I'm not streaming. Nah, we ready to run this shit back. Y'all already see this shit. This nigga gay as a bitch. I can't believe this nigga just did this shit. I got y'all. Hold on, stream. I can't believe this nigga dumb as a bitch. I'm finna expose the fuck out this nigga. This nigga really dumb as hell. Did this shit. Alright, boom.
Yo, you usually get on this live? Nah, I'm joking.
Niggas know I'm streaming. I got y'all. Hold on, really dumb. I can't
Well,
believe
did it show you?
this nigga dumb as a bitch. I'm finna expose the fuck out this nigga. This nigga really dumb as hell. Let me find this shit for y'all. All right, boom. This nigga he was on the whole gay street. Niggas know I'm streaming. This nigga really dumb. Oh yeah.
He's from the UK.
Hold on. Let me find this shit for y'all. This nigga he was on the whole gay street. Oh yeah. Let me find this shit for y'all. This nigga he was on the whole gay street. He keep calling me. Why did you keep calling me? Y'all go to this nigga Instagram. Oh yeah. This shit cool. Why did you just show me your dick? Hold on, bro. I'm not gonna show y'all this nigga dick, bro. I'm not gonna show y'all this nigga dick. You talking about live? Yes, I'm on screen. Hold on, I'm not gonna show y'all this nigga dick, bro. Oh, I'm not gonna show y'all this nigga on YouTube and shit.
Yo, what, you live on you, Kit?
You saying my live?
You on live?
Yes, I'm on stream. I got like
yeah, but what fucking stream, bro? What you on? What app? What app?
Shout out to the folks. What you mean?
What app are you streaming on your PC?
Oh, yeah, I'm streaming on YouTube and Kick. Yeah.
How much viewers you got?
Bro, I got like 4. I got 2 on YouTube, 2 on Kick. You said that was your cousin? Shout out to the folks who were watching. Love y'all niggas.
Bro, I remember when you shot your fucking gun outside, bro.
What time is it? Yeah.
I was on that live.
What time is it? Yeah. We need to be crashing. 11.
Bro. The kid who told you to shoot the gun, that was my cousin.
You said that was your cousin?
Yeah.
This shit crazy. Shout out to your cousin. It's 6:20. 6:30. What time is it? PM.
What you mean?
What time is it?
What, here, 11?
But 11 p.m.? It be getting dark at like 6 o'clock now, though. Okay. For real.
What is it? Are you? That's what time's it there?
It's 6:20.
Fucking hell.
6:30
I've
p.m.
just fucking woke up, me.
We gonna come in the summertime. We gonna beat this thing.
And
But
it's 11 at night.
it be getting dark at like 6 o'clock now, though. For real.
Nah,
I can't believe these niggas just
Hey, it gets dark at like 4.
ain't gonna. I can't
When
believe
before
that
it gets
shit.
dark here.
It's dark as fuck out this bitch. I ain't
When you
even gonna
when you
lie.
come in Manchester though? When you come in Manchester?
We gonna come in the summertime.
Yo,
We gonna beat this
call
gay
me
nigga
in
ass.
his face, bro. Go back in the stream.
He just joined and left, bro. That nigga gay, bro.
Huh?
This nigga, I can't believe this nigga just he called me. Ain't gonna. I can't believe that shit.
Nah, I don't think if he was from, I don't think he would actually do that. His account might be hacked or something.
You said what?
His account might be hacked or something.
No. He called me, he showed me his face. Bro, I could go back in the stream and show you, bro.
What, did he sound like me? Did he sound like me?
Yes.
Yeah. Do that.
Fucking hell.
You go 202.
Cause I'm not lying, yeah.
Your ass
That
back
nigga gay.
in, boy. You wanna be funny?
Nah, his account's
Let's
definitely.
be
Let me
funny,
invite him to
nigga.
this live. Let me fucking share it.
Invite him.
What's his name? I might have him. Is it Hughes or something?
See, no, I'm gonna do it. I got you.
Is it Hughes or gone too? I don't know.
Yeah, do that. Yeah, user going 202. Yeah. Bring your ass back here again, boy. You wanna be funny? Let's be funny, nigga. This nigga's gay, bitch.
Imagine doing some gay ass shit like that.
That nigga trying to disappear.
Alright, bro.
I should have played it cool when I hopped on this bitch and added his ass.
Back to this thing. Love you, nigga. Take your time.
Nah, I don't think he'll try now.
Bro, that nigga pussy. Imagine doing some gay ass shit like that. That nigga, bitch. Alright, bro.
I'm on the line.
I'm finna get back to this thing, bro. Love you, nigga. Take your time.
Hey, faggot.
Alright, go on.
You hop on the live. You think that shit funny, nigga? Hop on the live, you faggot ass nigga. This nigga think shit funny. This nigga think shit funny, like shit. That nigga gay.
This year. Never let me play my fucking.
Bro, I swear to God. I'm on that nigga ass. First thing in UK. What was removed? Bro, you a faggot, nigga. Hop on the line, nigga, so we can expose your pussy ass. Bro, what the fuck is a Muppet? Y'all niggas is lame as a bitch. Everything y'all say is weak. Nigga just called me a fucking Muppet, nigga. You think that shit funny, bitch? Hop on the live, ho. What? I bet. I'm on this nigga. This really true. What is wrong with this nigga? You a pussy, nigga. That nigga a pussy. That nigga gonna tell me to go live, don't even join that bitch. I was gonna expose his ass. That nigga, I can't believe. Lord, help these gay ass niggas. Why you ain't hop on the live, bitch ass nigga? You a faggot. 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 I don't care what you gotta say, nigga. You a faggot. 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 You pussy. You a faggot, nigga. Your mama, your daddy gonna hate you, nigga. I swear to God, I'm gonna make your daddy hate you. Cause nigga, you gonna go viral. Once I blow up, you gonna blow up. Cause you a faggot ass nigga. You pussy as a bitch. You a faggot, nigga. You a faggot. You a faggot. You a faggot. Yeah, you a faggot ass nigga. You a bitch. You a bitch, nigga. Shut the fuck up. You a fucking faggot, nigga. You a faggot. You a faggot. Gay ass nigga. This nigga a faggot. He live banned. So that's all I can do to his ass. I can't expose him right now. You lucky he ain't hop on my live. I would have exposed this. Like, this nigga a fucking faggot. These niggas be faggots, man. That should be said. Go, bro. Come on, DeAndre. What the fuck is you doing, man? How can you have? I cut out my day one for the win.
I just put up in that black man back you can't see in.
You gotta do it smarter than that.
Man, I don't even feel like watching them. No, I don't even feel like watching this shit. Oh shit, Duke. Damn, bro. Fuck that.
On 6 and 7 for the past couple of days, yeah, we can't give you all 6 and 7 again, bro. It's gonna come next weekend, but just know the 6 and 7 hour streams are gonna come on the weekend, bro. I swear it is, bro. But some real shit, my nigga. Some real shit, my nigga. We got one more segment for you. I'm waiting for bro to pull back up. I'm waiting for bro to pull back up so we can start this last segment. I should have told that nigga to take my card so he could give me something.
We watching another live. What? See what they talking about in your bit.
Damn, hell no, we most definitely not doing that. Fuck no, we not doing. Fuck no, we not doing that one. I want to show y'all what I'm looking at, but I'm not spoiling it. I'm not spoiling it. Y'all can only see what I'm doing when I pop it up on the screen. Biatch. Beach niggas. Beach niggas. It's a whole bunch of beach niggas in that chat.
You a fucking faggot. You a fucking faggot. You a fucking faggot, nigga. You a fucking faggot. Why? As soon as I tell
I ain't gonna lie, we're gonna do rappers in 2024. Alright, look, we got the list right here. We about to sit here and put it up to y'all, man. We about to sit here and pull it up to y'all, man. Pull that shit up, man. Pull that fucking shit up, bitch.
I need somebody to react to. Oh, this nigga on restream too.
Hold
This
on,
nigga on restream.
Oh,
This
fuck
nigga on
no.
restream.
I'm reacting to you, Rich Boy Rod. You reacting to us. What you mean by that? You on live and you reacting to what we doing? There ain't no way we already got people reacting to us. That's a blessing. I ain't gonna lie. Send me that shit. Send me the link right now. Send me the link right now. I need to see that shit.
He said, "See you the link." Oh yeah, know how.
The fuck was that? But this is what we finna do right here. We got rappers. We got a whole bunch of them. Damn, we got a lot of them. God damn, this shit gonna take like 30 minutes to an hour at least. I'm not even gonna lie to you. This shit gonna take like 30 minutes to an hour at least. This shit most definitely gonna take like 30 minutes to an hour at least.
Let it go restream too. This
I'm not gonna lie, that shit gonna take a good minute. That shit gonna take up a good chunk of the time. We just sitting here waiting for Mir to come back, y'all. We just waiting for that nigga Mir to come back, y'all. Dog, this really day 7. We should have did a whole like 24-hour stream type shit. Like 24-hour stream come. I'm on YouTube. This my name. Alright, I'm about to copy that nigga shit. Oh, I can't even copy his shit. I'm about to just look him up.
Hey, shut out the bros. This shit lit.
There ain't no way, bro. Really watching me on stream. There ain't no fucking way.
Hey.
What the hell?
Yo.
Yo.
You want your door closed?
Yeah.
Hey,
Come look at this shit, brother.
There don't be nobody else on this bitch, bro. There don't be nobody else on this bitch. So you feel me? I'm a supporting the black creator though. That's all for rep, nigga. And you on restream. And you on restream.
Somebody watching us while they on stream.
We're gonna blow up off restream.
Somebody watching us while they on stream they self.
We're gonna blow up off.
Somebody watching us while they on stream they self.
We're gonna blow up off restream, nigga.
What's the word with you, Larry?
Yeah, free Larry.
This really day 7.
Free my nigga Larry.
That shit delayed like fuck. God damn. God damn, nigga, that shit. Hey, that's my fault, bro.
That's because I've been on this bitch 5
No, hell no. Me and bro both using the same shit, so that shit extra delayed. But we about to sit here, and this is what we about to do. This is the last segment of the stream.
This shit ain't about nothing.
We about to rank these rappers.
We ranking rappers?
We about to rank these rappers.
Put him down at trash, nigga. On God, the rainbow hair, nigga. Put him at trash.
Wait a minute, hold on. We gotta get the stream to view the screen. We gotta get the.
Hey, turn me up. Turn me up.
Yeah. Yeah.
This should be crazy.
Why do we keep going to that screen? Oh yeah, that's exactly how we want it to be. All right. Wait a minute, we gotta zoom that bitch out, and then we're gonna zoom it back in when it gets to the zip. All right, that's about good enough. 21 Savage. We got the categories best in the game, GOAT, very talented, nearly flawless, but not top tier. Good, but not great. Might be somewhat inconsistent. Occasionally good, but not consistently. Mostly inconsistent in quality. Almost always lacks in quality. I can't read no more of that. That shit's goofy. We got trash, and then we got unsure. Don't know your opinion. And we starting off with 21 Savage. I think 21 Savage belongs in very talented, nearly flawless, but not top tier. I'm just saying. It's either one of these two for 21 Savage.
Yeah, you're right. You're right.
It's either one of these two. And I feel like 21 Savage belongs right here. Right here. He belongs right there.
Get him out of there. Put him on trash, bro.
We can't act like, bro. Like we can't act like we didn't sit there and bump this nigga, bro.
Yeah, we can't.
We can't act like we didn't sit there and bump this nigga.
Let's be real. Only the good songs he got is the ones with features, except for Bully.
All right, we're gonna put him right here. Almost always lacks in quality or skill, but not entirely trash. I got a whole bag of those downstairs.
Man, but you don't got the spicy nigga. Stop playing, nigga.
Why don't I? This black or 6 black, whatever the fuck they call that. He all right to me. I mean, I'll put him like occasionally good, but not consistently.
I say unsure. Cause I barely listen to that nigga music.
Like, bro, I ain't gonna lie. I never heard, but that might be good because like I ain't never heard a song with him by himself. Who the fuck is this? ASAP Ferg? Unsure.
Hold on.
I ain't never listened
Oh
to
yeah,
an
A$AP
A$AP
Ferg.
Ferg song.
No, A$AP Rocky though.
Good, but
Occasionally
not great.
good.
No, good, but not great. Might be somewhat inconsistent. Because he got a good couple features, bro. He most definitely got a good couple. Who the fuck is this? AB Soul? Who the fuck is AB Soul?
I put that nigga out unsure. Never heard his music.
Yeah, I ain't gonna lie. Who the fuck is this?
Nigga,
2 Chainz?
Nigga, is that 50 Cent?
That's no 2 Chainz next. 2 Chainz next. 2 Chainz, I feel like he belong right next to A$AP Rocky or below A$AP Rocky, right there. And occasionally good, but not consistently. Mostly. No, he deserved to be up, bro. I ain't gonna lie, he low key better than A$AP Rocky.
All right, now let's be so fucking for real right now.
He better than A$AP Rocky.
If we really being for real, I say
2 Chainz better than A$AP Rocky.
We gotta like listen to his old.
Ferg good. Ferg all right. Nah, I don't know. That's why we put him on short. I'm sitting there capping. I do not know if Ferg or
don't know if Ferg song at all.
I wonder if they commented more than that. Oh well, we ain't about to see. I should have been did this. 50 Cent, I ain't gonna lie. Doo-doo. I can't put him below 6'9". If I put him in trash, 6'9" has to go in trash.
Put him inside the good, but
he could go right here.
You got to put him next to A$AP Rocky. I ain't gonna lie to you.
He could go right here in front of 6'9".
What? Nigga, you serious?
Bro, whenever have you said turn on that 50 Cent?
Mini Man.
Oh hell no.
That nigga said Mini Man.
Like what? That's way better than any 6ix9ine song that he had. Bro.
That's why we putting him in front of 6ix9ine.
That's better than most of the songs that this nigga got too.
I ain't gonna lie.
You gotta put that. You gotta give 50 Cent his flowers, bro. What are you talking about?
Alright, bro. There's only one 50 Cent song niggas ever done. Niggas is not bumping 50 Cent, bro. Lucky I even put him ahead of 6ix9ine.
You said all good music, then. What are you talking about?
We got A Boogie with the hoodie. Best in the game. Best in the game. Go. I ain't gonna lie. Who the fuck is Action Bronson?
Oh,
I thought that was a fucking wrestler.
That's bro. That nigga actually kind of
nigga tripping. 50
But
Cent movie.
I'll put his ass right here though.
This nigga tripping.
Right there.
50 Cent damn near tied with 21 Savage.
I was gonna put him in the not sure, but just going off of both of us, so I'm putting him right there.
Not in numbers.
We got
That nigga tripping.
AES, bro. That can't be another A$AP nigga because that should say Rock. I don't know who this nigga is.
I don't know who that nigga is either.
Hey, hold on.
Now you already know the next nigga. You know you gotta put that nigga up in occasionally good, but not consistently.
Bro, hell no. I only heard one good song from that nigga to this day. This nigga could probably damn near go right here, bro. After all these niggas. But bro, hell no. That one song don't hold him up enough, bro. I'm sorry, bro. That one song does not hold him up enough. Who the fuck is
bro,
this?
Bro. 50 Cent movie legendary. Come on,
50 Cent movie legendary. We gotta zoom back in. I ain't gonna lie.
Candy shop? This nigga tweaking. Candy shop. Take me to the candy shop.
This
nigga tripping.
Anderson .Paak. Why did I think it was that nigga? That's so crazy. Anderson .Paak, where does he belong? I'm not gonna lie. He could damn near go like right here or right here. If you were right here, right here.
I mean, I never listened to none of his music, I don't think.
Alright. So I ain't really listening, bro. All I heard was the Freshman Cypher. Nah, I'm gonna keep it stacked with you. I only heard the Freshman Cypher. So we're gonna put him right here.
Whoa. Hold on.
So we can just be safe, bro.
Bitch talking. Candy shop, I forgot about that song.
Hold on, did you put A Boogie above?
Forgot about it.
Bro, 21 better than A.
I just wonder why you forgot about it, bro. Why you forgot about it?
Now, hold on, bro. It's been so long.
I wonder why it's been so long since you heard it, bro. You really gotta think about that, bro. You really gotta think about that, bro. Why has it been so? Because you're not just playing that shit. Nobody's just pumping that shit.
No, bitch is
So
fish.
what better than A Boogie? What
Bad
is this
baby,
nigga
I ain't gonna
doing?
lie. Fucking trash.
Trash.
Like,
What is
what
this
the
nigga
fuck?
doing?
Who the fuck is this? Malik Monk? Big K-R-I... I don't know who the
Better
fuck this
than A
nigga is. I damn near
Boogie.
want to put him in trash just for his name. Big Sean, good, but not great.
What?
No, very talented, nearly flawless, but not top tier.
Okay.
That belongs. Block Boy JB, you're going right there after Amine, buddy. You fell off like fuck. And then the songs that you had that was good, you got carried on, buddy. Is that fucking Blueface? You're better than Bad Baby, though, so we're going to put you right there.
I don't know nothing about these.
Brockhampton. Who the fuck is Brockhampton? Who the fuck? Cardi B be spitting, bro. I ain't gonna lie. We gonna put,
yeah, but I was just about to say that
occasionally good, but not consistently. Mostly inconsistent. And, no, her quality good. We might have to put her up one more. I feel safe putting her up one more, bro. Yeah, I feel good putting her up one more. Chance the Rapper. He's going occasionally good, but not consistently.
Yeah, I can fuck with that. And I fuck with Chance the Rapper.
Over 50 Cent, though, bro. He not over 50 Cent.
What? Why isn't he?
He over 50 Cent?
Yeah.
Oh hell no.
Why is he over 50 Cent?
But how this nigga gonna put A Boogie above Chief Keef and 50 Cent? Yeah, at that point, we out this bitch. At that point, we is out this bitch. At that point, we're gone. We're gone, man. We're gone at that point. At that point, we're gone. Like, this nigga don't know what he talking about. Ain't no way you putting A Boogie above 50 Cent. 21 Savage. Like, bro, what the fuck? Shout out to bro ass. Y'all go sub to that nigga. I don't know why, but I'm addicted to like plugs and shit. Them niggas telling niggas how they be doing this shit. That shit kind of lit. That shit kind of lit. I'm not gonna lie. I was reading. That's why I got quiet like that.
Sometimes I make 10 grand in a day, selling like 3 keys in an hour. I'm hearing about ways of impregnating. That is the future of trafficking. I start to realise that I'm under surveillance. I get arrested. There was a sawed-off shotgun in the back of the van. They then had to arrest all of the people involved. We were responsible for bringing in at least 80 kilos, but they know it was a lot more, but they just can't prove it.
Peter Triton is a career drug smuggler who spent decades importing high-quality South American into the United Kingdom. He came up with ingenious smuggling techniques and was one of the first British drug traffickers to figure out how to melt pure into furniture and pass it through customs. In the mid-2000s, Peter was arrested in Ecuador and sentenced to 10 years in the most brutal supermax prisons in all of South America, where he witnessed horrifying violence that most soldiers never see in an official war. He himself was almost killed numerous times in prison riots and gang beefs, but he survived and was repatriated back to Britain, where he has finally put the drugs down and picked up the pen. Check out his best-selling book, El Infierno, My Time Inside Ecuador's Toughest Prisons. For more bonus content, this is one of the
gangs were so powerful, they ran everything in there. In the first week we were in there, there was like over 30 murders. You just did not know whether you were going to survive that day. Violence came out of nowhere sometimes. Hand grenades would come through the window sometimes and explode. I saw people get killed in there, hacked to death, blown up by hand grenades, shot, poisoned, electrocuted, drowned, every which way you can think of.
That's when I see lights behind me start to flash. And I didn't even think, I just hit it. I was driving like my life depended on it. Then I parked the car, hopped out, closed the door, and I started running. And he pulls out a burner, a shank, it's like 6 inches. And he passes it to me. And he goes, here, that's yours. Don't ever leave the cell block without this. He was the reason I made it out of that place alive. Peter Troyton. Peter Troyton.
That's a terrible English accent, I must say.
Peter Troyton. Peter Troyton.
Peter Triton.
Oh, is it Triton?
No, it's not.
Bastard. Do you think there is more drug use in the United Kingdom than in America?
I think it's of a comparable level.
Because obviously America is the biggest buyer of drugs, but we're a huge country of 350 million people. I think per capita...
I think statistically, Britain is, within Europe, is the biggest consumer of certainly of cocaine. Spain is pretty close behind it, but Britain, I think, is pretty well up there.
What is it? Is it the weather combined with the trauma that everybody seems to have, right? And you know what I mean? All of this is just a scandalous land.
I think people in Britain, right from the hippie era, my hometown, Stroud, was a synonymous hippie type town. So it's always had a reputation for heavy drug use. And there's a few towns around Britain, like Glastonbury, but they have the big festival, Totnes, all these little hippie enclaves.
Sure.
And I think people in Britain have just always liked to experiment and use drugs or alcohol or whatever.
Yeah, I think also it's an intellectual culture still. So I think smart people are a little more depressed and like to relieve themselves of the burden of life and the existential crisis that is us on this earth.
Yeah, definitely.
I think they like to relieve it with drugs.
Escapism. It's escapism.
Yeah,
and yeah, for sure.
Wow. Is there still a cocaine boom going on now in Europe?
There's a massive cocaine boom in Europe.
But what's the difference between now and like 20 years ago?
Sorry, I think.
What's the difference? I mean, because it seems like there's been a boom on since the 90s.
I think that the war on drugs was just a fallacy. It didn't work. It's only made it worse. And I think even though the chemicals have become harder to get in South America, they've just found other chemicals they can use in place, and there's more cocaine being produced than ever. It's being shipped more widely to more countries than ever before. And there's just so much corruption and there's so much money involved that it's ending up all over the place.
So what's so interesting is there is not that much money in selling coke in America anymore. The cartels hardly bother with it. I mean, it's there, of course. It's still the most used drug besides marijuana.
Right.
But all the money is in fentanyl. It's in
meth,
crystal meth. It's in these synthetics.
Is that because people use more of them?
No, it's because they can control. It's
price.
Cheaper to make, right? So cocaine, you still have all these inputs, right? From the leaves to paying the farmers to paying the people that make the base, and all the middlemen.
They're manufacturing the fentanyl and the meth themselves.
Right, exactly. And the price, you can only get so much for coke. Like the price of a kilo of coke in America, it's pretty cheap.
What is it in Los Angeles? Like about 15?
I would say like if you're buying it straight from the somebody who just brought it over from Tijuana, probably no more than like 20, 25.
Oh, is it that much? Because it used to be about 15.
Yeah,
in Los
okay.
Angeles.
I think it might have gone up a little bit since but they massively overproduced since the pandemic. They massively produced cocaine, and so it bottomed out the price a little bit. I think it's going up now. But what is, in your time, the 20 years you were in the game, did you see the price in Britain come down?
I mean, I can give you an example now. Obviously, I still know people who are, involved.
Right, you yourself are still smuggling cocaine.
No, I am not still involved.
I'm just joking.
And whoever
We're
put that
having
out,
some fun.
Whoever put that out on TikTok on that ex-crime or whatever from Dodge Woodhall, I will find you.
Yeah.
And I will be coming through your front door. I'm telling you now.
Yeah, to paint it, because that's what he does.
Yeah, to paint it. That's right, red with blood. Your blood. But no, I am not involved in no. But I obviously I still know people who
you got ears.
I have
you
friends.
Hear things.
Yeah,
right.
you have friends that are still.
So, but in your time in the game, did you see?
I was just going to say that how the price has fluctuated. Yeah. I'll give you an example right now. It was around about the £30,000 mark. Within the space of about 2 weeks, it dropped by nearly 10,000. Wow! So it fluctuates quite.
It depends on if the load, a big load gets in or not.
Apparently, yeah. So apparently, a huge amount of cocaine has just come into Holland, and now that's filtering out across Europe.
Right. That's
the word on the street.
Yeah. Wow. So. But it does seem like Britain is like an open market. Like there's really,
to some extent.
Like if you're a group or even an individual, right, like yourself, and you have the proper connections, you can get product through. In America, it's kind of been monopolized. There is micro trafficking still from Colombia, but 90% of it is controlled by the Mexican cartels.
Yeah, I mean, people have attempted that here as well. I mean, the Albanians, for one, have certainly monopolized quite a large part of the market, the cocaine market in Britain.
Right.
They can be found in almost every town and city in Britain, in one shape, form, or another.
Right.
But there is definitely still families, small groups operating.
But you yourself, just one guy from a hippie town, operated much like an Albanian clan that's got connections at ports in Ecuador, all the way to people that they're paying off in Belgium to get the shit through. What's so fascinating about this is that you kind of, on a smaller level, put all that together.
Yeah, I mean, we never paid off the police. We had the opportunity to, but because of the method that we were using, the impregnation method, impregnating it into rubber, latex.
You gave it to pregnant women to swallow.
Yeah, no. I could tell you a horrific story, but I'm not going to about a pregnant woman. Yeah, no.
Okay,
you don't want to know.
So basically, you're from this. You're not from. You're not. Would you call yourself working class?
Yeah, definitely. My father was a builder. There was never a great deal of money at home.
Right. So, but you're not from the council estates. You're from the countryside.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
And you're pretty young though. You got into the game.
I was very young when I got into it.
Yeah. It's wild. You're like,
I mean, my dad was smoking hash, so when I was growing up, but you don't really appreciate what's going on when you're very young.
Right.
Started to get a realization of what was happening around the age of about 10 or 11. By the age of 12, around about then, I was smoking hash or experimenting with it, with school friends. And that then quickly led into dealing to friends. I realized that it was quite easy to make money. I had a couple of stepbrothers. My parents divorced. My mum's new partner had a couple of sons. They were both involved in the illegal rave scene. And I saw it as a way of making money very easily because you could go to these illegal raves and there was no control by the police and there was you could do whatever you wanted really inside these parties. And it was very easy to sell drugs there.
And this is the early 90s rave explosion.
Yeah, very late 80s, early 90s.
Yeah, so the rave scene, especially in your part of England, southwest England, was huge.
Yeah, massive. There were a lot of it, what they called New Age travelers, hippies, I suppose.
Yeah.
Really. And there were every weekend there were like 4 or 5 day long parties going on.
And so you're selling to hippies, so there's no violence involved. So you're thinking this is a good business.
Exactly.
A
A
5'1", you know.
I'm not 5'1". You might be 6'10", but I'm 5'10". That's 6.
But you know what I mean. Like you're like, oh, this isn't a big scary business like they show in the movies.
Yeah, but I mean, I did have those stepbrothers as backup, and to some extent,
right.
And they, one of them was quite a bit older, and they were all involved with the local heavy mob, and so
I see.
I always sort of had people around me that I could fall back on if I needed it.
Sure. You get popped when you're 17, when you're in what we call high school.
I like blueberry muffins.
And you're a good student, by
I
the
don't
way,
like the
which is no
blueberries.
surprise. You're a sharp guy.
Yeah.
What did you want to do? Like, did you have dreams?
Well, because obviously, I mean, everyone has dreams when you're a kid and you're growing up. My dad was a builder, so initially I thought about becoming an architect, but there wasn't really much money in it. I've always loved archaeology, which is what I ended up studying at university. But I would have been a good doctor. I should have done medicine, but just didn't have the financial backing. It's a 6-year course in Britain,
right?
And just didn't have the financial backing to do 6 years at university.
So what?
And unfortunately, I went into pharmaceutical.
Sure, you became a pharmacist instead, right? Yeah. So you took a pinch at 17. Some couple ounces of hash.
Yeah, it was. It was fairly minor.
No, and when you're you are a minor at 17 still. Do you get like probation?
Yeah, I got sentenced. I think it was 6 months probation and a small fine.
And does that follow you into adulthood?
Oh, yeah, that was goes on your criminal record.
Okay, it does. Yeah, it does. So you can't get that sealed because you were underage.
No, I don't think so. It may have been. I think there's things at that level. I think there is a point at which it expires.
Okay.
So that's probably. It will still be on my record for sure. I think my record runs to ages.
But I mean, like, does that when you later on in life when you started getting, in big trouble, can they use that early charge to like hit you with a more prison time?
Yeah, I could bring it up.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
So, but that kind of scared you straight for a few years at least.
Well, I mean, it stopped me whilst I was doing my A levels, which is high school.
High school.
Yeah. So it stopped me dead in my tracks. And I was like, I don't want to jeopardize going to university.
Right.
Which is college in America. Yeah. So, I just stopped dealing, stopped going to the pros, stopped taking drugs, just got my head down. Because they expelled me from the college, but they said I could sit my A levels.
Oh, really?
Yeah. They threw me out.
Okay. But you did make it to university.
Yeah. So I got 4 A levels, or like, what was it? An A, 2 Bs, and a D, something like that.
Yeah. So you had good marks.
Yeah. So I got 4 offers from 4 different universities, different areas around the country: Liverpool, Southampton, Bradford, and Cardiff.
And where'd you end up going?
Cardiff, because it was close to home. My mum had a heavy drinking problem by this point. It was having psychotic episodes, and it was all really, really stressful. And I had a younger sister who was 4 years younger than me, so I was kind of leaving her behind to deal with all that on her own.
Yeah,
and I kind of didn't want to do that. It was quite worrying. My mum had sort of half separated from her partner and was kind of living in a flat on her own, and it wasn't good. So I wanted to be on call,
right?
Shall we say? So Cardiff to where I was living was like
right. So you almost had a chance
by train.
You almost had a chance. You were out of the game for a sec. You were being a good son, but it's pretty quick that you got back into it, just from an opportunity.
Yeah. So I mean, I've always been entrepreneurial, even as a kid. I remember coming up with business ideas, and it's just a streak in me.
Yeah,
I suppose.
Well, you attract that. Like I notice people used to ask me, how do you meet these criminal connections, right? Like when it's an underground business, you can't advertise, you can't put out an ad on Craigslist or in the newspaper.
Even though some people do.
Yeah, they do now. They do it put it on Snapchat now.
Yeah.
But back in the game, how do buyers meet sellers in this invisible world?
Yeah.
And I would tell people the best way I can explain it is, you attract it. It's, swear to God, it is. You mentioned telepathy before we started the show, like how you think about someone and then you end up meeting them or they call you.
Yeah,
That's how you would attract what you think about.
Yeah, definitely.
It's metaphysics.
Yeah, positive thinking and telepathy. It all
Right,
exists.
and
It's
negative
all-
thinking too. If you're thinking, you know, you can attract the negative people
energy,
into your
yeah.
life.
Yeah.
But and I myself am the best example of that because I had no criminal connections and I still were able to meet these people that put me in positions to make huge money in the game. So that seemed to happen to you.
It happened really quickly, actually. I maybe I have a trustworthy face. I don't know, but I'm not stupid. I'm reasonably intelligent, and I found it very easy for people just to introduce me. I mean, that was kind of one of my rules, that I wouldn't really work with anyone unless I was introduced to them by someone that knew them and trusted them. And I very quickly rose up the chain, went up the chain to, of suppliers, from the level of buying half an ounce of cocaine to suddenly being introduced to people that were selling kilos, and then to people that were selling tens of kilos, to people that were importing tons.
Right. And this was in college still.
Yeah. And from initially buying that half an ounce of cocaine for a fellow student, within, I'd say, probably 3 months, I'm dealing kilos.
Wow. Who are you picking up kilos from?
Basically, the local dealer back in my hometown who shared my name. Oddly enough.
Peter Triton?
No, not
your father?
Not the surname, not the surname, the first name. So we'd be Pete and repeat. Those are little tags.
Cute.
But yeah, that was very nice.
No, I'm just kidding. I'm joking.
So he kind of got cold feet when I started ringing him up saying, look, I need like half a kilo or a kilo, because a lot of it was on credit.
Yeah.
So
you didn't have the buy money for a full.
It was starting to get to that point.
Yeah.
I don't want to be involved. It's too much risk, but I will introduce where I'm getting it from. He's happy to meet you. So, like I said, within sort of 3 minutes, that first half an ounce, because obviously I started meeting local dealers around Cardiff. And it was then that the larger amounts came into play, because the local dealers were supplying the whole of Cardiff. And I already knew some fairly big dealers back in my hometown and, other areas through the illegal rave scene. So I had quite a large dealer base already. And it just got bigger by meeting these local guys around Cardiff. And I then just had this brainwave, and I said to them, will the people that you were previously being supplied by be open to having a meeting with me, because I think I might be able to supply them in turn. So I then met the people that were supplying the dealers in Cardiff, who were like the main dealers throughout the whole of South Wales, up in the Rhondda Valleys, Swansea, Bridgend, all the way down, across South Wales, which is where the bulk of the cities are. And so, before I know it, I'm talking to people that are asking me for 2-3 kilos of coke, 50 to 100 kilos of hash, and then it goes up to 250 and then at 500.
Right.
It just.
So who was your supplier then? Because now you have the best price, so you can now.
Yeah, because
you can now supply these distributors.
Exactly. I didn't realize that the guy I was introduced to by the guy in my hometown. So he introduces me to the main dealer that he's getting it from, the kilo dealer, should we say. A guy near Oxford, ex-musician, very well contacted up in London. And unbeknownst to me, I've since found out that he was getting it straight from the people that were bringing it into the country by the ton or 10 and a half at the time. They were bringing it using yachts, sailing yachts, to bring it in. They were dealing with the Medellin cartel. The end of Pablo Escobar is dead by this point.
Right.
But the Medellin cartel is still in existence.
Right. This is like the mid-90s, 95, something like that?
Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
So
you're only about 19 years old.
Yeah, well, no, I was probably 20, 21.
Okay, gotcha.
Oh, look, here they come now.
They heard us. Damn, they really are watching everyone.
So these guys are bringing it in, which is why I was getting it at such a good price. And it was literally pure. I cut it open and it would have the beautiful pearlescent look to it, and the stamp and all the layers of wrapping on it, and the anti-dog relish, I mean, it was just really good cocaine.
They put chili pepper or something on the packages.
I mean, there was loads. There was about 6 layers of wrapping.
Yeah,
there's a rubber sock around it to make it waterproof. Then there was foil for the X-rays and the scanners and whatnot. And then there was like this layer of relish. Quite often, I call it relish because it was like a really, for the dogs.
I think it's like chili flake liquid that stings the dog's nose and makes them recoil, something like
horrible.
that. Yeah.
And then more layers, and then you finally get down to the cocaine.
Right. And so where does a yacht that's bringing in, say, 1,000 keys,
so
where do they come? What part of England do they dock?
Well, the guy that was bringing it in, whose name I cannot say because he was sentenced.
Prince Andrew.
Yeah, not far off. But he got sentenced to 35 years, but he's now free. He was a very well-known criminal in London. Very, he was running quite a large percentage of the British cocaine market.
Okay, white guy?
White guy, Irish guy, and so he had big connections in Southern Ireland. So they would bring it in on the yachts, and they would do what's called coopering. So a fishing boat would come out from Southern Ireland. They would transfer the cocaine from the yacht onto the fishing boats, and they would then take that into Ireland, and then they would bring it into England overland by lorries, using lorries, vans, stuff like that.
Right.
Sometimes they would just come straight to Southampton port or Portsmouth directly on the yacht and load it.
Interesting. There's probably less law enforcement in the Irish waters, especially back
totally.
then.
And I don't know whether they had them paid off or not, but
back then it was easier. Ireland was still super poor.
This is before 9/11 had happened, and it was just things were just quite a lot easier then.
Right. So you got connected with this guy. You're getting his.
I'm connected to the guy in Oxford who's getting it from this guy. Who's bringing it in.
So he's only charging you a couple points more.
He's putting $1,000 on it.
He's putting $1,000 on. That's it. So you're basically getting the wholesale price.
Pretty much.
Coming off the boat. That's incredible. What were you paying for a kilo?
So we were paying, it was like 25, 26.
Yeah.
And you're £1,000.
And how much are you then giving it to your distributors
28, 30 sometimes.
Wow. So you're making like 3 to 5 points
sometimes
a unit.
Sometimes I make 10 grand in a day, selling like 3 keys of coke in an hour.
Okay, so do you have to buy this? Do they give you credit?
Because they were bringing stuff in. Most of it was given out on credit in trust. Sometimes I'd be coming back down from London with like £250,000 worth of drugs, sometimes more. I remember going up to London in a transit van because the guy from Oxford also introduced me to a guy for hash. Because I needed so much by this point. Hashish and weed. And I was asking for so much that it wasn't really his thing. So he introduced me to a hash dealer, a Moroccan guy, half Moroccan, half Gibraltarian, who used to live in Spain but is now living in Britain. And I would meet him in an area of London called Blackheath, and there's a common there. It used to be a coffee bar there. And we'd meet near this coffee bar, back up one transit van to another, open the doors, and literally transfer like 200-300 kilos of hash in cardboard boxes from van to van, and drive back. I would drive them back down the M4 to Wales, sell it, get the money, drive back, know, or give it out and then collect the money after a week or whatever.
Was it you were one of those dealers that you had variety? You had ecstasy pills, hash, weed, and coke.
Yeah, I was kind of dealing all the party drugs.
Why, if you have something as sensitive as cocaine, why bother with the other stuff?
The other things did start to tail off as I realized the amount of money that I could make through cocaine. That became the primary source, really. And in the mid to late 90s, the quality of the ecstasy dipped drastically because they were having trouble getting the what's that chemical, one of the chemicals that's key to making it.
I'm not sure. You're the guy.
Yeah, I forgot what it's called. PMC or P. It's like the oil they get from the tree.
Yep.
They were having difficulty getting that. So the quality of ecstasy dipped, and at that point, I was like, you know, I can make more money dealing cocaine.
Yeah,
and there's also less volume.
Right.
You know,
of course,
having to mess about with loads of hundreds of kilos of hash to make the same amount of money as selling 5 kilos of cocaine.
Right.
You know, so it was like,
yeah.
So cocaine became really, that started to become the main thing for me.
So in the late 90s, how many keys were you moving every week, every month?
You know, I'm still at uni. I dropped out of uni in my second year, moved to Bristol. Things got a bit bigger then because I met more people in Bristol, made a connection in Edinburgh, in Scotland, because I knew the prices were much better there.
Right.
And, you know, probably between 3 and 5 kilos of coke a week easily.
Yeah.
Sometimes more.
Just handed them off, or are you breaking them down and stepping on it and cutting it?
I would just hand straight off. 1 or 2 maybe I would break down into like half keys, 9s, and then ounces.
Did you learn how to stretch it, or did you always keep it pure?
What, cut, you mean?
Yeah.
It was odd because around the time I was at university, my second year before I dropped out, someone mentioned to me repressing, and it was a new thing. You know, I knew about cutting it, but people had started to actually cut it and repress it back into blocks. And I was like, "What the hell is repress?" And they were like, "Don't you know what?" And I was like, you know, I was getting educated at this point in the cocaine business.
Yeah.
And I realized that actually it was better to sell it pure, because it's always, if I was getting it, because I was getting it at such a good price, I could control more of the market by selling it pure, and at a lower competitive price. Because obviously people that are using drugs tend to go where the best quality is. And if they can get it for the best price as well, you're on a winner.
Yeah, and if you're, you know, giving it out to people that are already going to chop it up, you don't want to dilute it more at the top. Let them worry about that.
Sometimes I would maybe, I say on a kilo, I'd maybe put an ounce into it, which is hardly anything.
An ounce of cut,
which is like 28 grams or a couple of ounces. 50 grams into a kilo, which is hardly noticeable.
Sure. Were you yourself a coke user?
I was using coke, but I was never a big cocaine user. I just couldn't do it. It was just too strong. It would make me too paranoid.
Right.
And I sort of set myself a rule that I'd always do the business in the day, and I would only use the coke when I finished doing the business at the end of the day, when I was home, out of the way, and you know, I didn't have any stress.
Okay. Were you happy? Like, were you taking care of your mom now? Was the money good?
That was one of the main reasons, you know, I mean, I think a lot of drug dealers get into the business, you know, obviously to make money, but the idea was to make enough money to be able to, A, help my mum out, you know, and sort out her drink problem, and B, to set up a legit business. And I think a lot of drug dealers get into it with the idea of starting a legit business from the proceeds.
I don't think so. We talked to a lot of drug dealers on here, and they had plans to do anything besides sell drugs, and they blew all their money. So you don't look like a guy that spends more than he brings in.
I try not to.
Am I wrong about that?
But yeah, I mean, I try. Obviously, when you grow up, you know, in your early days, I mean, I ended up renting the wing of a manor house, had some pretty expensive cars, but I grew out of that pretty quickly. You know? And then I realized that actually it was better to keep a low profile.
Of course.
And, you know, I was investing money in shares, and I wanted to get into property, buying and selling property. And I was starting to get into it, and then got arrested in May of 2000.
Right. Tell us about that bust.
Yeah. So, you know, obviously, like I said, things have got quite big. Well, very big for English scale of things. And it was my girlfriend's birthday. I'd moved out of Bristol because she had been going out with a Jamaican, half Jamaican, half Irish guy. He was a bit of a yardie.
Sure.
And he had instigated the theft of a kilo of coke, and there'd been car chase, me chasing him around Bristol, there'd nearly been a gunfight in a restaurant, and it all got really out of control. And I was just like, this, I'm moving out of Bristol, I want a quiet life. You know, we'd gone through people's front doors, we'd tracked down their families and everything. It got pretty heavy. And, you know, so anyway, I moved out of Bristol with his ex. and moved back to Stroud, out into the countryside, somewhere quiet where no one knew where I lived. Particularly, so he didn't know where I lived, and also so the police didn't know where I lived. And so day after my girlfriend's birthday, I think it was May the 15th or 16th, and I'd gone out to do a few drops and gone up to somewhere near Stow on the Wold, which is near Cheltenham. Cotswolds. So the Cotswolds is quite a famous area of Britain, very picturesque, which I lived quite near there, on the edge of. So anyway, go into this house, drop off 3 ounces of cocaine, have a cup of tea with the guy, and collect some money off him. Go out, get in a van, driving a big red transit van, so you can't miss me. It was on hire, but anyway, drive about 7 miles up the road towards Cheltenham.
That means a rental, people, on rental, hire.
Yeah. And suddenly there's a marked police car, comes up behind me, blue lights me, pulls me over, and I think, it's a routine traffic stop.
Yeah.
And it wasn't. Yeah. They'd seen me, the house had been under surveillance. So they'd seen me come out of the house. I think they knew that I think they had some intel on me already. And I had a briefcase, a bit like a doctor's briefcase. And it was in the front of the van anyway. They went straight for that, pulled it out, jemmied it open with a crowbar. So they broke it open with a crowbar, and inside were like 1,000 pills, some more coke, some hash for the next drop.
Yeah.
And so I get arrested. There was a sawed-off shotgun in the back of the van, broken down into component parts.
Is that can they add that charge? Like if you get caught with a gun on top of drugs, can they enhance your charge?
That doesn't help things.
No,
Should we
especially
say?
not in Britain, right?
Yeah. I mean, that's
not even allowed to have
why
guns.
I kept it broken down into its component parts.
I see.
Because I knew that if it was broken down, at least it wasn't in a usable form.
Right.
And I was sort of dealing in antiques. And so I tried to play that it was, not usable, and I bought it as an antique.
I'm hunting fox. Yeah.
I'm out hunting pheasants and rabbits and out shooting grouse. Old chap, old bean with a sawn-off shotgun. Can you imagine?
Yeah, that's right.
On a pheasant shoot.
Right.
He's shooting everybody.
That's how Dick Cheney got shot.
Yeah, because the spray goes a little bit wide.
Right. So okay.
Did
they have prior, like, did they have an investigation going on you, or was this just a chance?
They had that house under surveillance, so that I think they were more investigating the guy who I'd gone to see, and some other guy that I'd never heard of that was also arrested. So me and the guy in the house get arrested. He'd managed to get most of the coke down the toilet, luckily. So they only found traces and some scales and a bit of money and I think a tick list. So he gets bail. I get arrested. I spent 6 days in Cheltenham police station, go no comment all the way through, apart from at one point, because of the place I was living in, this manor house that I'd rented, in the stable block of the manor house, there was a special constable, like a junior police officer living there. Called Penny, who I used to play tennis with. I had no problem with her. She had no clue what I was doing whatsoever. I said I was dealing in antiques and like messing about online, dealing in shares, stocks and shares. So I used to play tennis with her. Anyway, a friend of mine thought it'd be a good idea to expose an informant, to have a loud conversation in front of this informant in a pub, in a bar, Stroud, about how they were going to kill this police officer. Because they thought she was responsible for my arrest. It had the adverse effect. It, in fact, made my case, it made me look really
worse.
Bad. Yeah, exactly, a lot worse. Because at that point, I'd been held incommunicado, so no phone
bail.
calls. No phone calls.
Oh, wow.
No contact with anybody. This is the third day of my custody in the police station. I was there 6 days in the police station.
You don't have the right to call your lawyer?
I had my lawyer come in.
Okay.
But that was it. No phone calls to family, no visits, nothing. So basically, my lawyer said, look, you're going to have to make a comment on this because otherwise the police have basically said they're going to fuck you up. They're going to make your life hell, which they did anyway in the end. They don't like it when one of their own gets threatened with their life. I mean, they took it really seriously because you think I've been in a police station for 3 days and they've linked me to massive crime families up in London by this point.
Right.
You know, that I'm not going to mention.
Right.
You can imagine some of the key people.
Right.
Anyway, you think certainly one of their police officers is getting threatened with their life, and I haven't even had a phone call. How's this happening? So I had to make all this comment, you know, that I was really friendly with her, that I played tennis with her. I said, ask her yourself. I've got no problem with her. And they said, look, we know it's something to do with you. Call your people off, otherwise, you know, your life's going to be hell. So I said, I'll do what I can, but when I get a phone call, because you've not given me a phone call. Or
I don't
anything.
buy any of this. You limeys aren't going to touch a cop. Stop being tough.
Look at my case papers. That's what I can say.
I mean, I'm not talking about you. I'm talking about these, you know, I don't know. I don't buy it. If you're going to kill a cop, now, obviously they take that very seriously.
They take it seriously.
They take it seriously, of course, because it's such a middle finger, you know. In Colombia, yes, cops get killed all the time, but
police officers have been killed here. But I mean, it's rare. It's
rare.
If you kill a police officer here, you're never getting out.
You're never going to get out. It's just like in America.
Yeah.
Okay, so what was the result of this?
Well, basically my security went through the roof. The security level that they were holding me at went through the roof.
Right.
I was there another 3 days, carried on going, no comment afterwards.
Yeah.
They then remanded me into Gloucester prison. I was the only potential category A prisoner in the whole prison. So to feed me, I wasn't allowed to talk to any other prisoners. They put me on the second floor of the prison, so I couldn't tunnel out or escape.
Yeah.
I had to exercise in the yard on my own. All my phone calls were recorded. All my letters photocopied. Visits behind the glass. And just to feed me, they would close the whole wing down, open my door, put 2 officers behind me, 2 in front, walk me down to the hot plate, the surgery.
Wow.
Get my food, walk me back to my cell, and lock me in. And literally, they would come and search my cell daily, rip it apart, strip search me, just trash all my stuff.
Just punitive.
They really
punishment. Yeah. Just being dickheads.
It was called being on the book. So any movements that in and out of the cell, they would note down the time that I was taken out of the cell, where I went, what I was doing, who I spoke to.
Wow.
You know, everything.
They're trying to get you to crack.
Well, just not particularly. They were just, you know, high security,
punishing you
to make sure I didn't do anything, you know, or attempt to escape or have anyone.
Well, but they were trying to give you. Were they trying to get you to give up your suppliers and these crime families?
No, because I mean, I went no comment all the way through.
Right.
I mean, it seemed like they knew quite a lot already anyway. So
right.
You know, I'm pretty well anyway. So
yeah. Okay. So what are you facing?
So, I mean, I went guilty after 9 months.
Yeah. So they gave you a plea.
Is that what it's called?
Yeah, plea deal. So they offered you. They offered you,
so
say, like 10 or something.
Yeah. So I ended up with 5.
Okay.
First offense.
Right.
Which is very low. But my co-defendants, whilst I was in prison, did something else. They then get arrested. So I ended up spending nearly 2 years on remand, even though I went guilty after 9 months. So when it came to sentencing at Bristol Crown Court, the judge was like, why is this guy being held for nearly 2 years after he went guilty after 9 months?
Yeah.
So, you know.
So you're basically held in what, for Americans to understand that, he was basically in jail.
Yeah.
County jail or jail.
County jail.
Not
awaiting trial.
Sentence. And then even after he was sentenced after 9 months, they still.
No, I wasn't sentenced. I had to await for everybody else's trial.
Oh, wow.
So I was sat there twiddling my thumbs, waiting.
Technically not guilty of anything for 2 years.
Well, no, because I'd already gone guilty.
So, but they don't shoot to a prison.
No.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. So you really didn't shipped you out of.
Yeah, because I'd already done nearly 2 years.
Right. So they give you.
They then shipped me to one of the most secure prisons in Britain at the time, which was Parkhurst on the Isle of Wight. On an island, a bit like Alcatraz. It's on an island just off Southampton, Isle of Wight. So I'm on island in the English Channel.
Dude, I can't imagine what horrible weather you guys have down there.
Yeah, exactly. I was
raining
reading,
and
what's
windy.
What's the great story? God, I can't think. You know that classic story,
Shutter Island?
No.
Escape from Alcatraz?
Yeah, Count Monte Cristo. That's the one. So I'm reading that, Ray's on the island, and I'm like,
I can just imagine you with a big beard. Yeah, just reading by candlelight.
Yeah,
Your only friend is a pigeon in the window.
Yeah, a pet rat.
Yeah, exactly.
Terrible.
Exactly.
And they said, "Oh, do you want to pack tea bags for a job?" And I was like, "No, just leave me at myself. I'm quite happy. I'll just stay in myself. Just lock the door."
But this is a pivotal time in your trafficking career because this is where you start to read and you discover this kind of prophesize the future of drug trafficking. So go into this, please.
So whilst I'm at Gloucester, 9/11 happens. So suddenly all the security level at the airports and the seaports goes through the roof.
Yeah.
And inadvertently, and amongst all this, loads of traffickers like drug mules and other traffickers are getting caught at ports, airports, seaports with loads of drugs, and they're all coming into prison and going, oh, now there's all these new scanners, and all this new technologies on the way in. And I'm thinking, the days of bringing blocks of cocaine in by shipping container, just chucking it in boxes with a few bananas on top.
Yeah.
That's finished.
That's done.
That's not going to be happening for much longer.
Yeah. Walking with kilos in a suitcase through the airport.
Like in the film Blow, where Johnny Depp's on the plane and he's got all those people coming in. But, back in the day, when
I would play Fortnite, but I'll be leaving my kick string. I don't want to leave my kick string.
it was so easy. And I'm thinking, man, that's what finished. I'm reading books and, I'm hearing about ways of impregnating cocaine, so things like soaking it into shirts, clothing, paper, but that's all kind of really old school and really basic. And then I was getting the Times newspaper once a week, Sunday Times. And one Sunday I open it up and I'm reading, and I come across this article about this shipment of cocaine that's been seized at a seaport that's come in by container. And it was plastic garden furniture, for your patio. And the cocaine was in the plastic, the
fibers
mixed
of
into
the plastic. Right.
So they had to melt the plastic down with chemicals and whatnot to get the cocaine out of it.
Right.
Nobody got arrested. And I was like, holy that is the future of cocaine trafficking.
So it's not coke hidden within furniture.
No.
The cocaine is in the furniture. It is the furniture.
It is the furniture.
Right.
It is the plastic.
Yeah.
And I was like, that is absolute genius.
Yeah.
And it was like the first time I'd heard of it. And I was like, this is, wow, that has got to be the way to do it.
Right.
Because it just lit a light bulb in my head.
Yeah. It beats the scanners.
Yeah, everything.
It's hands
X-ray,
off. Yeah.
And, later on when I got into it, we were able to put a chemical into the rubber to counteract the reactive liquid test even.
Right.
So we could even beat that.
Wow.
So it was kind of, how are they going to get it unless, there were so many elements of doubt. And in British law, if there's an element of doubt, the case gets thrown out.
Whoa.
So, yeah.
Common law, baby.
So
you find me guilty.
Exactly.
Not the other way around.
Exactly.
Sorry. Wow. So this was your Johnny Depp and Blow moment where he meets Diego. You had the wrong dream.
Yeah.
Like this was your light bulb moment.
Yeah. So, but at this point in prison, I was like, I didn't really want to know about drug dealing anymore.
Oh, so you thought you were out of the game.
Yeah.
You were like, okay, I'm really done now.
It devastated my family and friends and everything, relationship.
Because you don't really have a ton of criminals in your community. Like amongst your family circle.
Yeah. My uncle was kind of like pretty heavy on my mum's side. He was not a criminal, but I think he's dead now. But he was in the military, and he wanted me to go into the military. I remember him. I only ever met him about 6 or 7 times.
But you didn't have a lot of people in.
Why you got SG by your name? I be watching Kodak kid. Why your shit say SG though? I be watching Kodak shit. That's what I be watching. That's who I should watch.
Incarcerated, so it wasn't normal for somebody in the family to be locked up.
Around my family, no.
Okay,
no.
So that was hard on your mom.
Yeah, oh yeah, definitely. Yeah, I mean, you know, from me wanting to help and make things better, it actually made things 10 times worse.
Right.
You know, she had a mental breakdown and, you know,
oh no,
ended up in a psych ward and all the rest of it. So,
oh my God.
You know, you can imagine how that made me feel, you know.
Yeah.
Just, you know.
Yeah. What about your dad at this point?
Yeah, he was, everyone was devastated.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Sorry.
So you thought, okay, and this is the second time now you told yourself,
yeah, exactly.
okay,
and
I'm really finished.
Yeah, I just said to my co-Ds, you know, we're so well known to the British police now, you know, that our modus operandi and the way that we were dealing, we can't go back to that.
No.
Because, you know, when we get out, we're going to be watched, we're going to be surveilled.
Yeah.
And it's just not going to work. So I showed them this article and I said,
bitch, your name is not no SG.
Look, I've just read about this. This is absolutely genius. So I said, if when we get out, if I could, sorry, I can never twitch my eye talking about it.
No, that's all right.
If when we get out, and this is the point at which this guy cut the this other podcast and did this TikTok thing.
Okay, whatever.
Yeah,
just tell us.
You. So I said to them, if I ring you, you're going to know what the phone call's about. And I'm going to basically want to start bringing cocaine in from South America.
If you don't ring them, that means
well,
you'll never hear from me again.
Well, we'll stay in contact as friends and whatnot because you are friends. But on the scale of drug dealing sort of things, you know, the only reason I'll call you about drugs is for this. I'm not going to be ringing you to start dealing drugs again.
Right. So you're not going to be, doing it like the old ways.
Yeah,
We're going to level up, if anything, or else we're not going to do it.
Yeah. So I get out and, you know, I'd only done 2.5 years. So I've still got all my old contacts and I'm getting barraged by phone calls from people.
Did you lose your money when you went in? Or what's your money situation?
They put a
freeze
confiscation order on me for about, I think it was about £350,000. They didn't get it all. Side money, stocks and shares and stuff and whatnot.
Right.
But they got a lump of it.
Right.
So I'm getting people ringing me all the time, just saying, you know, can you get us this? Can you get us that? Do you want to be involved in something? Do you want to, you know, do this, do that? And I just keep saying, no, I don't want to know. I'm out. You know, I'm painting and decorating. You know, I'm trying to stay straight.
Did that like sound cool in your head or something? Like that shit is gay, bro.
Then I started dabbling in drugs at the weekends with my girlfriend.
Yeah.
Same girlfriend. From
She
Bristol.
stayed with you?
Yeah.
Okay.
And of course, that's the slippery slide back into it.
Yeah, when you start using it.
Yeah, and before I know it, I'm, you know, starting to do a few little weed deals on the side just to bolster the money.
Yeah.
And the real crunch came when one of the clients that I was painting and decorating for started messing me around with the payment. Obviously not really knowing who, you know, my background.
Right.
And I was thinking, you know, I could just make a phone call and have you kneecapped or something.
Right.
You know what I mean? And it just really pissed me off. And it was one of those days where you just go, F this.
Right.
I mean, I've had enough.
Yep.
And it was what I call a it day. And I just
That's right.
This. And I picked up the phone and I made that phone call. And
Who'd you call?
The guy in Oxford. and or near Oxford.
The one bringing it in, whose guys were bringing it in.
Yeah, exactly.
Right.
Because he had all the contacts, good contacts up in London.
Mm-hmm.
Although by that point, I'd also developed some of my own, to be honest. But anyway, I phoned him and I said, look, can you find me a Colombian or a Bolivian or Peruvian or any South American who we can get to buy, who can supply us cocaine in South America, preferably that can impregnate it into plastic or rubber. And he said, well, look, give me a couple of weeks and I'll make some phone calls up to London and see what I can do. So a couple of weeks goes by. Obviously, we didn't talk on the phone because I said, if I phone you, well, it's got to be face to face. Nothing said on the phone.
Right.
So we were doing all this face to face. So he rings me up and he said, come and meet me. So I go and meet him and he said, look, I've found a Colombian and a Chilean that are up for meeting you. The initial meet, we'll just go and buy some coke from them just to see what they're like. So I had a guy in Newport.
Man, this nigga, both of them niggas will fuck your bitch. Yeah, fuck your mama, nigga. Yeah, fuck your grandma, nigga. Yeah, fuck your auntie, nigga. Yeah, nigga.
An old contact who'd been ringing me, asking me if I could get him kilos of coke. So I ring him up and I say, look, I've got someone. I kind of explained why I wanted to meet them, that I wanted to start bringing coke in. Would he possibly finance the operation? And he said, yeah, I'll put the money up for it if you can get it off the ground. So I said, look, I can get you the coke, kilos of coke that you want. Give me the money for a kilo. I'll go and meet these guys, see what they're all about. So he gave me the money, went up to London, met these, the Colombian and the Chilean, bought a kilo of coke, had a bit of a conversation with them, went away, and they seemed okay. Came back, I don't know, about another week later, said want another kilo. And then I said, look, really, the reason that I'm actually here is because I want to start importing cocaine into Britain, preferably impregnated in rubber or plastic. Can you do that? A, can you get the cocaine? Obviously you can, because you're selling it to me. And B, can you impregnate it? And they said, as it happens, we're already bringing it in impregnated in rubber in the ground sheets of tents, like for
Nigga, I would dick your grandma down. Nigga, I get a train ran on the ass. Put straight 12 inches of steel in her back. Straight beating her shit in. Nigga would straight break your grandma walls in. Break them bitches.
camping. And I was like, this is destiny. This is because, like I said, I'm a strong believer in destiny. And it just seemed like it was meant to happen.
Right.
It obviously was, because obviously I'm sat here talking about it as part of my life.
Yeah.
And, people say, oh, would you, if you went back and you wanted to change things?
Bitch. I'll fuck your sister. Nigga. And I'll put straight 12 inches of steel in your grandma back. Break her shit in. Nigga.
Would you? And I said, well, yeah, obviously I'll probably change some things, but I think everybody has their destiny, and is it pre-written? I don't know. But
so that was the turning point.
Yeah. I mean, to me, it was full steam ahead, really. And
I said, you didn't have to go to South America to make these contacts. They came to you.
Yeah, they were already in
That's
London.
wild.
They were living in London.
Yeah.
They were well established. The Colombian had already been involved massively with the Cali cartel. He was from Cali, so he had originally been in Spain running what they call an office for the Cali cartel, dealing, with huge shipments coming in 2-3 tons, distributing it, hundreds of kilos at a time.
Right.
Then he'd moved to London. They'd opened an office in London. And then I think falling apart, I don't know if it had happened, and he'd become an independent operator.
Right.
It actually transpired that when
I'm too good for that old ass bitch.
I was arrested in Stow on the Wold, when I went to prison in England, and I'd been getting cocaine. Basically, the guys that let's rewind. The guy from
Beat,
Oxford,
just flow, baby, just flow. You're in your head. Just talk, baby.
The guy from Oxford that I was dealing with, who was getting the coke off these guys that were bringing it in by yacht. That all fell apart in 1998. We were sat at Marble Arch in London, waiting for one of them to turn up with 5 kilos of coke for us. He didn't make it, and we had a system of pages where we'd go to a telephone box, page him with a number of the telephone box, and he would go to another box, do a telephone box to box call.
Yeah.
So we were sat by a telephone box waiting for him to turn up or to ring. He was on the way to us, didn't turn up. He got arrested, we later found out, half a mile from reaching us with 29 kilos of cocaine in the boot of his car on a Friday night. Wow. He'd been set up by it was called Operation Dreadnought, I think. You can look it up. I'll tell you the guy's name. The guy that was operating the whole thing was Brian Brendan Wright. He was nicknamed the Milkman. Huge drug dealer. And that was the guy that it was coming from.
So basically, that had fallen apart by the time it's 2003, 2004. So now there's actually opportunity for you to become the new importer in many ways.
Yes, well, to some extent. But so the first guy gets arrested. This was one of his right-hand men that we were meeting. It wasn't him.
Yeah.
So his right-hand man gets arrested with 29 kilos. The local police had bumbled into a massive operation by the National Crime Agency and had messed up a 2-year surveillance operation on them, including, I think, us. Me and the guy from Oxford, we must have been in the surveillance at some point. So they then had to arrest all of the people involved. So they found 660 kilos on a fishing boat in Kerry in Southern Ireland. And they then found another 440 kilos in London, arrested 14 people. It was one of the biggest cocaine seizures in British history at that time. And it was huge news.
Yeah.
And we had been half a mile from that guy reaching us and us getting arrested as well.
Yeah.
So that was when trouble started for me. I think that's what led to me getting arrested in 2000. So the police became aware of me in 1998 because of all that.
Okay.
And then they sort of kept an eye on me and then took me down in 2000.
I see.
So that was how things went.
Oh, okay.
I'm pretty sure.
All right. So bring us back to now this Colombian and Chilean.
So what I just wanted to say was, so they had them having been arrested in 1998. I got introduced to another cocaine dealer connected to a very big crime family from North London, from Islington. I won't say who. And one of their guys was in Erith. And it turns out, years later, I'm driving around London with this Colombian, and he says, "Oh, we got to go to Erith to meet a guy." And I said, the guy's name is not called, should we say, John. And it turned out it was the same guy that I'd met all those years before that had been supplying me cocaine when these other guys had been busted. And it was the same Colombian that had been giving it to him, who was giving it to me, that I was now working with.
Yeah, so you've moved up the chain. You've skipped the ladder.
Do you see what I mean?
Yeah.
And all that, I'd been to prison in between and all sorts of stuff happened.
Yeah.
And suddenly I'm with it. I mean, what are the chances of that? Yeah. It's a very small world at that level.
It's a small country too.
Yeah.
Yeah. So you've found now you're getting it. You've become those guys that were getting it off the ship. Yeah.
Kind of. Yeah. Well, yeah.
So, okay. So how long does it take to build up? How does this?
So I have this conversation with the Colombian and the Chilean, and I say, look, I want to start bringing the cocaine in. Would you be interested in forming a partnership with me? I can bring money to the table, investment to upscale things. And, I've got a big dealer base. I've got loads of people that will buy as much as we can bring in. you know, I've got a lot that I can bring to the table. I can get passengers that will go out to bring the drugs in for us, drug mules. So they said, sure, why not? And so we formed a partnership, the three of us, the Colombian, Chilean, and me. The other guy kind of was a silent partner, should we say. He didn't really want to be involved. It was a bit too heavy. Even though before, you know, he'd been the one supplying me, it become even too heavy for him now. So you see how I'm going up the chain, you know, gradually. So we formed this partnership anyway and start bringing it in. I actually go out to Ecuador to collect the first one because I think, well, it's the first one. The police aren't going to know about us yet because we're only just starting. So I wanted to do the first one because I didn't want to start sending, say, you to do something that I hadn't already done. So I wanted to go and meet the guy from Cali, our supplier, in Quito. To talk to him, to meet him. I just wanted to make sure that the thing got from A to B.
Okay, describe the operation.
So, you know, the cocaine was getting impregnated into or converted into latex. That was then getting made into the ground sheet of a tent. The guy would then transport the tent from Cali to a third country who didn't produce cocaine. So we chose, it was a toss-up between Ecuador or Venezuela. And we chose Ecuador because they already had contacts in Ecuador that they were working with in Quito.
Right.
So they had
How does the cocaine what is the scientific process of breaking down the coke?
So the cocaine
put into the mesh of the tent.
So the cocaine was, exactly as you said, made into a solution, and then you can get liquid latex in South America. So you would get liquid latex, you would put the cocaine into solution, you would then mix the two together, put it into trays and try and set it very thinly, get it as thin as you can, and let it set naturally, you know, so it's almost like gelatine. And then open up the ground sheet of the tent, put it in between the two layers, sew the tent back up, and they would do a really good job. So it looked like it hadn't been tampered with.
Right.
And of course, going through an X-ray, it looks like it's part of the tent.
Right.
Rubber doesn't show up on an X-ray or latex. So, or a scanner. And like I said, they were able to put in a chemical that could counter the liquid test, the reactive.
Right.
So they would put in a chemical that would counter the reactive test, if you see what I mean.
It's unbelievable.
So, and also it would beat the dog. So those were the four main tests at the time.
Right.
So it was almost infallible.
Right.
So I thought, well, if it's that good, I'm going to go and get the first one because the chances of me getting stopped are virtually zero.
Right.
Even though I'm known.
Right. So your contact from Kali, the one who's over in London, does he have his suppliers are doing all of this, getting it prepared?
In Cali, yeah.
Did you go see the factory where they were producing it?
I did later on.
Okay.
Yeah.
Why would you go over there? It seems suspect for a white guy who's on parole.
Well, it was kind of, and it was suspect because I got stopped on the way back in Holland.
Right.
It's a crazy story. I'd forgotten about the luggage allowance. I flew out there with KLM, and I suppose their luggage allowance was like 30 kilos or something like that at the time. It wasn't carrying much luggage on the way out. Whilst I'm waiting for this guy to turn up from Cali, I'm going out in the shops buying my family presents, things like ceramic plates, big heavy ceramic plates, boxes of cigars, leather jackets, loads of that weighs quite a lot.
Why?
Just
to look like
presents. Just presents for family, because it was cheap and stuff.
Yeah.
And also I'm trying to do all the tourist stuff. So I've got a backstory. So I'm building up a backstory.
Right.
I go to visit Cotopaxi volcano. I'm collecting loads of brochures just so I've got a story in place to cover me in case I get stopped.
Yeah.
And I then get this tent, which we had 5 kilos in this first one, and it was a 10-man tent that weighed about 30 or 40 kilos alone on its own. It was huge, stood about up to my waist, and I'm 5'10", so it was big.
What is the cover story for sending a tent from Ecuador to the United Kingdom? Is it no, but my question is there a fake tent manufacturing company that they produce as a guise to be sending a tent? Because I know Colombia exports a lot of furniture. That's like one of the things they make there.
No.
Or this was just a fake name with a fake address.
No. Yeah, I wasn't posting it. I was carrying it.
Okay, wow. So you're actually carrying this tent through customs.
Yeah.
Oh, Jesus. Okay.
Yeah, so I like I said, I wanted to go and carry it through so that when I'm sending other people to do what I've just done, I wanted to know what the systems were, what to look out for, how to act. And I was, it's not the first time I'd imported something and gone through customs and nearly been caught. So, I was that confident in the system. I thought it's highly unlikely I'm going to get caught. Wow. So this is why I'm on about the weight allowance.
I see.
So I get back to the airport. So I've got all these gifts. And now I've got a tent that weighs about 30 or 40 kilos, and it's huge.
And is it wrapped? Like, can you carry it?
Oh yes, but it's it's a tent. It's like in a
It's got like a handheld.
Yeah.
It's got a hand holder.
Yeah, like
what do you call that?
Zip. Well, is it like a zip cord on the top?
Okay, I see. So you look like a British backpacker that's been camping and traveling about South America,
You got it.
which is very common.
Yeah.
The Brits and the Australians are all over that area.
You got it. So
Okay.
that's what I'm trying to portray.
I see. That's a good backstory.
Yeah.
So you feel confident.
Yeah. So I get to the airport and I put all this stuff on the conveyor belt, and I'm like, I don't know, about 80 or 90 kilos over the luggage allowance. And they're like, oh, you've got to get rid of some stuff, or you've got to pay the excess. And I didn't have enough to pay the excess. And they were like, why don't you get rid of that tent? And I was like, I can't,
That's an expensive tent.
Yeah, it's really,
I really love that tent.
So right in front of them, I'm giving away all these brand new gifts to people that are working in the restaurants, the cafes, and they all think it's Christmas. Yeah. And obviously the desk staff at KLM are watching me going, what the fuck is this joker doing?
Right.
So there's red flags going up all over the place.
Right.
I'm probably still on parole, probation, whatever. Obviously I've got a criminal record for drugs.
Yeah.
And here's me dishing out all these gifts right in front of the airport stuff.
And now let me ask you this. Why, as a smuggler going through flying commercially, why not put the tent, why not check it?
No, well, that's why it was going into the hold.
Oh, okay.
It's not hand locked.
I see. You're at the airline.
Yeah. It's going into the hold.
Okay.
Yeah. Which was lucky because that's what saved me, actually. So I get it all down anyway. I think I paid some excess. So I get on the plane. So I'm through customs in Ecuador, and I'm like, woohoo, yeah, made it. So fly to Holland, arrive in Holland, and there's literally a row of drug agents, Dutch drug agents, in plain clothes. And I'm at the back of the queue, and there's like various lines of people, passengers queuing, to go through and there's a line of agents. And one of them looks down the line, sees me, turns to his friend, says something in Dutch, and they all look at me, and I think, that's it, I'm done. I'm not going home. They know. Well, they certainly know something anyway.
Yeah.
And sure enough, I get to the front of the queue, and they say, we need to talk to you. Come with us. And they put me in a holding room. There's about 3 Europeans and about 30 or 40 South Americans.
Right.
And my turn comes, and they get me into the office and sit me down, and they say, what have you been doing? And I said, I've been to Cotopaxi volcano. I'm a tourist. I'm interested in archaeology. I've been doing all this, blah, blah, blah.
Backstory's fire, though.
Yeah. I'm getting all these brochures going, I've been here, been there, done this. And, the interview goes on. And after about 25 minutes to half an hour, they said, and I'm thinking any minute now, they're going to plonk this tent down on the table and go, what's this? We know, And I'm just there waiting for the moment. And half an hour, 25 minutes goes by, and he says, oh, sorry to detain you. You're free to go. And I was like, there's no way that they don't know it's in there. They must know it's in there. Otherwise, why have they stopped me? So in my head, I'm thinking maybe they've contacted the British police and arranged for me to be arrested in Britain, along with my, they're going to follow me all the way through to see who I meet, and, or, like they sometimes do.
Yeah.
They'll let it go through,
right,
and take everybody down.
Yeah.
So now I'm really paranoid, and I'm thinking that they're going to let me go through.
Yeah.
So that flight from Holland, from Schiphol to to Stansted, I landed at Stansted, just north of London, which is a smaller airport. But even still, it's only a 45-minute flight. The plane hardly takes off before it's landed. And I'm thinking, my pants all the way back.
You're not sleeping on that
And
flight.
I'm thinking, man. Anyway, land, and obviously the tent had been in the hold, so it had been transferred from one plane straight to the other.
Right.
Whilst we're on the tarmac.
Yeah.
And I think that's what saved me. So come out of the plane at Stansted, get to the luggage carousel, and there's the tent going round and round. I get my bag and I watch the tent for a little bit longer,
right,
seeing if anybody's, if there's any obvious surveillance or any obvious looking police. And I think, it's another it moment.
Yeah.
It's either now or never. So I just grab it and nothing, and I'm expecting to be
pounced on.
Nothing happens. And I think, wow. And I just walk straight through the Green Channel out, and I'm out.
And you don't have to pass customs if you're already in Europe?
Yeah, no, I passed. Yeah. Oh, yeah. So at that point,
in Britain,
Britain was still in Europe.
Right. So you don't have to go through customs again after you get there from Holland.
Exactly.
Okay.
So this has made me start thinking, and I'll come back to this. So I hadn't even told my my partners that I was flying back on this day. I thought nobody needs to know the date that I'm coming back in,
right,
apart from me, so that no one can tell anybody.
Right.
So I get out of the airport and I use a payphone to ring them. And I said, I'm back. And they said, back where? And I said, I'm back. And they were like, what? And then, I take a train down to London. They've got a lab, a flat arranged with a makeshift laboratory in it. And
right. How do they break down 5 kilos of liquid cocaine?
It's not liquid. It's in the rubber.
So the powder is in the rubber?
Yeah. It is a piece of plastic. It's a piece of latex. It's like
okay.
You imagine, to give you an exact example, you imagine the inner tube of a bicycle.
Yeah.
Like the rubber inner tube.
Yeah.
Pump. You imagine that rubber is just like that.
Wow. So
that is the cocaine.
It is rubber cocaine.
Yeah. It's rubber.
It's rubber.
It's a piece of rubber.
That's unreal.
Yeah.
So how do they?
So we then had to cut it up because the cocaine is only present on the surface. So you had to cut it up as small as you could. So we sat there for hours. First of all, obviously, we count the container cocaine, and then we had to sit there for hours cutting this up as small as we tried all sorts of methods, but it would just jam up the shredder, and we couldn't find anything that would like mince up rubber, because it would just gum up all the mechanism.
Right.
So the only way that we could do it was with scissors. So we would sit there for hours and hours cutting these panels up as small as we could to maximize the surface area. We would then put that in methanol, pure alcohol, which is formaldehyde, 99.9% pure alcohol. That would then bring the cocaine back out into solution. We would then add a little bit of acetone, which is, when I say a cutting agent, it's not a cutting agent as in mixing. It's like to purify it more. We would then filter that through activated carbon filter papers 2 or 3 times to get out any impurities, because sometimes there'd be colorants in it or carbon to beat the X-rays and stuff. Because anyway.
So you have it dripping through a filter. So basically like a cheesecloth almost.
We would get lab grade filter papers and activated carbon powder. Which is excellent at filtering any impurities out.
Right.
So it would go through that, and you would really basically, when you soaked it in the methanol, you'd see it change color from being clear alcohol to like the color of gasoline. So once it was that color, you'd know that most of the cocaine was out of that rubber.
Right.
We would then re-soak anything. We'd put that rubber back into fresh methanol to make sure we got it all out.
Right.
So the liquid that was filtered, we would then using wok for your stir fry on a Friday night.
Yeah.
So
a wok. Yeah.
Non-stick wok.
Yeah.
We would have to have electric hobs with powerful extractor fans over the top, because obviously any naked flames and the whole thing explodes.
Right.
So we'd evaporate off all the alcohol. We were using basic reoxidada, which is base cocaine. Reoxidized base cocaine. So that's cocaine without the hydrochloric acid in it. So it's it's basically almost like crack. It's base.
Yeah.
So we would add a little bit of hydrochloric acid to the liquid, which is needed to break down the membrane of your nose to get the cocaine into the bloodstream. Then evaporate off all the alcohol using these woks, non-stick woks, and you'd see it start to congeal in the bottom. You then turn the heat right down.
Yeah.
And then so it doesn't burn.
Yeah.
So then, you keep stirring it and stirring it and stirring it, and it would turn into powder, and then you'd have pure cocaine, baby.
And so you got 5 keys in that one walk?
No.
Or you have to do it batches at a time?
Yeah, batches at a time.
And you're sure you got all the rubber out of that coke so people weren't sniffing up
No,
rubber?
that's what all the filtration process is.
So you basically just described how they make cocaine in Colombia. The whole hydrochloric and draining it and cleaning it off.
Some of it.
It's almost like you're remaking cocaine.
Yeah.
It's almost.
Yeah.
Wow.
I mean,
that must have taken hours.
Yeah. It was quite a long process. I mean, you're looking like 2 or 3 days fully to do that.
Wow. And did you have this process already, or were they the ones that had the expertise?
They had a chemist, but then I learned it. They taught me. We would then repress it. We had a 15-ton floor standing hydraulic press. They made up a box. We got 2 compressed steel plates for the top and bottom.
Right.
We'd put it in cheesecloth. We'd put a couple of numbers on the top so that it had numbers impressed in the kilo, and we'd repress it. Normally we were cutting it as well at this point. So we'd do a couple of tests. We'd wash it up into crack.
Right.
See how pure. The cocaine that came out was pure.
Right.
But we would cut it with different percentages of what the cut we were using was phenytoin, because it would come back in the wash when you washed it up into crack cocaine. It would bind really closely with the cocaine.
Okay.
So it would come back. So cocaine that was only 60% pure would present as 90% pure, even though it had 30 or 40% cut in there. Which was phenytoin,
right?
Which is an analgesic.
Okay, so your coke now, how many kilos would 5 of pure turn into?
About 7.
Okay, yeah. So because for all that effort, you need to squeeze out as much profit as you can. And so you've got 7 kilos now.
And we decided that rather than selling to loads of people, because I had a couple of people that would just buy everything.
Yeah.
So we thought, the least people that knew what we were doing, the better, obviously.
Right.
So we narrowed it down to a couple of people that we would just take all of it to. So one of those was down in Wales, in Port Talbot. I'm not going to say his name, but hi. Still good friends with him. He's out of the game now anyway.
Okay.
But I would take it all down to him, drop it on him. He'd give me like a big bag of cash to come back with.
How much would he pay you per kilo?
We were doing these. Well, it depended on the price at the time for repress, but we were charging about 24,000, 25,000 still, because it was still really good.
Right. So you're taking in about 150,000 from 7 kilos. 150, maybe a little bit more than that.
Yeah.
175 would be the math.
Yeah. So, because each of us were making between 60 and 80,000
per run
profit.
Yeah. So how much would what were the costs to you from the, paying the people in Colombia to melt it down into rubber and make the tent? What was about your cost per kilo?
It was about 30 grand we were paying. That covered the people in Colombia.
Right, the expenses, the trip, all of that. Okay, yeah, great. So this is that's a good micro trafficking operation.
Yeah.
How does this expand? How does
so that we after that. Oh yeah, just briefly going back to having been stopped in Holland. That made me start to think, why was I stopped in Holland, and why was it the Dutch police that carried out the search on the plane?
Right.
So I found out about the Schengen Agreement, and if you read it up in the Schengen Agreement, whichever country the plane lands in first in Europe, they have the responsibility to carry out the search of that plane. So I realized that if we got through because there were no direct flights into Britain from Ecuador or Venezuela.
Right.
So we always had to come through Europe. So I realized that as long as we got through that first point at Europe,
you were good.
We were good. So we would have passengers coming in to, say, Spain. I would then have them come out of the airport or just stay in the airport and buy an EasyJet or Ryanair flight, which is a budget airline, into Britain as if they just come from Spain as a holiday maker, or even have them come out of the airport and come overland by train and then by ferry or by car.
What were so you were obviously changing up points of entry into Europe for your mules. What were the best airports to fly into?
Spain was pretty easy. Portugal, Italy, most of them, to be honest.
And this is the early mid 2000s when there wasn't all this press around those countries as being hubs for drug trafficking from South America.
Yeah, exactly. Ecuador was much more chill then. Venezuela wasn't as unstable. I mean, they were a lot more stable.
Okay, so then you made this run yourself. You start hiring couriers after this.
Very quickly. I mean, I already had a couple of people lined up to go.
Okay.
So we started sending. We tried to do at least one or two a month.
Okay. And are these white Brits, or who are these people?
We tended to look for people that preferably didn't have a criminal record.
Sure.
Certainly not for drugs anyway. We preferred the people that were working, people that were presentable. That were pretty calm, that stayed calm under pressure. And there were loads.
Yeah.
How much and then they would start recommending people that they knew, and it just snowballed, and there were loads of people.
How much were you paying them?
We would pay them between 10 and 12,000. It didn't matter whether the minimum that we would bring back in any one tent was 3 kilos. It was always between 3 and between 2 and 5 kilos.
Okay. Gotcha. And what were the different methods? I'm sure you didn't just stick with tents. What were some of the other?
Yeah, we had, as well as bringing on our own shipments, we started buying shipments off other people. So other Colombians and South Americans were having things come in by post, by passengers as well, but they didn't have the wherewithal to extract it. And because we were quite well established by this point, and we had all the chemists, and we knew where to get all the chemicals.
Right.
I'd found chemical companies in Bristol where I could get the chemicals really cheap. We even had a side hustle where we were selling the methanol to other Colombians up in London. I'd get a 25-gallon drum for say 30 or 40 pounds and sell it for 300 in London.
Wow.
So we had a side hustle in chemicals.
Just selling chemicals.
Yeah.
Wow.
Because they couldn't get it in London. They didn't know where to go, and it was awkward. But we would go in dressed, we would send people in dressed as painters and decorators, or we'd hijack a company's details, change the phone number. We'd have someone sat at the end of a phone just in case because they'd only sell to the trade.
Right.
So we'd make up vans with magnetic signs on the side, and all that sort of stuff.
Wow. Didn't you say that they cracked down on chemical importers and suppliers like that?
In fact, after my case, they cracked down on methanol in Britain.
Okay. So now
but certainly in South America, they've on a lot of the chemicals like hydrochloric acid, ethanol is a big one. It's very difficult to get in South America.
And that's led to the decreased purity of cocaine around the world. Didn't you say that?
I wouldn't say that. Is the quality the cocaine that is made nowadays is not the same quality. Doesn't have the same sort of strength and the same psychotropic effect, I suppose you would call it, as the cocaine.
But why
back
though?
then.
What are the factors?
I think it's because of the different chemicals they're using.
Okay.
And also, I think if they produce a ton of cocaine and they only put 10% cut in it, they make an extra 100 kilos.
Right.
And a 10% cut in a is hardly noticeable, but that's an extra 100 kilos at source. Whether they are or not, I don't know. But I think quite often it's actually coming all the way from source now, already cut.
So they already send it from the source country cut.
I mean, you think, you know, they can make an extra 100 kilos.
Right.
But, you know, they're sending 5 tons at a time, 10 tons. That's an extra ton, maybe.
And everyone down the chain is cutting it. So by the time it gets to the user, it's stepped on more.
Saying that there is a lot of cocaine coming into Europe. And when there's more cocaine, the level of purity becomes higher.
Oh,
because obviously when there's more, the price goes down.
Yeah,
and the purity
I get that,
level
but
goes
why?
up.
Then why? Okay, so then purity's actually gone up. I don't get what you're saying.
Yeah, purity's gone up.
Oh wow, fascinating.
Purity, but I'm saying the cocaine you could buy nowadays is not the same
thing
as it was then because it's made differently.
Okay, so you guys are now importing exclusively using this method of impregnation.
Yeah, but I could see that we were having problems. Mules were a big X factor, a risk factor.
Yeah. What were the backstories you were giving them?
It was basically the old story that if you got stopped in South America, we used to tell them we would buy you out. We'd do whatever we had to do to bribe you out, get you out, get you a lawyer, get you out, do whatever we had to get you out over there. I didn't want to see anyone go to prison, and we never lost a single mule, not one.
Wow.
The backstory in Britain was slightly different. It was the old time, the standard spiel, somebody asked me to bring this tent back, but with a difference. I would say to them, if you get arrested in Britain, just say, somebody asked me to carry this tent back, but you were really suspicious. So you opened it up, you felt all around it, you couldn't feel any blocks, you couldn't feel any powder.
Right.
And you think how thin these layers were in the ground sheet.
Who could know that?
Yeah,
who could know? Who could suspect that was drugs?
And we were very careful about how much contact we had with the mules.
Right.
So there wasn't too much circumstantial evidence to link us to them.
Sure.
So
they just know what they need to know.
Phone calls.
Yeah,
exactly.
And their backstory is backpackers still?
Yeah.
Okay.
So I said, when it comes to court, get your barrister, which is what
that's lawyer.
Yeah, like your top lawyer, to hold up a piece of rubber in front of the jury and say to the jury, would any member of the jury know that this is cocaine?
Yeah.
Every single one of the jury is going to say no.
Yeah.
There's your element of doubt right there. That case is going out the window.
That's brilliant.
And the police knew that this was going to happen.
Right.
So they were waiting. They started trying to find out where the labs were.
Okay.
And this is when the problems really started for us.
How long into doing this process did the cops start to get wind of this cocaine impregnation?
It didn't take very long because the Colombian and the Chilean, even though we put various ground rules in place. No one should know where the lab was because it was a weak link in the chain, because it was, the drugs were static.
Yeah.
The liquors were there. Everything was present. And it was just, it was a very weak point in the chain as well. So on one occasion, I think it was about 6 months in, I was in Cali, and by this point, we'd already had the conversation about upscaling things. We'd already made quite a lot of money, and we were looking to start doing it by shipping container.
Right.
And that was always the end game.
Yeah.
We'll start bringing it in, camping gear, tents, same premise, same method. But we would just make a lot more tents.
Yeah.
And send it by shipping container. So we were going to do 100 kilos the first one.
Right.
So I was out in Cali. I sent a tent and a mule back from Ecuador. I'd then gone up to Colombia. No, I think 2 tents had gone back. I sent one and then another one. So 2 tents were on the way. The first one had landed. They were processing that in a lab in Crystal Palace. It was just an area of London. And they broke the rules, the Colombian and the Chilean. So they were having parties in the lab, doing coke, playing loud music, cars pulling up. They were dealing coke out of the lab, having their friends in there.
Yeah,
What
dumbasses.
happens? The police raid the lab. They got wind of it. Someone, I don't know, the neighbors probably, suddenly there's all these South Americans. It's obvious what was going on probably. Instead of keeping a low profile. And I said to them, don't go out and start buying expensive cars and doing loads of flash. And they're driving around in Porsches and BMWs, and it's just like, for fuck's sake. Come on, guys. And so they get arrested. There's about 6 people in the lab that shouldn't have been there. Everybody gets arrested.
What did they bust? Did they bust the coke too?
I think they found the precursor chemicals. I think they got 3 kilos. Some had been hidden. We tried to get in there afterwards and get it out, but I think I don't know what.
Now, what are you doing in Cali?
Yeah, so I'm in Cali when the bust happens.
Right.
So
what are you doing in Cali? Why are you there?
I'm there to upscale.
Okay.
So I'm arranging another 10 to go. And also, I'm there to have the conversation about buying 100 kilos of coke.
Right.
And
who are you dealing with here? This is fascinating.
So yeah, Ryan Carley was married. His niece was married to my partner, the Colombian, in London.
Sure.
So it was like a family contact.
Yep.
So that's how we quite quickly established what had happened. So all the phones went off suddenly in London. Because obviously I'm bringing them from cabines, telephone boxes in Colombia, not from mobiles, from cabines, just to say, hi, is everything okay? And they all went off. So I said, look, ring his wife in London, your niece, I'll find out what's going on. So he rings her up, and sure enough, she says, oh, they've all been arrested. They were in a lab having a pie. I was like, oh, for fuck's sake. So I'm now left holding the baby, basically. I'm running the whole operation. And we had put in another rule in place that if any of us got arrested, whoever was left outside had to look after the people that had been arrested, pay the bills of the family. So that's what I started doing. I was paying all their rent, their utilities, their grocery bills, everything. For all of the, both the guys' families that were in prison. But going back to being in Cali. So the guy in Cali panics, puts me in a hotel because I was staying in his flat. So he panics and goes, we've got to be really careful. But by this point, I'd already had the conversation with him about, buying 100 kilos. I'd gone to inspect the cocaine in Buenaventura, which is a port city in Colombia, really dangerous.
Super dangerous.
Yeah. So on that, it's quite an interesting story. On that day, we traveled out of Cali in like a 4-wheel drive Frontera, and we'd gone to a funeral of I think it was the guy's nanny for his kids or something. Her husband had died. Anyway, we'd gone right up into the mountains, into FARC territory, and he had clearance to go into FARC territory. Now, me, I'm a gringo, basically. And he said, don't worry, you're with me. So we'd driven all the way up into this beautiful village up in the mountains, and it was amazing. Took loads of photographs. There's this whitewashed church up on the hill at the end of the high street of this village. And as we arrived, we're literally the only vehicle in the whole village, and the whole funeral procession is coming up the high street of the village towards the church. And he says, stay in the car, don't get out of the car. I'm going to go into the church and deal with the funeral, and I'll be back out. And as we arrived, and the coffin's been carried up the high street, a foal broke loose. A baby horse, a foal.
Oh, okay.
And it was almost like the spirit of the guy that had died, because the foal came charging up the high street through all the mourners. And it was almost like his spirit had broken free and was coming through the mourners. It was really weird. And so I'm waiting in the car, and he comes back after the funeral, and his family had a finca out. So we drive down to the finca, going, and I saw, the coral dangerous ones, dead one there, and he showed me that anyway. And we have some food, and then we go to Buenaventura to where they've got a safe house with 100 kilos of coke.
Okay.
And I get there, and the guys there in the safe house are really paranoid. There's a gun on the table straight away, and they're having a really heated conversation with my guy. And they keep looking at me saying Policia, MI5, and I'm thinking, hold on a minute. They think I'm British police
right.
or MI5, and I'm thinking any minute now I'm going to get shot because it's getting really heated, and my guy's trying to calm it down. And I said, and my Spanish was really basic at this point, and I said, no, not police, criminal. And I said, I've just come out of prison. I was in Parkhurst. And as soon as I said this, one of the guys that's going mad started speaking English. And he said, oh, I was in prison in a prison that's just across the English Channel in a place called Wayland or Portland.
Wow.
Which it's literally just across from Parkhurst, but across the sea. And he had been in there at the same time as the guy, another coincidence, that I'd done the importation of ecstasy with when I was at university. He was in the same prison and knew him.
Wow. No.
He said to me, and he starts pulling out photographs, and obviously the vibe completely calmed down. And he realised that I was genuine because I'd been in Parkhurst and he'd been in the English prisons, and he spoke fluent English.
Wow!
So it was all happy days then.
I don't know why you would be sent to do this. Why would if you're working with a Colombian, why wouldn't he just go back and arrange these shipments out to Britain? Why would they send you?
Because because they were dealing with the stuff back in London.
Right. So their function, they were the best at diluting
because they were doing the
turning it out of the rubber,
it.
extracting out of the rubber.
And I kind of enjoyed going out to South America. And I had just sent a passenger back.
I see.
So what I would do is I would go out to South America and I would make sure that the passengers had got on the plane.
Right. You wouldn't just send them out there alone. You would make sure that they were all taken care of. That makes sense.
So it would take the pressure off the passenger, and I would meet the Colombian from Cali. I would get the tent.
Right.
I would then make sure the passenger was seen onto the plane and make sure they went off.
Makes
safe,
sense. Makes sense. Calm them down. Show them the ropes.
Exactly.
Great. That makes sense.
Keep
that
it
makes
all
sense.
chill and all the rest of it.
So was the plan to dilute the 100 keys and impregnate them into a bunch of tents? What was the plan?
How do you mean dilute it?
Impregnate it into tents. Like, how are we going to get 100 keys onto a ship and to Britain?
I see what you mean. Yeah, we'd have put like three or 5 kilos in each tent.
Right.
And then sent, I don't know, 500 to, I don't know how many tents went in a 40-foot container, but they wouldn't have all had cocaine in.
Right.
Only like 2 or 3 boxfuls of tents would have had the cocaine in.
Right.
It wouldn't have been the whole ship.
Okay.
So we would have done 100, and then we'd have, with the money from that, we would have done probably 250, 500, then a ton.
Okay.
And before you know it, we were 3 steps away from doing a ton.
Right. Okay.
And that was the direction it was going in. And and the Colombian got put under pressure whilst he was in prison. And became a police informant. Obviously, I found this out later.
Okay, so what happened?
So he gets released after 6 months. And people are telling me, watch it, we think he's an informant. But he came out and he said, he did have a reasonable excuse for getting released early because there were so many people got arrested in the lab. He said, well, they didn't find me with anything. The other guys, the Chileans, taking the fall. All these other people were in there. I didn't have any drugs on me, so they've got no evidence on me.
Okay.
And it kind of made sense. And I was like, but the Chilean's girlfriend was calling me saying, watch him. He's definitely an informant. He's been flipped. And yeah, sure enough, the police had put loads of pressure on his family. But the day he got out, well, not the day he got out, but a couple of days after he got released, I went down to London from Gloucestershire by train. Oh, no, I drove down, sorry, with about £35,000 in cash. You know, his part of the profits whilst he'd been in prison, you know, because things had carried on and I'd carried on doing things whilst he was in prison. And I said, welcome back. There's 35 grand in cash to get you started. You know.
So whilst he's still locked up, do you move this 100-kilo load through?
No. So because of because of them getting arrested, the guy in Cali gets really paranoid.
Yeah.
So we kind of shut operations down initially.
Okay.
Then I fly back to Britain. I don't get arrested because I thought I was going to get arrested as well. I stayed in Colombia for a while. I fly back to Britain, wholly thinking I'm going to get arrested. I get back, I'm not. But I start to realize that I'm under surveillance. Start to see funny things going on. Cutting a long story short, I find out for sure that I'm under surveillance via a corrupt police officer. I didn't have direct contact with him, but a corrupt police officer in the Metropolitan Police in London. I had a third party in between who had contact with him. Anyway, he told me there was a massive operation around me.
And you've halted imports at this time?
No.
Are you still you still have mules coming?
Yeah,
coming
I've still
across?
got mules coming in. I'm buying other people's shipments,
right?
Extracting them. So I'd buy other people's shipments for like half the price.
Yeah,
because they just wanted the cash. So I'd buy it at a really cheap price, extract it, cut it, and make loads of money on that as well.
How many keys were you extracting like every month?
I don't know.
Like how many runs?
Well, we were trying to do at least one or two a month.
Yeah, plus other people's.
So plus I don't really want to say because I mean they ultimately charged me with 80 kilos. But the judge in his summing up said that we know that we were responsible for bringing in at least 80 kilos, but they know it was a lot more, but they just can't prove it.
Okay.
And it was a lot more.
All right.
I'm not going to say exactly how many.
All right.
But it was a lot.
Was it 1,000? You think you brought in a ton doing this method?
No, not as much as that, but it was
in the hundreds for sure.
Yeah.
Okay. And they were building a case this whole time, or trying to build a case.
Yeah. So
I see.
They started a big operation. Excuse me. Yeah, so heavy surveillance around me. Started seeing, the same faces, cars, started picking up on it. And like I said, I got told I was under surveillance.
Yeah.
So, being so careful, not talking on the phones, all face-to-face meetings, not talking in any enclosed environment. We were not talking cars. We would turn the phones off, leave them at home, get out of the car, walk into a field out in the countryside just to have a conversation. I remember in 1 year, I took like 42 flights back and forth to South America, around in Europe.
Yeah.
Just to have conversations with people.
Wow.
But I just having to be super careful because I knew I was under surveillance.
Yeah.
It became a proper cat and mouse game.
Yeah.
But equally, I knew I was. So I thought, I'm just going to carry this on for as long as I can, make as much money as I can, and get the hell out of it if I can. And it got to the point where they raided a lab in Edinburgh. The informant managed to find out, the Colombian managed to find out that me and the other Colombian, the chemist that I'd started working with, were doing something up in Edinburgh because this chemist, I don't know what he'd said to him, but he must have said something because they were still friends, even though he knew he was an informant. And he had been followed up to Edinburgh by the police. And they mounted a surveillance operation on our lab in Edinburgh. And I spotted this. Well, first of all, the Colombians spotted the surveillance. I went back and checked. And I said, yeah, that's definitely the police. I said, I'll get you out of here now. I said, we have to leave all the drugs, leave everything, and let's just go now. And they were like, and the Colombians were like, we're not sure. We don't want to lose the drugs. And I said, well, I'm gone. You can stay, but I'm getting the fuck out of here. And I left. I went to a hotel. Next morning, the police had gone a friend, basically the flat belonged to a friend of mine, my contact in Edinburgh. So next morning, I quite quickly found out that the place had been raided. It was headline news on Radio 1, 2, 3, and 4, the BBC News World. I mean, it was massive news in Scotland. It was the first of its kind in Scotland.
Yeah.
They said massive crack cocaine laboratory found in Edinburgh. I mean, it was, it was
you don't see a lot of that in Edinburgh.
Yeah,
Right.
they've arrested Colombians there.
Right.
It was like, there was chemicals, the press. I mean, it was a big deal. And they, they narrowly missed me because I parked my van outside, so it looked as though I was in there.
Yeah.
But I wasn't. But I knew that my time was up. And I knew that my fingerprints were all over the flat, and I was done for basically.
Right. Had you been stashing your money? Were you burying your money or hiding it as opposed to buying stocks?
I've been burying cocaine in barrels and stuff like that, and burying money. But I'd been buying stocks and shares and stuff as well, because stocks and shares are a great way of laundering money. Still now.
Right. Well, I don't know. I just asked because they froze your stocks the first time you got busted.
Well, they didn't. They didn't.
Okay.
Yeah, because I had all the paperwork hidden.
All right.
So I know for me, but I know that it's going to take him a while to get the forensic evidence back, and the fingerprints, blah, blah, blah. So I get out of Scotland pretty quick. I get back down to England, and I go back to my dad's place, and I said, look, because he'd seen it on the news as well. I had friends ringing me up from Glastonbury Festival. It must have happened around June. So I've had friends from Glastonbury at the festival ringing me up going, is this anything to do with you? And I was like, no. As if I'm going to say yes.
Yeah.
I was like,
no.
Go away. So I get back home, and my dad was like, because he rang me up on the way down, and he said, are you all right? And I was like, yeah. And I knew that he knew. So I get back down, and I called him out of the house, and I said, leave your phone in the house, Dad. I got him out on the porch, and I said, look, that was something to do with me. I've got to leave the country. We had a house in France. I said, look, can I go there? And he said, yeah, sure. Just get out of Britain, because, he didn't want to see me go to prison. I had a friend who was in the Turkish mafia, so phoned him up. He lived in Swindon, quite close to where I lived. And I said, look, Oscar, can you get me out of Britain? Because he was smuggling cigarettes into Britain and all sorts of shit.
Right, people.
Yeah, probably.
Yeah.
And, at that time, they didn't search cars going out of Britain.
Sure.
They weren't looking for people going out.
Yeah.
So it was easy peasy. So he said, yeah, just jump in the boot of my car. And it was a Mercedes. He said, just jump in the boot at Dover.
Yeah.
We'll go on the hover speed, which is like 45 minutes. And
it's like a ferry.
Yeah, ferry. So drove down to Dover. I said goodbye to my dad. Said goodbye to my mum. And that was the last time I saw my mum ever. She died whilst I was in prison in Ecuador. But we'll come on to that. So,
had your mom recovered psychologically from the first time you went to prison?
She was still drinking heavily and having psychotic episodes. It was just going downhill and getting worse. But yeah.
Okay, so you get smuggled into France.
Yeah, so I get smuggled out of Britain into France, and I'm on the run basically. And go and hide out at my dad's place down in France. Didn't tell anyone where I was. I'm still ringing the informant, giving him misinformation. And I decided to do one last job with him, but I wasn't going to pay him. I was going to rob the money off him. So I had somebody ready, a mule, to come out to South America. And it was literally going to be the last job.
Sure.
Because after that, I was going to Thailand. Because, I knew the British police were coming for me. And I knew they were going to find me in France eventually.
Right.
And friends of mine were going, look, just come out and stay with us here in Thailand. We've got really beautiful villas out there.
Yeah, get a sex change. No big deal.
See Gary Glitter.
Yeah. Yeah.
But they said, just come out here, just, lay low for a while. And, they were involved in exporting hash and stuff.
Right.
And,
you would have got into something down there. But.
Yeah, exactly. They said, come and see what we can do out of here.
Okay.
But just be cool. So yes, so I said to the informant, yeah, I'll go out to Ecuador, do this one last job. And he must have got the sense that it was the last opportunity, or the British police certainly got wind of the fact that this was their last opportunity to get me.
I see.
So I fly out to Ecuador, and again, cutting a long story short, I meet the guy from Cali. I get the tent. The mule was on the way, hadn't arrived, and they take me down. They arrest me in the penthouse of a hotel.
Wow.
In Quito.
It was at Interpol?
Yeah, it was Interpol.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. So they raid the hotel, and they arrest me. My girlfriend's with me out there because I hadn't seen her for ages. So I flew her out to spend 2 weeks with me.
This poor girl.
I know. First time in South America. She was only there 4 hours. She gets arrested.
Oh, Jesus. You know, she was getting hit on by a doctor back home. She was like, well, we give Pete one last chance to change, to change his ways.
Yeah, honestly, we only just got back together as well.
Oh, God.
And,
women are right to hate us.
She ended up getting 13 years in prison in Britain. The British police fabricated evidence against her.
Oh, I would have told you so quick.
They said that every time that it was the same girl from Bristol.
Yeah.
And I'd sent her and her daughter because obviously I was making a lot of money.
Yeah.
Even when I split up from her, obviously I still stayed in touch with her. And I'd sent, she'd come out to Holland with me on holidays just to see Amsterdam.
Right.
And I'd sent her and her daughter out to the Dominican Republic just for a holiday. On, just them and her and her daughter on their own, just
without
a break.
you. Yeah.
And the only evidence the police had in court against her was that they found trace elements of cocaine on the luggage. There was cocaine everywhere. We were using cocaine.
Right.
And, and one receipt for chemicals where I'd asked her to buy some methanol for me.
Right.
And she didn't know what it was for. That was her legal team must have been.
Right.
And the British police said that every time she'd been out the country with me or on holiday, she'd carried drugs back for me. Why would I use my girlfriend to do that when I had loads of mules?
Oh,
not once. Wow. And I can say for a fact, hand on heart, hand on the Bible, hand on whatever you want me to put it on. Apart from your...
Yes. Well, yeah, obviously. You wouldn't mind.
That she did not ever carry drugs for me.
Yeah.
Ever.
Wow. And they roped her into the conspiracy. That's the brutality of, that's like a DEA level American brutality.
Well, that's what they would do here in Britain. If they can't get you, and because I was arrested in Ecuador and they couldn't really get their hands on me, they arrested her there as well. But I got her out of prison. I bribed the judges there.
Okay.
I got her out and I said, do not go back to Britain. And what did she do? I had a flat arranged for her in Barcelona, in Spain. I said, go to Spain, stay with some friends there, and just wait. I'll get your daughter brought out to Spain so she's with you.
Yeah.
And just let the case go run its course in Britain and see what happens. But do not go back to Britain because they'll arrest you. And she said, well, why would they? I'm nothing to do with it. I've not done anything wrong. I've got a young daughter there. I'm a single mum. I've not done anything wrong.
Yeah.
And I said, trust me, they will arrest you.
Wow.
And what happened? They did. She got 13 years.
Wow. How many years did she do?
7.
Oh, that's terrible. Did she appeal it? Did she try to?
I don't know, because her legal team said obviously not to have any contact with me. I'd offered to write any statements they wanted, vindicating, saying that she was nothing to do with it. That they never contacted me.
That's terrible.
I mean, honestly, I feel terrible about it.
Yeah.
I've only ever seen her once since.
Yeah.
Bumped into her and she said hi, and that was it. But you imagine 7 years in prison for nothing. For something you really genuinely didn't do.
Right. Did she have the opportunity to cooperate and inform on you and do all that?
Well, there was nothing to inform on. I mean, the police knew everything.
And was she even aware of your operations?
No, she knew.
Wow.
She knew I was involved in some sort of drug dealing, but she didn't know the level at all.
And the methods you were using,
not
I'm sure.
at all, nothing.
Wow. That is crazy. That's even more totalitarian than something that would happen in America.
And it's still happening to people here in this country.
That's crazy.
People think Britain, it doesn't happen in Britain. I mean, it's just, there's innocent people in prison in this country, I can tell you now.
Absolutely. I mean, in America too, but like the way that, way that even though you guys invented common law and the burden of proof, this burden of proof is on the government to show your guilt. It seems like here, just from people we've talked to and stories we've heard, they're able to circumvent that lot
they just fabricated
more liberally here. Yeah, it seems like it's much more corrupt here than it is in the United States.
They just said it was, literally, they had nothing on it, no cocaine, not even a gram.
Did she have a jury trial?
Yeah. She went to trial, jury trial. She didn't even have a gram, not even a microgram.
Wow.
They literally trace elements of cocaine on the baggage.
So what were they accusing her of?
Conspiracy.
Okay, so this is a conspiracy case, clearly. So you're the head of this conspiracy, and the Colombians are part of it, and the Chilean is part of it.
And they arrested one of the guys that they said was like my right hand man. He's dead now. 6 people ended up dead in that case.
Wow. How? Murdered?
Murdered because of being informants. 2 ended up dead in Colombia. One with a note. In fact, one of the Colombians that was in the lab in Edinburgh, because there was a girl and a guy. The girl ended up dead in Colombia with a note pinned to her chest saying that she was an informant.
Wow.
So 6 others ended up dead.
And I assume the main informant, the guy your former partner,
he's still breathing.
You're kidding.
As far as I'm aware.
So he went on the run?
The British police came over to Ecuador when I was in prison there, and they sat across the table from me, and they said, if he ends up dead, because they knew I wanted to kill him, they said, you'll be the first person we come and arrest. And I said, I'm not being funny. The amount of people, because he informed on a lot of people.
Sure.
And in open court at Bristol, because I had people in the gallery watching the case, and I had a lawyer in Britain representing me, and they wouldn't even give me the case papers, even though I was named on every page.
Wow.
The Crown Prosecution Service here would not release the evidence to me because they knew I was going to try and derail the case.
Right.
And the judge, when it came to sentencing, read out a list of people that this Colombian had put in prison. And my friends in the gallery that were watching said they'd never seen that before in the court of law.
So the guy had enemies all over the place.
Yeah. So I said to the British police, I said, I'm not being funny, but that guy's going to end up dead one day, sooner or later.
Yeah.
I'm not saying I'm going to kill him, but someone will. And they were like, and they didn't know what to say to that.
So who do you think was behind all of the other witness killings? Do you think it was his Colombian family in Cali that was sending people?
Yeah, when something like that goes down, there's a cleanup operation happens, people get killed.
Right. Because these informants were telling on everybody, it sounds like.
Yeah.
Wow. Okay.
I mean, the 3 of them were in Britain.
Were they British or were they Colombians in Britain?
3 were Brits. Yeah, 3. No, they were Brit.
Damn, do you want to repeat that? Cat got your tongue.
They were all British English.
Yeah. Okay, wow. And they got hit. Did anybody ever go?
They're dead anyway.
Did anybody get arrested for these hits?
I'm not aware of anyone getting arrested.
Okay. So now you're in Ecuador. Your girlfriend gets arrested. You're arrested. They separate you guys.
Yeah.
Why did the Ecuadorians not give you over to the British?
They did talk about extradition back to Britain.
Because I'm mad the Brits wanted you so bad.
Yeah, the Brits were there in the background somewhere. Because I tried to straight away in that hotel room. I tried to bribe the Ecuadorian police because I knew how corrupt they were.
Right.
I had $25,000 or euros on me in cash. And I said to them, look, I'll give you 25,000 euros now. I said, give me a telephone and I'll get you whatever money you want to pay off your whole team. You keep the bag, you can have that.
Yep.
And just pretend you didn't find it. And one of them said him, and I laughed at him. He said, oh, what do you think we are corrupt with the Ecuadorian police force? I said, you are having a laugh, aren't you? I said, you are taking the piss. I said,
Yeah.
Really? Come on, boys.
It's like a stripper saying, what am I? What am I to you, a slut?
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
The Colombian who I'd just given a bag of money to,
right?
When I eventually got the case papers in Ecuador, They lost him in traffic. Yeah, right. They stopped him. They took the money off him, and they said, "Yeah, on your way."
He got away.
Yeah, of course they did. They took the money off him.
Well, they don't
they
like-
lost him in traffic.
Yeah, but you're a gringo, so I think they automatically don't like us.
And the British police were there. In the back. Well, I
see.
don't know for sure, but I'm assuming the British police were there.
Well, that's how they got tipped off was Interpol. So now they have higher level people that are coordinating it.
Exactly. So if it hadn't have been for that, the Ecuadorians would have definitely taken.
How much cash did you have at your disposal? Able to
quite a lot.
You think you had millions?
No, not millions.
But did you have money over there that you were able to access?
I had that on me, but I didn't have money in Ecuador that I could access. But I could have got it there pretty quick.
So how did you pay off the judge to get your girlfriend?
Yeah, I had money transferred out there.
So you paid him to basically drop the charges against her or let her get out?
Yeah, basically. I mean, the Ecuadorian law is pretty much who you know and how much you can pay.
Right. So why couldn't you pay your
I did. I started paying off as well. I spent about £125,000 on lawyers and bribes and stuff like that.
Right. And you still couldn't buy your way out.
I got it. Well, they wanted to give me 25 years, which was the maximum. And at that time, there was no remission. At the time, Oscar was in prison there.
Yeah, there's no bail.
In Quito, yeah, there was no bail. There was no remission. There was no early release. There was no time off for good behavior.
Yeah.
It was like, I think they were giving you a month off every year. So I calculated I would have done 23 out of 25.
Yeah.
And when I saw that document, I tell you what, I remember I nearly passed out.
Yeah.
Because 25 years in prison, I remember an Ecuadorian prisoner saying to me, if you spend any longer than 5 years in an Ecuadorian prison, you're either going to end up dead, ill, or crazy.
Yeah.
And I certainly ended up ill. Some people say I'm crazy. I'm not.
Right.
Well, maybe a little bit.
Or you're gonna overdose. You know, you're gonna get on drugs.
Yeah. I mean,
which will kill you because you'll get into debt. Yeah. You can't survive 25 in an Ecuadorian prison.
Well, no, he said over 5.
Yeah. Wow.
25 is like,
forget it.
Like, forget it. Yeah.
So,
as you say, forget it.
Yeah. So, but you got your girlfriend out. How long did she spend in jail before she got out?
About 3 months and three or 4 months. Three, I think it was.
And how much did you have to pay?
25,000. Got her out.
Okay.
And the condition was that I took the rap. I mean, I was anyway.
Yeah. So what did they have as far as evidence?
Well, they seized the tent that I was going to send back with the mule that I was waiting
5 keys?
for. No, it wasn't. It was only small. It was just 2.
Okay.
In this one, but I was just going to send it back with the mule, and the Colombian wasn't going to get paid. So I was then going to, my plan had been see my girlfriend for 2 weeks. She was going to go back to Britain. Obviously the mule was going to go back to Britain. I was then going to go back to France, get literally a change of clothes, go to Thailand and spend 6 months in Thailand. The money would be transferred there. And I was just going to stay there 6 months and let the heat cool down.
Okay. So then, so that didn't happen. What evidence do they have? Did the mule snitch on you? Did they get the mule?
No, they didn't arrive. They hadn't arrived.
Okay.
So they never turned up.
So they got away.
They never turned up because they never set off.
They never showed up, or they just never got the bag.
They never set off because I didn't give them the green light to leave.
I see. Okay.
Because.
Okay. So what evidence did they have?
So they had the tent.
Right.
With, the problem was they didn't extract even though I said to my lawyer, isn't it surely it's better to extract the cocaine so it's less volume? And she said, it doesn't matter whether it's 1 kilo or 100 in Ecuador, you're going to get 8 years or 12. It's weird sentences in there. You either get 8, 12 or 16 or 25.
Bro, I was just talking about you yesterday. Bro, literally just talking about you like yesterday, bro. What's up, bro? How your mama doing?
Nothing like in-betweens.
Right.
Unless you're an informant, you might get 4.
Depending on the weight, obviously.
Yeah.
Okay.
So she said, you'll get 8 years. We'll put you down as a mule. And they weighed the whole tent because it was impregnated. So it was lucky it wasn't the first one because it would have been about 40. So they weighed it. They put poles, pegs, everything. So it was like
throw a little baby in there.
Yeah. So
dude.
So it was like 7 kilos or 7.7 kilos.
Did you tell them there's only 2 in there?
No, I told my lawyer, I said, look, surely it's better. And I tell you what, if I'd have extracted it, it would have been slightly under 2 because obviously the process, you lose some of it. When Rafael Correa got sworn in as president, there was an indulgence, like a presidential pardon of anyone with under 2 kilos. And I would have gone free, but...
Man, shout out to her, man. Shout out to her, bro. That shit crazy. I was just talking to a kid yesterday. Dementia is a bitch. Yeah, fuck dementia. Dementia. I was just talking to somebody yesterday from Iceland. I'm trying to remember Acorns. I was just talking to somebody from Acorns yesterday. Literally, I was just talking to somebody from your shit. I was talking to somebody from Acorns yesterday. I was just talking about your ass.
They would, obviously, the British police would have made sure that I got arrested.
Oh, well.
Because when they flew out to tell me about if the Colombian turned up dead, they also said, if you serve less than 6 years in prison or are sentenced to less than 10 years, we will extradite you at the end of your sentence here.
Yeah.
Because I think they thought I'd end up dead in prison there.
Right.
I think that's what they really thought, for sure. So they were going.
You see my streaming life. It's good. I can't complain. You feel me? I can't complain for real. You feel me? I love this shit. You feel me? It's a challenge. It's probably the hardest challenge I'm gonna face in my life. So you feel me? I wake up every day ready to face this shit. You feel me? It's probably the hardest thing I'm gonna do. For real. I love it.
And extradite me at the end.
I love
and
it.
Resentence me in Britain to at least 25 years.
Oh my God.
And up.
You tighten up, bro. Tighten up. You tighten up. No bullshit. I love this shit though, bro. Waking up, chasing my dreams, you feel me? If I could tell myself when I was 15, I would have a chance to do this shit, I would be lit. You feel me? No bullshit.
Oh, I'd have probably got like 30.
So it was actually better for you to do more time in Ecuador.
I was quite happy about the fact I got arrested in Ecuador because I knew I'd be able to get
That's
out
one
there
you
earlier than I would in Britain because in Britain I'd have been
Give me a chance.
maximum security all the way through.
Yeah.
No way of escape. I knew in Ecuador, if I couldn't bribe them, I'd be able to escape.
Yeah.
Or get out early, or there was going to be some way of getting out.
There's some wiggle room if you can survive the initial years.
I only thought I was going to be in there 6 months. Do you know what I mean?
But hang on, so you copped out to 7 kilos weight wise, which is a 25-year.
No. That would have been like 8 years.
So how'd you end up getting 25?
I didn't get 25. So I started bribing the judges.
Okay.
And I actually had to say to the judges, don't give me less than 10 years.
Wow.
Because if you do, the British police will, they're going to fuck me up.
And are you paying them through your lawyer?
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, gotcha.
So they gave me 12.
Okay.
The plan was then to wait for the heat to die down and the British police sort of forget about me and move on to whatever they were doing next. And then lodge an appeal, get it down to 6, do half of 6 and get out after 3.
What'd you want to do, boy?
That was the plan. And it just didn't happen.
Okay.
Because I tried to escape out of prison in Quito and that kind of thing.
Man makes plans, God laughs. Okay.
Yeah, exactly.
All right, so let's get into it. So how long does it take you to get all that adjudicated and get your sentence? Get your 12 years?
It was much quicker than Britain.
Sure, I bet. Money moves things down there.
Yeah, so it was probably about 6 months and it was all...
Bro, you say I'm the only guy you follow? Bro.
This shit crazy. You feel me? Shout out to you, bro. You a real nigga. Bro, it's like I be building a fan base one by one. Like, so I'm not tripping, bro, but I don't know, like, bro, I don't know how the fuck niggas be. What niggas got to do to have 5,000, 10,000, 15,000, 20,000? I don't know what a nigga got to do that shit. You feel me? I'm trying my hardest. I'm working as hard as I can. You feel me? If this shit happen, this shit gonna happen. If it don't, I'ma know when I get older. I'ma know I tried my motherfucking hardest. You feel me? That's all. You feel me? I just don't want to grow old and be and be a shoulda, woulda, coulda ass nigga. I want to be like, damn, at least I tried. You feel me? I don't really care. Like, you feel me?
Done.
Okay.
I'm gonna try though. Like, I'm gonna try though.
Because I could see things was
But I
kind of
really,
not really going in the direction that I wanted them to, and time was going by, and it was just, and then I'd had this visit from them there, and they said if you do less than 10 and blah 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 and all this, so I knew I was stuck there for a while. So I started, I'd become friends with some ex-FARC guys in there, some Colombians.
Yeah, the guerrillas.
Yeah, and they said, look, we can get somebody down here with an RPG, like we were talking about earlier, to blow the wall of the exercise yard on B-Wing in the prison in Quito and have a mass escape. And
just run for it.
Yeah, because you could sort of move around the prison, as I probably told you, in Quito in the daytime, you can move between wings.
Yeah.
And B-Wing had a large exercise yard, and it was only one concrete block thick, the wall. And there were a couple of gun turrets around it, and that was it. It was really pretty lax security.
Wow.
We talked about a helicopter lift off the roof, but that was like $100,000, and I thought,
yeah. And
then we settled on digging a tunnel, because loads of people have escaped out of Quito by digging tunnels now there.
And what is the name of this Quito prison?
Garcia Moreno.
Garcia Moreno, which I think is closed down now. Right, but it's a super old prison.
Yeah, they actually filmed because I was in an episode of Banged Up Abroad that went out in America on on Nat Geo. It's still on there. And I was the pilot episode in America. Which was the first time they've ever done that with a Brit, because the episode was that good apparently.
Wow.
So they actually, when they found out because I told them the prison in Quito is closed, you can go and film there, they were like,
yeah.
So they flew out to Ecuador and filmed in the prison in Ecuador and did a reenactment of a gunfight that I was in. And
you were in a gunfight there. Okay, let's get to it.
Yeah.
So they wanted there's all these escape methods. You decide on a tunnel.
So we buy a cell on B-Wing. Like I said, the outside wall was the end of B-Wing. So we bought the penultimate cell on the right-hand side of B-Wing and started digging a tunnel out of there. And because of the way the prison was, you could have anything brought in, and you could get building materials in there.
Right.
I bought a cell, I had it retiled, rewired. You could have a TV in there, fridge, cable TV.
It's quite posh.
Yeah, it's posh.
Posh fake.
Nigga, I'm surprised I got one. Nigga, I'm surprised I got one. Like, I'm not even gonna lie. Shout out to you, bro. You a real ass nigga, bro. Cause you feel me. I guess these need to be like, I don't know what it be, bro. For real. But nigga, I'm surprised I got one. Like, you feel me? Yeah, like, bro, cause all this shit. You feel me? I knew I was gonna hop on this bitch and I was gonna be decent at this shit. But to be 6 months in and have damn near 700 subs. I mean, what, like what, like 600 something? I won't gonna expect this shit to jump off this fast. I'm not even doing nothing for real. I just be in the house for real. And like my kick to have 200 subs, 200 followers, and I got a subscriber already. I only been doing this shit for like what, maybe like 3 months. I ain't expect this shit to jump off that fast. You feel me? But I'm just gonna keep going. Like I don't want. You feel me? I'm surprised I got one. Like, you feel me? You motivated me enough. The first evening I started watching you is the day I made my account on Kick. That's crazy. Yeah, you a real nigga, bro. You're a real nigga. And then, like, I be thinking, like, bro, Aiden and Cap, bro, them niggas probably grinded a good, bro. Even academics, all them niggas, bro. Academics, that's the one person I know for a fact. That nigga been grinding his channel for 10, 13 years. Like, you feel me? Them niggas didn't get to where they at overnight. This shit want to, and them niggas ain't get where they at overnight. You feel me? That shit takes years of hard work, like being here and people knowing that you're gonna be here every day. You feel me? That shit gonna take a whole lot of shit. What am I missing though? I'm always here for give me some constructive criticism. What am I missing? You need to show some tits. Isn't that what females do here? What the fuck? Like, you need to show some tits. Nigga, what? Isn't that what female? Oh, I mean, yeah. But you feel me? Them hoes not real family. You talk about them little high tub streams. You talk about them high tub you talk about them hot tub streamers and shit. Yeah, them hoes, you feel me? Them hoes though, you feel me? They can do that shit. I can't get on this bitch slinging dick for subs. That shit won't even sit right in my spirit. I want to blow for real. Like, no bullshit. I'm trying to blow for real. No bullshit. That shit don't sit right in their spirit. I want to blow off my personality. Really me. No bullshit. That shit gonna hit different. Go collab with one of those hoes. Where do I find them at? Bro, I don't be watching other streamers. I be on here working. Go to you if you know who your family, just go to their stream and tell them. Go to their stream and tell them. Go spam their ass. You feel me? I don't know who you talking about. Like, I don't know what hoe you want me to collab with. I don't be watching nobody. I be streaming. I be working too hard. I've never been any yeah, me either, nigga. And nah, I don't want to. That's another thing, bro. I don't want to blow up off somebody else. That's another thing I don't want to do. I don't want somebody else to say they gave me my success. Nah, nigga, I pulled myself out the dirt. I pulled myself out the mud. I'm not finna go start hitting up everybody I know to go collab. Like, I could do that, but you feel me? That shit won't sit right in my spirit either. Like, no bullshit. Blowing up off somebody else shit. Like, these niggas be creative players for real. No bullshit. I want to build up my community so I could start building other love me. So one of my little people in this chat wanted to make a YouTube. I could give them my community. You feel me? We're gonna make our own shit. You feel me? No bullshit. So this shit gonna have to be organic. You might get your dick wet. Man, them hoes burning. You ain't heard that Gucci third leg shit? A lot of them hoes be burning, gang. No bullshit. That should be real. Them motherfucking hot tub streamers, them bitches got OnlyFans. Them bitches just be paying niggas to fuck them. No bullshit.
Plus beats power. And
burning.
So
they be burning.
It was you could even have power tools in there for
like your dick gonna be burning. That's what I mean by they be burning. Like, once you stick your dick in, you gonna take it out, you gonna go home, your dick gonna start burning. Your dick gonna start burning fucking one of them bitches.
Yeah.
So,
that's what's
so it's a little city.
Yeah.
These prisons in South America are societies in
themselves. That was exactly the way I would describe it. It's like an enclosed town. There were shops in there, restaurants, hardware store.
Major drug trafficking.
Yeah.
Totally.
So we buy this cell, we crack open the floor, we make a cap for it out of concrete and, a lid.
Mm-hmm.
And we get people to start digging a tunnel. And they just dug out underneath, and they followed the line of the exercise yard with the concrete out in the direction to reach the external wall and then under the wall.
Yeah.
And we were getting close to the wall.
Where are you guys putting the dirt that you were excavating?
Bro, that's just YouTube, bro. You feel me? That's just YouTube. These Virginia bitches be whack. I ain't even gonna lie. You feel me? That's just YouTube. No bullshit. It depends on where you at, bro. A lot of these junks, they can't wait to get cuffed. Like, no bullshit. That shit just, it just be, you feel me? A lot of these junks be wanting to get cuffed though. I ain't gonna lie. Yeah, you feel me? But it's a hard thing for me to do, you feel me? To grind all the way to this point. To the point where bitches want to be cuffed by me. Even though like I was dead from the beginning. But like still though, I didn't grind it to this point. Like I have any bitch in the world. And now y'all bitches want to cuff a nigga. Like I'm straight. I'm straight. Like I want to have multiple, bro. Like, bro, I want like 3 bitches. I'm not gonna lie, bro. I'm not gonna settle for one, bro. Cause that's settling, bro. I want like 3 bitches. I'm not even gonna lie, bro. Like, I can have one girlfriend. That shit ain't about nothing. But I want 3 compatible bitches. No bullshit. Under one roof. And I'm gonna do that shit. Like, I don't even want one bitch. Like, that shit just ain't for me. Like, I work too hard. I work too hard.
Just get rid of it. And just
Nigga, I didn't work too hard.
Just, I don't know, in the bins.
Right. Who were
rid
you
of it.
paying? How many people were you paying to do this, and how much did it cost?
I can't remember now. We had a few people doing it.
Right.
But,
What I got?
because we were going to take out as many people as we could.
Yeah.
Because you know,
I like one,
why not? If we dig a tunnel, let's get like the Great Escape.
Right. Sure. Exactly.
That's the vision
Classic.
I had.
Yeah.
The Great Escape, and then I was going to try and go into Brazil and down the Amazon. And
Did you have that as a plan?
That's kind of what I had in my head, or yeah, because you know, I knew I had to get out of Ecuador.
And did you realize that you couldn't go back to Britain?
Oh yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you were mentally prepared to never see jolly old again.
Yeah, which is difficult.
Yeah. Okay. So go on.
Yeah. So anyway, the plans get rumbled. I don't know. Someone spoke to someone, and someone spoke to someone else, and the guards found out that I was trying to escape.
There's some smuggler, some cocaine smuggler, seller, drug dealer. He do all that shit. I mean, he do all that shit.
And they even came and sat down with me and said, and you know, how much do you want to pay us to let you out? And I was like, because I mean, there were people paying guards off, corrupt groups, guards, and they would literally give you a uniform, and on a night shift, they would take you out the front door for 60 grand and stuff like that. So
why didn't you take them up on
well, I was thinking about it, but anyway.
You didn't want to pay 60 grand?
Well, no, I was thinking about it, but I don't know whether these guards were.
Yeah, no. Yeah, no, it's a select few. Yeah, no, niggas be having jobs. That is cracked up. How many niggas, you feel me? Bro, how many niggas you can like find on here that's like me, that don't go to work every day? But I'm talking about black people that's like me, that look like me, that act like me, that talk like me. You could tell I'm a real nigga. Like, I'm not just saying no any random black person on Kick or Twitch or YouTube. I'm talking about a real nigga like me. No bullshit. This is a lot of people not doing this, bro. A lot of niggas at work right now, bro. This is not what he doing or what I'm doing. This shit not every day. I don't know a lot of motherfucking real motherfucking cocaine dealers, smugglers, motherfucking. No, you said, isn't that just the daily life of an American now? What you was talking about, like being a smuggler, a drug dealer, and all that other shit? What you was talking about? I thought you was talking about like the drug dealing shit. What you was talking about, man?
But hell no, niggas don't be selling those drugs for real. Them niggas be, these plugs be weak. Oh my God. If I knew a plug for real, nigga, I won't be here right now. If I knew a plug for real. No, I ain't the one. Not me, bro. I ain't never met no real plug. Nigga, I won't be here. I'll be on my Pablo Escobar shit. We don't get meth here. Yeah. What did you talk about? Yeah, you was talking about that drug dealing shit. I'm already knowing. Nigga, I'll be Pablo Escobar if I found the plug. Or like know somebody like that. But you said like ain't that or fentanyl. I don't think like you feel me. Yeah, we could get fentanyl here, but we could get fentanyl and meth. We could get that shit. Bro, you could probably get that shit too. You feel me? You just probably don't be looking for it. There's somebody in here that's from Iceland, some boy that was in this bitch. I wish he was in this bitch. What's that little nigga name? The 1962 nigga. Fuck. I forgot that little nigga name. That was in this bitch. Fuck. What's that? Where you at, little nigga? Fuck, I forgot that little nigga name. He was just in this bitch. He could probably find us some meth in Iceland. That nigga was talking about some crazy shit in this bitch. That shit everywhere though, bro. You just gotta talk to the right people. You gotta know the right people. I could find anything, anywhere. I'm gonna find a gun when I come to the UK. Watch what I say. Just cause I'm gonna ask everybody. Niggas don't be asking everybody. I'm gonna ask everybody. I don't be giving a fuck.
Sent to
just ask everybody.
Test the water,
right?
So, you know,
or maybe they take your money and then as you're escaping, they shoot you in the back. Yeah, it's hard to trust them.
There was a lot of risk.
Totally.
And anyway, it all gets up and rumbled. And on a visit day, one day, a guard turns up with a pole with a piece of wood and says, "Come with me to the head guard's office, head of the year." And I didn't know what was going on. So I get down there and he says, "Oh, you've been transferred." And I said, "What do you mean been transferred?" You know, I sort of settled into the fact I was doing my time in Quito in Garsing Mill.
You don't judge though. Shit, nigga, stop lying, nigga. You judge a little bit. You probably don't judge them a whole lot, bro. But somebody tell you like, bro, I be doing that fentanyl. You gonna judge them a little bit, bro. You feel me?
I bought a load of cells.
You gonna judge them a little
made
bit.
myself nuts. You know, that was had a good time. I had a really nice girlfriend and all sorts of.
Is that nice?
Yeah. And life was good.
Yeah.
And suddenly I'm getting transferred
all right, so bro. Somebody told you they snort fentanyl and they come in and stay in your crib. You ain't gonna leave certain things around this person. Nigga do crack or some shit. He a real crackhead. He homeless on the street. You bringing him into your house. It's certain things you ain't gonna do around this dude. Cause you judge them. Cause he do crack. Like, you feel me? So you gonna judge that nigga. Like, I ain't gonna lie. Let's keep it real in this bitch. You gonna judge, bro. You feel me? That's just the name of the game.
I didn't realise, but all of the
You gonna judge,
involved were
bro.
getting transferred to different prisons all around the country as well. They were splitting us up.
Yeah.
And I got sent to Guayaquil, which at the time was the third most dangerous.
Hold on, bro. You say you don't even let him in the house because he smoked weed? Bro, you judging that nigga. You literally judging that nigga. Oh, you just don't. That is crazy. See? I mean, bro, he stinks of it, though. I mean, bro. I don't know, bro. That's weird, bro. I mean, it's your house. I mean, it's your house. I can't really tell you what to do, but tell that nigga put some cologne on. That's what I tell that nigga. Put some cologne on, some blunt spray, or tell him wash his clothes. That's probably what it be. Cause like I smoke weed, but I wash my clothes. Like wash your fucking. Tell him wash his clothes. It's probably just stuck in his clothes or some shit. Or he probably just. You probably want you his You got to think about it though. You said that's your stepson. So your stepson. Hold on. So your stepson is your wife? Is that your wife, son? I wish he stinks of body odor too. Oh yeah, your wife's son. Oh, all right. I thought so. Yeah. Tell that nigga to take a shower, man. Tell him brush his teeth. Or some real shit. Tell him get on his shit.
President in the whole of South America. It quite quickly became the first or the most dangerous prison in the whole of South America, and I think it's still pretty much well up there.
Okay, tell us what was going on there.
Holy shit, because I'd seen like on the news gunfights between the police and inmates, and pictures of the police dropping bombs out of helicopters onto the prison, and I mean just anarchy. And I was like, I know that prison is like really dangerous, and any foreigner going down there gets extorted. So I hit panic button, and I got a Colombian friend of mine who was really well contacted out there, who ran the bakery on the wing that I was on, and I got a message to him, and he managed to get down to see me.
How much for murder? How much for murder?
Because he's friends with all the guards. So he got down to see me before I left, and I said, look, phone up one of the head bosses down in Guayaquil, a guy called Coyote, who's now dead. But he had been in Quito for 6 months on a punishment lie down. They'd brought him up there, for 6 months to punish him. And I'd met him once to talk about trafficking. And I said, look, bring him up and try and make sure I don't get extorted when I get down to Guayaquil or tortured or whatever. And because I didn't really know what was going on, I was getting told all sorts of different things that I was getting transferred. But anyway, I get transferred down there, and on the second day, a reception group of about 50 inmates, gang members, come walking out the front gate of the prison to the where the wings are, across a dirt road, which was like the inner perimeter, to the outer perimeter where the director's office was, where there was like a little holding cell, which I was in. And they said, are you the English guy from Quito? And I thought, this is going to go one or two ways. Either I'm going to get extorted, killed, or my friend has managed to get through to them and I'm going to be all right. And they said, oh, your friend's on the phone. And they handed me and they all had mobile phones, guns on them, all brand new sports gear on. And the guards just opened the gate and let them walk out, 50 of them.
It's like it's the streets.
Yeah.
Were you terrified?
Yeah, I was bricking it. I mean, I thought,
you're bricking it? You were in erection?
No,
okay.
No, bricking it in Britain means
yeah.
No, I was far from excited. not at all ecstatic.
Holy shit, this is what I've been waiting. This is my kink.
Yeah. I'm getting off on
50 Ecuadorian gangbangers come to kill me. I'm about to blow my
No.
had part of you accepted, because you'd been in prison long enough to know how easily people get killed on a daily basis?
Yeah. I mean, on my second day in prison in Quito, an English guy had taken me over to the B wing to meet one of the gang members there. 2 hours later, he'd been strung up, shot, and stabbed, and they'd made it look like a suicide, and the guards wrote it down as suicide. Oh my God. And my mate took me and said, look up that window. You know that guy we just saw 2 hours ago? That's him. He's dead. Wow. And I was like...
All right, bro. You know I'm going to be here, bro. I'm going to be here working hard. You already know what's going on.
Were foreigners getting killed as well? Or was that mostly amongst the gangs?
In Quito, no, not really. Quito wasn't so bad for gangs. It was pretty chill.
Okay, so was it kind of like just the way that foreigners, it's kind of taboo to kill them because in South America, because the heat comes down? Was that the same rule in prison? Or
not so much? No, not really.
So how do you think
in Guayaquil, they had like pretty much a meat market down there. As soon as a foreigner arrived, what would happen is because all the guards were paid off and the director of the prison was paid by the gangs in there, and the gangs were so powerful they ran everything in there. There were two gangs at war with each other, the Cubanos at this time and Los Rusos. The prison was 8,000 prisoners, 24 wings, absolutely massive. And the wings were like this. They were parallel to each other, one wing in front of the other. And then the long corridor, say a kilometer long, running down the middle. And about halfway down, there was a border, and you couldn't cross it because that was enemy territory. That was the other gang. And I was one side. So I end up on the Cubano side of it. Three brothers, nicknamed Los Cubanos.
Right.
There was a third gang came in later, the Choneros, who ended up on the wing that I was on. A guy called Raskina, nicknamed Raskina, who I became quite friendly with. He's now dead. And I'm still very friendly with his brother, Carlos Zambrano. Hi, Carlos.
Okay, so if you were if you stayed on your side, you weren't going to get killed within your own gang.
No, but if you strayed on to the other one and then came back, they would torture you to find out if you'd been sent back to kill, like as an informant or as a hitman or whatever.
Okay.
But on this first day or second day, sorry, when they came out, they handed me this phone. They said, "This is your friend in Quito." They put me on the phone, and it wasn't my friend at all. It was the Syrian guy that was running the wing in Quito, who I'd kind of started butting heads with because I was starting to take the wing over and run things on that wing because it was kind of for foreigners. Drugs, buying the cells. I owned like 5 cells. I was renting them out, running some drugs on there. I started a gang called the Euro Banda. Banda in Spanish, it means gang. So as a joke, I formed up a gang. So I thought, well, everyone else has got a gang. Why shouldn't we? So I'd like a load of Russians, Lithuanians, some Brits, and we called ourselves Euro Banda. It was a bit of a joke.
Nice, I like it.
But I teamed up with that bunch of Colombians on D-Wing who I tried to escape with.
I see.
So we had a gun. We had, we were put up. And
stuff. Okay.
Anyway, different story in Guayaquil completely.
Right.
So anyway, they put me on the phone. It was this Syrian guy, and I'd been told that I'd been transferred down there so he could take all those cells off me because each cell was worth like about 3 or 4 grand. They all had TVs, fridges in, beds. And anyway, I didn't really know what was going on. And I said, "You're not my friend. I don't want to talk to you." Anyway, luckily for me, my Colombian friend had managed to get through to Coyote, this boss.
Who ran the Cubanos?
Yeah, who was like joint with the Cubanos. And he'd put in a good word for me. So I got taken to like this good wing, put in with one of the bosses of the drugs on that wing who ran, he was basically the boss for all the what they call polvo over there, which is like it's a byproduct of the cocaine process, which they smoke.
Base.
Yeah, it is, but it isn't. It's a bit like base. Base.
Base. Polvo means dust.
Yeah, I know,
so
but it's
the extracts, right?
Yeah,
it's all the stuff that falls down, the chemicals that.
Yeah, it's all that horrible stinking. It smells really bad.
Of course,
yeah. So they put me in the cell with the boss for the whole of that side of the prison, and he had a rucksack full of this shit in there and a handgun. And I'm like, I don't want to be in this cell because if the police turn up, I'm probably going to get as well.
Right.
Yeah, So after a little while, just to grease the wheels, because they didn't extort me, because they knew I had contacts and whatnot, and I'd been in Quito 2 years. So I was really lucky. Because any other foreigners what they would do is, like I said, that if a foreigner arrived, the guard would come in, he would tell the boss of the gang, and they would have like an auction, and whoever, like they'd have so the Cubanos were 3 brothers, and on each wing they had a boss on each wing. So it was like a pyramid, proper mafia structure. So they had a boss on each wing that ran each wing, that reported to them, that collected all the money off of everybody on the wing, that paid tribute up to them. They had a boss, for each drug. So a boss of the coke, a boss of the base, a boss of the weed. That was the three drugs you could get there. And a boss of the alcohol, illicit alcohol, which they made in there.
Right.
Which
That's
was
big business too.
Puro, which is pure, like 45% pure alcohol, like moonshine.
Yeah.
Pusheen.
Yeah.
So on each wing, you'd have a boss of each of these things, and then an ultimate boss, and then the three brothers.
Yeah.
So pyramid.
Real organized.
Really organized.
That's unbelievable.
And they put 10 cents on every bottle of Coca-Cola or soft drink that came into the prison.
Yep.
They would charge each shop a certain amount, a license fee to operate.
Yeah.
And if they found anybody else selling drugs, because they packaged it in their own packaging, color coded, all the rest of it, if they found somebody dealing drugs that shouldn't have been, like that smuggled their own drugs in, they'd probably end up dead. They would kill them.
So they were a proper government.
Oh yeah. They were the law in there,
right?
And they had all of the guards paid off, the director of the prison, and if anybody, like the guards or the director, went against them or tried to break them up, they would assassinate them.
So they had no problem killing guards.
Oh no, they would kill guards as soon as they came out the front gate of the prison. I mean, a lot of them had grown up in the same barriers, the same district as these guards. So they knew where they lived. They knew where their families were. So they'd either kill them at home or they'd wait until they came out the front door of the prison. They'd have a motorcycle or a car out there and they'd just gun them down.
Right.
They killed 3 directors of the prison whilst I was there. And then this other gang came in, the Los Choneros, who are now one of
the most powerful.
Yeah. They were on my wing. Wow. They came into my wing. I became really friendly with Jose Luis Zambrano, who was nicknamed Rasquina.
So what about the getting back to foreigners and the extortion?
Yeah, so they'd have that little auction between the bosses of all of the wings, and whoever bid the most would get the prisoner and the opportunity to extort them. So they would take them back to whichever wing had paid the most for them, to the guard. They would then extort the hell out of them. They'd get you in a cell. They'd put a gun to your head. They'd electrocute you. They'd drown you in buckets of water. And in this prison, you were open 24/7, the cells, all night, all day, all night, because they were paying the guards. But it was like that.
So the bars never closed.
You'd lock yourself. You'd lock yourself in your cell.
Right.
You didn't get locked in.
Right.
When you'd had enough, you'd lock your door. You'd make sure it was well locked up. Trust me.
Right.
You'd get locked on the wing at about 5 p.m. They'd do roll call. They'd check everyone was there, and if people disappeared, they'd just take you off the list.
No big deal.
Yeah, people just disappeared in there. Honestly, I saw people get killed in there, hacked to death, blown up by hand grenades, shot, poisoned, electrocuted, drowned.
Yeah.
Every which way you can think of. And they would then burn the bodies, bury them, put them down the drains, just
cut people up.
Yeah, cut them up, dismember them, put them in the rubbish.
So if you were a foreigner that didn't have connections like you or didn't have money to pay, how would they extort you?
I'll give you an example. A Russian guy came in who I became really good. Right, he was actually Ukrainian, Ruslan Shavchenko. Hi, Ruslan. If you're not dead, or back in Ukraine, find the Russians.
Yeah, dead.
Fighting the good fight.
Yeah.
Because he was ex-military. He was a field doctor. Real good guy. And but he was part of the Russian mafia as well. And he came in. He was in the first time for 400 kilos. And the first time he came in, I think they extorted him for, I don't know, about 15 grand. Second time he came in was for 42 tons.
Wow. So he's doing 25.
Oh, not 42 tons. Sorry, it was more than that. Yeah.
Wow.
He got
okay,
25.
so he's basically doing life.
Well, no, I think he bribed a few people and they got it down to 16. But him and his boss, because his boss had come over, they literally got 5 containers full of cocaine in molasses. So it was in liquid form.
Yeah.
Again, they were onto the impregnation liquid.
Yeah,
because they knew it was.
But how would a guy like, just say a mule, right? Like Oscar, somebody who didn't have a lot of money. How would the gangs use them?
I tried to educate. I tried to stop the gangs doing this because I tried to educate them on this. I said, look, all these Romanians that are turning up in there, Bulgarians, they're coming from countries that are really poor, that don't have any money.
Yeah,
they're doing this because their families at home have no money.
Right.
They don't have any money that you can extort from them because they're, you know, not every country in Europe has loads of money.
Right.
I'm from Britain. Yes, a wealthy country. Brits do. Yeah. Some better countries in France, Germany. Yes, maybe. But generally, drug mules, bearing in mind, I wasn't a drug mule.
Right.
Don't have money. That's why they're doing it. And they just couldn't get it. They didn't care. So I remember one particular guy from Spain. Oh no, Romania. He was Romanian. And his screams would wake me up. They were torturing him 24 hours a day for about 2 weeks. And there was one, I remember one guy ended up dead because they used to call it a submarino, drowning you. They would drown you, bring you up, electrocute you, drown you a bit more, electrocute you. And they obviously went too far. And then they just string you up and say to the guard that he died.
He killed himself.
Paid him off. Wow. And that would be it. They'd just take him out. They'd take him off.
So they would it be an ongoing extortion? Or if you could get your family to wire in money, would they leave you alone?
It depended on who was running the wing at the time.
Yeah.
Some bosses would be okay. Others would be
Could you do favors? Could you say, hey, I don't have any money, but like I'll put in some work?
Yeah, sometimes they would get people to do things like that. Yeah.
So you were very lucky.
Yeah, I was lucky.
They didn't take anything off of you.
Yeah, basically, I bought a cell.
Yeah.
Often. In Quito, you could resell your cell.
Right.
In Guayaquil, they would just take it back off you at the end. Or if they didn't like it, they'd just take it off you anyway and then resell it. So to keep them happy and, you know, to grease the wheels a bit.
You spent a little money with them.
Spent a grand and a half, bought a cell. Yeah. You know, every week on a Sunday was like the day of all the shops would come around and collect any debts, or the drug dealers would come around and collect any debts. So Sunday was debt collection day and tribute day. So every person on the wing would have to pay $5 or $10 to the boss.
Okay.
Who would then pay a certain amount to
the boss of the triangle, the brothers.
Exactly.
So you kick in a lot on tribute day.
So they were making mega money. You imagine as well all the cocaine they were selling. I think me and a guy sat down one day and we tried to work out roughly, because you know I ended up involved with the cocaine. I was selling it for the choneros on our wing for a while.
Yeah.
And we sat down and kind of tried to work it out. I can't remember how much it came to, but it was like $1 million a week or something.
$1 million.
Yeah, something like that. It was. You imagine
just selling coke in prison?
No, like everything.
Yeah.
With the bottles of coke. Because on a visit day, they could have each prisoner could have as many people come in as you wanted.
Right.
So you'd have like 30 people coming in to see one prisoner.
Yeah.
The prison was absolutely packed at the weekend.
Right.
And all the bosses had massive restaurants with like 100 tables, and they'd be absolutely heaving.
And cash is just going through.
You imagine 10 cents on the bottle of on each bottle of Coca-Cola, how many bottles of Coca-Cola and Fanta got sold at the weekend.
Right. Plus food.
Yeah,
plus all the drugs in the week.
And drugs and all the alcohol. And I mean, you're talking just, you start working it out.
Right.
All the kilos of cocaine that they were selling in there.
I asked Oscar why do these bosses, they're so rich, why are they still in prison? And he was like, well, actually they're safer in there.
Yeah.
In many ways they make more money in there because it's easier. You can control a prison a lot easier than a whole city.
That's exactly right. They were happier in there because they had their gang in there. They had more protection in there. They had people wandering around with, they would move with 50 or 60 bodyguards around them, all with 9mm.
Yeah.
A couple of guys carrying machine guns in rucksacks, hand grenades. I saw a kilo of C4 in there with debts, electronic debts. And I sat down with them one day and they had all these weapons out and a kilo of C4. And I looked at them and I said, guys, why the f are we still sat here? Why don't we blow the wall, lay down a bit of covering fire against the police and get the f out of it?
Yeah.
A few months later, they did that out of they built a maximum security prison called the Rocker, named after Alcatraz. And they put some of the choneros in there, and 16 of the choneros managed to escape out of that. And they did exactly that. They blew the external wall, kidnapped some of the guards, and they had speedboats waiting on the river Dowell, I think it was called. And they went down there because a lot of them were fishermen or came from fishing backgrounds on the coast. And they all went to different countries all around South America, but they tracked them all down.
Wow,
got them all back.
Yeah.
So,
So can you explain a little bit about your involvement in the coke traffic in there?
Yeah, well,
with the
when the Torneros came in, they kind of took over the wing that I was on, and that
was that violent.
No, but it turned violent, and that's when there was that gunfight that I was in the middle of, because obviously the Cubanos didn't like the fact that this third really at that time they weren't so powerful; they were just up and coming. And the Cubanos didn't like the fact that they were starting to take the prison over.
Yeah.
And they were trying to form a partnership and do it nicely. And they were sort of, I'd call them a better class of criminal. They were sort of more educated.
The Cubanos.
No. The Choneros.
Oh, interesting.
You could talk to them more. They seemed.
You think you could reason with them?
Yeah, they were much more. They were stone cold killers.
Right.
I mean, Raskino Hotelli, when he first came in, he was only killed 86 people himself, because his brother Carlos lived in the cell in front of me, supported Chelsea. I supported Chelsea Football Club, and we used to spend so much time together. And I'm still in contact with him now. And so I became really good friends with him. And and
so, what do you mean they're better classes of criminals? What are you talking about?
Because the Cubanos were kind of like street level thugs.
Yeah.
Robbing people, they were robbers, they were thieves, they were scallywags.
Sure.
Whereas the Choneros were more organized, they were better. You could just tell they were better educated, and better, slightly higher class, more educated. You could just talk to them. They were more like me than the other people.
Yeah.
And I got on with them.
So did the Cubanos have a problem with you now going with the Choneros?
Exactly. So, they kind of did. So as time went on and the tension built up, the Cubanos sent in a hit squad to take out Hotelli, Jose Luis, or Rasquina as they called him, and a couple of kill as many as they could. And I was living in this cell on my own because I paid them to make sure, because I liked to sell to myself.
Yeah.
And I had a German friend come in that evening. It was about 9 o'clock, and I was cooking spaghetti bolognese. And oddly enough, this German guy was called Peter as well. So we were both sat there having a drink, doing a bit of coke, and having a chat and whatnot. And I had my door open, but normally everybody's doors would be open. There'd be music playing, everybody would be getting high, and there was like a party atmosphere always in the evening. Loads of people milling around. And this evening there was hardly anybody around. Everybody's doors were shut. And there were these like little groups of people huddled, talking, having these whispered conversations. And I was like, what the f is going on? And being like, sort of a bit oblivious to what was happening. Because obviously, me being with the Choneros, we didn't realize there was a assassination attempt about to happen.
Yeah.
But I was starting to read the signals and see the signs. And I said to the German, I said, something's going on, because like it's really quiet tonight, and there's all these little weird conversations going on. And literally, our door was about one of the only open doors on the entire wing. And there was a group of the Cubanos in the entranceway to the wing in hammocks, about 10 of them, and all these other little groups dotted about the wing. And I'd gone down. Oh no, one of the Cubano Choneros had come up to me. Gato, his nickname was. He was kind of like Hotel's right-hand man, lived in the cell next door to him. And he'd come up to my cell and he said, "Oh, can I have some of the food you're cooking? Because it smells nice." And, they kind of liked to taste the European food. So I said, "Sure, no problem. You know what I mean? I'll come and get your plate when it's ready." So when it was ready, I went down and got his plate, got the food. And they'd obviously been watching me. I said hi to the lot, because I was friends with both sides. And I said hi to the guys in the gateway, and, they all knew me. And they called me Local Pete, because, because I wouldn't take any. Now I was, when people tried it with me, I would fight back. And I had a knife and stuff. And,
Did you have a gun?
Not there.
Okay.
Because it was only the gangs that they kept it pretty tightly controlled.
Right.
All that sort of stuff. But I wouldn't take any unless it was from the gang, and then it was like it was a bit touch and go.
Right. Sure.
But anyway, so I've said hello and whatnot, and I get this plate of food, and they'd obviously been watching my movement, and they saw it as an opportunity to get at this guy. So as I come back down with the plate of food and I knock on his door, one of them's come up behind me, and as the guy opened the door and I've handed him the plate of food, like I hand the plate of food to you, this guy is shot from behind me, over my shoulder, past my head, shot the guy straight in the face, blew the back of his head out, shot him twice in the head, there and like there, and just the back of his head came out. Spaghetti's gone everywhere as well as the back of his head. And I'm just like, what the fuck? And I didn't even look. I didn't even turn around to look what was going on. I just ran straight for myself.
Yeah.
Shut the door. The Germans opened the door because quite often people would just get killed and that'd be it. They get assassinated. But this was a wholesale gunfight at the OK Corral.
Wow.
And I said, what the fuck are you doing? Get back in here. And because the door was only wood. So I dragged him back in the house, shut the door, and all hell broke loose out there. Jose Luis came out, and another guy, what was his name? Matraya. I think it was Matraya. I don't know. I can't remember his name anyway. Yeah. But so the two of them came out, and two of them fought a gunfight against about 12 or 14 of the Cubanos.
Wow.
Up and down the wing, and they managed to get hold. The two troneros, Jose Luis Zambrano and the other guy, managed to get hold of the head of this assassination group. The the boss that was now installed on the wing. The guy called they called it Negro Polia. This big black guy who I was friendly with as well. And when you can sort of see death in people's eyes.
Yeah.
A couple of days before, I'd been talking to him, and I saw death in his eyes, and I think he knew he was going to die. I don't know how. Wow. That instinct that people have.
Yeah.
And I just saw it in his eyes. A real weird look.
And so now they're shooting up and down the tier, like this in the cell block. They're shooting back and forth.
In the cell block. Yeah.
So bullets, if you're in your cell, bullets are whizzing past your cell door.
Door.
Wow.
Things were hitting my door.
Were you on the deck?
Got cramp again. They were hitting things were hitting my door, and I was worried about bullets coming through the door.
Yeah.
And there was like a low partition wall between the living area of the cell and the kitchen and the shower area at the back. But the windows were all open. There was no glass. It was just bars because it was hot there. And I said to the German, I said, get behind that wall. And we both got down behind the wall. And I said, keep an eye on the window in case, because I was so in with the Choneros. I thought, no, I think somebody might even try and kill me. Do you know what I mean? Because they were trying to kill all of them.
Right.
And things were hitting my door.
Yeah.
And I was thinking, man. I mean, this is it. And I said, keep an eye on the window. Make sure if you see any movement outside in the yard, because the guards would get paid off to let people. I'd heard of people getting killed. The guards would let people out at night to come
shoot through the bars.
Window.
Yeah, shoot through the window into the cell. Right.
And sometimes that's how people would get killed. So I said, keep an eye on the window. I'll keep an eye on the door. And it went on for 2 hours, 2.5 hours. 2.5 hours it was. The gunfight. It started at about 9:30.
Wow. How many people got killed?
2 or 3.
Okay.
3, I think it was.
And then they got a hold of this black guy for the Cubanos.
So that's what I was saying. So they got a hold of the black guy, and they're saying, oh, we got a hold of your boss. We're going to kill him. And they shot him twice in the stomach, and he was begging for his life. He's going, no, please don't kill me. I've got family. I've got kids. And they were shouting to the other Cubanos. They were going, we're going to kill this. For about half an hour, and then there was a couple of bangs, and they shot him in the head, just killed him, and obviously a few others ended.
So that hit wasn't successful. The hit squad, they couldn't take him out.
So after 2.5 hours, Jose Luis and the other guy went back in their cells and locked the doors because it all started to calm down a bit. And what the police would do is they'd wait for it to calm down. They wouldn't come in whilst the gunfight was going on. They'd wait for the ammunition to run out or for it to calm down. And it ended up with just one of the Cubanos, because obviously that boss, that black guy, had been killed. So this other guy sort of instilled himself straight away, wandered up and down the wing, just firing a revolver over and over again. And I heard him a couple of times outside my cell, open up the revolver and the shells hit the floor, and then load again, going, you choneros, you all a bunch of come out and fight me. I'm out here on my own. You know, bang, 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 bang. And I mean, in an enclosed space,
deafening.
It's loud.
Yeah.
And
there's gunpowder smoke, gun smoke all around it.
I know for a fact that Jose Luis came out with because he had a chrome 45 and a 9mm. So there was a 45 and a 9mm going off, and the other guy came out with an Uzi because I heard it go off. You know that. And hand grenades going off. It was.
It's war.
It was war. It was war on the wing.
So then, what became of that? Was there a truce afterwards, or?
Well, as I said, it died down after about 2.5 hours, and then we heard the police start to encircle the wing, and that was almost worse because they got us all out of the cell, started torturing everybody until they found out. They went around and found anybody with any gunshot wounds or any wounds, got all those. They got the bosses, started discharging guns up against their heads, drowning them to find out who had done what.
Right.
I mean, they were pissed.
Did they kill anyone?
No, they didn't kill anyone, but they came close.
Right. But I bet they got to think twice before they kill somebody.
There was one occasion where they did kill a boss, the police. They came in and at the weekends, obviously, there were families living in the prison there when I first got there. And, you know, every other weekend you could have your girlfriend to come in and stay overnight and stuff like this. And one weekend in front of this guy's family and the wife and the kid, they dragged this guy out of his cell, took him out in the exercise yard and said, "We've had enough of your..." And his wife screaming and shouting, saying, "Please don't kill him." And they just executed him in front of in the yard, and then just dragged him out.
Anarchy. Absolute.
That was the police.
I know. Absolute
just
lawlessness.
Oh yeah, totally.
Wow. Okay.
So they split up. They've tortured everybody for about another 2.5 hours.
Yeah.
They dragged the body.
What did they do to you?
They just went along hitting everybody.
Right.
Like
they could see you weren't involved though.
They've got us all lying down on the floor, hands over our heads. You know, for about 2.5 hours they went on. And they actually, after beating us all, they herded about 130 of us into the space of a prison cell, which was like there was an exit out into the exercise yard, which was the width of a prison cell. And that's where they killed this black guy. And about half of it was full of his blood because he's quite a big guy and he bled out for half an hour and then afterwards. And the smell, you know, a lot of blood, that's iron smell. That's the smells. It's the smells I'll never forget of people getting cut up and like their entrails and just the smells of it's just bad. And they herded us, and there was about 130 of us on the wing at that time, into the space of a cell, like, I don't know, 6 feet wide by 10 feet long. 130
of you.
130 of us packed into it where this guy had been killed as a lesson. And I remember my trainers got soaked in blood to about that deep and ruined the trainers. Obviously, I threw them away afterwards.
Poor guy.
And then they cat and nine tail whipped us. And as we came back out, they got us all back out. And as each one came out, the cat and nine tail whipped us out into another area of the wing. And then they sat us all down. They said, if this happens again, it won't go down as well. We will come in and start shooting because they had before. There'd been gunfights between the police and the inmates. I mean, it was, so they took out the choneros out of the wing. And that's when things got really bad for me.
Why? Because the Cubanos are mad at you.
Yeah, because all the Cubanos then took over again. And they put in 3 bosses now. jointly in that wing because there'd been so much trouble.
Right.
And they went round every single cell, and anybody that had anything to do with the tornadoes, I could hear them going round the cell, knock, knock, around the wing, sorry, going knock, 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 well, knock, 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 bang, bang, bang. People opening up, people screaming because they'd locked the wing down, the gang. People, so they could do this. People screaming, people getting beaten, and then they were just taking the cells off them, everything off them, throwing them out the wing. And because the prison authorities gave the tornadoes a wing of their own to try and prevent this happening. So then they send these people down to that wing. So as they were going around the wing, I could hear them getting closer and closer to my door. And I was thinking, they're going to come to me. I know it for sure because I'd been working, because I was so friendly with the tornadoes. And they were getting closer and closer. And there was a tap, tap, tap at the door. And I thought, that doesn't sound like the tornadoes. And there was this woman called Mercedes. Hi, Mercedes.
She's not watching this. Anyways, go
she
ahead.
might be. But anyway, she's Ecuadorian, worked with the church. And she was like an angel. She would come in, bring in shopping for me, and just help out foreigners, basically. And it was her. She could, because she had clearance to come in any day. And she's seen it on the news. And she just by luck happened to get in time before they reached my cell. And she came in, and they had so much respect for her, even this lot, because she helped them as well.
Right.
That when they got to my cell and there was a bang, bang, bang at the door, I opened the door and there's about 30 of them out there ready to come for me.
Yeah.
Guns out, everything. And as soon as they saw it, they put the guns behind their backs, and they looked in, and one of them said to the others, we'll come back to him. And they cleared off. And
Do you think they would have killed you, or would have just taken
later on, after she'd gone, I don't think it was that day, but it was like a couple of days after or something, the worst of the three of them got me in his cell. And I walked in the cell, and there was a big guy called Armando, who I got on quite well with. And I didn't see him, but he was behind the door. And as I walked in, the door shut behind me, and he was stood behind me, and he was massive. And he was like the guy that they get, and he would choke you out. And he's behind me, and I'm thinking, this isn't good. And the boss is there, and he's drinking, and he's sniffing coke, and I can see he's high. And that's the worst kind of time you want to be trying to negotiate with someone. And he says, I can't remember exactly what he said, but he said, it came to the point where he said, we're going to kill you. And I sort of thought, me being me, not taking any. I said, well, go on then, try it. And he turned to Armando, and he said, go and get 3 guys, come back, and we're going to cut this guy out. And he said it's so cold and deadpan. I thought, he actually means this. And Armando went out, locked the door behind him. And I thought, he's gone to actually get some guys to do this. And I thought, and now I've really put myself in it. And I said, look, guy, I said, chill out. I was only joking. And I think I ended up paying about $1,000, $1,000, or something like that anyway, to placate him.
Do you think that was the closest you came to death?
That was pretty well.
Out of everything that has happened up to this point,
that was pretty close. I mean, I ended in Quito. Oh no, that was in Guayaquil. There was another gunfight on another wing. After that, I ended up moving upstairs because there was another wing above that one, but they were all single stories. It was a 2-story building, but the wings were 1 story. So the wing above it, they ended up sort of making a wing for foreigners, and because they were giving me so much downstairs, it was becoming unbearable. So secretly, I moved my stuff upstairs gradually. And then suddenly paid the hefty the gear. I paid him off myself, and I'd done a deal with the boss upstairs and moved myself upstairs. They were pissed off about it because they were, they didn't want.
How were you accessing money? Were you still having people wire you stuff in?
Yeah, I was getting money wired over.
Okay.
Yeah.
So that was, at least you had something socked away for emergencies.
My money, my personal money, the money that I'd built up lasted me 6 years. And you can imagine I'd spent 120 odd grand on lawyers and whatnot.
Right.
And bought 5 cells in Quito and spending quite a lot of money.
Right. But that kept you alive.
Yeah. Wow. So it kept me alive.
So now at this time, how far into your stretch are you? at this point where you fall out with the Cubanos and you move upstairs?
God. So I was in Quito 2 years. That was probably in about another 2 years. So about 4 years.
4 years, and you're off of a 12.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So I move upstairs. It's a lot calmer. Well, I say that's a lot calmer. Basically, the prison started a policy of trying to disband all the gangs.
Mm-hmm.
And what they were doing was they started taking out all the bosses of the gangs, like the boss of each wing.
Mm-hmm.
They would try and take them out, and they would send them off to another prison into the jungle or wherever they could.
Yeah.
And the effect that had was actually to destabilize the whole situation.
So it got even worse.
Because it got worse because there was no law, because the gang was the law and kept order and stability. And so it became completely lawless and anarchy. People started bringing in their own drugs. People started murdering whoever they wanted, whenever they wanted.
Yeah.
And it became absolutely lawless. And that was when they shut it down eventually.
Okay.
The Correa got sworn in.
The president of Ecuador.
Yeah. And he built a whole new prison estate. The prisons that you now see on TV.
La Roca, specifically.
Well, no, La Roca was
already in existence.
That was already in existence. But like the new style ones that you'll see on the news.
Where it's like American style.
Yeah, exactly.
Everybody, there's nobody has favors.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. I mean, look, there are always going to be favors, but you know what I mean? It's
reverted back to what it was before. It's all gang run. It's all, I mean, there's more weaponry in there than there was before.
Really?
Yeah.
Also, it didn't work.
You saw the mass. It worked initially.
Okay.
We all got transferred en masse. So I was upstairs for about another, I don't know, 2-3 years, something like that. In that time, my mum died, my auntie died, one of my best friends got killed, English guy called Steve, got hung because he owed the gang like 150 grand.
Back here?
No,
or
in the prison. In the prison. Like 5 doors down from me.
Wow.
Yeah, they said you've got until this day because he was going to get released on parole, and he was begging the embassy to get him out of there. And they said it was a Monday, and they turned up. They hung him. They choked him out. And they hung him. They strung him up on a hook up in the middle of his cell, and they said it was a suicide. It wasn't. All this.
How did he run up that debt?
He did have 25 years. He'd got it down to 16, and then he was getting out after he'd done 9 years.
Was he using?
No.
How did he run up the debt?
He'd run out of money. He'd run out of funds. So he was desperate to get out of there.
So he owed just extortion payments.
No. He did business with them.
Oh.
I said, Steve, do not do business with the gang because whatever happens, you're going to end up paying. They can say they've sent it and they won't have sent it. Or if it gets seized by the police, wherever, you're still going to end up paying. You will pay. Whatever happens, you're going to end up getting. And sure enough, that's what happened. But he was so desperate to get out of there. Wow. I think he lost his head to some extent.
Yeah, well, certainly lost his neck. Listen,
he did. Yeah,
sorry, Steve.
Yeah.
Okay, so you never did business that deep with them.
Not with the gang, no.
Yeah, you just did business on your own and kicked up.
Well, no, with the Choneros I did, but not with the Cubanos, and not to that.
Right.
I mean, I'm talking exportation business.
Oh wow.
That's why the debt was serious.
Right.
Yeah.
And you can't. There's so many things you can't control.
Exactly.
Especially as a foreigner.
I was like, yeah, totally. I was like, what the f*** are you doing?
I think there's something about Brits. You guys are the ones that go. There's something crazy about you. You guys go skydiving. You swim cageless with great white sharks.
Pete out there.
Yeah. You guys do all this wild shit that Americans don't do. Like we're supposed to be the stupid ones, but you guys are crazy and stupid. Like you're. It's like
how do you want to get out?
How dumb are you?
Yeah. Like you're not getting to the airport.
and I think that's because like. I don't know. We grow up in a system.
In our blood.
It is. There's something about being on this rock that makes you guys want to take these crazy adventures. I think it's because Americans are very close to death and law and order as well.
Yeah.
Like an American, even an American criminal, if he was in prison in Ecuador, he would be like, Okay.
There were a few Americans in there.
Right, but not as many as like Europeans or Brits.
No.
I would assume.
No.
And like even
I never saw any Australians.
Never any Australians.
Never.
Interesting. But they do a lot of that crazy shit too, especially because the price of Coke is so high out there. But I think like Oscar was like, I'm just trying to make it home. Like, there's no way I'm going to get away with anything. You know what I mean? And he almost got killed still, right? So, but you had the wherewithal to at least not like, you were just moving Coke and paying a tax to the bosses.
I've always said this. I think the way that I survived in there more than anything was that I can talk to anyone from. I mean, I actually met Rafael Correa twice, once in Quito and once in Guayaquil, through the bars because he came into the prison.
Oh, no way.
To try and get the prisoner vote. And I actually spoke to him and I was like, what are you going to do for the foreigners like us? And he was like, oh, we're going to, do the indulto and all that.
Yeah.
And blah, but obviously it didn't help me.
Yeah. Yeah.
And actually, whilst I was in Quito, the ex-president, I've forgotten his name now, the one that came back, he'd robbed loads of money. He ended up in prison with us for 6 months. And whilst he was in there, typical politician, he was going, oh, yeah, when I get out, I'm going to run for presidency again. And I'll reduce everybody's sentences.
Yeah.
When he got out, what did he do? He said, I'm going to up the sentences for everybody. I'm going to get this death sentence introduced here.
Bastard. Crooked politician.
I'm trying to remember his name now.
That's
anyway,
hilarious.
Yeah, he's
It's absurd. The world in South America is upside down.
Honestly, there were guards in the prison who had been arrested for bringing drugs and firearms into the prison, who would do their time, get out, and become guards again.
They would hire them. They would hire them.
Yeah.
That's
insane.
why I don't want to hear anything about how South America is so up because of the gringos. It's your culture, guys. You got to figure something out, okay? And to their credit, like I don't know if it's credit or not, they see what El Salvador is doing with like this zero tolerance torture, basically. But it's like this.
Well, the Philippines kind of started that one, didn't they?
Yeah,
Duarte or whatever his name is.
Duterte, but he's doing extrajudicial killings, like Ecuador, in terms of like the supermax prisons. Excuse me, El Salvador, and I think
what are they doing there?
Well, you're in there. I mean, just Google.
Oh yeah,
Google what those
like
supermax shaved heads, no clothing. You do your time in boxers.
I mean, you could have done that. Most of us used to wander around in shorts anyway.
Right,
like it was so hot.
But they don't. They make nobody gets their own cells. They put in a cell built for 4 men. They put in hundreds, and it's literally like totalitarianism, right?
Well, that's what they tried in Ecuador when they built that new prison estate, and initially it was working. There were no drugs in there. There were no firearms in there.
Right.
But as time went by and the guards, the corruption there is endemic from top to bottom. Even Rafael Correa got sentenced to 8 years in absentia for corruption.
Crazy. Yeah.
And I mean, I could tell he was corrupt when I met him. I mean, he kicked out the DEA. That was the first thing he did from the base in Manta. I mean, what do you think? He was involved with the gangs in the prison and with the choneros. He was heavily involved in whatever. I won't say it will, but you get the idea.
And so all that corruption, eventually, all those rules went out the wayside.
Yeah. So as soon as the guards and the police established what they could get away with, then they started breaking. They gave it a few months to establish what they could do. And then the flow of drugs started, and then the weapons. But people quite quickly started taking out the reflectors out of the lights, shaping them into machetes and big knives, and people started getting killed very quickly. I mean, in the first week we were in there was like over 30 murders. Wow! Because they made the mistake. As people were arriving in the new prison, everyone was just getting stripped down, nothing, shorts, t-shirt, and a bag of toiletries. You couldn't bring any of the stuff from the previous prison. And that really did my head in because I lost all the letters from my mum who had died. And that was all, I didn't give a shit about all the TVs, all the material shit, nothing. All I wanted was those letters and I couldn't even take them. That's what really pissed me off about that.
I think also the reason that El Salvador, it hasn't unraveled their supermax system is because there's no drug money going through there. Right. Ecuador is such a hub for drug trafficking that all of that feeds the prison and the inmates and stuff like that.
I mean, exactly. That's why when I was in there, I met some of the Sinaloa cartel, and that was the start of all of that. The Albanian, one of the biggest Albanian drug traffickers, landed whilst I was still in prison there. I can't remember his name now, but he's still in there.
Okay, so how did you get out? How did you come home?
Yeah.
I gotta run to the store. I need some Rellos. I can't smoke blunts without no Rellos. You feel me? What I'm gonna roll up in? I'll be back. Before this video over, I'm gonna be back.
So my family basically, my family had enough. My dad was getting older. My mum had already died. My auntie died. My cousin died whilst I was in there. Like literally half my family died.
Yeah.
Loads of friends.
Did you know what had happened to your ex-girlfriend? You never heard from her, obviously.
Well, I knew that she'd been sentenced and stuff like that, but I didn't speak to her again.
And that affected you? All this stuff.
Yeah, I mean, and seeing all the killing and nearly getting killed myself and all the rest of it, and obviously, I ended up with complex PTSD because literally living in a war zone. I didn't know every day whether that was going to be my last day. That was one of the worst things there, is that you just did not know whether you were going to survive that day. It could have happened at any second. Violence came out of nowhere sometimes. Hand grenades would come through the window sometimes and explode just to try and get somebody else. But you could get caught. A friend of mine got caught up and had his ankle blown off. They reattached it. Yeah. But you get the
He's not running marathons anymore.
No.
Right.
So, it was just so dangerous.
Had you developed like a really bad coke problem? I would have been all over that.
No.
Wow. So
I've never.
You dodged the addiction part of it. How did you psychologically? What took your mind out of it?
I've read a lot. I built up a massive DVD collection. So we'd program our own TV schedule.
Yeah.
In the second prison. I mean, in the end prison, there were no TVs. It was similar to the places you're describing in El Salvador.
So then what happened? What were the key elements to get you out?
They'd had enough of it, and I didn't really want to come back to Britain because, again, that was another bad thing. All the way through, I didn't know what was going to happen when I got back to Britain.
Yeah.
Because they hadn't said, you've done enough time, or the case is closed in Britain. It was never, even to this day, they've never ever said, because I was only charged for 7 kilos there, whereas the case in Britain was for 80. Conspiracy to import at least 80 kilos and £4 million.
Yeah.
And at no point did they ever say, oh yeah, okay, you've done your time, sufficient, case closed.
Yeah.
So in theory,
you haven't heard from them since.
No, in theory, the case was still open. So even my family had me repatriated eventually. I did 9 years and about 3 months in total in Ecuador.
Right.
And like I said, it got so bad, and there was so many people getting killed and all the rest of it. And
so
I got TB.
Yeah.
That nearly killed me. I was really sick.
Tuberculosis.
Yeah. I got injected with it. It was supposedly a vaccine, but they were trialing drugs on the inmates.
Oh my God.
Yeah. So my family we'd started the repatriation process. It took about 2 years.
You have to go through the embassy and
it goes back and forth between Britain and the Ecuadorian government. Loads of paperwork back and forth. Anyway, eventually they signed it. A couple of prison officers came out from England, from good old England, London, to Ecuador. They got a lesson, I tell you.
Yeah.
When I got taken to the airport, there were 4 Interpol officers in the car with me, all heavily armed. A Jeep behind, a Jeep in front, like military style, with machine guns, M16s and handguns, just to take me to the airport. They shut down half the airport. It was like being El Chapo.
Right,
Do you know what I mean?
right.
I was like, and in the car, they were laughing on the way to the airport, and they were going, "Do you not like it?" And I said, well, right, but I'd rather be at home. They said, yeah, we know, because you tried to escape. And that was the only point at which I finally found out that was definitely the reason that I'd been transferred to Guayaquil.
Right.
Because I'd never really been 100% sure whether it was, them trying to extort me or what was going on.
Yeah. And Oscar said that. He said if you tried to escape from the Quito prison, Jose Moreno, and you got caught, they would send you to the worst prison in Guayaquil. Yeah. Was it good to talk to your countrymen, even though you were in shackles? Was it good to talk to some English cats?
I mean, like I said, there were a couple of English guys on the wing in Guayaquil, but I mean, like I said, one of them ended up dead, and then 2 years later, Ronnie, a Scottish guy, ended up dead in similar fashion because the embassy wouldn't believe. I kept telling the embassy that they killed him,
Right.
and the embassy were like, "No, it was a suicide. It was a suicide." I was like, "Shut up!"
Yeah.
The chairs were all at the side of the cells. The knot, there was no drop in the knot. His head was touching the ceiling.
Right.
When we took him down. Even the guards were saying he's been killed.
Yeah.
And the embassy were like, no, suicide.
Your embassy?
Yeah.
Denied it.
Yeah.
Wow.
I had to tell his daughters when I got out, I'm really sorry, but he was killed, and explained to them what had actually happened.
Right.
And they were thankful for that because,
Were you worried because at the beginning of your stretch, the Brits told you if you do any less than 10 years, we're going to recharge you?
No, it was if I served any less than 6, or if I was sentenced to less than 10.
I see. Okay.
Yeah, yeah.
So you already
I'd
you've done your
9
time.
years, 3. I was on course to do 11 years out the 12 was
Right.
what I was going to do because they weren't going to give me any remission there.
Right.
So that's what I was going to do. I later found out.
Okay. So you served a lot of time. They must have thought, well, this guy's done his time.
Yeah. So I ended up in Britain, back in Wandsworth prison, which is in London.
Yeah.
I did 10 months there. So I ended up doing 10 months and 10 days in total. And I was actually going to call my book 10 years and 10 days on the line, i.e. the equatorial line, the cocaine line. I was going to have a pitch of the globe and a line of line.
Yeah.
And then, in the prisons, in that last prison, you have the lines like in American prisons that you follow to get from A to B.
Yeah.
But the company thought that wouldn't get it.
Right. It probably is. What did they tell you when you got sent to Wadsworth? How much time were you supposed to do? Like, why? I thought you were going free. Like, what was the purpose of holding you?
So I had to finish off like the. I can't remember how they calculated it, but I did 10 years, 10 months.
Okay.
And even up until the day I got released out of Wandsworth, I didn't know whether I was going to get what they call gate arrested,
right?
Where the police are waiting for you at the gate and they rearrest you and say, we're going to take you and now charge you for 80 kilos.
Right. Now you got the conspiracy charge to face.
And, honestly, and on my day of release in Britain, you should be out by midday. I didn't get released till 6 p.m. So every hour I'm knocking on the office of the wing office of the prison to ask the boss of the wing, the prison officer.
Yeah.
Are you sure there's not any warrants for me? There's no police waiting for me? And he kept going, calm down, there's nothing. And I just couldn't believe him. And I was thinking, there's got to be something wrong. And I said, well, why haven't I been released? And he said, I don't know. Got to 6 p.m. and they kicked me out the door with 30 quid or whatever. It's like, on you go, jolly boy.
Wow. Wow. Good job.
See you later, old chap.
Good job.
Off for a cup of tea.
Wow. Wow.
Wankers.
Did the family show up to pick you up? Did your dad pick you up?
No. Oddly enough, when I left France, my dad took me to the train station for that fateful last trip. And he said goodbye to me. And he knew I wasn't coming back for something. And he said, there was something he knew. And I got on the train to go to Paris from our local train station in France. I went up to Paris, did loads of crazy Paris, changing money on the Champs-Elysees, loads of dodgy business. Flew out to Ecuador. Anyway, so I had a train journey there. And then at the end, I get released out of Wandsworth, and a Scottish girl that I'd met over in Ecuador, who was a professor of criminology, met me. And honestly, I had a culture shock in Wandsworth. When I got back to Wandsworth, I was the only happy prisoner in the whole of Wandsworth prison. There were people wandering around the exercise yard nearly crying. One guy was crying, going, it's so bad in here, it's terrible. I was going, this is great. There's a TV, there's running water. I know I'm not going to get shot.
Yeah.
I'm going to be alive at the end of the day.
Yeah.
I know when I'm getting out.
Yeah. There's rules.
This is f***ing ace. I'm loving it.
Yeah.
And there we go. People are looking at me going, you're mental. What the f*** is wrong with you?
Yeah.
But honestly, I thought coming back to my own culture because I'm British, I won't have culture shock.
Yeah.
I did.
Wow.
Because, I mean, you imagine in 10 years, Facebook didn't exist when I went into prison. WhatsApp didn't even exist. None of that.
Yeah.
All of that had come online. The internet had taken over the world. all the pubs in Britain had closed down. The whole culture had changed.
Right.
Not just a few buildings and roads had gone up and changed.
Yeah.
The whole culture had
Yeah.
changed here.
Yeah.
Everything.
Yeah, half of Africa and Europe live in Britain now. You know, like it's wild.
Yeah. Well, not so much that in that way, but like
the development. London has sprung up like crazy.
I suppose I also got used to in Ecuador, if you had anything left on your plate, like food, you'd offer it to somebody because there was so much poverty.
Right.
And here there was so much waste. So much wastage, like of food getting thrown away at the end of, when we got fed in the prison. There'll be half a bin of food getting thrown out.
Yeah.
I was like, and it was sometime not long before Christmas. So all the Christmas advertising was on TV. And it was just really overwhelming. And, all the consumerism and packaging on everything. It was just, it just blew my mind. Wow. It took me a long time to get used to it. And also the seasons, because being on the equator.
Every day's the same.
Every day's the same. Just sun goes down, sun comes up, sun goes down. So hot.
It's hot,
a little bit
muggy all the time.
A little bit less hot. And then it's hot as again.
Yeah.
And here it was, and suddenly it's getting dark, like 4 o'clock in the afternoon. And I'm like, what the going on?
Yeah.
You think I spent nearly a quarter of my life in it. Well, it was a third of my life in Ecuador. I was 29 when I got arrested and 39 when I came out.
Wow. You must have been so happy to be home.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. So I got a train from London back to Stroud, where I live in Gloucester, and my dad was waiting for me. So it was like one big journey.
That's right.
And then I had so read the book. Oh. There's a lot more in there. Trust me.
So you went back to where it all started.
Yeah.
So what year was that you got out?
2015.
Okay. And
2005 I got arrested.
Wow. And since then you paint houses you do, it's more than that. What do you explain what you do now?
I'm hand paint. Well, say like really expensive hand fitted kitchens. I go in and hand paint them at the end. It's really delicate work and very intricate. In fact, I've got to go back to the job tomorrow that I'm working on to finish it.
Wow. Wow. Is that pretty good business? Do you enjoy it?
Well, it's actually two old acquaintances, one good friend and one acquaintance who I knew from back in the day. One made a lot of money through an internet business and now is like an angel investor.
Yeah.
So put the money up for this kitchen company to be started. And
that's great.
Yeah, they're making good money. I make all right money.
Yeah, not like the old days, but
yeah, but I would like to start importing cacao from Ecuador because Ecuador and cacao are some of the best in the world. And I did get some samples in, but you can imagine with me, there's a lot of barriers to importing stuff from Ecuador.
Especially that starts with a C.
C, exactly.
You scared me. You scared us, Pete. Do you feel like you could have done it without the drugs? You could have made all that money and taken care of your mom, and it would have taken longer.
If I'd have had I don't want to blame my upbringing, but
but there's a factor in that.
If I'd have had a different upbringing and not. If my parents hadn't got divorced when I was 10 and I hadn't been exposed to drug use, which I was all throughout my childhood.
And you were enabled by your father.
Yeah. Because when he found out the first time that I'd been arrested, he told me you should have done it better, not like
not that you shouldn't have done it at all.
Yeah. He said you shouldn't have got caught.
Move smarter. Right.
So that was like, okay, I'll try a bit harder next time.
Right.
So if I'd have grown up in a more stable home environment where my mum wasn't having mental episodes every time she drank, which was almost daily after school, and being exposed to all that, which was really difficult to deal with as a kid.
Yeah.
I'd have probably been a CEO of a large company that I'd started because honestly, I have so many business ideas I come up with. And me and a friend that I met in Cardiff are always bouncing business ideas off each other still.
Yeah.
And we've got so many ideas, but you imagine how hard it is for me to get financial backing to start one of these now,
because of your background?
Yeah, background, credit record, all sorts of barriers. I mean, my criminal record runs to pages and pages,
Right.
not just for drugs, for firearms, all sorts of.
Yeah. Has there been temptation in these like 9 years since you've been home? Has there ever been a time when you said, okay, I'll make this one little move?
I always say that dealing drugs is more addictive than taking drugs.
Oh yeah,
that's a catchphrase that I've coined.
100%.
And a lot of people have come back to me after I've said that and said that is so true. Like the lifestyle, even if you're not taking them, just the actual dealing of drugs is so addictive. The buzz you get, the adrenaline. I was addicted to dealing drugs. The adrenaline rush of beating the system, getting around the system, and just getting one over on the system, and just because I liked to play chess when I was a kid, and the strategy, and you can see the whole working out strategies of beating the system and getting drugs, and then that. Getting them in is such a rush.
Yeah, because you're beating.
And I'm not trying to encourage anyone to do it because it's you're going to end up either in prison, dead, or up. Some people succeed, but not many.
Most people don't.
Yeah, most people don't. So,
but yeah, that you had to. So, yeah, that's hard. How long did it take you? It took me about 10 years to let the game go when I got out.
Yeah, so I was going to say, it is. It's like being an addict. There's always that temptation. I could pick up the phone today and bring up someone and quite easily get a hold of a ton of cocaine if I wanted.
Yeah.
In Ecuador. Really easily. Say I had the money and I wanted to do it.
Yeah.
I could have that there like that. But, I don't want to go back to prison.
No.
Quite frankly. And I know in England, if I ever did anything again,
Game over.
It's a third strike, and I know I think the rules have changed slightly because they had those IPP sentences here, which were like indefinite public protection.
Yeah.
Well, it's like the third strike rule in America.
Right.
But I think they would kind of apply that to me here.
Sure.
3 strikes, and they would throw
minimum 30 years, probably.
Definitely 30. Yeah. It would start at 30.
Your life would be over.
Yeah, it'd be finished.
Yeah.
And
yeah,
it's just
Yeah, and I think you're smart enough and capable enough to where you're now
working it. Painting and decorating is hard work. I mean, I've had cramp twice during and it's because I'm on my hands and knees quite a lot most of the day. My hands are still got paint on them now.
Yeah.
And it's hard work, but at least I know at the end of the week I'm not going to prison.
Have you?
And the police aren't coming through the door.
Have you forgiven yourself? How did you recover from the complex PTSD? And have you forgiven yourself for what has happened to your family and your ex-girlfriend?
I don't think I'll ever forgive myself for what the hurt that I caused my ex-girlfriend and her daughter, because she suffered a lot as well, and my family a lot, hell of a lot. That'll never go away. The complex PTSD, I went for some therapy, and it made things worse. I'd go in there, and they tried all that REM. I don't know what it's called. I can't remember what it's called now. But they waved their finger at the time. They were waving their finger up and down in front of my face to replicate REM stage sleep. Whilst I talked about the most traumatic experiences in my life, and I've had so much death around me. By the time I was 20, I'd seen 8 people die in front of me.
Wow.
I mean, how many 20-year-olds have seen 8 people take their last breath in front of them? I mean, honestly, my nickname became Grim Peter. Honestly, one of my friends in Cardiff called me, in Wales called me Grim Peter because it was like 2 or 3 people a month would be dying around me.
Wow.
And I'd just come across car accidents, heart attacks.
Yeah.
Because I was out and about a lot. I've seen so much death. So much.
Yeah.
I would like to write a book about that, really.
You should.
Because I have, and it's not normal.
Maybe you try they do MDMA therapy. I don't know if they do that over here if that's legal, but
yeah.
It's got to be something you could do. Ayahuasca.
Do you know what helped me more than anything was writing the book?
Yeah.
That was kind of cathartic because I had to relive it all. And I think doing these podcasts to some extent, because I talk about it again and relive a lot of it.
Yeah.
And actually, we never talked about all those massacres that happened in Ecuador. I mean, that's a whole nother story.
Well, they can read about it if it's in the book.
No, it's not. I mean, a lot of that happened after I left. But, you know, I was sent a photograph of somebody holding my friend's head. You know, the decapitated head. I mean, you know, there was like 300 people killed in one day.
Wow.
When the Choneros went
right.
And all that, I was going to come on to that earlier. That was all the Sinaloa cartel and the new generation Jalisco cartel vying for control of Guayaquil, the port city of Guayaquil, where that prison is.
Yeah.
And it's all playing out like a mini war, like it is in Mexico, in Ecuador, between the gangs that are affiliated for the trafficking routes.
Move the coke for them.
Exactly. So it's all...
And you just dodged that. You got out a few years before all that went down.
Yeah, I didn't. I mean, you know, they were in there when I was there, but it was But
the massacres, I mean, think about the close calls you had. There's a reason you stayed alive. Right?
Exactly. That's
You got to think about that. The destiny. You dodged death. You should have died 5 times over.
Oh yeah, way more than that.
Yeah. Well, tell them where you can get the book, man.
It's on Amazon. Just look it up at Amazon.
The name is
El Infierno, which is like
hell.
Yeah, this is what they call prison in Ecuador. Hell, El Infierno, the hot place.
El Infierno by Peter
Tritton.
Peter Tritton. El Infierno, Peter Tritton.
I think it's on Amazon. One of the only books about Ecuadorian prison.
Well, that should be, I mean, it should be a movie and hopefully a Netflix or a TV show.
Because there's so many stories, like, you know, the build up to it, like the early years. And
of course,
you know, honestly, I've got some mental stories.
Yeah, man. I mean, that was unbelievable. Go get the book. The link will be in the description. Pete, dude, we had a great afternoon.
Yes.
Yeah. I hope you had some fun.
Yeah.
I hope you've released some emotion.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
You're a good dude.
Thanks.
You're a good. I really mean it, bro. You're solid, dude.
Thanks.
And I hope to hear from you soon. And I believe in you.
Thank you.
You know what I mean? I remain optimistic eternally. So, you know,
that's the key to life.
That's it, buddy. That's
Definitely.
it. All right, you guys. We appreciate you. We appreciate Peter, and we'll see you next time.
Thank you.
I saw the first pound of Colombian. I'm going to buy a boat. I'm going to get the boat first and then reach out. So all I needed was a place to offload. And I found a very wealthy man that had this huge estate. And I gave the guy, you know, some good cash, and he would turn his back. I ended up with $1.5 million in my pocket. I should have gotten caught. I don't know how I didn't get caught.
George Gleckler is a psychologist based here in Los Angeles. But for 40 years, he was one of the most prolific pot smugglers in American history. Born and raised in Long Island in the 1970s, George was one of the earliest gringos to begin unloading pot cargo ships coming up from Colombia and anchoring in the waters off the coast of New York City. George was always seeking adventure and the next thrill. Besides manning pot ships for Colombian cartels, he got his pilot's license and began flying in plane loads of Mexican sinsemilla from Sinaloa and set up a distribution ring from the East Coast all the way to Seattle, Washington. He can only speculate how many tons of pot he moved in his 40-year career. He was never caught and so didn't make the headlines like other famous traffickers of his era, but it was undoubtedly millions and millions of pounds. However, George was much more than just a drug smuggler. He was an avid painter and artist, and interested in the power of psychiatry and therapy to help heal the human mind. He talks about his own trauma from childhood and how it went untreated and eventually led him into substance abuse and illegal activity. After having children, George decided it was time to retire from the game. He settled in Los Angeles and became a certified neuropsychologist, and to this day, he still has a very successful practice. He truly was one of the most fascinating cats I've had the pleasure of speaking with. For a bonus talk with George, where he dives further into how he transformed his life from drug-addicted outlaw to a sober and honest citizen, go over to Patreon, patreon.com/TheConnectShow. Ladies and gentlemen, you can only get stories like this one right here. I give you George Gleckler right here in The Connect with Johnny Mitchell.
I had a so-called partner. When I first met him, he said, I'm a pilot. I said, you want to smuggle? We were getting up to 300-400 pounds on a plane. We landed in Chilliwack and we went through customs. And then we snuck back through the mountains and went and loaded up and brought it back the same exact way.
That's when I see the lights behind me start to flash. And I didn't even think, I just hit it. I was driving like my life depended on it. And then I parked the car, hopped out, closed the door, and I started running.
Middle. And then we moved.
It's accurate though. Right. So what part of Long Island are you from?
Believe it or not, the town's called Hicksville.
Yeah, it's accurate though, because they're Long Island Hicks.
It was right in the middle. And then we moved to Bay Shore.
Okay.
But I grew up, I went to Hicksville High School. Went with Billy Joel.
Right. A lot of talent has come out of Long Island.
Yeah.
They get out and they do not return, most of them. Now, are you from a middle-class family? What was the household like?
Oh, God, it was a trip. I have PTSD from it. That's what it was like.
Okay.
My dad worked at Grumman Aircraft for his entire life. He was a plumber before that. He played minor league baseball, and I think that's part of why he got depressed and kind of withdrew. If he said 9 words to me in my life, that was a lot.
Wow. Okay.
And my mom was a victim of child sexual abuse. And she got psychotic at times. It was really bad. Yeah, I didn't know who I had to poke my head in. Which mom's is here right now?
Wow. Okay. So you effectively had no parents.
I had parents. I had a roof over my head. I had everything I needed. I didn't want for anything.
Right.
But I couldn't trust. They were unpredictable and not stable. My dad was stable, but he was removed, mentally removed, I think, because of my mom.
Yeah.
But my mom was just very unstable.
Okay.
And that was scary for a kid because you look for protection.
Yeah.
Well, he's not protecting me, and she's not going to protect me. I'm on my own. And what happens is there was an incident at Jones Beach where she had me by the hand at a very young age where, a wave came up and the white water took my feet out from under me. And I just remembered looking up and seeing her, and she was like totally, like smiling and not paying attention. And I remember from that day on, it became clear. It was like I was a kid with 2 minds, one that was in reality and one that was in fantasy. Now with fantasy, my mom's there, she's going to protect me. But the reality was, no, kid, you're on your own.
Yeah.
And that's from then on, I lived one person with 2 minds.
Yeah.
And it's different than somebody who has multiple personality disorder. It's not that. It's just like fantasy was easier.
I have the same thing. I still have to battle fantasies of the old life of
Oh, yeah.
You wouldn't even believe the things that go through my head, you know, despite all of this podcast success, and I'm so far removed from the old days, but I still have like dreams of being a drug kingpin. It's the stupidest thing. And I create these different characters. I have a whole family. It's really psychotic, but I don't know how to get it out of my head. So you, from a young age, I think a lot of kids are like that.
Mm-hmm.
But you know, usually it's like they want to play sports. And
I played sports. You know, I was a average kid growing up.
How did you get in high school? Were you a pot smoker? Were you selling pot?
No, pot wasn't really a big deal until about 11th grade. People started getting high.
Yeah.
And, you know, I was always drifting between friends. I could never really make a connection. I think that's what hurt me the most. I couldn't connect at a deeper level with people, and I would just keep drifting, trying to connect.
Mm-hmm.
So there was a lot. And then all of a sudden, my brother, I'd say brother, but he was actually my cousin. My mother's sister lived next door, and we had this compound, so to speak. School was a dead end right next to my house, and she had a house, and my father, being German, had these big hedges all the way around, and he made it, like a compound.
Mm-hmm.
And he kind of just retired into a walled-in garden in the backyard and just checked out.
So how did you, when you went to Arizona for college, when did you start, selling product? And how did that come about?
Well, let's go back to Hicksville for a second.
Yeah.
My brother dragged me he said, come on, I'm going to show you, turn you on to something cool. And it was called the Elegant Billiard Parlor. And this guy died that owned it, and his wife, Vicky, she looked like Mae West. Big blonde wig, big boobs, bright red lipstick. She ran it, and everybody was her kid. And, it was all of us children gathered there. And all of a sudden, I connected. And I found it real easy to become competent selling hash, just dimes of hash. I'd buy an ounce, sometimes a quarter pound of hash. And I was a guy to go to in the pool room if you wanted hash. And that's where I learned to do heroin. That was, if you were a man, you did some heroin. You didn't say no.
Right.
Otherwise, you're a punk.
Wow. So that's how you guys looked at heroin back in those days, not as something that like a dirty street junkie does.
But
was it kind of glamorous?
No, not at all. Yeah, it was pretty. It's more like you said, dirty street drug. But it was just we're a bunch of lost kids.
Yeah,
some were bad, and I was a bad kid, but not by nature.
But there must have been some kind of identity around using heroin in those days. Like I'm a heroin addict.
It wasn't spoken, man. We did it among ourselves. I never put a needle in my arm. I snorted it or I smoked it.
Mm-hmm.
But one time I did a needle, but I just like the high from smoking it. And I could also, control was an important thing in my life. It was so out of control in my life, I needed control. So if I hit it up, I lost control. If I just snorted or smoked a little, I could still maintain.
Mm-hmm.
And I like that.
Wow.
Dead in the feelings, but still operating 100%.
And you're a high school kid still.
12th grade, yeah.
Wow. Who's selling you smack? Who's got the H back then?
Oh, God, it was just a friend. He went to prison, did a robbery, went to prison, came out a junkie. And he spread it into the pool hall.
All right. And it's brown? It's brown
no,
stuff?
It was white, China white.
China white, okay.
Yeah.
But you never got into that selling that. You strictly stayed on the other end of the bag.
Stayed away from it, man.
Yeah.
I just bought some, at the profits from the hash. It was cheap back then.
Yeah.
Dime bag, it was $10.
Hash. Interesting. So it's dark, gummy looking hash.
All
brown
kinds.
hash?
There was red Lebanese, blonde Lebanese, Kathmandu.
Right. And that kind of predated marijuana, did it not, in the U.S.? Or was it just around the same time?
I found it after marijuana.
Okay.
And it, just maybe it was there before. I don't know. But in my experience, I got it later, a year or two after the weed. And, it was Nepalese temple ball. That was the big thing. If you could get the round Nepalese temple ball with the there was this white swirl in it, and they said it was opium. I don't know if it was or not.
Interesting. Okay. So then, but you graduated, but you got into college somehow.
I went to St. John's University for 2 years.
Okay.
And
you continue selling hash?
No, I kind of quit that. Okay. You know, I got busy with school, and I didn't know what I wanted to do. You know, the Vietnam War, it sounds bad because a lot of people died there, and I don't want to say I was trying to not go, but I was, to be honest. And, you know, I had 3 friends come back. They were dead. Kids I played baseball with in Little League.
Wow.
So I didn't want to go. So I went to St. John's, and I still didn't know who I was. And then my friends came back during the summer, and they were at the University of Arizona. They talked me into it. And just like that, Mexico's only like an hour away.
Yeah.
You know, 60 miles. So I said, okay, I'm in.
Yeah.
And I transferred from one school to another.
Of course. And the weather, my God, from a kid from Long Island.
Oh, my God.
You must have
those
loved being
winters.
in Arizona.
Yeah. It was great. And it was just, it was small then, 300,000 people in Tucson.
Yeah.
50,000 students. It was just great. You know, it's just what I needed. And I rented an apartment since I wasn't a freshman. I could live off campus. So 4 of us got in a two-bedroom apartment, all from Hicksville. And it was wonderful.
Nice.
And, you know, what I learned, all the apartments in Sunset Towers, most of them were smugglers and dealers.
Wow.
It was insane.
Wow. What year are we talking now?
That was 1970.
1970.
Yeah.
So this is like the very beginning of the Mexican kind of like marijuana family smuggling industry, you might say.
Well, I don't know when Mexicans, you know, you see these old movies, you know, from the 30s with weed. I'm sure it came from Mexico, but I never put a name to the place it came from.
I'm sure.
until
Well,
I went-
obviously it's coming from Mexico if you have all these stash houses in Tucson. So that's
so Sunset Towers. And then next door, this really hot girl, Rosa. She was up. There's Nogales is the border town.
Yep.
There's Arizona, and then there's Mexico, Nogales, and she lived on her father by chance. I went to her house for Thanksgiving. He was a customs agent. I was, oh Christ, you know. So she had a friend that came from Mexico named Marco. He was my first legit connection.
Okay.
And I said, Marco, I just went on the campus and I bought an ounce of weed, and they called it a lid.
Yeah.
I don't know what a lid means. What is a lid? He said, he said, sometimes it's 3 fingers, sometimes it's 2 fingers.
Yeah.
And I said, well, let me tell you, it's going to cost you $20 in New York, and this is only $10 here.
Yeah.
Let's get together.
Sure.
So then there was this guy, Jim. I didn't know how to put it together yet. You know, I never smuggled. This guy, Jim, did a couple Mexican trips. So I turned him on to Marco. So I went with him. They paid me $500 to carry 2 duffel bags of weed. And they're Army sacks, Army green duffel bags from Army surplus.
And so you went down to Mexico with Marco?
With Marco, with Jim, and 3 other guys.
Wow. Where did you go? Where did you meet to pick up the work?
Marco took us to, it's a few, I would say it's 4 or 5 blocks from just going inland more, you know, from the border.
Okay, so you're in Nogales.
In Nogales,
okay,
Mexico.
Gotcha.
And it was like creepy as hell, man, because we were these white guys on a corner away from where the tourists go. And we were just like, dust is coming up. There's the neon lights. It looked like some kind of movie scene. And I couldn't wait to get the hell out of there.
Sure.
Finally, they came and grabbed us and said, all right, jump in the car. And they took us to this road and said, all right, get out and run up that hill. And one of the things Jim told me, he says, make sure you bring 2 inner tubes, you know, rubber inner tubes. And I said, okay. So we run through the cemetery. I'm tripping over tombstones. Dogs are barking. And there's the fence, the United States border with barbed wire. Thank you, Jim. We took the tire tubes and we threw them over the barbed wire, man. And that was great.
Yeah.
You know, it worked perfect.
That was the border wall back then.
Yeah.
That was like the strict border wall.
Yeah, it was like a V shape of barbed wire.
Yeah.
So you had to be kind of an athlete you know, to climb out
Right.
under it and then flip yourself over.
Yeah.
You know, and then throw, you know, first you had to throw the bags over.
Right.
And each bag weighed 50 pounds. So that was a trip.
Wow.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And there was like a basin almost. And then it was like 300-yard dash to this hill. It was like a plateau.
Mhm.
And there's just scrub, whatever it was. And then once you hit that spot, you know, you're wide open, man. Anyone with a flashlight can hone in on you. There was this mound of dirt. You know, it was like just like a plateau. You'd go up like sand dunes, but it was rock and dirt. And you go about 100 feet and it plateaus, and then you just walk 8 miles.
Wow.
And we had the car stashed right near the drive-in theater. And we knew, you know, how to locate it.
Yeah.
And Jim was up and down that 100 times on a dirt bike.
Yeah.
And so we did it.
Wow. So you got over a couple 100 pounds of pot as
I had 100. That's all I could carry.
Yeah. Yeah.
So, yeah, we got
2 college kids.
Yeah, 100 pounds. Yeah, we had 500 pounds.
Wow.
So he did well. I said,
Yeah.
well, you know, what'd you pay for it, Jim? He said, never mind. You know, it was like $12 he paid.
For how much?
A pound.
Yeah.
And so I found out that I could get it for $7 from Marco. So I decided to go. I only did it with Jim. Jim was a weird guy, man. He was like on another level. Like he was spaced, you know. He wasn't autistic, but he got really high on something and never came down.
Yeah.
We were that first trip. We're walking through the desert, and he hands me this piece of paper, and it's this scribbled line to follow. And he said, "This is the map to the drive-in, George." I said, "You're kidding. You want me to follow this? We're out in the middle of nowhere." And I said, "What are you going to do?" Well, there's a campfire there. I think it's the Border Patrol. I'm going to go up and see what they're talking about. And I just looked. He just took off and left us out there. We found the movie. I found a windmill that made noise, an old wooden one. And I walked towards it, and then sure enough, there was civilization. There was the drive-in. So we got back. We threw it in the trunk of a car and drove up the Nogales Highway.
And then now you realize, oh, I can go around Jim and deal directly with Marco.
Yeah.
But
the next day, I go to Jim on campus. I goes, "Jim, what'd you do, man?" "Oh, they were Border Patrol." I said, "What did they do? What did they say?" "I don't know. I fell asleep. When I woke up, they were gone."
Yeah.
That was Jim.
Wow.
So I didn't feel too safe with him, so I did it myself.
What's up, guys? You've heard me talk about Mando deodorant by now. They're on all the podcasts. I kept hearing about them, so I had to try it for myself, and it is now the only deodorant I use. Mando is whole body deodorant, meaning you can put it on any part of your body. That's your pits, your legs, your nutsack. Aluminum free.
Which I thought I wasn't paying attention or something. You feel me? I'm paying attention and I'm listening. I'm just scrolling on my phone. If somebody, you feel me? Ain't no comments anyway. If it was comments, they'll be popping up on the screen. You feel me? So other than that, I'm just in this bitch vibing. Do your research. Let's start there.
Free. They can discuss products. So 40 last name. Okay, so wow, making discount. Thank you there, or did you now send your own runners?
I went myself.
Wow.
Yeah.
How many runs did you make like that?
I made probably 3 or 4, and I started getting horses and tying horses together and backpacking them with horses. You know, and the farmers, you know, I'd have to cut, you know, like
horses.
Yeah, I had to cut fencing, but the ranchers didn't mind as long as I mended them. But the first trip was the scariest.
Hang on, so where you got horses on the U.S. side?
I bought horses. I owned them.
Okay, so you bought horses.
Yeah.
You brought them from the stable, brought them to the border fence, went over to Mexico, cut, and then came back with the pot. Cut holes in the fence. And
no,
then,
I didn't cut holes in the fence.
Okay,
Did the
threw it
same
over.
thing.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then you put them on
then tie them together.
Dude, you're like an old Mexican man on a burro, just trudging through the desert.
Like the Adventures of Don Juan.
Yeah, exactly. That's hilarious.
But
and so, how were you able to bring back more pot that way? Now that you had horses?
Oh yeah, I didn't have to pay anybody. I just had to feed the horses.
Right.
You know, and I didn't trust anybody. You know, growing up with my mom, she was paranoid.
Yeah.
And I think, you know, everybody was the enemy. So I kind of grew up thinking everybody's the enemy too. So I didn't trust people too well.
Right.
The first trip I ever made, though, on my own, this is important. It was like I was either going to quit or I was going to continue. I ran down that 300 yards without the horses myself, and lights started coming. A vehicle started coming right alongside the fence. I couldn't tell what side of the fence. And then I saw him. He was on this side of the fence. And, you know, with the hill, when it rains a lot, it makes these little, like, crevices. And I took the weed and myself, and I just buried myself in this crevice. He went up on top because he hit the lights and he didn't see me on the bottom.
Wow.
And he was up above me. And I don't know how he had radar or something, but
maybe.
You know, he just sat there for hours, and I would sit there.
And so you're just lying there
in
hidden.
this dirt, and God knows I'm thinking about scorpions and snakes, and you know, you just sit back and say, God, what are they doing in the pool room right now?
Yeah,
You know,
right.
Look where I am right now.
Can you imagine if the cats in the pool room knew that you were hiding out in the desert with 500 pounds of pot on you?
Yeah, it was more like, what the am I doing here actually in the pool room?
But you obviously got something out of it besides just money.
Yeah. So all this, you know, doing the dumb thing, I took a rock, like you think you would, and I heaved it 50 yards, you know, and he wouldn't fake it. You know, he didn't fake out. He put the light, boom, almost like 10 feet from me. And he didn't fall for it. Wow. It's like, look, this is this guy.
Yeah.
So I knew one thing. After about 3 hours, I had to get up on top and to the windmill before the sun came up. Because 8 miles, that's a long hike.
Yeah.
Especially carrying weed. And I said, okay, I have to leave the weed. I got to say goodbye to it. So I just rolled, you know, and it seemed like I had to go about 300 yards. Seemed like it took hours, but I don't know how long it took. But I finally got enough distance where I climbed up to the plateau, and he didn't see me. And I went and I walked back to the drive-in.
Did you eventually go back and get it?
No.
Get your pot?
No, that's really good. I had a 68 GTO. So I'm driving down the road. All of a sudden, the lights start flashing. Guy pulls me over, and it's him.
Oh.
I didn't know it at the time. He says, what are you doing out here? I said, I just went to see some whores down in Nogales.
Yeah.
Well, why was he called by the drive-in? And I just looked. It's just, I had no answer.
Yeah.
He said, come here, I'm going to show you something. He had my weed in the back of his truck.
Oh, no.
Yeah, excuse me.
But didn't have enough to put a case on you, though, right?
No.
You weren't with the dope.
No.
So what lesson did you learn that day?
Just, you know, you want to be a criminal, you got to take a chance, you know? It's a risk.
And that didn't
Nothing's a give me, you know?
That didn't stop you, though.
It did for a month. You know, I said, that was close. Now he's got me, he knows where I live because of the car registration. I have to change my address, which I did. And then I put it back together again. And I said, I'm going to do the horses. And I'm going to go further down, way further down the fence line. And that's what I did.
Yeah.
I stayed out of that area.
Okay, so you're getting over 500 pounds of pot. And then how are you for $7 a pound? And then how are you flipping them? Are you selling them locally or are you sending them back east?
Well, that's what I went to Moco for. I said, let's get them. I'll give you some money up front. And you and I split, you know, and we go to New York with it. Because it sold in Tucson for $65 a pound.
Wow.
And that was a cheap, you know, up to $75. And then we take it to New York is $125 to $135.
Wow.
So it was a good markup.
That's from
Good
$7
day's work.
Yeah.
In the 70s.
Yeah, right.
Wow.
So you're making tens of thousands a run.
Yeah, I was going for. I decided I was going to go into School of Education, and they said, "Well, you can become a teacher and get $7,700 a year,
right?
Or I can make it in a night."
Yeah,
I said,
easily.
Yeah,
at least. Wow, there's so much room. There was so much markup. Now, how did that progress?
It progressed to where I said, I don't feel safe out there in the desert anymore.
Mm-hmm.
There were stories of, I don't know if it's true, they're saying they're bringing from Vietnam back now, you know, his radar stuff, these, you know, sound detectors, and it could have been real. I said, I don't feel safe out there, Marco. And you're just sitting here. What can we put together? My sister, he says. I said, tell me about your sister. Well, she lives in Mexico, you know, in the house, but she works at Valley National Bank in Nogales, Arizona. And she's been working there for 12 years. And I said, yeah, so? He says, well, we're going to take her and make keys for her car. We're going to load the trunk up. We're going to let her drive through the border like she has for 12 years. And then we're going to go steal the car from Valley National Bank and unload it.
Yeah.
We did that for a whole year.
Oh, my God. Oh, and his sister never knew.
No,
nice
never knew.
brother. Good older brother.
But I came back. I said, okay, we're done with this.
How much did you get across? Quite a few trips, I imagine.
We could fit, without her noticing it, a good 400 pounds, 500 pounds.
And you could get rid of them like that on the East Coast, right?
Within a week.
Yeah. And then were you also transporting it yourself back?
I drove
east?
it back.
Okay. So you're constantly
back and forth.
Back and forth.
I loved it.
Wow.
You know, Route 66, man. It was nothing else in the world like it.
Right.
It's dead today. They have all the bypasses. I used to love that. 2 a.m, you could wheel into a place in New Mexico and just the cafe's open all night. There's a couple of truck drivers. You tell some old stories. And then you're on the road again. That was America.
Right.
Yeah, I loved it.
Right. You're having a steak and steak and eggs.
Yeah.
Couple of laughs. And they don't know you got this college kid.
That was real America.
Right.
Now they have Motel 6 with bypasses. You miss, and now you go, I went off. Oh, it was Grants, New Mexico. And I went where that was my favorite stop. And it was, the cafe was open. No one was in it.
Yeah.
You know, it was old. It was run down. There was no one on the streets. It was just a ghost town.
How long would it take you to drive from Arizona to Long Island?
Almost, it was exactly 2,400 miles, 2,450 miles. So 50 miles an hour is 48 hours.
Okay. So you spend 2 nights on the road.
Yeah, or it would take 4 days if you want to take it easy.
Yeah.
Or a couple times we blasted through. We did some white crosses and blasted through in 48 straight hours.
And you never had a problem with highway patrol? Never got pinched?
Then.
Yeah.
No. It
Wow.
was easy.
So now here you are, like 21? 22 years old?
Yeah, 21, 22.
So you're financially free.
Yeah.
Are you still going to school?
Yeah, but I got on academic probation.
I wonder why.
And then I started paying this guy, George in Barnett. He was going to class for me.
Nice.
It was funny. I was on campus one day, and I was walking with George, and we were both George, and the instructor said, hi, George. And I looked, and he was talking to him. He said, that was your geography teacher, George.
Nice. Nice.
I couldn't lose the student deferment.
Right.
So I paid someone to go to school for me.
Right.
You know, it sounds like a thing, but who's going to volunteer and say, I want to go to Nam and get shot at?
No.
God
People
bless
were
the
shooting
people that
themselves. People were shooting themselves on purpose to get out of going.
Yeah, I still feel like saying that, and laughing.
That's all right.
But
George Bush, Trump, they all got rich people deferments. So
God, Nixon and Kissinger should be war criminals.
Yeah, they are.
Cambodia.
Yeah. So, are you still doing H?
Yeah.
You still doing smack throughout this whole period when you're loving life, You're making money. You're building your identity as this drug trafficker.
Yeah, I got married, and my wife she was a French. Legros was her last name, and she was beautiful, and we had a beautiful daughter, Kim, and everything was right. And then I realized, I'm a smuggler. I'm addicted to heroin. Now my wife is. She wants to have a family. And she was young, and I was young, and we went in opposite directions.
Mm-hmm.
But today, we're good friends.
Hold on, we're going to pause this right here. Bro, I've officially been streaming 9 hours. Like, do y'all research, do y'all homework on like who working harder than me. 9 hours. Like, you feel me? We not done. We not done, nigga. I'm damn near gonna be up damn near all night, if not all night. Like, do y'all motherfucking research. I work harder than everybody on every streamer in the world. I really do.
Okay, so you're smuggling pot through
10
Marco's
hours.
sister's trunk. This goes on for about a year. How long do you continue? Like, what do you switch it up after you?
I wasn't happy anymore. So what I did is I said, Marco, it's time we quit. I always believe that we have certain limits. And certain trips have limits too. People get in trouble when they try to cowboy it.
Right.
So I said, we're going to buy your sister a house. I'm holding back some money. You could buy a house in Nogales, Mexico for $10,000. Marco started bitching, and I said, no, I'm keeping 5 back. And we bought the sister a house. And I left that, and one day there's a friend of Marco's, his name was Juan Franco, and he was from Arizona, Nogales, Arizona, I'm sorry. He had a friend come to the door, and I'll never forget it. The house where my wife was, and he was a 50-year-old guy, and he was dapper, I have to tell you. It was slick, blonde hair, blue eyes, and I said, Juan, you set me up, didn't you? No, George, no, he's not a cop. I said, you a cop? And he says, no, of course not. Yeah. And turns out that he was a guy that he came from an extremely wealthy family in Culiacan.
Sinaloa.
Yeah. His family, I don't know the exact year, is after World War I that they moved to Culiacan. And they had him, and he was born and raised in Mexico, and his family bought a cattle ranch. They had German machineries. He took me to the factory, and they tanned leather. They made the shoes. They had the retail stores.
Okay.
They had the complete monopoly on shoes.
Right.
And I said, so what's this deal about? And he said, well, it's not operating. I said, what happened? Well, me and my brother, when my parents died, we went through all the money. So we need to get some marijuana smuggling going so we can kick things back in gear.
Sure.
I said, you want to smuggle? And I said, what do you got to offer? He said, I'm a pilot. And then I said, wow, how long have you had a pilot's license? And that's when he told me he was a German Luftwaffe pilot.
Holy.
Name was Richard Timmerman. And what happened is the family also had a fish delivery business where they flew fish around Mexico and to the States. And he learned to fly at an early age. Then they sent him for an education in Berlin. And I talked to him, he had a tremendous library in his house. It was fascinating. But he saw Hitler preaching before Hitler became in power, and he saw the whole rise of the third.
Then he volunteered to join the Luftwaffe?
No, he said they drafted him into it. They made him.
Even though he was a Mexican living in Mexico.
He became a flight instructor.
Wow. So did he fly for the Luftwaffe in World War II?
Yeah, he flew one of the first jets.
Whoa.
And he the parents, he got shot down in that article I sent you. I did the best I could at interpreting it, but it gave you an idea of who the guy was. He stole the plane, got shot down, stole another one, and finally they got word to the family in Mexico. And they were very powerful people. They were so wealthy. And right in the middle of World War II, he told me, he said that General Eisenhower sent him to New York, a German Luftwaffe pilot. Put him up in New York City and then got him a flight down to Culiacan.
Wow. And why would he do that? Just because of who his parents were?
Yeah.
Wow.
And probably money.
Yeah.
But, you know, he was...
We helped a lot of Nazis out.
Sure.
America did, for sure.
They mentioned he was a spy, and it flipped me out, you know, in that article. It was written, and that was a tribute to... He passed away, and that was a tribute to him.
Wow.
And it mentioned that, you know, various things. And I, being a spy, and I said, well, he wasn't a spy. I said, well, where is this woman getting this information?
Okay, so tell me about it. So now these guys, he's over the hill, family's gone, he needs money. What does he give you? Does he match your price, or does he match Marco's price, or does it get better?
It gets better. You know,
wow.
His dream was he brought me to this building. He said, this is going to be the new, you know, house of the Bombarderos, the fire department.
Yeah.
So.
And this is in Culiacan?
Yeah. Wow. He wanted to be fire chief. He was like a big kid. I'm leaving things out, you know, like when I first met him, he had to prove himself. So he said, watch this. He loaded up his trunk with some weed from Nogales, drove right through the border with it. And I said, we're not doing that again. You're too valuable.
Mm-hmm.
What are we going to do for a plane?
Right.
He went and stole one.
Wow.
And we started doing airplane trips out of Mexico.
So he's taking off from where?
It was in between Culiacan and Nogales.
Okay.
And he had some people there. It was all paid off. It was a strip with plane, and Arizona is nothing but one giant landing strip.
Of course.
We found dirt roads, and all I had to do was get wooden stakes and tape flashlights to them and drive them into the ground. And there's the runway.
Wow.
We'd run down and turn them all on when we got contact with them.
Yeah.
And he'd land the plane. We'd just throw it in our trunks and go.
Much more efficient than crawling over the fence.
Oh, yeah.
How much were you getting over on an average plane run?
Depends on the plane. Some planes couldn't carry and distance was another thing. The single engine seemed to outperform the twin engine back then. So we were doing single engine planes, and we were getting up to 300-400 pounds on a plane.
Okay.
And it was
not a ton.
No,
not very much.
Not until
actually,
you got
comparatively.
the next plane we got was we went on board an Aero Commando, and that was like a new corporate jet, a corporate type of airplane to take executives everywhere. It was a great plane, and
How much did you buy that plane for? Or did you steal that one too?
No, we bought it. We bought it used. I think it was about $40,000 at the time. But it was cheap.
And how much
I bought a DC-3 for $35,000.
Yeah, those are good planes.
Yeah,
I've heard the DC-3. A lot of
won
smugglers.
The war. They were amazing. They never stopped.
A lot of smugglers preferred that plane, especially coming up from South America. They could make it all the way from Colombia to Florida, or like New Orleans.
No, without bladder tanks. But they another plane that was very good was you know who Sky King was, the old show?
No.
Well, he had this. It was a Beech 18. It had on the tail. Had two upright.
I've seen that. Yes.
And it was a tail dragger, just like the DC-3, and we could put close to 800 to 1,000 pounds in it safely.
Right.
You know, the 3 took a lot more, 3,000 pounds.
And what are you putting in that? What do you need to make a 3,000 pound run?
Same thing.
Yeah.
Well, with the DC-3, you need about landing strip had to be 500 feet, not 500 feet, a half a mile long.
Okay.
The Beech and the Aero Commander, you could get down in 1,200, 1,500 feet.
Wow.
but you needed a half a mile with the DC-3, to have a safe landing and takeoff.
Wow. Did you ever start flying?
I went for my license, and then I just let it fall through.
Yeah.
I just didn't keep up with it.
Did it seem to you better to let somebody else take the flying risk and you just grab the stuff when it lands and take off?
I wanted to be up in that plane,
You did?
man.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, I did once when we were smuggling up into Canada and Alaska. I had a pilot from that. Well, there was a guy that I had when you live in Tucson, you have people from all over the country come into Tucson. It was like the Mecca to buy Mexican weed.
Mm-hmm.
So I made close friends, one in Seattle, one in Chicago, New Jersey, New York, West Virginia. They ate this stuff up.
Yeah.
Huntington, West Virginia. So the guy in Seattle, we became really close, tight friends.
Yeah. Wow.
So High Times came out with a magazine article. On the cover it said, Alaska, north to the future. I'll never forget it. And there my mind clicks. And I said, what are they getting for it up there? I'm going, and I called Corey. I said, ask some of you Canadians, man, because we were running weed up to Canada. And then we decided to also include Anchorage.
Yeah.
And they were getting for Colombian weed. I was sending Corey a truckload of Colombian weed when we started doing the Colombian. And we were taking that and selling it for $600 a pound, $650 a pound in Canada, and the same up in Alaska. I believe, I can't remember the exact price.
What was your price?
We were buying it in Colombia for
$10 or something.
Yeah, but there is varying degrees.
Sure.
And
hang on, we'll get there. So I want to keep moving us through. So you've now got Culiacan weed flying in and landing in Arizona. What are you moving a week? How many runs are you doing a week?
Just one.
Okay.
One every 2 weeks.
Okay. So
I was not somebody that was like, let's cowboy this thing. Let's just go for it.
Yeah.
I really planned things out.
Yeah. Sounds like it.
I took trips down there, seeing how the road was, the highway.
Yeah.
So I did my exploring.
Right.
So
you did your due diligence.
Yeah.
And now you're meeting all of these different distributors from all over the country.
Well, I asked them when they came to Tucson, how would you like to get it delivered? You don't have to come here anymore.
Right.
And they said, oh, that'd be great, George. What price? So I gave them a break, like $110 a pound instead of $125. Wow. And they loved it. They, and I would front them too, so they would make more money too.
And would you take the product yourself up to Seattle?
Yeah.
Whoa. So you're almost like a long haul truck driver.
I enjoyed being on the country roads, man.
Wow.
The road at night, there's nothing better. You go through Kansas and 2 a.m. and they're burning the hay fields,
Yeah.
It's like really America,
But doesn't that get old?
Now.
Doesn't that get old? You're always on the road. Moving that kind of weight for people.
That didn't get old.
Wow.
I liked it. I liked being between point A and point B. That's the only place that made sense to me. I wasn't happy in Mexico, Colombia, wasn't happy at home, but put me between point A and point B.
Wow.
And I was my best.
Yeah,
I was comfortable.
Isn't that something? And you're just purely a middleman.
No, I smuggled and the weed, and I would say they were more the middleman. They would buy like 100 pounds from me, and I'd front them 100. Whatever they bought, I fronted.
Yeah.
And I reduced the price.
Yeah.
So it was a great deal for them. They didn't have to get on the road with it. They, and they make their same money.
And you're still making, if you sell a pound for $110 a piece, and you're buying it for how much from?
Making over $100 a pound.
Wow. So you're getting it for about $5 from
$7.
Okay. And this is pretty good. Like, give us an idea of what Mexican brickweed looked like in 1972.
Oh, God. What was coming up, not from me, but there are times I would get, I was a middleman for a couple times, like in Sunset Towers, and I would get a load of weed, and sometimes the whole entire plant would be packed into it, and they would brick it. Another time,
Like they hadn't even trimmed the buds
No.
off of it. Oh my god.
then I found Coke bottles, broken glass, and one time a finger. Yeah.
In the weed bale.
Yeah, it was like perfect. Each one was like a pound and 3/4.
Yeah.
They called it a kilo, but it was just a pound 3/4.
Yeah.
And
wow.
it
So
was-
not even all of it was smokable. You got a goddamn finger
oh, you
in
had
there.
to get the seeds out, stems out, and clean it.
But it's always sold.
Yeah,
it always
sold. There was
Could-
no competition.
Right. There was no competition, and there was barely any law enforcement.
Well, Jamaica became competition first. And I remember, but there wasn't enough Jamaican.
Right.
Just think, you got 6 million people living in New York.
Right.
You know, how long,
Right.
you know, look at the rest of the country. How long is a few loads of Jamaican going to last?
Yeah, it's gonna get sucked up instantly.
Yeah.
Okay. What were your biggest markets at the time when you're bringing in bud from Culiacan, when you're still in Arizona? What are your biggest
I
buying
would send
markets?
up to Seattle. I'd send some to New York. I was, you know, each trip was different.
Yeah.
I liked driving.
Yeah. What were
You
your
know?
biggest buyers, though, do you think? Like, do you think it was the
Oh,
Northwest?
Northeast was the biggest.
Yeah, of course.
Population belt and went up to Boston.
Yeah. So how long did you stay in Arizona doing this with this ex-Luftwaffe pilot?
Until my partner ripped him off. I had a so-called partner that I met in high school, in junior high school. I was selling firecrackers and he was selling protection. And typical New York junior high.
Right.
So he muscled in on my scam. He wanted packs of firecrackers for protection. And I said, F you. Yeah, so I got in a fight with one of these guys and he was like left back 2 or 3 times. He was a big dude. And I got my ass whipped. And it was the last time I got my ass whipped. I took the next train to Jamaica, Queens, and joined a boxing gym.
Nice.
We used to, my mom loved going to New York City, and we'd take the Long Island train, change trains now at Jamaica for New York. And I would always look down, and it was like a sea of all different kinds of people.
Yeah.
It was a blend of every culture. And there was a boxing gym, big name, boxing. So I went there, and I said, I need to learn. This is what happened. I need to learn how to box. And he taught me how to box, man. And then I was so angry inside from childhood and everything else that I just fought everything that walked, you know. And
so you went to business with this guy, your childhood friend / bully?
Listen to this. He ended up getting shipped off to Nam because he punched the principal or something. I wasn't there, but he did something to, you know, Mr. Brown. And Bruce was out of school for good, and I got detention. And back in Tucson, Sunset Towers, I walk into the apartment one day, and who's sitting there but Bruce?
Wow. Was he AWOL?
He didn't get from Nam. No, he went through Nam, but I'm sure he hid underneath a truck. You know,
Right.
He wasn't a hero.
Or he was part of the My Lai massacre.
In '71, Bruce got on a plane with a suitcase full of weed in Tucson, and I said, "You sure you want to do that?" And there was no security, but still, you know.
Yeah.
And he got busted.
Okay.
And then all of a sudden, we're driving around town visiting different connections, and Bruce said, "Oh, let's go down over here." And all of a sudden, we go down that street, and the cops are busting people. This house, and you know, there's Joey's house, and they were busting them. And I realized he never went to jail. He never went to court. He was working for the man.
He's ratting. There you go. There you go.
So I had to play. You want to keep your enemy close.
Yeah.
So I didn't confront him on it.
Right.
I just let him keep having his hands in some money. And eventually he got into the heroin really, really bad, and he just went bye-bye.
So then how did that make you leave Tucson? That's what I want to know. What's the next step after Arizona?
You couldn't sell the weed anymore. You know, you got the Jamaican, like I said. It made people thirsty for more. And then the Colombian weed came in.
Okay.
And I remember sitting in Tucson, and I saw the first pound of Colombian weed. And I said, holy There's nice, tight little buds, you know, small. They had seeds, but not too many.
Right.
And it was like, wow, these things are nice. And it got me a lot higher.
Yeah.
And then I got this brick of, they called it wacky weed. You know, it was like almost blackish. And it was pressed really hard, you know, and you'd have to like peel off. It was like paper thin each bud. You had to peel them off. Man, it was like doing, you know, acid.
Yeah.
That was, and I said, I got to get to Florida, and it's a good time. Bruce is out of control. I'm just going to take off.
Wow. How old are you?
25.
Okay.
And I left for good when I started going there doing trips, and then when I was 26, I was gone for good.
Okay. So where in Florida do you end up?
In Fort Lauderdale.
Okay.
And then I moved to New York, and I didn't like what I saw in Florida. And too many people getting ripped and a lot of cops.
Sure.
So I said, I know Long Island really well. I'm going to work out of there because I said, I'm not going to be hauling weed that I bought in Miami up to 95.
Yeah.
And New Jersey Turnpike was notorious with pulling people.
It's hot, right?
Yeah. So I said, I'm not doing that. I'm going to buy a boat. I'm going to get the boat first and then reach out.
Okay. And did you make Colombian connections while you were in Florida?
Yeah.
Okay.
There's an old Jewish fellow. His name was Howard. He had to be 55, 56 years old. And he was a hustler. And he used to go up to the Catskills in New York and, you know, like the Neverly or the Concord. And they had these shows going on all the time. Did you hear about them?
Yeah, I remember the cat. Yes, everybody talks about the Catskills.
So he would go with his cousin Mo, who was like 70-something at the time, snow white hair, and and his other brother, and the three of them would sit down at a table and start playing poker. And his doctor would come by, who was on vacation, and it'd be 3 against 1. And that's what he was doing.
Okay, so what does this have to do with your Colombian connection?
He was my connection. He got me in touch with this other Jewish fellow. His name was Isaac. He lived in Boca Raton. And he had, he had something to do with sewing machines, but he also owned 3 freighters. And he said, are you interested in working, with Isaac? And I said, sure. I had what I went out and bought, which was a mistake. I bought a 70-foot or 72-foot Fed ship. And the Fed ship, I fell in love with it. It was the Cadillac, the Rolls Royce of all yachts. It was made in Holland. And in 56, it sold for $550,000. And I got it from the estate sale from Guido Grasso from Connecticut for $50,000. His wife just wanted to get rid of it.
Wow.
It was sitting on dry dock. It was, back then they put cotton between the strips of teak on the deck.
Okay.
And then a little bit of filler. And everything went through and just completely destroyed the boat. So nowadays you can just put in putty.
So now you've got a yacht to go out and meet the ships in the Long Island
So
Sound.
all I needed was a place to offload.
Okay, I see. And then, these Jewish guys are the ones that have the connects with the Colombians.
Yeah, with
okay,
Isaac.
got it. So you actually never connected yourself with the Colombians at this time?
No, before they gave me anything, I had to fly down to Medellin. That's where he was from.
Okay.
And him and this guy, Raul Silvio, who was his bodyguard, and another guy, I don't want to mention his name. He's
whatever.
Yeah,
it's fine. Okay, so you went down and actually met the plugs in Medellin.
Yeah, they sat down with me. We had coffee, and we just, gave him my driver's license. I had phony ID.
Yeah.
It was easy back then.
Of course.
So, I came back, and then they said, okay, this is what we're going to do. Howard's going to be the man that tells you where to be and when and what channel to go on.
Wow.
So all I needed to do, back then you didn't have satellite communication. What we had was a LORAN, and it beamed out to different locations, and then it would give you, it would triangulate things and give you a reading within I would say 100 and 150 feet of where you are in the ocean. And that was good enough.
Right.
And he handed me a CB. He said, you go on this channel. You know, it's only got a 5 or 6 mile range.
Right.
You know, single sideband, skips over waves and can go 1,000 miles.
Yeah.
You know, so that was great.
And tell us how the ship, this was interesting. You were telling me about how this ship, instead of when it got to America, unloading, it had different stops.
Yeah.
Like it had guys like you, these Colombians had guys like you all over the eastern seaboard, all the way up to Canada, and they would make drops and keep dropping as they moved south.
First drop was up by Maine.
Yeah. So they went all the way north to Maine and then came south
they
instead
went
of
on
the other way around.
outside instead of the inside.
Right.
Went way out, dropped off in Maine, came down, hit Boston. I was the next stop. And then they hit the Carolinas, maybe Georgia, Florida after that. I don't know, you know.
Wow. Okay, so you were second stop.
Third stop.
Third stop.
Yeah.
Wow. And you were the only one in that area in New York with this connect, right?
With this guy. There was, at the time, this was like early. There's only two other people I knew in the New York area. There could have been more. But I only knew 2 other people that were smuggling weed into Long Island or New York or New Jersey. So
you were so early in the business.
Everything was in Florida.
Yeah.
And it was like Cowboy Central down there.
Yeah.
And I got to remind me later. I got another story about that.
So New York's wide open.
It's wide open. It's a freebie, you know, unless you just up.
Yeah.
And I almost up.
Well, how much pot were you getting?
40,000 pounds.
Wow.
And I needed another boat, you know, so I got this Palmer Johnson, another big yacht. The Palmer Johnson was cool because it didn't roll because I had a chining hole. And it's about water displacement. So they made the round bottom, you know, it was easier to get through a water displacement, but it rolled, rocked and rolled, and picture it rocking and rolling with 40,000 pounds. I said, wow, this is going to be serious if it's a heavy sea.
Did you know you were getting 40,000?
Yeah.
Okay, so you would place the orders beforehand.
Yeah. I was from the desert. I knew nothing about boats.
Right.
I went there and I learned a lot, man.
Yeah.
You know, and we got this guy that had a boatyard, and that was the big piece. We had to get the boatyard. And there was one, you know, we had to make sure no one was living aboard any other boats.
Right.
And if there were, they weren't going to be there.
Right.
But I paid the guy, you know, $200,000 just to use his, you know, boatyard.
Wow.
And he could I'll say, oh, I'll never rat you. I'll say it. And I was just cowboying it.
And that's where you were going to unload.
Yeah, except it was the Great South Bay on Long Island. And it's notoriously shallow. But I checked it out. You know, I looked at the draft of my Fed ship, and I thought, sure. But the weight brought it down even more. So I got within 10 feet of getting into the boatyard. So what I had to do was a Palmer Johnson, I stuck it at the end of the outermost part of the dock and brought the Fed ship right up to it. It was called the Peregrine. And we had to unload, it was just twice the work, unload the Fed ship onto the Palmer Johnson, onto the dock. It was like, God, it was exhausting.
How many people were working for you?
I didn't have enough for that because of that, you know, not being able to get all the way in. I had 5 on the boat and I had 4 on the shore.
And these are all local guys that you know?
Yeah, all high school guys.
Wow. So you're unloading 40,000 pounds. How much is each pound? What are you paying? Per pound for 40,000.
You see, I was getting most of it on the arm from Isaac.
Yeah.
I could have used the money and bought it for cash, but Isaac wanted to make money too.
Right.
So it was like an 11,000 pound profit, gross profit.
Yeah.
I would say I ended up with $1.5 million in my pocket.
Yeah. Okay.
And I paid the captain $200,000. I paid each guy that worked on it $50,000. You know, and you know, the truck driver I gave, you know, they were friends. I made sure they were going to have good lives, you know. I was generous.
It's unbelievable.
Yeah, so.
And that's one run.
That was one run, but I should have gotten caught. I don't know how I didn't get caught because I came came through the cut, and you're right there at Fire Island, and the Coast Guard station's right there. And I didn't think of the water line. That's another thing I learned. You know, it was underwater.
Right.
You know, you got the boot cap. It's usually about this far above.
It's because you have so much pot in it. It's literally pushing the boat down. It's like sinking the boat almost.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And we got it off, and I said, this is it for the Fed ship. You know, I went out and I bought an 83-foot trawler.
A trawler.
Yeah.
Okay.
Could hold 40. I didn't need 2 boats.
There you
Held
go.
it all.
Nice. How much does a trawler cost back then?
$125,000.
Yeah.
It was almost brand new.
How long did it take you to move a 40,000-pound load?
I moved it quick. I actually sat there one day and I said, how do people smoke all this?
Yeah.
Now, I told you about Virginia. Those mountain boys, they couldn't get enough weed.
Yeah.
I would put half the load, 20,000 pounds, and it would make a stop in West Virginia and in Huntington, and then it would go on to Seattle, and Seattle to Canada and Alaska.
So now you're not driving anymore.
No.
You're too big time. You got bigger responsibilities getting these huge loads.
Coordinating all this was a lot of work, man.
For sure.
All of a sudden, it's just not me. I got like 17 people sometimes working for me.
Wow.
Sometimes I didn't trust people, right? Like I said, I would come by with a rental truck. I'd make everybody, I said, whatever you're doing, you got to drop what you're doing, even if you're eating dinner, and get in the truck. I locked them all in the back of the truck. I didn't want them to see where we were unloading.
Wow. Now, did your driver, after he made all of these stops around the country, did he then come back with cash?
He came back, bought cash, and then my friend, Corey, Seattle, he would just, ship the rest of he'd bring the rest of the money back.
Yeah.
We had a pilot in Seattle that was great. His name was, he's probably dead by now. His name was Larry.
Oh, Larry, he's dead. Yeah.
He had a Cheyenne 2. What a plane. Turboprop. It was beautiful, man. It was a corporate jet, and he was hired by a big corporation to fly them around.
Yeah.
And he would fly. I had to go with him. We went into Chilliwack Airport into Canada. It was right through the mountain range.
Yeah.
And it was about maybe 90 miles from Vancouver, maybe 60. I can't remember. But Chilliwack was the place. What we did is we went through the mountain peaks, and that guy could fly, man. It was all clouds, and he was I saw off the wing, I saw, like sides of cliffs, and it was insane. And we landed in Chilliwack, and we went through customs.
And you're loaded?
No, we went through dry. And I
see.
had all my photography equipment, and I said, we're photographers. We're going to do a lot of road trips around, flight trips, filming.
Yeah.
And it's, no problem. And then we went out cruising around, and we snuck back through the mountains and went and loaded up and brought it back the same exact way.
I see.
Then we unloaded it, right?
Yeah.
Customs were still there,
Wow.
but they weren't looking at us because we already cleared.
Right. So then after you get your money back, how long do you have to get Isaac his money? Because back in the day, most of this pot from South America was fronted. It was on the arm, as you say.
He was a pain in the ass,
Yeah.
He was always like calling up, worried. Where's the money? Where's the money? But I gave it to him when we got it.
Yeah.
I said, you kill me, you're not going to get anything.
Right. So it sounds
just
like
relax.
So
and then his confidence built, and he trusted me.
Mm-hmm.
So
how long does it take to turn around from the minute you unload the pounds in Long Island to getting all the money back?
Several weeks.
It's a several week turnaround.
Yeah.
So then how many drops were you doing? One a month?
Well,
I'm sorry. How many unloading? How many ships? How often are the ships coming up with loads?
I did maybe 3 trips a season.
Okay.
You know? Well, when I did the offloading, I did 4. But when I started going all the way down myself, it was like 3.
Okay, so you start going all the way down. So you just keep building this thing. You keep building and building and building.
It was a steady progression.
Yeah.
From being at the Elegant Pool Room selling dimes of hash to where I was at the moment.
So what made you say, I want to go down to Colombia now? I've got the connect. He drops off 40,000 pound loads in my back door. at my back door. Now I want to go down there. Is it for a better price? Like what would make you want to take that kind of risk?
Independence, you know. It was also, remember I told you I like to be on the road?
Yeah.
It was like going down there. It was a long way. It was 12, 13 days down. 12, 13 days back.
You take a ship down there?
Yeah.
You take your trawler?
The trawler.
Wow.
Yeah, we had to, get extra fuel on top of it. We had a 20,000 gallon tank, and I still didn't trust it. I put in an extra auxiliary tank.
And how many people did you have on the trawler?
There was 4 of us.
Okay.
I was not the old man in the sea. Okay, let's make that clear.
Yeah.
I hired the captain from McAllister Tugboat Line in New York Harbor. And then there was another guy that went to Schuyler University, I believe, by City Island. It was a nautical engineering school. He was a graduate, so if anything went wrong with the engine, it was going to get fixed.
Wow.
I had it covered.
So you had experts.
Oh, yeah. I didn't care. I gave him the money, and I wanted results, man.
I love the times back then were so corrupt. It's like you have these legitimate people who are like, oh, you want to pay me a couple $100,000 to bring back huge federal amounts of pot? Sure. Yeah, as long as you're paying me. Like, try that now, I
wouldn't try it now. Before any of this happened, I went to my attorney, Gerald Lefcourt in New York, and he was a big-time attorney. He was great. He was the head councilman for the Black Panthers. He was with Abby Hoffman.
Yeah.
He was big-time. And I said, all right, Jerry, I'm giving you some money down, because this girl, Monica, and the way I found him, who did the Night of the Living Dead? George Romero. They recommended him.
Okay.
And they loved heroin. So
heroin.
We were doing heroin.
Wow.
And he was doing that movie for like $25,000, $30,000. The first Night of the Living Dead. Well, anyway, he told me to go see Jerry. So I go see Jerry, and I give him like $10,000 down as a retainer.
Yeah.
And I said, tell me something. If I smuggle marijuana, over 1,000 pounds, what is it? What is cocaine? What is heroin? What is pills?
Mm-hmm.
And he said, well, the weed, any amount, is only 0 to 5 years. No, that was for heroin. I'm sorry. It was a 5-year straight sentence.
For any amount of heroin?
No, of weed.
Okay, so any amount of weed was a 5-year bid.
And back then they had a parole board, so it was a guideline system where you got 24 to 36 months with a max out of 39 months.
Right. So you could be out in 2 years.
Yeah.
You could have a gajillion pounds of weed.
Yeah.
You could be out in 2 years. No brainer.
Yeah. And the coke, he said, it's a 20-year sentence, but they're going to nail you for 60 years with this.
Right.
For selling, for racketeering, they're going to try to get you every way they can.
Yeah.
So I never got with coke or heroin.
Yeah.
And they were bootlegging Quaaludes back then. Quaaludes was a big deal.
Yeah.
I loved those when they were around.
Oh, trust me. That's one of my biggest regrets was never being around during the lewd era.
Well, they had 50-gallon oil drums loaded with Quaaludes.
Yeah.
And, they're bootlegs.
Where did they come from?
They made them in Colombia.
Right.
They got themselves a chemist and they made them.
Wow.
Pressed them out. The problem was you do one, you'll get slightly high. You do another, and you just load it.
Yeah.
There was no uniformity.
I see. So you passed on that.
Oh, yeah. That pills were
opportunity.
60 years, too.
Okay. Wow.
Yeah.
Okay. So there you go. You keep doing what you're doing. Pot.
Yeah.
It's pot.
Yeah.
So now you've got your trawler, you've got your crew, you've got a lot of money behind you, you got all your connects, everything's in place, you got your buyers in the States, and you got your plug, your growers in Medellin. Tell us about the process. How would you go all the way down there? Where would you go? How much would you pick up? And what were the routes you took to get back?
Okay. I didn't want to go through Florida. That was a no-no. That's going on the inside. You're going through the Mona Passage by Puerto Rico and Dominican Republic.
Uh-huh.
And then you're going up the coast. And, I thought it was suicidal, but a lot of people did it, and they got away with it for years.
Yeah.
But I went on the outside and went way out and went out in the ocean and came around. That's why I had extra fuel tanks.
But how'd you get down? The trip going down to Colombia.
Oh, I took the inside going down.
Okay. You're going down, and now do you have cash on you?
Yeah.
Okay.
Mhm.
What are you taking down there? Are they fronting you? Are they giving
No,
you?
I'm giving them like $250,000 up front.
Okay.
You know, and that's covering the size of the weed anyway.
Yeah.
But, you know, I was getting better quality weed.
Mhm.
That's why I was paying Isaac like $45 a pound down there, you know?
Yeah.
And plus I was getting him a piece of the action if I was going to take it for 2 weeks, you know, and he was going to give it to me on the arm for 2 weeks.
Right. Okay.
So don't ask me the exact numbers.
Because 45 is pretty expensive. We know that from talking to guys like you from that
Yeah.
era. They would $10 was about the good wholesale bottom price.
Depending on how much you were buying,
Right.
you know, like the guy that was doing like 30 million pounds.
Yeah.
Yeah, he was getting it for $10 because he's doing so much.
Did
you
they
know?
give you any like scales? Like, did they say once you hit this amount, we'll give you a price break? Like, did you do any
No,
haggling with the Colombians?
I haggled about quality.
Okay,
And that's why I was paying 45.
I see.
I said, Isaac, this shit is commercial.
Mm-hmm.
That was the like Mexican dirt weed,
Yep.
you know, that we call the Colombian, you know, commercial.
Yep.
I couldn't sell it for 175 in New York.
So you'd rather pay more for higher quality and maybe bring back a little less quantity.
Yeah. No, same quantity, but just
pay
higher
more.
quality, man.
Right.
Boom, the cash is right there.
Okay.
You know, you're eliminating a month of getting your money back.
Right. Right.
Because you got competition.
Yeah.
Like that other guy, you know, he's bringing all that shit in.
Mhm.
He's bringing gold and red bud, and you know, he's competing.
Yeah.
So I have to compete against people like that.
So is it Colombian gold that you're buying?
A few trips, yes. And then he had some from the mountains he wanted me to try.
Okay.
And that stuff was really good, man.
Nice. Nice.
It was like a dark green, dark rusty color. And it was just really good.
Okay, so
really
where
nice
where
high.
would the trawler dock? Where would you pick up?
In Colombia?
Yeah.
In Maracaibo.
Maracaibo.
He had a place, that's a little village, and they would roll, you know, it was notorious to be shallow water,
Mhm.
but he found a place, and they would roll out this dock, and they would bring us the bales.
Now, I don't know if we can look this up. I could be wrong. Is Maracaibo not in Venezuela?
It's Venezuela.
It's Venezuela.
Yeah.
Right. Okay, so it's super remote up there.
Yeah. Well, actually, Maracaibo's it was a city. We were like just north of Maracaibo.
Okay, so you were actually going to Venezuela.
Yeah.
Wow.
Well,
that's-
Isaac originally, that's where his boats were docked.
Right.
In Venezuela.
So the Colombians would move their loads from the north, like the Santa Marta region, and then they would move.
No, not Santa Marta. I was getting them from the mountains, and I was getting it.
Which mountains? There's a lot of mountains in Colombia.
Oh God, what do you call it? I forgot the name. The Nevada, I don't know. It was. If you look, there's two strips of mountains. Now there's the valley that goes towards, you know, where they plant a lot.
Yeah.
And
Bro,
then you
this
go,
nigga
you know, that's a
Bronny
lower
booty.
elevation of planting.
Right.
But if you
This nigga Bronny is booty. Bro, they put this nigga in the game. This nigga comes in and shoots a hook shot. Bro, this nigga a bum. I can't believe he just did that shit. Why they put this nigga in the game, bro? This nigga comes in the game and shoots a hook shot. Bricks the fuck out that bitch. Bro, this nigga is a bum. He did not just do that dumbass shit. Oh, Bronny a bum. Oh, bro.
If you go higher up in the hills, you're going to get better weed.
I see.
You know, in the elevation.
Yeah.
Now, they had to cross, you know, over into Venezuela.
I see. Okay.
But to get to Santa Marta is probably the same distance.
Right. Okay. So your connects that were based in Medellin their people harvested the weed in the mountains and then actually shipped it over the border and then got it straight to you guys
Yeah,
on the
I
coast.
would never take a load without looking at it.
Right.
I will look at it all over, man.
So how many pounds of weed would you have to inspect? You'd go through a whole
10 random bales.
Wow. Okay.
You know, but they're pretty uniform, and they're not gonna, he knew I was really fussy. If I got it up there and it wasn't what it's supposed to be, he knew he wasn't getting his money for a long time.
Right.
So he's a businessman.
Right. And he must have loved you. So how much are you picking up?
40,000.
40,000.
Well, Medellin was really a trip, man, back then, before Escobar.
Mm-hmm.
When I was there, Escobar was ripping off refrigerators and air conditioners.
Right.
You know, down in Cali, I think. Up in Cali. But,
yeah, this is before the cocaine cartels, so it's really just different weed conglomerates. That's what Colombia was before cocaine. It was these different. It was kind of like Mexico.
You had the coke, but not in the abundance.
No.
The market wasn't built up yet.
Right. So
it was still a bad thing in New York if you were snorting coke. It was
bad thing?
A bad thing back in the 70s. Not a lot of people were doing it like that.
I thought it was the Surgeon General said coke was nothing to worry about. I think it was. Well, I think it was a good thing. It meant you had money.
It became that way.
Okay.
In the later 70s. But I'm talking like in the earlier 70s, you're a bad person if,
really?
Doing heroin, doing coke. Not everyone did it.
Yeah. Well, yeah, of course not. So you go to Maracaibo, you dock in Maracaibo. It took you about 2 weeks to get down there?
No, about 2 weeks.
Wow. You got all your food and provisions on board. You're all stocked up.
We had 7,000 gallons of water, a water tank, over 20,000 gallons. I don't know how big. I never measured the auxiliary gas tank that the engineer put in, but we could be out for a month and not run out of fuel.
Wow. Okay.
Probably 6 weeks, to be honest. With the extra fuel.
Yeah. So how does it work when you get down there? Do you actually get on land to inspect everything?
The first time we were coming in, I didn't know what to expect. I left something off which was interesting, how I got there. Can I step back one step?
Sure.
Okay, I'm doing the offload. One of the last ones, the fourth one, the captain calls me up and he tells me to come up to the bridge. I go up there. And he says, no more. If you got playboys, hustlers, and, sneakers, no more hustlers, because the guys end up, looking at them and playing the whole way home. So the sneakers were okay because they were barefooted. But he said, look, go back to Medellin. They want you to go all the way down. Can you do that? So that's what got me to go down. And he was a German captain, and he's the one that told me that's what you got to do. He said that's where the money's at.
Yeah.
So he liked me. We did okay, man.
Right. So how much more profit did you stand to make from going down there as opposed to just offloading it in New York?
I was paid a flat $1 million a trip in New York for offloading.
Okay.
And I took care of my people, so there wasn't much in my pocket. I had to pay the boat yard. I had to, it's expensive running boats, repairing boats.
Mm-hmm.
And, it was the 70s. And, you could buy a Ferrari then for like $27,500.
Yeah.
So the money we're making was insane.
Yeah. Yeah. So how much more are you making bringing it back from Colombia?
I was sticking $1.5 million in my pocket in profit.
Wow.
Now, I didn't get it in one lump sum. It was always floating somewhere around the country.
Right, exactly.
But at the end of the day, I was making off the offload maybe $300,000. They paid us $1 million. Yeah. I took care of my boys.
Yeah,
I was making $300,000.
Okay,
so that's quite a incentive to go back down and do it for yourself.
So you 4x your money basically.
Yeah,
going down there. Okay, so tell us how it works when you get down to Maracaibo.
We got attacked The whole village was going.
Really?
I went to my brother. He was next to me. I said, God, they're gonna they're gonna put us in a pot and boil us.
Right.
I didn't know what they wanted. Then all of a sudden, they roasted a pig for us, and I met the police chief.
Wow.
And the priest came and he blessed the boat. And I said, what is this?
No way.
Yeah, it was just a crappy little village.
Yeah.
But they had, inland more. It was more, it was more populated. But, we had to go to a warehouse to examine the weed, and that's where they kept it. But they were all making money, man. And they were like, Venezuela they were dirt poor, man.
Yeah. So did your Medellin connects meet you there, or did they have like a helper there? Who met you when you first got down
Silvio.
there?
He was Isaac's bodyguard.
Okay.
He was always jealous of me, because he liked being the hombre.
Mm-hmm.
He wanted to be his right-hand man. And he was like, he was a bad dude.
Okay. So then, and then they load them onto trucks and send the trucks to the boat?
They bring it to the little huts on the beach, and they rolled out the dock.
Yeah.
And they had manpower, man. They just loaded them up.
Wow.
Yeah.
It's like a goddamn movie. Just watching your bales getting loaded.
Yeah.
And you're not fronted. You're paid. You're cash on delivery.
I put $250 up front.
Okay. What's the whole load worth? To them, like how much do you owe them?
Well, the gross was probably 40,000 times, say 250 on an average from what I would get. What does that come out to? 10, $11 million?
Mm-hmm.
Something like that.
Okay.
And
so then the next time you come,
I owed them $7 million.
Mm-hmm.
So I came out with $4 million.
Okay.
Roughly.
Yeah.
I'm so sorry I didn't write this down. This is like 50 years ago.
Okay, so you're getting quite a lot on credit.
I'm paying. He's got nothing to lose except his ship. That 250.
I'm talking about the Colombians. You owe them $7 million.
Yeah, that's because they're like partners.
Yeah,
I wouldn't get the weed I was getting without it.
Right. So then you would bring down the next run.
Yeah.
You would bring them down $7 million plus whatever you're going to put down for the next load.
Yeah.
Wow. Okay, so tell us about the load on the way back. You go way around.
Go on the outside.
Yeah. Tell us what the outside means.
Outside's just open ocean, man. It's beautiful. You don't see land. You see more stars than you could ever imagine. And sometimes the seas got, what I liked about it is the distance between the waves get longer. It's like you get close to shore and they start compacting.
Yeah.
And, we hit some bad weather sometimes. And, it was pretty challenging. I looked at my brother. I said, Bobby, if the Coast Guard came, I think they'd be saving us right now.
Yeah, right.
It was hard.
Wow.
I had to tie myself into the wheelhouse because it would start throwing you around. He couldn't even stand next to me. And, we went on 4-hour shifts.
And where are the bales?
Bales are down in the fish storage.
Yeah. Did you ever feel like water was going to come into the boat and damage them?
No.
Okay.
No, we didn't get in that big a sea.
Okay.
You got to be careful with some of the waves. There were swells. I never hit any I was lucky. You can get, the wind can really tear up the ocean, and you get that water coming in. It was a rolling sea most of the time.
Mm-hmm.
You throttle up and then throttle down on the backside and make sure the angle's right. When I first started doing, I remember I buried the front light of the bow, and it's a technique you learn over time.
How long did it take you to get back?
Same amount. Took about 13 days.
Okay, and then do you get back? Where do you unload?
Okay, couldn't unload at the Great
old
South Bay anymore.
Right, that spot's
because that
compromised.
Trawler, I think, was 8-9 feet to draft, maybe. So that was out, way out of the question. I found a guy that was the manager and maintenance man for an estate in the Pocomoke Bay. And you know how Long Island has the North Fork and the South Fork? In between is like Gardiner's Island and the Shelter Island, and that's the Pocomoke Bay. And I found a very wealthy man that had this huge estate. And I gave the guy, some good cash, and he would turn his back. And I had my aunt who lived next door to me growing up. Her husband died and left her in debt. I rented a house on the water, and it had, like neighbors, but not close. So that was my backup. I had 2 houses.
Wow.
The other was so just perfect.
Yeah.
It had
and you had no trouble coming in
deep
from
water. It was perfect.
And you had no trouble from Coast Guard on your way in?
No.
Wow. So you literally just pull up to a residential home.
Yeah.
Couldn't be easier.
It was an estate.
Yeah. Yeah. Wow. And then you just unload. Do you have your drivers there?
No.
Who's meeting you?
That was an island.
Oh, I see.
And I'm getting very specific now. I don't want to, it was an island in the Peconic, and what we did was take it by van. Little by little, we took it across to East Hampton, and there was no worry. It was safe where it was.
Yeah. Wow. You never had a load get ripped off?
No.
Or
I
lost?
never got ripped off.
Did you ever have to throw a load over the boat?
No.
Never had to ditch any bales? Wow.
I don't know why they did that. They would open up the seacocks in some of these boats and sink them. And
Yeah.
then marijuana floats, man. It goes right up to the top.
Well,
They're going to get you anyway.
Okay. So how long did you work like this? Going all the way down there?
From 77 to 80.
Wow. That's a long time. So
I only did like 3 trips a year.
Okay.
I stopped going on the boats. I just couldn't do it. It drove me crazy.
So you started sending somebody else?
Yeah, the captain.
For you?
Yeah.
Okay, so you just let the captain go down there and handle
Yeah, it was working itself at that
Right.
point.
Wow. Oh, so you made millions of dollars between these years. Wow, that's wild. So between these, are you doing how many runs? One a month, I guess?
No, it was more than one a month. I split up that one every 2 months. It'd take 2 months to basically before I'd go down again. The growing season, I would fit 3 in: the beginning, the middle, and the end. I just didn't want to overdo it.
Right.
And everybody else was going like cowboy and everything.
Yeah.
It was hard. I from my childhood, man. Like I told you, I don't trust.
Yeah.
And then I want to always know my limitations.
Mm-hmm. But you're balling and you're still a heroin addict.
Today?
No, during this time.
Yeah.
Wow. But is it starting to wear you down, or do you still look
I
and
would
behave functionally?
I would get clean, I would go and use it for a week, get sick for a couple of days. Sometimes I'd go for 3 months and get sick for a couple of days.
Right.
But, I kept having breaks. When I went to prison, that was the longest I could have got it there, but I didn't want to do it there.
Yeah. So you got caught with, we're going to move through a little bit because it's a long story, but basically you got caught at a dope house with a small amount of heroin that you were using for personal use.
Going there to buy a gram of heroin, and it was on Woodhaven Boulevard.
Which is where?
In Queens.
Queens, right? Yeah.
This is all you can look it up on the internet.
But you went and took a pinch and did time, like prison time over.
Totally my mistake, man. As careful as I was, as like weird as I was about trusting people, heroin got me,
Yeah.
It took me down.
Isn't that so? You never took a pinch in all these years from massive weed smuggling. It was just personal heroin use that got you locked up. Now, when was that first arrest?
That was May 13th, 1 o'clock in the morning. I remember.
I ain't gonna lie. I need some music. Matter of fact, I'm done with this shit. I ain't gonna lie. I'm gonna be real. I need some music though. Hold on. Y'all see how my ad blocker randomly starts working again, though? Like that bitch stopped working all day yesterday, the day before that, but now it's working again. That shit kind of weird.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Hey, 40, what that I done talked to my niggas gang, now they act like they don't need coach. I be trying to give them understanding, if I fall, I'm coming like D-Rose. Probably never be able to love again, why I love my baby boy the most. I don't wanna shit get deep though, I be ballin', shoot my free throw. Callin' again, now they act like they don't need coach. Callin' in, when I'm rather no ring coach. Coming in, got press the button at the doors and I got this shit in control like a remote control. Let me control your mind, 2 watches, I ain't never on time. I can tell, by the look in your eye, fiend for the drip, baby, change so high. Bro, smoke, that's on your eyes. That's not the reason you always crying. I know the reason you always lying. Used to fuck with the ops, now you change your times. Control your mind. I can control your mind. I can tell your eyes. I can tell your eyes. Yeah, I can.
Hold on, nigga. Bro, we're 10 hours in. 10 hours, bro. Officially.
Buy you eyes, yeah, you just so right. Her ass the right size, and she just my height. Tell me what's your price, I cannot do right. I just lost my price. If I fuck her once, I'm gon' fuck her twice. On my chest got ice, this ain't on my mic. Water on me, yeah, compliment my fucking bankroll. Took another nigga, bitch, and made her do what I say, so I done talked to my niggas gang, now they act like they don't need coach. I be trying to give them understanding, if I fall, I'm coming like D-Rose. Probably never be able to love again, why I love my baby boy the most. I don't wanna shit get deep though, I be ballin', shoot my free throw. Callin' again, now they act like they don't need coach. Callin' in, when I'm rather no ring coach. Coming in, got press the button at the doors and I got this shit in control like a remote control. Let me control your mind, 2 watches, I ain't never on time. I can tell, by the look in your eye, fiend for the drip, baby, change so high.
I don't even want to get crazy. Yeah. They nerf my stream for 10 hours, bro. I'm gonna be mad as hell. I ain't even gonna get crazy. Cause if they nerf my shit, I'm gonna be mad. So I ain't gonna get crazy with the music.
Hey, I was just hollering at my boy and shit, you know, he like, I guess he be listening to the radio and shit. He say he be listening to this shit. He say, bro, I think you a kid at me. So I got to meet him. Look, stay on my P's and Q's, breaking hearts, breaking rules. Young niggas stick and move, that's all I wanna do. Ever since middle school, I've been finessing fools. Young nigga keep the two, do me and keep it cool. They need to free my dog, I miss my nigga cool. I do this shit for me, I do this shit for you. Only the real relate. I'm hungry, I grab the plate. Now a young nigga straight, spreading rats in your face. Look cold at that brutal youngin', post it right on the ugly. So if you looking for me, catch me on 1800. All I know, get that bread. Don't ever hold your head. I fell in love with Skrilla.
I'm still finessing niggas. 1 foot out, 1 foot in. Still trying to dodge a pin. Young nigga popping checks. Wrist full of VVS's. Slugs all up in my mouth. VVS on my necklace. I here since an adolescent. I never learned my lesson. I'm cool, but the block is high. To the cool, drop the top. I got your boo here with me. I made her drop the top. You sweeter than some candy. No baby bottle pop. Pull me up on the rocks. Pull me another shot. Gave me another chance. I got another shot. It's time to hit the top. Them crackers let me out. Mama say wait your turn. Baby don't rush success. Up all night trying to get it. You need some fucking rest. I smash her then I pass her. Just like a fucking test. I pull up where you say. Don't need no GPS. So boy from Broward County. I'm the heart of the projects. She giving sloppy toppy. Got her turned up on Miley. I need it, I'm staying patient. Stay humble, you gon' make it. I'm out here paper chasing. That money drive me crazy. Flexing these niggas hate it. Cause I just emancipated. Look what the streets done made me. Life of a project, baby. Money gave him power and a bigger ego. That money gave him power and a bigger ego. I'm in a Thunderbird, I'm sliding with my desert ego. Yeah, money gave me power and a bigger ego. Free my nigga, cool my nigga, we tight like Speedo. Off my niggas going fair, they getting Rico. Free my nigga, Jetway, we like Stitch and Lilo. Hey, I still be around with fire, steering wheel on the right. Yeah, I still be out of my mind, still be getting real high. Hey, I be on do say no lies, smoking on cherry pie. I promise I ain't going, that's that other guy. I ain't take no shortcut, this shit ain't come easy. Christian Louboutin dripping, when I step I'm leaking. Yeah, Christian Louis Vuitton, you would think I'm bleeding. They say that on Nets don't jinx me, eat it up, bathe and drink me. I ain't never asked for nothing, my mama stayed on bed. If a guy's then I run, then I'm on your head. My nigga been hiding lately, he think I'm on him dead. But I don't want you to die, I want you to see me shine. I couldn't make lemonade, so I made lemon lime. Yeah, life gave me lemon, so I made lemon lime. Yeah, call that nigga that green, call that nigga that slime. Yeah, that money done gave me power, money done turned me sour. I remember I was rockin' Nietzsche, now I'm rockin' Da Vinci. Hey, run up on me, that's risky. Run up on me, don't tempt me. Hey, my tank on full, you empty. Smoking on gas like Wawa. Yo, Project Baby got promethazine all in my baba. Free my nigga, flip a nigga like Krabby Patty. Flying in the weather, my propellers be on aerobatic. All I know is raw, all I know is Jack. I ain't never had no job, I ain't never had no daddy. Dress it up, baby, like salad. Eat it up, baby, you nasty. Ain't got no snacks in the cabinet, just some goddamn ratchet. Yo, if Carter B win, I win. Cut him my goddamn twin. If Carter B win, I win. Carter B won, I won. My bitch said she want her hair done. Part in the middle with a bun. My bitch said she want her nails done. French tip, London. My bitch said she want her hair done. Lace front, no bun. Yeah, my bitch said she want her toes done. French tip, London. I don't wanna see you crying, mama, wipe your eyes. I don't wanna do no more time, I want you to see me fly. I don't wanna do no more time, I want you to see me fly. I don't wanna.
That's how long we be there. Well, I got 5. I put 5 on it, put my life on the line on it. Watch this, watch how I put my time on it. See, I'm that little nigga from the sand like blood and air. Hood niggas forget the goal is to make it out. I've been here forever, I'm tired of this dang spot. I was built to still grind when the rain drop. I still see them dark skies when the rain stop. And I was on the block till the daylight. Hit the base off his whip, now I'm on his same bike. It's Lil Black on the stroll, all this damn white. Mosquitoes, he beating me up, I started campfire. I was 13, I met Ray. I was racking up the gold, I was seeing them every day. I was getting real greedy, now I'm shackled in them chains. Knew I had to pay the price, but I ain't really wanna pay. What I'm doing wasn't right, but I ain't really wanna pray. Cause I get down and close my eyes, but I don't be knowing what to say. Told me stay in school, I'm not confused, that just ain't what I wanted. I'd rather jump on all these beats, look what I do on it. First I cuff back 3 and put 2 on it. DJ 15 attempt to murder, made the news on him. I was jail not knowing what he gon' do. A week later he in my room, I feel like putting my blues to him. The DJ was always my lagoon, but he told me that it's my fault, cause I taught the rules to him. He had my pistol day, I know he was gonna shoot something. Lockdown, I had niggas giving they food to him. See, I put like about 5 on it, but I really had 10. Now I got 5 more. Jack boy wrote me, say he gon' be out show. Wrote me again, saying he got 9 more. Yeah, I be tryna catch my dreams with the lights on. Nigga scheming, so I ain't sleeping with my eyes closed. Nigga, I'm living what I live for, I die for. I could walk around my projects blindfold. Now I'm in the solo, me in Lesotho. I had 5, I put 1 on it, now I got 4 more. I'm that type of youngin', I be running with the cook. I be with the older niggas, I ain't running with no jits. See, they be dead broke, they be looking for a fix. While they running around the ditch, I was running all of the sticks. I was at CL, 8th grade, me and PL. E-Pimp told me pass some half for Molly on the DL. I was looking for a sign, I couldn't really see well. Then I'm looking for a plug, numbers low retail. Had to switch my grind, cause these crackers know my detail. Life a beach, pistol to your ear like a seashell. They ain't really know I was finessing, putting 4 on it. I was on codeine on that mint, moving slow on it. Money coming, busting dick hard, I got your horn on it. You giving me rising, you don't know I got my pistol on me. All my niggas crisscross, christen on me. Switching on me, lost and found, they went missing on me. Was on my team substitute and went to benching on me. But now I ain't tripping home, I'm gon' be the one, I knew that since I was about 1. They think all my life I'm gon' be running with the pump. Been focused on music, but don't think I won't hit you up. Funny, crack your egg top, yoke it like Humpty Dumpty. I used to re up on the outs and sit right on the ugly. Jumping in cars, just wait for you to leave your shit running. Hit all day, popping chains, crackers looking for me. Project Baby robbing, y'all was watching Teletubby. Fuck it, I'ma put the whole fucking 5 on it. Maybach need to come and let me sign on it. Hit the game and bring a whole nother sound on it. Rock your clothing line and bring a whole nother style on it. I'm on a whole nother vibe, homie. And I ain't lying, homie. First I cut back 1, then I put the whole 5 on it.
Good, man. Fuck this shit up, man. Yeah. Okay. Hey, G1. Pat that thing with K, man. Hey, you know that.
Hey, you already know what the hell this is, man.
Man, you know that.
Dollars and deals.
Man, your game ain't snapping game, man. Them niggas shit, man. Your niggas swag, man. Fuck.
My K, my niggas, son, T-Ferro, all my niggas, man, they dead, man. Polo 9, Penny Loafers, man. They dead, man.
All those damn penny loafers.
Yeah, I always want to zone. You say some funny shit. You had a butt. Okay. Thought you would go. Thought it would go to blood. What you mean, bro? You join watching any still fools or rest. You done? Look, he thought that. Put the other honey back in it. Yeah, we're the 35. 35. No, look, that's gay, bro. He kicking it up.
Yeah, bro, they can look at you now. I ain't gonna fake it, bro.
Hey, y'all got me fucked up. This my shit. John on his ass. Stop saying shit to me.
Don't say shit. Don't look over here. You gonna see a microphone with the nuts.
He told he ain't got no eyes besides this chat.
That one ain't funny.
I ain't getting in the camera. Y'all steady saying shit.
You're not foolish. You slow. I'm not taking this and putting on her. That's how you want to see. Instagram be on a lot of gay shit.
He said you don't see it.
Probably be this nigga just carry this load up everywhere he
He
goes.
told that don't care to that motherfucker go off.
He crazy as a motherfucker. This is to put up your family.
To that motherfucker go off.
This is to put up your family, my dude. Come up nuts on the micro, boy. They got straight foods right now. Sound like a helicopter. I got chicken and what? You word for that, bro. Good fade, no we put a ski on.
Hey, bro, who they ain't talking about me, gang. I ain't finna keep taking all these Jones on me, gang. They talk about you that time or something, man.
I ain't gonna fake it, gang. I don't know where that came from, cause shit. I ain't gonna fake it. You know what you on this motherfucker doing? You know niggas is really going to jail for that shit right now. Bedtime. Looking on her fucking straight 8 cocksucking, my dude. You gay. All the niggas, bro. Get the wood. You gay. You like.
Tell us some motherfucker look out the window. You seen that shit?
Hey. Ooh. Shit.
Ain't no bar, that motherfucker.
This motherfucker gonna break your furniture. Break your glass. You retired, young nigga. Hey, what happened to CJ Bucks, man? We dropping some music. All you gotta do is show pipe. Yeah, still cool, Nico.
Hey.
Where'd it come from, gang? That was hella funny.
Dude, we still cool with Nico.
Where the fuck that come from? Yeah, true. You better be
He said, why you delete that snippet? I ain't delete shit. I'm not following that shit right there. He said that chop not fully.
Is it worth showing?
No. Let me get out the camera. You show him that motherfucker. Go ahead, he didn't care. YouTube. They go YouTube you.
You go though. Just stay in front of this motherfucker. Stay directly in front of this motherfucker.
He told you he trade. He told put them snippets back up. Put my phone down. Yeah, he's broke. Broke.
Oh shit. You didn't say the wrong shit on this live.
Yeah, we brothers, right? We twins.
You said the wrong shit on this live.
I ain't broke, gang.
Ain't nobody yo.
I ain't know that, gang. I ain't broke on DJ. I ain't broke. read that shit, gang?
That's 22, 23.
No, skip back to what he said. He told who's a bucking out. DJ act a bucking out. My daughter act a bucking out. He tripping. He told hookers bucking out, gang. I ain't know that for y'all though.
So I'm making going to shoebox. I ain't know that today though. This shit.
The fuck was that?
Y'all be cooped up in that stinky. Man, hey, bro. Hold on, bro. Y'all sound hella stupid. Let me say something real quick. Fuck you. Fuck whoever said something. You a bitch. Tell me what you want. You know what I want. Yeah, I say any fucking thing. I swear to God. Look. Just say anything, bro.
They just be saying anything.
You a fan. I'm not 556. He was here. He overdosed. You slow.
Yeah, end it. Hold on. Let me see something.
Damn, this motherfucker wrapped out. Y'all want to have a combo? An interview?
They just saying anything. I thought they said something until I duck your head on the.
These niggas not talking about shit. I don't got the patience for that shit tonight. How long was my stream this morning? Hold on, bro. I did 10 hours this morning. Oh, man, this stream. Man, nigga, that's this stream.
Bruh, I streamed 17 hours. Cause yesterday I started my stream at 1 o'clock. I streamed 7 hours. It's 12 o'clock now. I streamed 17 hours. Out 24 hours in a day. 17. Jesus Christ. I started this yesterday. I did start at 1 o'clock. Damn, I've been on this bitch 17 hours. Bro, who is working harder than me? Who is working harder than me, bro? God damn. Nigga, I'm finna get off. I ain't gonna lie. What the fuck? 17 hours, bro. I did go to sleep today. I got a couple hours of sleep, but still, though, that is crazy to think about. I really used every single minute of the day. Like, God damn. $17, bro. That is crazy. So if I streamed at 1 o'clock, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Hold on, when did I go to sleep? I'm trying to think. Did I go to sleep today? Because how was this? I'm going to say, so no, 1 o'clock must be the end of this stream. This must when I made this, jump. No. Only streamed 7 hours. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I went to sleep at 8 o'clock. And I was back up at 12. I think that's what it was. I think I went to sleep at 8 o'clock, 7, 8 o'clock, and I was back up at 12. This is crazy. It's crazy. I gotta pee. I ain't gonna lie, I gotta pee.
Man, nigga, it's at the point, nigga. I don't even know what to watch. Bro, for real, it's at the point. I gotta end this YouTube stream. For real, for real. I gotta end YouTube. Like, no bullshit.